Chapter 1 Super Rich System. 10 p.m. at an IKEA convenience store near Haidong University. Hello, IKEA convenience store. Send me a box of Lon Ling and 2 cans of Red Bull to 406 next door, and deliver them as soon as possible. After Lin Fan answered the phone, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. After putting the things into a plastic bag, he rushed to the Home Inn, which was about 100 meters away. Lin Fan is a sophomore at Haidong University. He works 2 part-time jobs and his life is very hard. However, in order to have a beautiful future with his beloved girlfriend Yang Shanshan, he feels that it is worth it no matter how hard or tired he is. Come to the door of room 406 and ring the doorbell. Hello, this is what you ordered. Lin Fan spoke politely, intending to ask the customer to give a 5-star rating. But he was stunned when he was only halfway through his words. The woman standing in front of him turned out to be the one he had been thinking about. Yang Shanshan. There was still a strong mixed smell of shampoo and shower gel coming from the door. At this point, as long as you have a normal brain, you will know what is going on. Shanshan, why is it you? Lin Fan looked at young Shanshan with a painful expression. Until now, his mind was still blank and he was unwilling to believe that what he saw was real. He couldn't believe that his beloved girlfriend Yang Shanshan would. Why are you here to deliver something? Yang Shanshan was also very surprised to see Lin Fan suddenly. Her face turned pale and she took a step back in panic. What's wrong? A boy wrapped in a bathrobe walked out of the room with a swagger. Lu Chao? Lin Fan knew this boy, he was Lu Chao, a famous scumbag in their department. It's you! Lu Chao, I'm Van Lin Liang. Lin Fan felt the blood rushing to his head, and he was extremely angry and was about to rush forward to attack. Stop it! Yang Shanshan stood in front of Lin Fan. She had calmed down from her previous panic and returned to her usual strong attitude towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you have become more capable, right? You dare to hit someone? Yang Shanshan snorted coldly and looked at Lin Fan indifferently. Since you know everything now, I have nothing to hide. Yes, Lu Chao and I have been together for a while, and we come here often. Yang Shanshan crossed her arms across her chest, looking indifferent. Lin Fan, let's break up. Separate? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then he stared at Yang Shanshan with wide eyes, and said with a smile and anger, Shanshan, I have given so much to you in the past 2 years, and now you want to break up with me? That's right, break up, no room for negotiation. Yang Shanshan looked directly at Lin Fan with a firm attitude. Actually, I've wanted to break up with you for a long time. Look at how poor you are. Everything you wear is cheap stuff, and the total cost is no more than 300 yuan. The meals he treated me to were always from roadside stalls, and the gifts he gave me were always small trinkets worth a dozen yuan. You're still so rustic and timid. I feel so ashamed every time I'm with you. I have good looks and a good figure, so I deserve better choices. I was too naive at the time, that's why I became the girlfriend of a poor loser like you. Yang Shanshan kept scolding Lin Fan, her tone full of resentment. After a pause, Yang Shanshan put her arm around Lu Chao's arm, leaned in Lu Chao's arms, and spoke to Lin Fan as if in a protest. You see, only a man as outstanding as Lu Chao is qualified to be with me. Listen to me, from this moment on, we are over. There is no longer any relationship between us. Don't bother me anymore. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt even more heartbroken. He really didn't expect Yang Shanshan to say such heartless words to him. Shanshan, Lu Chao is a well-known scumbag in our school. Once he loses interest in you, he will definitely abandon you. After all, he was in love with Yang Shanshan, and thinking of Lu Chao's reputation, Lin Fan couldn't help but remind her. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I believe in my charm, and I believe even more in Lu Chao's sincerity towards me. Lu Chao and I will definitely continue to be on good terms. Yang Shanshan snorted and replied coldly. Lu Chao looked at Lin Fan with the attitude of a winner and took the plastic bag from Lin Fan's hand. Oh, so you are Shanshan's loser boyfriend Lin Fan. You are such a loser that you have been dating Shanshan for 2 years but have never touched her. But I still have to thank you. If you hadn't protected Shanshan so well, Shanshan wouldn't have given me her first time. Why don't you get out of here? Yang Shanshan yelled at Lin Fan. Looking at the couple in front of him, Lin Fan felt extremely bad. He turned around and left without looking back. Hey, Lin Fan, you don't want to take the money? Ha, you are so nice. Not only did you give Shanshan to me, but you also gave me a free blocking elf. Lu Chao looked at Lin Fan's back with a smug look on his face, laughed and closed the door. As soon as he walked out of the home inn, Lin Fan felt extremely uncomfortable and his chest was blocked. He and Yang Qianxian have been together for 2 years. During these 2 years, he only held hands with Yang Qianxian and rarely even kissed her. Every time he wanted to have further ideas, he would be stopped by Yang Qianxian. Yang Qianxian said that she wanted to save the beautiful first time for their wedding. But he never expected that Yang Qianxian and Lu Chao had only known each other for a short time, but they would actually. At this moment, Lin Fan only felt the blood surging throughout his body, and the anger in his heart was out of control. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Lin Fan's mouth, and then his vision went black and he fainted on the ground. When Lin Fan woke up again, he was already in the school infirmary. Just as Lin Fan was about to get up, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite! The super rich system is binding. 15%. 40%. 60%. 90%. 100%. The binding of the Shinhouse system is complete. Then an attribute panel appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 yuan. The current monthly balance is 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, and the amount can be increased randomly. Constitution, 16 weak. Spirit, 25 normal. Skills, not activated. Activation requires +1 point. Super rich points, 0 for every 100 million spent, the bonus super rich points +1. System reward and punishment mechanism. The host will be randomly rewarded if he spends money to show his rich style, and will be randomly punished if he damages the image of the rich. Chapter 2 Caesarea Restaurant. Student, are you awake? Lin Fan was studying the super godly system when suddenly, a beautiful doctor in a white coat walked in. The beautiful doctor is named Miao Yanwu and she is 26 years old. It is said that Miao Yanwu has suffered several heartbreaks and has remained single. She is the dream lover of countless boys at Haidong University. Dr. Miao, I'm fine, am I? Can I leave now? You're fine. You just need to eat more blood-boosting supplements. After all, you lost a lot of blood when you vomited blood and fainted. Thank you, Dr. Miao, I understand. Lin Fan quickly stood up, thanked Miao Yanwu, then turned and left the school infirmary. Miao Yanwu looked at Lin Fan's back as he walked away and sighed in a low voice. He was so devoted and infatuated, but he was abandoned by the woman he loved. It seems that Lin Fan is just as pitiful as me. I don't know if the money in this system can be used, let's try it first. As soon as he walked out of the school infirmary, Lin Fan couldn't wait to transfer 1 billion from the system to his ICBC card, intending to verify the authenticity of the super rich system. Ding! The super rich system has successfully transferred 1 billion, please check it. After silently reciting the bank card account number and confirming the transfer, Lin Fan immediately heard a crisp prompt from the system in his mind. Your ICBC card with the last number 5686 has received 1 billion yuan. Almost at the same time, Lin Fan's mobile phone received a text message notifying him of the bank card payment arrival. This system is actually real. Lin Fan looked at the text message on his phone and felt extremely excited. Look again at the properties panel in your mind. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 999990000000000 yuan. The current monthly balance is 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, and the amount can be increased randomly. Constitution, 16 weak. Spirit, 25 normal. Skills, not activated. Activation requires +1 point. Super rich points, 0 for every 100 million spent, the bonus super rich points +1. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter with joy. This super rich system is real. That means he has 1 quadrillion to use at will every month. 1 quadrillion. The key point is 100 million as the unit. The richest man in the world? What is the world's richest man? All the rich people on the Forbes list combined do not have as much as his monthly quota. No, to be precise, it is not even a fraction of the monthly quota. Half an hour later, Lin Fan finally calmed down his excitement. After calming down, Lin Fan suddenly felt a little hungry, so he decided to eat first. He is rich now, super rich, so naturally he can no longer eat in the school cafeteria. Then let's go to Caesarea Restaurant. Lin Fan made a decision in his mind and walked towards the Caesarea restaurant. Caesarea restaurant is the best Western restaurant near Haidong University. I heard that the most expensive steak there can cost more than 3,000 yuan per serving. He passed by Yang Qianqian several times, and Yang Qianqian's face always showed an expression that showed she wanted to go in for a meal, but at that time he couldn't make Yang Qianqian fulfill her wish. Arriving at the Caesarea restaurant, Lin Fan walked in confidently, feeling rich. "Welcome, sir. Please come in." The clerk was also surprised to see Lin Fan dressed in cheap clothes. With a professional fake smile, he planned to take Lin Fan to the corner. Lin Fan was about to follow the clerk when he saw his roommates Wu Weiji and Peng Hani eating snacks at a table. "No need, they are my friends, I just need to be with them." Lin Fan pointed at Wu Weiji and Peng Hani, then walked over. "Wu Weiji, Peng Hani, why are you here too?" Lin Fan patted their shoulders and then sat down next to them. He remembered that Wu Weiji and Peng Hani both came from ordinary families and would not eat in such a place. When Wu Weiji and Peng Hani saw Lin Fan, they were both stunned and looked embarrassed. Peng Hani whispered, "Our tennis club is having a dinner party." Hearing this, Lin Fan looked up and noticed that the 6 people at the table next to him looked familiar. They should be from the tennis club. The 6 people were all wearing branded clothes and were chatting and laughing while drinking red wine and eating steak. Wu Weiji and Peng Hani were eating some cheap snacks here. The people in the tennis club are such bastards. Isn't it obvious that they want to embarrass my brother in public? Lin Fan immediately understood why Wu Weiji and Peng Hani were embarrassed and cursed in his heart. "Hello, sir, what can I order?" The clerk looked at Lin Fan and asked with a fake smile. "Wu Weiji Peng Hani, who is he? This is an internal dinner of our tennis club, and we don't invite outsiders. Do you think my money came from the wind?" Just then, a boy at the next table wearing a Longines watch worth more than 20,000 yuan spoke impatiently. "His name is Luo Zhihua, and he is the president of the college tennis club." Luo Zhihua has always looked down on poor students like Wu Weiji and Peng Hani, but he often looks for opportunities to make trouble for them for fun. This time, they deliberately didn't even order a steak for them at the dinner, which embarrassed them and made them look foolish in public. As soon as Luo Zhihua said this, the other members of the society looked at Wu Weiji and Peng Hani with contempt. Wu Weiji and Peng Hani looked embarrassed and quickly explained, "Lin Fan is our roommate, he just happened to meet us." Peng Hani gently pushed Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, you go first. We can talk about it another day when we are free." "It's okay. I was planning to treat you guys to a nice meal when I have time. We just happened to meet today, so let's go together. I'll treat you to the most expensive steak here." Lin Fan smiled slightly. Although his roommates Wu Weiji and Peng Hani also came from ordinary families, they took good care of him on a daily basis. Now that they see the people from the tennis club making things so difficult for them, they must stand up for them. Upon hearing this, Wu Weiji and Peng Hani were dumbfounded. Lin Fan, the poorest person in their dormitory, treated them to the most expensive steak? Everyone in the tennis club was laughing. A heavily made-up girl snapped her fingers and said, "Waiter, how much is a sirloin steak? I'm not full yet, so I plan to order another one." "Okay miss, sirloin steak is 490 yuan per portion." "We will make it for you right away," the waiter replied respectfully. When a heavily made-up girl asks this question, it is actually the same as asking a poor boy, "Do you know how much a serving of sirloin steak costs?" Many guests nearby looked at Lin Fan and the other two with interest, as if they were expecting to see them make a fool of themselves in public. "Sir, would you like to take a closer look at our menu, understand the prices, and then decide what to order?" The clerk came over with a fake smile on his face, as if he was also waiting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. "I don't need to know the prices of the dishes. Give us 3 of the most expensive steaks and 3 bottles of the most expensive red wine. As for the rest, you can take care of it. Just give me a few of the most expensive ones, 3 of each." Lin Fan looked at the clerk calmly and spoke calmly. Chapter 3, Master Lin pays the bill. When Lin Fan said this, everyone present was stunned. 3 of the most expensive steaks, 3 of the most expensive red wines, and 3 of the most expensive dishes. This set of clothes would cost tens of thousands of dollars, which is at least 10 times more than the cost of a whole table at the tennis club. Lin Fan's move was surprisingly generous and gave everyone in the tennis club a slap in the face. Luo Zhiao's face turned pale, and the girl with heavy makeup looked even uglier. She was just thinking of using the sirloin steak worth more than 400 yuan to humiliate Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan responded with tens of thousands of dollars, instantly turning her into ashes. Wu Weiji and Pang Hongyi were stunned and completely confused. Brother Fan, there's no need to order so many expensive things, we can just eat a little bit. That's right, Brother Fan, there's no need for us to brag just to show off. Wu Weiji and Pang Hongyi hurriedly advised in a low voice. After all, Lin Fan usually lives frugally, and they felt bad about eating a meal that cost tens of thousands of dollars. We've ordered everything. That's it. If you need any more fruit or dessert, just order whatever you want. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand, pushing the menu to the two of them and asking them to continue ordering. Wu Weiji and Pang Hongyi looked at each other, not knowing whether they should continue ordering. Don't be stressed. I got a windfall. I have a lot of money. A big meal is nothing. Seeing the two people at a loss, Lin Fan explained with a smile. Then we won't be polite. The two of them thought that Lin Fan had won the lottery jackpot, so they looked at the menu and prepared to order fruits and desserts. The shop assistant standing by was even more delighted. After this meal, she can get a lot of commission. She no longer had a fake smile on her face, but instead had a warm smile that came from the heart. Many guests nearby turned their eyes to the 6 people at the tennis club table, pointing at them and seeming to be laughing at them. President Luo. The 5 people at the table of the tennis club looked at Luo Zhihua expectantly, hoping that he would take action to get back the advantage. Waiter, give me 12 servings of the most expensive Kobe steak, 12 bottles of the most expensive red wine, and 12 servings of the most expensive dishes as well. Luo Zhihua snapped his fingers casually at the waiter. He seemed carefree, but his heart was bleeding. After this meal, he had overdrawn his pocket money for next month. Luo Zhihua directly doubled the per capita consumption to suppress Lin Fan's momentum. Everyone in the tennis club felt extremely happy and looked at Lin Fan provocatively. The heavily made-up girl hugged Luo Zhihua's arm and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. You country bumpkin, you want to compare yourself to our President Luo? You are far behind. Lin Fan looked calm and drank a sip of water calmly. Waiter, I haven't finished ordering yet. It's not his turn to order yet. Lin Fan spoke calmly. When the waiter heard what Lin Fan said, he quickly apologized to Luo Zhihua. Sir, you have to wait a moment. Sir, what do you need? The waiter turned around, bowed slightly to Lin Fan, and asked with a smile on his face. I'll buy all the remaining Kobe steaks in your store. Except for that table, you will distribute all the Kobe steaks to the guests present, and give each table 2 bottles of the most expensive red wine. Also, I'll pay for everyone's meals here. Lin Fan stood up and pointed at Luo Zhihua's table, then glanced at the entire Western restaurant and spoke lightly. When these words were spoken, all the guests present were stunned at first, and then showed excited and happy expressions. Most of the people present were students. Although their families were well off, not many of them had ever eaten Kobe steak that cost more than 3,000 yuan per serving. Now someone is treating them to Kobe steak and paying for their meal. How can they not be happy and excited? The waiter was even more stunned. Lin Fan had booked all the Kobe steaks in the restaurant and treated the guests there to them for free, and even paid for their meals. This is equivalent to spending more than 400,000 yuan in one go. This is too extravagant. There was a commotion in the restaurant. Many customers looked at Lin Fan and applauded to show their gratitude, while the waiter was still stunned. At this time, the restaurant manager learned the news and hurried over. Sir, we still have 42 Kobe steaks in our restaurant. Are you sure you want them all? And are you also paying for the meals of the guests present? The store manager came up to Lin Fan and asked respectfully. Yes, that's right. Lin Fan nodded to confirm. The store manager smiled and bowed slightly to Lin Fan. Okay. Thank you very much for entertaining all the guests present. The 6 people at the table of the tennis club were all dumbfounded. They had not expected Lin Fan to be so arrogant. Suddenly, they all felt like they were the clown. Luo Zhihua was so angry that his lips were shaking and his face turned red and white, but he couldn't do anything about Lin Fan. He really wanted to buy the restaurant and drive Lin Fan away, but unfortunately his strength was far from enough. Lin Fan sat down calmly and glanced at Luo Zhihua. With me here, do you think you deserve to eat Kobe steak? It's good enough that you can eat sirloin steak. Several people from the tennis club let Wu Weiji and Pang Hongyi eat the cheapest snacks in the whole venue, so he let several people from the tennis club eat the worst snacks in the whole venue. Many guests nearby pointed at the 6 people from the tennis club and laughed at them in low voices. Luo Zhihua was extremely ashamed and angry, and snorted coldly, "You big country bumpkin, just wait for me." After saying this, he left dejectedly with everyone in the tennis club. Suddenly, the restaurant became quiet again. Lin Fan enjoyed this Western meal very much. During the meal, the manager not only provided free performance by a top band, but also gave us 3 VIP cards of Caesarea restaurant. His hospitality was really great. Mr. Lin, welcome to visit us next time. Lin Fan took Wu Jiwei and Pang Hongyi out of the Caesarea restaurant. The manager and several beautiful waitresses bowed to see them off. Weiji, Hongyi, you guys go back to school first. I have something else to do. Okay, brother Fan, but you have to remember not to think too much. It's not worth it for a woman like Yang Qianqian. Lin Fan separated from Wu Weiji and Pang Hongyi, and he planned to buy a car immediately. Now that he is a wealthy man, he can't still take a taxi every day. He remembered that there was a Mercedes-Benz 4S store nearby. The Mercedes-Benz is a little worse, so I'll just use it for transportation for now and change it after a while. Lin Fan thought about it in his mind, and then prepared to go to the nearby Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store to buy a car. Ring, 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 ring. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Hello? Are you Mr. Lin Fan Lin? As soon as the phone was connected, a man's polite voice was heard. Yes, I'm Lin Fan. May I ask what can I do for you? Lin Fan thought it was the insurance company calling, and the tone was very calm. Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Jianye, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Haizhou branch. Your ICBC card has a deposit of over 1 billion, so our bank will upgrade your customer level to Platinum 5-star VIP and apply for a Centurion Black Gold card for you. Excuse me, where are you now? I will personally go over and give you this Centurion Black Gold card. When Lin Fan heard this, he remembered that in order to test the authenticity of the super rich system, he transferred 1 billion yuan to his Industrial and Commercial Bank of China card at once. But he didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion that the branch manager even called him personally and offered to personally present him with the Centurion Black Gold card. I'll be at the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store near Haidong University in a minute, just go find me there. With the Centurion Black Gold card, Lin Fan didn't mind and casually told Zhang Jianye his location. Okay, Mr. Lin, we will go to the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store soon and personally present the Centurion Black Gold card to you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan walked towards the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store not far away. When he arrived at the Joyo 4S store, he walked straight into the sales hall. Suddenly, a surprised female voice sounded. Lin Fan, why are you here? Chapter 4 Centurion Black Gold card. Lin Fan looked up and saw the class beauty Jiang Liao looking at him in surprise. Team leader? Are you working here part-time? Jiang Liao is not only the class beauty goddess, but also the class monitor. Lin Fan was quite surprised to see Jiang Liao here. As far as he knew, Liao's family was quite well off, but he didn't expect that she would also work part-time. Yeah. I've been working here part-time for more than a month. Why did you come here suddenly? Jiang Liao smiled slightly and looked at Lin Fan in confusion. I'm planning to buy the most expensive Mercedes-Benz for transportation. You happen to be here, so take me to have a look. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Jiang Liao is the class monitor and she usually takes good care of him. Now he bought a Mercedes-Benz and asked Jiang Liao to receive him, which would be a good opportunity for him to contribute some performance commission to Jiang Liao as a thank you. You want to buy the most expensive Mercedes-Benz as a means of transportation? Lin Fan, you are not kidding. When Jiang Liao heard this, her face was full of disbelief. Lin Fan, the poorest student in the class, actually wants to buy the most expensive Mercedes-Benz as his means of transportation. I'm not kidding. Lin Fan answered seriously. Hearing this, Jiang Liao did not take Lin Fan's words seriously, but shook her head and smiled bitterly in her heart. It seems that Yang Qianqian's breakup was too much of a blow to Lin Fan, and he even wanted to pretend to be rich. Suddenly, she felt that Lin Fan was so pitiful and felt compassion for him. Okay. Since you plan to buy the most expensive Mercedes-Benz, I'll take you over to have a look. Jiang Liao led Lin Fan inside, intending to take Lin Fan to see the most expensive Mercedes-Benz car and satisfy the rich people's desire to look at cars. Anyway, she doesn't have much performance pressure, so it won't hurt to take Lin Fan to have a look. Jiang Liao, what's wrong with you? Why are you bringing all these people in? Do you still want to do this? Just then, a young man in a suit and tie blocked the way of Lin Fan and Jiang Liao and shouted at Jiang Liao. The young man's name is Gui Jingwei, and he is the sales manager of the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned, looking displeased. Manager Gua, this is a classmate of mine. He wants to buy the most expensive Mercedes-Benz. I'm taking him over to have a look. When Jiang Liao saw Gui Jingwei, there was a hint of disgust in her eyes, but she still explained patiently. A classmate of yours? And he bought the most expensive Mercedes-Benz? I see you guys have brought your relationship into the workplace. Wei Jingwei sneered, looking angry. Ever since Jiang Liao came to work part-time at the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store, he has been fascinated by her beauty. He has been pursuing Jiang Liao vigorously, but was rejected by Jiang Liao flatly. He had just seen Jiang Liao and Lin Fan talking and laughing and behaving intimately from afar, and he was already burning with jealousy. As soon as he got closer, he found that Lin Fan was very handsome, and he concluded that Jiang Liao must have rejected him many times because of Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan was wearing cheap clothes and couldn't possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz, he took the opportunity to scold Jiang Liao harshly. If you want to buy a car, please go to the Volkswagen 4S store across the street. The cars here are not something that a poor loser like you can afford. Please go out now and don't affect our 4S shop's business. Wei Jingwei waved at Lin Fan impatiently, as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. At this point he already considered Lin Fan his love rival, so he was naturally rude in his words. Are you the sales manager here? Is this how you treat your customers? Lin Fan shook his head, sneered, and asked directly. Are you teaching me how to do things? I'm a sales manager. Do I need a poor student like you to teach me how to do things? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Wei Jingwei laughed loudly, and then he snorted coldly, Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for calling security. The commotion made by Lin Fan and Gui Jingwei immediately attracted the attention of all the staff in the sales hall. Many female salespeople pointed at Lin Fan and Jiang Liao and talked about them. Are you sure you want to drive me away? Don't regret it, okay? Lin Fan looked at Gui Jingwei calmly and said indifferently. He now has 100 trillion every month, so it is very easy for him to manage a sales manager of a 4S store. It would take only a minute to buy this 4S store and then fire Gui Jingwei. I regret it? Do you think you deserve it? If I don't drive you away and let a poor guy like you stay here to affect our business, then I will really regret it. Gui Jingwei laughed again. How can you, a poor student, make our manager Gua regret it? It's bad enough that you're poor, but you also like to act pretentiously. Your tone of voice is even louder than that of the richest man in Haizhou. As soon as Gui Jingwei finished speaking, a female salesperson stood up and pointed at Lin Fan and sneered. After a pause, she looked at Jiang Liao and accused loudly, Jiang Liao, you are going too far. You actually brought your male classmate here to talk about love during working hours. What do you think our Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store is? Now that Manager Gua has discovered you, you still refuse to repent and even come up with a ridiculous excuse like asking your male classmate to buy you the most expensive Mercedes-Benz. Her name is Zhong Xiaona. She is very beautiful. Before Jiang Liao came to work at the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store, she was the focus of the entire Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. But after Jiang Liao came, she was completely suppressed by Jiang Liao. Even Gui Jingwei, who had pursued her relentlessly before, fell in love with Jiang Liao. That's why she has always regarded Jiang Liao as a thorn in her side. Now that she has finally got the chance, she naturally wants to give Jiang Liao a hard kick. What on earth is this? Jiang Liao was so angry that she stamped her feet. Then she looked at Lin Fan and said apologetically, Lin Fan, I'm really sorry for making you suffer so much. She had originally taken Lin Fan to see the most expensive Mercedes-Benz car with good intentions, but she didn't expect that her good intentions would backfire and Lin Fan suffered such a great humiliation. She felt very sorry. Lin Fan waved his hand and smiled, It's okay, they are just two clowns, I will make them regret it soon. Security, come here, kick this poor guy out, keep an eye on him and don't let him come in again to affect our business. When Gui Jingwei heard Lin Fan calling him a clown, he directly called the security guard. Sir, please get out immediately. Two security guards ran over and forcibly drove Lin Fan away. Stop it, is this how you, the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store, entertain VIPs? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A middle-aged man and several staff members in bank uniforms hurriedly walked in. President Zhang, why are you here? That poor student was making trouble, and I asked the security guard to chase him away. Please come in. Wei Jingwei hurriedly went forward and came up to the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. However, the middle-aged man ignored Gui Jingwei and walked straight to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I'm here to personally deliver the Centurion Black Gold Card to you. The middle-aged man spoke with an extremely respectful attitude. Mr. Lin? Centurion Black Gold Card? Suddenly, everyone present was completely shocked by the middle-aged man's words. Chapter 5 4S Shop Owner Gao Ximin. All the 4S store employees present were stunned and shocked. Zhang Liao was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She really couldn't believe that Lin Fan, the poorest boy in the class, was actually such an unimaginably wealthy man. They all knew that the middle-aged man was Zhang Jianye, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Haizhou branch. ICBC has some cooperation with Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Zhang Jianye has been to Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store several times, and each time he was received with the most grand ceremony by Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. A person of such status as the branch president Zhang Jianye actually respectfully addressed Lin Fan as Mr. Lin. What exactly is the identity of this Lin Fan? All the 4S store employees present took a breath. There is also the Centurion Black Card, which is a credit card with no limit on the credit limit. People who do not have a certain level of wealth are not eligible to apply for the Centurion Black Card. There are definitely no more than 5 wealthy people in the entire Haizhou city who can own the Centurion Black Gold Card. This shabby-dressed young man in front of me is actually a hidden billionaire. After Zhang Jianye respectfully explained his purpose to Lin Fan, he took the Centurion Black Gold Card from a staff member behind him and handed it to Lin Fan respectfully. Mr. Lin, this is your Centurion Black Gold Card, please sign for it. President Zhang, please come here in person. Lin Fan nodded and took the Centurion Black Gold Card. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It is my honor to serve you. Zhang Jianye responded with a smile. Having 10 billion in deposits and having 10 billion in assets are two different concepts. Many wealthy people have assets worth tens of billions, but may not have tens of billions in deposits in the bank. Lin Fan has 1 billion in deposits in an ordinary bank card, which proves that Lin Fan's assets are at least over 10 billion. Zhang Jianye naturally had to treat a wealthy man of this level with respect. After handing the Centurion Black Gold Card to Lin Fan, Zhang Jianye turned to look at Gui Jingwei and said with great authority. Wei Jingwei, you are so arrogant. You haven't even been a sales manager for a few months, but you've already learned to rudely drive customers away. I want to ask your boss how your Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store trained you. Even a distinguished guest like Mr. Lin had to be driven out. After saying that, Zhang Jianye took out his cell phone and called the owner of the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. President Zhang, this is a misunderstanding. Please be merciful and forgive me just this once. Wei Jingwei came to his senses from the shock and quickly apologized to Zhang Jianye. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, explain it to your boss. Zhang Jianye didn't listen to Gui Jingwei's explanation and continued to make the call. After finishing the call, Zhang Jianye stood respectfully beside Lin Fan again. Mr. Lin, you were treated so rudely at the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I have notified the store owner to come over. I believe she will give you a satisfactory explanation. Lin Fan nodded modestly, okay. President Zhang, you can go back and do your work first. I can handle the things here by myself. Mr. Lin, I'll leave first. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Zhang Jianye responded respectfully, then left with his men. Mr. Lin, I am blind and have offended you. I solemnly apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me just once. As soon as Zhang Jianye left, Wei Jingwei immediately walked up to Lin Fan and apologized earnestly. His face no longer had the arrogance he had before, but was replaced by a look of panic. He knew very well that Zhang Jianye had already called their boss, and if he couldn't get Lin Fan's forgiveness, then his job as a sales manager would be over. Lin Fan looked at Gui Jingwei calmly without saying a word. Mr. Lin, I kneel down to you. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me just once. Seeing that Lin Fan did not respond, Gui Jingwei knelt down in front of Lin Fan and begged for mercy. At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and dignity. He only wanted to ask Lin Fan for forgiveness and keep his position as sales manager. I warned you before not to regret it. It's too late to beg me now. Lin Fan shook his head and sneered. For something like today, even if he was still a poor student working part-time, he would be furious and would not forgive Gui Jingwei. What's more, he is now a wealthy man with 100 trillion yuan every month. Upon hearing this, Gui Jingwei suddenly collapsed to the ground, distraught. Not long after, a young woman, about 26 or 27 years old, walked into the sales hall in a hurry. Director Gao. Director Gao. As soon as the young woman walked in, all the Forest store staff present came forward to greet her. She is Gao Ximin, the owner of the Excellence Mercedes-Benz Forest store. Let the finance department settle the wages for Gui Jingwei and Zhong Xiaona, and let them find better jobs. Our company does not need unqualified employees like them. Gao Ximin told a Forest store staff member as soon as she walked in. Yes, Mr. Gao, the Forest staff immediately responded respectfully. Suddenly, everyone looked at Gui Jingwei and Zhong Xiaona with pity. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Gao Ximin, the owner of this Excellence Mercedes-Benz Forest store. I deeply regret the offense caused to you by our Forest store staff and I solemnly apologize to you. I have already fired the sales manager Gui Jingwei and the salesperson Zhong Xiaona who offended you. I wonder if Mr. Lin is satisfied with my handling of the matter. Gao Ximin came in front of Lin Fan and spoke politely. The moment he saw Gao Ximin, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Gao Ximin is not inferior to the class goddess Zhang Liu in terms of appearance, but her figure is even better. Since Boss Gao has already dealt with it, let's just leave it at that. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, waved his hand, and replied indifferently. Mr. Lin, I heard that you want to buy the most expensive Mercedes-Benz. I will personally receive you. The commission will still be counted on your classmate Zhang Liu. Gao Ximin proposed enthusiastically and generously. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Mr. Lin, the most expensive car in our Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store is this top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S650, which is priced at 4.3 million. Gao Ximin took Lin Fan to a Mercedes-Benz and began to explain in a professional manner. Boss Gao, no need to explain, just take this one. Take me to handle the formalities. I'm in a hurry. Gao Ximin was halfway through her words when Lin Fan interrupted her. Hearing this, Gao Ximin was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Mr. Lin, don't you want to test drive? No need to test drive it, it's too troublesome. Anyway, I can just use it for a few days. Lin Fan waved his hand and replied calmly. The reason why he came here to buy a Mercedes-Benz was simply because this 4S store was too close to the Caesarea restaurant where he had just eaten. It was only a few steps away and he could buy it easily. He is now a super rich man with 100 trillion every month, and his goal is to buy a limited edition top luxury car as his own car. Buying a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz worth more than 4 million yuan is actually more enjoyable than buying cabbage. I plan to use it for a few days and then stop using it. Gao Ximin was suddenly in disarray. But soon, her eyes lit up and her face flushed with excitement. Isn't this the kind of wealthy man she wants to meet? Chapter 6 Haidong International Apartment. Okay. Then Mr. Lin, please follow me to the VIP room. I will handle the formalities for you personally. Gao Ximin took Lin Fan to the VIP room with excitement on her face. Arriving at the VIP room, Lin Fan and Gao Ximin sat opposite each other, preparing to go through the car buying procedures for Lin Fan. Gao Ximin sometimes lifted her long hair, sometimes flirted with Lin Fan, and flirted in a very subtle way. Mr. Lin, my Forest store employee offended you this time. I plan to give you a Mercedes-Benz S650 for free as an apology. What do you think? The car purchase procedures were almost completed quickly, and when it came to the payment stage, Gao Ximin spoke with a smile. In fact, she has 3 4S stores in Haizhou City, namely Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche 4S stores. The purpose of her opening the 4S store was to expand her network, and she thought it was worth spending more than 4 million to curry favor with Lin Fan. Boss Gao, I am very satisfied with your previous handling results. There is no need to give a free car as an apology. Just charge the price for the car. Lin Fan waved his hand, rejecting Gao Ximin's kindness. In the super rich system, every 100 million spent will give 1 rich point. He needs to spend money diligently, accumulate rich points, and activate related skills. He would not miss any opportunity to spend money. Although 4 million is not a lot, a small amount is still meat. Gao Ximin was stunned at first, then said with a smile, then let's do as Mr. Lin says. At this moment, she became more determined to have a good relationship with Lin Fan. Someone who doesn't care about more than 4 million people is definitely not an ordinary person. Soon, Lin Fan used the super rich system to pay for the car at 4.3 million. Mr. Lin, let's add each other as friends. If you have any problems with your car in the future, you can contact me directly. Gao Ximin took out her cell phone and looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Okay. Lin Fan nodded, took out his cell phone and added Gao Ximin as a friend. When they added each other as friends, Gao Ximin rubbed the back of Lin Fan's hand with her fair and slender hand. Lin Fan suddenly felt a tingling sensation. What delicate hands! Boss Gao is really good at teasing people, he is simply a seductress. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. After adding Gao Ximin as a friend, Lin Fan walked out of the VIP room and found Zhang Liao in the sales hall. Lin Fan, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that you are a hidden tycoon. Zhang Liao smiled bitterly. Until now she couldn't believe that Lin Fan was a wealthy man who owned the Centurion Black Gold card. But the facts were before her, and she had to believe it. Squad leader, I hope you can keep today's events a secret for me. In return, if you need any help from me in the future, just let me know. Lin Fan has become so rich that he has no friends. He also wants to continue studying and living normally at Haidong University, so he does not want to reveal his identity. Okay, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Zhang Liao nodded heavily, and then said with gratitude, Lin Fan, thank you very much for allowing me to get a very considerable commission. Monitor, you are too polite. This is just a small favor. I'm leaving now. See you at school. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile, then got into his Mercedes-Benz S650 and drove away. If Yang Chanshan knew that Lin Fan was a hidden billionaire, she would definitely regret it. Zhang Liao looked at the Mercedes-Benz S650 driving away and thought of Yang Chanshan who had broken up with Lin Fan, and thought with relief in her heart. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz S650 and left the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store. What to do next? Of course, buying a house. Since he was a child, he has always wanted to have a home of his own. When he was very young, his parents died in a car accident. His second uncle, Lin Guodong, became his guardian and received nearly 3 million in compensation from his parents. I thought my uncle and aunt would be very nice to him, but it turned out to be a nightmare. He was beaten almost every day, and the only things he ate were the leftovers from his second uncle's family. He was often not full, which led to his long-term malnutrition and made him extremely skinny. It was not until he was in high school that his second aunt could no longer bear to see him and took him away for 2 years. After that, he stayed with his eldest aunt for more than a year. Although his second aunt's family and his eldest aunt's family were nice to him, he always felt like a dependent. Therefore, wanting to have a home of his own has been his dream since he was a child. Haidong International Residence. This is the community with the highest housing prices in the entire Haidong province. The average price starts from 300,000 renminbi. Lin Fan drove a Mercedes-Benz S650 to the sales office of Haidong International Mansion. As soon as I entered the sales hall, a beautiful sales lady came to greet me with a smile on her face. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? But soon the smile on her face froze, and she cursed in her heart that it was bad luck. It was because she noticed that Lin Fan was wearing cheap clothes and looked like a poor guy, so she concluded that Lin Fan could not afford to buy a house here. That's right, I plan to buy the most expensive house here. Lin Fan nodded. Sir, you want to buy the most expensive house here? Are you kidding? Do you know how much the most expensive house here is? Sales lady Sister Chang suppressed her anger and asked with a sneer. There's no need to know. It doesn't matter how much money it is. Lin Fan replied calmly. He now has 100 trillion a month. Buying a house is easier for him than buying a few dollars of breakfast for ordinary people. There is really no need to know the price. Sister Chang had a helpless look on her face and was about to open her mouth to ridicule Lin Fan harshly. At this time, a fat, bald middle-aged man with a big gold necklace around his neck walked into the sales hall from outside. Someone come over and entertain this gentleman. Sister Chang waved behind her, then left Lin Fan and walked towards the bald middle-aged man with a smile on her face. Mr. Luo, you're here again? Have you decided to buy the house you looked at before? Miss Chang, don't worry, I will definitely buy the house. I just need to look at it a few more times and compare it. Mr. Lu looked at Sister Chang with lustful eyes. Mr. Lu, as long as you are determined to buy it, I will make sure you are satisfied. Sister Chang understood the underlying meaning of Mr. Lu's words, gritted her teeth, and answered with a smile. Hey! It seems like you won't get my commission on buying a house. Lin Fan was not angry when Sister Chang abandoned him, but he just sighed in his heart. Soon, a 20-year-old sales lady walked up to Lin Fan. Sir, are you planning to buy a house? The young sales lady asked politely. Her name is Lu Jiajia. She has been working as a sales lady in the sales department of Haidong International Mansion for less than a month and is the easiest newcomer to bully. Any client that the experienced sales lady doesn't want to serve can be directly passed to her. Just now, several sales ladies were willing to come out to greet Lin Fan and pushed her out. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. Lu Jiajia was delighted. She came from a small place and had a simple mind. She thought that maybe she could open a business. Then please come this way, sir. Take a look at the building model first. I'll tell you about the prices of various apartment types. If you like the apartment type, I'll take you to see it. Lu Jiajia smiled and invited Lin Fan to the building model. No need to look at the building model, no need to explain the price, I want to buy the best apartment here. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly. Lin Fan now has 100 trillion every month, so he doesn't need to think about so many things. He can just buy the best. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jiajia was stunned, and many people present also turned their eyes over. Chapter 7, Sky Villa Number 1. You don't need to look at the property model or understand the price. He said right from the start that he wanted to buy the best apartment. This kind of customer is unprecedented. Is this just deliberate bragging or is it because he is stupid and has a lot of money? Sir, the best apartment here is of course the Sky Villa Number 1, which is built on the top floor of building number 1. The total area of the villa is 1,300 square meters and the value is 430 million. Lu Jiajia was stunned at first, then slowly explained to Lin Fan. Since the number 1 Sky Villa is the best unit, let's buy the number 1 Sky Villa. Lin Fan asked calmly with a calm expression. Sir, are you sure you want to buy Sky Villa Number 1? Lu Jiajia's mouth was wide open. Sure. Sir, please wait a moment, our manager and finance department will be here soon. After that, Lu Jiajia excitedly took out the intercom and shouted, Is Manager Luo here? Please bring the finance department to the lobby. A gentleman wants to buy the Sky Villa Number 1. She was not worried that Lin Fan was fooling her. Even if Lin Fan was really fooling her, it didn't matter. She would not lose anything anyway. But if this is true, she will become rich overnight after getting the commission. Received. A sweet voice came from the intercom. No way, this gentleman is not really going to buy the number 1 Sky Villa, that's 430 million. That gentleman's attire doesn't look like that of a rich man, but he doesn't seem to be joking since we are about to go through the formalities. Xiao Jia has only been working for less than a month. If she really sells the number 1 Sky Villa, then she is really lucky. All the sales ladies in the sales hall came over to talk about it, even sales lady Chang and Mr. Lu came over. After all, that was the number 1 Sky Villa worth 430 million. Who wouldn't want to see if the deal was actually successfully concluded? Not long after, a beautiful manager in her 20s wearing a black business suit came over, followed by a financial staff member. Sir, are you sure you want to buy the number 1 Sky Villa worth 430 million? The beautiful manager asked Lin Fan. Yes. Lin Fan replied. Okay, wait a moment, we will prepare the purchase contract for you right away. The beautiful manager spoke to Lin Fan politely and respectfully, and then asked Lu Jiajia to prepare the contract immediately. Sure. No problem. Lin Fan nodded casually. Soon, the contract was ready. Lin Fan took a look at it and thought it was okay, so he was about to transfer the money. Sir, would you like to transfer money or pay by card? Transfer the money. While Lin Fan was casually playing with his phone, he used the system in his mind to transfer 430 million to the bank account specified in the contract. Everyone in the sales hall gathered around the front desk, holding their breath, wondering if Lin Fan could really buy the Sky Villa Number 1 worth 430 million. A few seconds later, a mechanical voice came from the front desk computer. Successfully received a transfer amount of 430 million. All of a sudden, 6 or 7 tall sales ladies, including the beautiful manager, all gasped. The number 1 Sky Villa worth 430 million was actually bought by a young man. Lu Jiajia was completely stunned and her hands were shaking with excitement. 1% of 430 million is 4.3 million in commission. She really became rich overnight. Sister Chang felt extremely regretful. Originally, the 4.3 million commission should have been hers, but she pushed it to Lu Jiajia. She wanted to slap herself a few times. In order to sell this house worth 40 million yuan, she has been accompanying the bald rich man Mr. Lu for almost half a month, and the contract has not been signed yet. It is estimated that she will have to be disgusted for another half a month before she can earn the 400,000 yuan commission. When she thought about how Lu Jejia sold the number 1 sky villa worth 430 million with just a few words and made an easy profit of 4.3 million, she almost wanted to die. The other sales ladies present all looked at Lu Jejia with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They now regretted why they did not come out to receive Lin Fan and gave the opportunity to Lu Jejia. Mr. Lin, this is the key to your sky villa number 1. Thank you for helping me sell sky villa number 1. Thank you so much. Lu Jejia brought the villa key to Lin Fan and bowed several times to express her gratitude. Don't be so polite. Your name is Lu Jejia, right? Lin Fan smiled and waved. Lu Jejia has a straightforward and simple personality, and Lin Fan has a very good impression of her. Yes, Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Jejia. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Is it convenient for you? Lu Jejia said sincerely. She really wanted to thank Lin Fan, and she also knew that some homebuyers would take advantage of sales ladies like them. But Lin Fan was so sunny and handsome, and she was willing to have dinner with him even if something really happened. Let me treat you to a meal. I'll also need you to help me contact a cleaning company to clean the villa. I want to move in tonight. Lin Fan smiled slightly, then turned and walked out. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Lu Jejia followed Lin Fan with a smile and walked out of the sales lobby together. Who said Lu Jejia is a fool? I think she is very smart and can even make connections with rich people. Humph. She was definitely pretending to be innocent before. I guarantee she will throw herself out there tonight. As soon as Lu Jejia and Lin Fan left, many sales ladies spoke ill of Lu Jejia with contempt on their faces. In fact, they all wished they were Lu Jejia and wished they could throw themselves at Lin Fan. Young, handsome, super rich, and if you have the chance to pay for him, you would be a fool not to do so. Lin Fan got the car and took Lu Jejia to Haizhou Private Kitchen for dinner. This was the answer Lu Jejia gave him when he asked her where was the best place to eat in Haizhou City. Now that he has 100 trillion every month, his standards for food must naturally be raised to the highest level. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan and Lu Jejia arrived at Haizhou Private Kitchen. Haizhou Private Kitchen looks like an ancient residence from the outside, with a plaque of Haizhou Private Kitchen hanging on the door. Is this the most famous place to eat in Haizhou City? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled. In fact, this place is very close to Haidong University. He has passed by here several times and did not see anything special about it. Mr. Lin, Haizhou Private Kitchen is definitely the best place to eat in Haizhou City. I learned this from listening to our manager chatting with a customer. Perhaps guessing the doubts in Lin Fan's mind, Lu Jejia hurriedly explained. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Lin Fan nodded, then took the lead to step into Haizhou Private Kitchen. As soon as he entered Haizhou Private Kitchen, Lin Fan believed Lu Jejia's words a little more. This Haizhou Private Kitchen is really a place with a lot of secrets. Apart from other things, the lobby alone is very large and decorated in an antique style. Lu Jejia? A surprised female voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 8 Haizhou Private Kitchen. I saw a heavily made-up woman walking towards the lobby lounge. Sister Zhang. Long time no see. Lu Jejia turned around and said with a smile. Sister Zhang used to be Lu Jejia's colleague. Half a month after Lu Jejia joined Haidong International Mansion, she started falling in love with a house-buying client and then resigned. Lu Jejia, is this your boyfriend? Sister Zhang nodded, then asked puzzledly. Sister Zhang, don't get me wrong. Mr. Lin is my client. He just invited me here for dinner. Lu Jejia quickly explained. Lu Jejia, you must be careful when choosing a man. Nowadays, many men like to pretend to be rich and specifically try to deceive girls like you who don't have much social experience. I know that several sisters have been deceived and ended up losing their money and beauty. Sister Zhang, you really misunderstood. Hey! I know that you young people are easily blinded by emotions when you meet young and handsome men. After a few years, you will understand that handsome men cannot be used as food. When you look for a man, you must look for a rich, good, and practical man. Believe in your Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang will not harm you. Lin Fan glanced at Sister Zhang, who was wearing heavy makeup. Is this woman entering menopause early? Or is there something wrong with her brain? I just came here to have a meal, why did I provoke you? Lin Fan was just about to say something back to Sister Zhang. Xiaoli, is this your friend? At this time, a middle-aged man came over and put his arm around Sister Zhang's waist. The moment Lin Fan saw Sister Zhang's boyfriend, he immediately lost the desire to retort to Sister Zhang. He is about 1.6 meters tall and weighs at least 170 pounds. It would be fine if he was as fat as a short man, but he was also bald and quite old, probably around 50 years old. No wonder he started to criticize Lu Jiajia right from the start. This is 100% out of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Brother Wang, this is my former colleague. Sister Zhang explained to her boyfriend, and then said with a bit of boasting. Lu Jiajia, if you really want to go in for dinner, my brother Wang's friend will be here soon, let's see if we can take you in. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Sister Zhang and walked inside. No need, Sister Zhang, Mr. Lin and I can go together. Lu Jiajia replied with a smile, then quickly followed Lin Fan. Shaoli, let's go over and take a look too. Okay, I also want to see how frustrated they are when they can't go in to eat. Sister Zhang and her boyfriend also followed Lin Fan in. Excuse me, are you here for a date or to have dinner on your own? When Lin Fan and Lu Jiajia were about to reach the front desk of Haizhou Private Kitchen, a beautiful waitress in Cheongsam came up to them and asked. We came here to eat by ourselves. Lin Fan nodded. Which private room did you book? I'll take you there, the beautiful waitress in Cheongsam said politely. I haven't booked a private room yet. Can I do it now? Sir, I'm sorry, our Haizhou Private Kitchen only serves members. Oh, then I'll apply for a membership now. When Lin Fan heard that Haizhou Private Kitchen only served members, he immediately thought that Haizhou Private Kitchen was very high-end and wanted to apply for a membership card immediately. Sir, I'm sorry, but you need a certain status to apply for a membership card of our Haizhou Private Kitchen. You can't just pay money to get one. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam answered politely, but her face showed a helpless expression. Hey! You must be embarrassed. You don't even know how difficult it is to eat at Haizhou Private Kitchen, yet you have the nerve to come here to eat. Sister Zhang shook her head and sneered in a low voice. After saying that, she looked at her boyfriend with admiration. Although her boyfriend doesn't have a membership card for Haizhou Private Chef, a friend of hers does. Feeling Sister Zhang's admiring gaze, Sister Zhang's boyfriend hugged Sister Zhang with a proud look on his face. Many people sitting in the lounge area of the hall also pointed at Lin Fan and laughed at him in low voices for being ignorant. They are not eligible to go in and dine, and are waiting here for their friends with membership cards to come and dine together. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I only knew that Haizhou Private Chef was very famous, but I didn't know it was like this. Lu Jiajia said apologetically. It's okay. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand, then took out the Centurion Black Gold card and handed it to the beautiful waitress in Cheongsam. Then see if you can apply for a membership card with this card. If not, I'll think of other ways. Since the requirements for dining at Haizhou Private Kitchen are so high, the dishes here must be very expensive. In order to spend more money and accumulate super rich points faster, he had to apply for this membership card today no matter what. If it really doesn't work, call Zhang Jian and ask him to think of a solution. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam glanced casually at Lin Fan's Centurion Black Gold card. But soon, her face changed drastically and she looked shocked. Sir, you have the Centurion Black Gold card? Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, if I remember correctly, it should be. I wonder if this represents a certain status and whether I can apply for a membership card. Hearing Lin Fan's question, the beautiful waitress in Cheongsam felt like crying but had no tears. Is it possible? It's really too much. The Centurion Black card is a credit card with no upper limit. Without a certain status and assets, one is not eligible to hold it. They couldn't find many members who held Centurion Black Gold cards at Haizhou Private Kitchen. If even those who hold the Centurion Black Gold card are not eligible to apply for a membership card, then no one in the entire Haizhou city is qualified to dine with them. Sir, you hold the Centurion Black Gold card, so you can apply for a membership card at our Haizhou Private Kitchen. Please follow me to the front desk to apply. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam was very enthusiastic and led Lin Fan to the front desk with a smile. Centurion Black Gold card? Sister Zhang's face looked extremely ugly. This slap in the face came too quickly. Watching Lin Fan walking to the front desk, she glanced at her bald boyfriend again and instantly felt that the wealthy boyfriend she used to be proud of was no longer attractive. Mr. Lin, the membership card has been processed for you. We use membership cards to settle accounts here. You need to top up the membership card first. A top up of 1 million is for ordinary membership. Top up. The front desk clerk looked at Lin Fan with a smile and explained politely. Then let's charge 100 million first. Lin Fan interrupted the front desk clerk before she could finish her words. Recharge, 100 million? The front desk clerk looked confused and asked in disbelief. That's right. The Western food I just had at Caesarea restaurant is not to my taste. I'm not full yet. Let me top up 100 million first and try it out. Lin Fan nodded. Suddenly, everyone in the Haijiu private kitchen hall gasped. Chapter 9 Recharge 100 million. Recharge 100 million. Everyone present was extremely shocked. Just now, when they heard that Lin Fan held the Centurion Black Gold card, they were also shocked, but they were even more surprised that Lin Fan was very rich. But this is still within their acceptable range. Even if they have not seen a wealthy person holding a Centurion Black Gold card, they may have heard of it. However, it was unheard of for Lin Fan to recharge 100 million into a membership card. 100 million is a huge sum of money that can be used to start a big business and create more wealth. Lin Fan actually directly recharged the membership card of Haijiu Private Chef. He simply didn't treat 100 million as money. Okay, Mr. Lin, do you want to pay by card or by bank transfer? The front desk clerk was stunned for a moment, then asked politely. Transfer the money. Okay, Mr. Lin, this is the payment account designated by our Haijiu Private Chef. After a few seconds, a mechanical sound came from the computer. Successfully collected 100 million yuan. Mr. Lin, this is your membership card, please keep it safe. This is the highest level membership card. You can choose any vacant private room in our Haijiu private kitchen. Which private room do you plan to dine in? The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam handed the membership card to Lin Fan from the front desk clerk and asked enthusiastically. At this moment, her eyes were burning as she looked at Lin Fan. Just take me to the best private room here. Lin Fan didn't think much about it and just asked for the best. The best private room in our Haijiu private kitchen is room number 1. Please follow me. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam walked to the front to lead Lin Fan and Lu Jia, twisting her hips hard to show off her sexy figure in order to attract Lin Fan's attention. Not long after, Lin Fan and Lu Jia, led by the beautiful waitress in Cheongsam, came to the private room number 1. The number 1 private room is decorated in an antique style and is decorated with many antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Lin Fan stood at the window and looked out, only to find that Haijiu private kitchen was not small in scale, covering an area of at least several thousand square meters. All of Haijiu private kitchen's buildings are garden style, and the number 1 private room where he is located is on the top floor in the center of the many buildings. Mr. Lin, this is the menu, take a look at what you want to order. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam asked enthusiastically. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, you don't need to look at the menu. Just serve the most expensive dishes here. Just follow the standard of 1 million. Mr. Lin, there are only 2 of you. If you spend 1 million, is that too much? I'm worried. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously. Don't worry about whether it's a lot or not, just serve me the food according to the consumption standard of 1 million. Lin Fan waved his hand, interrupting the beautiful waitress in Cheongsam. Eating here can cost a lot of money, so you naturally can't miss the opportunity to spend a little more money. Lin Fan also planned to see how many dishes there were worth 1 million yuan. If they were not particularly many, he planned to raise the consumption standard to 2 million yuan per meal next time. Accumulate super rich points, start from small things. Okay, Mr. Lin, everything will be done according to your wishes. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam bowed slightly and spoke warmly and generously. Oh, yes, I want to book your number 1 private room for a long time. Please prepare 3 meals a day for me. If I don't have time to come, just throw the food away. Please arrange it for me. Okay, Mr. Lin, there is absolutely no problem with your request. Soon, the dishes were served one after another, and in a short while the table was full. There are all kinds of world-famous dishes such as shark fin, suckling pig, abalone, lobster, king crab, bird's nest, French foie gras, RB tomahawk steak, caviar, and Spanish ham. Every dish is delicious and tasty, which arouses people's appetite at first sight. There are also 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Wow! I've never seen such a luxurious meal in my life. Seeing the table full of delicious dishes, Lu Jia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ms. Lu, please have your meal. Lin Fan greeted Lu Jia with a smile, then took the lead in picking up his chopsticks. In fact, it was the first time for him to see such a luxurious meal. Wow! Mr. Lin, these meals are so delicious. Lu Jia took a few bites of the food and couldn't help but praise it. Miss Lu, if you like eating, come over and eat with me every day. It's boring to eat here alone anyway. Lin Fan said casually. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Lu Jia looked surprised. Really? Lin Fan nodded. That's great. Let me thank you, Mr. Lin. Lu Jia said with joy on her face. Lin Fan and Lu Jia were chatting and laughing while eating. The beautiful waitress in Cheongsam standing by looked at Lu Jia with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. We are all waiters, why is there such a big difference? Why doesn't any rich man like me? The office of the chairman of Haizhou Private Kitchen. Chairman Zhao Juanhao was drinking tea leisurely. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Mr. Zhao, we have an extraordinary customer at Haizhou Private Kitchen. Zhao Juanhao's assistant came in and reported excitedly. Extraordinary? Aren't all the clients we Haizhou Private Chef entertain extraordinary? Zhao Juanhao asked back casually. Mr. Zhao, this customer is a young man holding a Centurion Black Gold card. The assistant quickly explained. Centurion Black Gold card? That's a truly extraordinary customer. We must treat him well in the future. When Zhao Juanhao heard this, his expression became much more serious and he nodded reservedly. They have so many member customers at Haizhou Private Kitchen, and there are also several member customers holding Centurion Black Gold cards. Now suddenly there is one more, and he has become calm. Director Zhao, holding a Centurion Black Gold card is nothing? This customer recharged 100 million to the membership card. Seeing that Zhao Juanhao was still not interested, the assistant quickly continued. Recharge 100 million? Are you sure? Zhao Juanhao asked back in disbelief. Mr. Zhao, I've confirmed it. The assistant nodded heavily. At this moment, Zhao Juanhao's heart was filled with turmoil and he could no longer remain calm. He stood up and paced around the office, trying to figure out how to get along well with Lin Fan. How strong must the financial strength be for someone who can recharge 100 million into his Haizhou Private Kitchen membership card and use it to eat out to be able to do that? At least he had never heard of it. Director Zhao, there is new information. I just heard from Shena, the hostess Mr. Lin, that Mr. Lin and his two companions ordered dishes worth 1 million yuan. And we have to book the number 1 private room for a long time and prepare meals for him 3 times a day. If he doesn't have time to come and eat, then we have to throw away the prepared meals. Zhao Juanhao was about to give his assistant some instructions when the assistant continued. When Zhao Juanhao heard this, he was shocked beyond words. Chapter 10 Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingqing's determination. 3 meals a day are all worth 1 million yuan. If you don't have time to eat them, just throw them away. This is simply not treating money as money. Lao Luo, can you change your habit of speaking half of your words and leaving the other half? You must immediately check the identity and background of this Mr. Lin. You must find a way to establish a good relationship with Mr. Lin. Zhao Juanhao scolded his assistant and asked him to investigate Lin Fan's identity and background. Boss Zhao was right. I was just shocked by this incident and got so excited that my old bad habits came back. The assistant smiled again and again, but soon he suggested, Boss Zhao, would it be better if you come over in person to toast Mr. Lin and get to know him? Zhao Juanhao shook his head and said, Mr. Lin's rank is much higher than mine. It would be too abrupt for me to go over and toast him now. I can wait a day or two and ask him if he is satisfied with our service when he finishes his meal. Mr. Zhao, you are absolutely right. I will go check Mr. Lin's identity background now. The assistant said with a smile, then turned and left. On the other side, Haidong International Apartment. Lu Mingcheng, chairman of Hengxing Real Estate Company, happened to be at Haidong International Apartment to inspect the sales situation of Haidong International Apartment. Haidong International Apartment is a high-end residential complex built by Hengxing Real Estate Company. Lu Mingcheng is very concerned about the sales of Haidong International Apartment. Director Lu, you're here. I was just about to call you to report something, and you just happened to be here, so I'll report it to you. As soon as Lu Mingcheng walked into the sales hall of Haidong International Apartment, the sales manager came to greet him. Manager Ma, just tell me what's going on. Lu Mingcheng nodded casually. Manager Ma told Lu Mingcheng in detail how Lin Fan came to buy a house today and bought the number 1 Sky Villa very readily. Are you talking about Mr. Lin, who bought the number 1 Sky Villa worth 430 million with just a few words? After hearing this, Lu Mingchen was also shocked. He actually bought the number 1 Sky Villa worth 430 million without even looking at the house or even the building model. He is a boss with a net worth of over 10 billion, but he has never seen such a straightforward person. Suddenly, he decided in his heart that if he had the chance to meet Mr. Lin in the future, he must get to know him well. Ring, 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 ring. Just then, Lu Mingqing's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhao Juanhao, the owner of Haizhou Private Kitchen, who called, he answered the call casually. Mr. Zhao, how come you have time to call me today? Director Lu, I have something very important to tell you. Okay, go ahead and tell me. I'll listen. I want to know what exactly is going on that makes you, Mr. Zhao, so mysterious. Mr. Lin came here today. Do you know him? He was accompanied by an employee from the sales department of your Haidong International apartment. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Juanhao recounted in detail how Lin Fan had recharged 100 million yuan. If you recharge 100 million yuan for food, you will have to prepare million standard meals for 3 meals a day, and you will just throw it away if you don't have time. How rich is this person? Director Zhao, I don't know this Mr. Lin either. I have something to tell you. Mr. Lin bought the number 1 Sky Villa worth 430 million with just a few words. I think Mr. Lin's background is extremely complicated. We need to plan carefully and build a good relationship with him. After the shock, Lu Mingqing became more determined to have a good relationship with Lin Fan and told Zhao Juanhao his suggestions. Director Lu, great minds think alike. We need to plan carefully. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mingqing couldn't wait to ask the sales manager, Manager Ma, did Mr. Lin go out with an employee from the sales department? Yes, Sky Villa number 1 was sold by the new Lu Jia, and Mr. Lin invited her out for dinner. Manager Ma replied quickly. Give me Lu Jia's phone number. Okay, Mr. Lu. Jia, you can order whatever you want to eat, you're welcome. Mr. Lin, there are already so many dishes, enough? Lin Fan likes Lu Jia's straightforward and simple character. Being with Lu Jia is like being with family, easy and casual. After everyone got to know each other, Lin Fan no longer called Lu Jia Miss Lu, but affectionately called her sister Jia. He also asked Lu Jia to call him by his name, but Lu Jia still insisted on calling him Mr. Lin. Just then, Lu Jia's phone rang. Mr. Lin, excuse me, I have to answer a call. Lu Jia apologized to Lin Fan, then stood up and walked aside to answer the phone. Excuse me, is this Lu Jia? I am your chairman Lu Mingqing. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Mingqing's extremely polite voice was heard. Director Lu? I'm Lu Jia. May I ask what instructions Director Lu has for you? Lu Jia did not expect that Chairman Lu Mingqing would call her personally, and she seemed a little flattered. There are no instructions. Are you having dinner with Mr. Lin now? Yes. Mr. Lin invited me to dinner at Haizhou Private Kitchen. Okay, then you should have a good meal with Mr. Lin first and maintain a good relationship with him. When you return to the sales office, come to my office first. Okay, Mr. Lu, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jia deeply felt that Lu Mingqing's attitude towards her was very good. She thought about it and realized that this was all because she and Lin Fan had a closer relationship. Mr. Lin, I'm almost done eating. Thank you very much for treating me to a meal. I'm going to go back first. I still have to contact the cleaning company to clean the villa for you. Lu Jia felt that Lin Fan was really good to her, and all she could do now was to complete the tasks Lin Fan had asked her to do. Jia, you're full so quickly, I won't eat anymore, I'll take you home. Lin Fan stood up and planned to go back to Lu Jia. Mr. Lin, no need, I can just take a taxi back, you can just eat for a while. Lu Jia quickly waved her hand to refuse. Well, then, Sister Jia, please be careful on the road and remember to come here to eat every day. You promised me that. Lin Fan nodded, not forcing it. Yes, I will come over to have dinner with you every day, Mr. Lin. Lu Jia turned around and left with a smile, feeling happy. She knew very well in her heart that Lin Fan was truly kind to her and did not have any ulterior motives towards her like other men. After Lu Jia left, Lin Fan calmed down and opened the super rich system in his mind, wondering how much effect it would have after adding the super rich points. Chapter 11, Spending 11 Million Gifts. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 99,999,360,000,000 yuan. Currently 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. The amount can be increased randomly. Constitution, 16 weak plus. Spirit, 25 normal plus. Skills, plus can be increased freely, consuming godly points. Super rich points, 5 for every 100 million spent, plus 1 super rich point will be awarded. There is a plus sign behind each of the 3 areas, physique, spirit, and skills, and the total number of rich points is now 5. My health is not very good now, so of course improving my physical fitness is my priority. Lin Fan added all 4 points of super richness to his physical fitness without hesitation. The number in the physical fitness column went from 16 to 20. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt warm and comfortable. His weakness and frailty caused by malnutrition over the years miraculously began to improve. I feel full of strength all over my body. After observing my body carefully, I found that it had become a lot stronger. Can a super rich person's points have such a magical effect? If I increase my physical fitness to 100 points, will my body be stronger than that of a boxing champion? After adding 4 points to his physical fitness, Lin Fan added another point to his spirit to see what the effect would be. As the spirit column changed from 25 to 26, he felt his eyesight improved and his mind became clearer. However, compared with his physical condition, the improvement in his spirit was not obvious, so Lin Fan decided to improve his physical condition first and make up for his depleted body. You must work hard to spend money and accumulate more rich points faster. His physical condition had improved a lot, and Lin Fan was in a much happier mood. He took out his mobile phone and opened the Douyin app to watch the live broadcast. Playing Douyin is a little hobby of Lin Fan in his spare time. Seeing that the anchor Xueqier he followed was broadcasting live, Lin Fan clicked on it directly. Xueqier is a female anchor that Lin Fan started following when he first started playing Douyin, and he has been following her for more than 2 years. Lin Fan could be said to be one of Xueqier's earliest fans. He remembered that when Xueqier first started airing the show, there were only a few fans. After more than 2 years of hard work, she now has more than 30,000 fans. Xueqier's live broadcast room has also grown from having only a few viewers in the beginning to having hundreds of viewers now. Lin Fan likes to listen to Xueqier's voice, and he likes to listen to the songs she sings even more. I have given small gifts of $1 a few times before to show my support. In fact, in Lin Fan's opinion, Xueqier could do better because Xueqier had good conditions. But she never shows her face. She always wears a rabbit mask when she broadcasts live, relying purely on her voice to attract fans. In the current live broadcast environment, it is naturally difficult for Xueqier to win the favor of the rich and powerful. After all, there are only a few rich people who come here specifically to listen to singing, but the vast majority of them come here to see the beautiful women. Although Xueqier has a pleasant voice, sings beautifully, and works very hard, she is ultimately still just a small anchor. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Lin Fan heard Xueqier singing the song later, which he was very familiar with. Xueqier performed very emotionally. Not long after a song was finished, gifts started to appear in the live broadcast room. However, these gifts are just small gifts worth a few dollars, $10 or $20, and there is not even a gift worth $100. Thank you very much for the gift, Brother Sinyu. Thank you very much for the gift, Sister Shinru. Thank you very much for the gift from Brother Zingi Unliushui. Xueqier thanked them one by name. In the past 2 years, Xueqier has not shown up to please others in order to make more money, and has always kept her original intention unchanged. Lin Fan really appreciated this kind of persistence. He was just worrying about how to spend his money, so giving a reward to his favorite female anchor was a good choice. So Lin Fan used the super rich system to recharge 20 million to the Douyin platform. Then he started giving gifts to Xueqier. Choose the Star of the Universe, the most expensive gift on the platform, which costs 2,888 yuan each. Xueqier was expressing her gratitude to the fans who had given her gifts in the live broadcast room. She can receive hundreds of dollars worth of gifts during her 4 or 5 hours of live streaming a day. After splitting it in half with the platform, I can get 200 or 300. She is already very content with this, because she is still a college student and has not yet entered the society. In fact, she should know that she can make more money after showing her face. After more than 2 years of live streaming, many wealthy people have sent her private messages, wanting to meet her in person and promising to help her vote for the charts, but she has rejected them all. She understood that was a deal, she had no shortage of money and did not need such a deal. The most important thing is that she studies music and wants to be a singer in the future. She wants to conquer her fans and gain their support through her singing. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in Swekier's live broadcast room. Is this the special effect of the cosmic star? She has been live streaming for more than 2 years and she has never received a cosmic star, but she has seen it in other anchors' live broadcast rooms. She also dreams of one day gaining the true love of fans and being crowned as a star of the universe. Is this dream going to come true? Swekier wanted to see clearly who gave her the cosmic star. But it was too late. The second dazzling light appeared again. The third time. The fourth time. The special effects light of the cosmic stars is endless. Pingfan Wookie gives the anchor Swekier a Universe Star X10. Ordinary and Unusual presents the anchor Swekier Universe Star X11. Ordinary and Unusual gift to anchor Swekier Universe Star X99. If more than 99 cosmic stars are sent continuously, they will not only dominate the live broadcast room of the anchor, but will also be automatically promoted on the entire Douyin platform. Suddenly, countless live broadcast rooms saw a rich man appear in Swekier's live broadcast room. In an instant, many people who came to watch the fun flocked into Swekier's live broadcast room. The number of people soared from over 300 to over 2,000, and was still increasing rapidly. Thank you very much for the Universe Star sent by Pingfan Wookie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Swekier loves you. Swekier was stunned, and it took her a long time to react. She quickly expressed her gratitude. However, this is just the beginning. The special effects of the cosmic star are still going on. Ordinary and Unusual presents the anchor Swekier Universe Star X666. Ordinary and Unusual presents the anchor Swekier Universe Star X999. Ordinary and Unusual presents the anchor Swekier Universe Star X3999. In the end, the number of cosmic stars sent by Linfan was fixed at 3,999. It was really because he was a little tired of giving out gifts. Swekier's live broadcast room exploded, with the number of viewers soaring to 200,000. Fuck, this ordinary guy is awesome. The ordinary big man is mighty. Does the ordinary boss still need accessories? Swekier was completely stunned. What does 3,999 stars in the universe mean? If converted into money, it would be more than 11 million. If she gets half, she will get more than 5 million. She looked at the person who was sending gifts. His name was Pingfan Wookie. He had been following her for a long time, but he had only sent her gifts worth $1 or $2 a few times. She never expected that he would send her so many gifts at once today. Swekier thought that Pingfan Wookie had given her so many gifts, and he would definitely send her a private message asking for her WeChat ID. She had been waiting for a private message from Pingfan Wookie, and was struggling with whether she should agree if Pingfan Wookie asked her out. After all, Pingfan Wookie had given her gifts worth more than 10 million yuan, so it was only natural for her to express her gratitude when they met. But what if Pingfan Wookie made excessive demands? Swekier was so conflicted that she couldn't concentrate on the live broadcast, but she waited and waited but no ordinary private message came. This made her curious about Pingfan Wookie. He gave her more than 10 million gifts but didn't even ask for her WeChat account. What kind of person is Pingfan Wookie? Swekier couldn't help it anymore and took the initiative to send a private message. Thank you for the gift, could you please give me your WeChat ID? When Linfan saw Swekier's private message, he sent her his WeChat account. After a while, Swekier added him. Little brother, thank you very much for giving me so many gifts. It's okay. I've been listening to you sing for more than 2 years, and I've only paid $1 or $2 a few times. I'm really embarrassed. I'll make it up to you all at once today. Thank you for your support, brother. I will sing for you if I have a chance. My real name is Li Sweki. What is your real name? My name is Lin Fan. Next, the two of them chatted about everything under the sun for a while, and Li Sweki would occasionally say thank you to Lin Fan. As we were chatting, a phone call suddenly came in. Gao Simin? She called me so quickly, what's the matter? Lin Fan muttered to himself and answered the phone casually. Chapter 12 Gao Simin is bullied. Boss Gao, what can I do for you? Mr. Lin, I have already taken care of all the procedures for your license plate. You got the license plate formalities done so quickly? Boss Gao is so efficient. To do things for Mr. Lin, I have to be more efficient. May I ask where you are now, Mr. Lin? I'll come find you, drive your car to register it, and then send it back to you. Oh, I'm eating at Haijiu Private Kitchen now, come over. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Fan hung up the phone with a smile. He didn't expect Gao Ximin to be so efficient. I just bought the car an hour or two ago. Now all the procedures have been completed and I can register it. This is incredibly fast. Lin Fan was interrupted by Gao Ximin's call while watching the live broadcast, so he didn't plan to continue watching. He ate his meal while waiting for Gao Ximin. Lin Fan has quit the Douyin platform. However, the entire Douyin platform did not return to peace because of his withdrawal. Especially those big anchors, none of them can stay calm. Don't be fooled by the fact that many big anchors seem to be very glamorous on the surface, with rich people often giving them gifts worth millions. There are even some beautiful anchors and wealthy tycoons who spend millions in a flash to compete for the top spot on the list. But these are actually all fake rich guys, who have people from their guilds helping them to farm. They can't get a penny of that big money, and it can only go to those who follow the crowd and give small gifts. Just now, a little-known anchor had her live broadcast room flooded with gifts worth more than 10 million. This is a truly wealthy tycoon. They will definitely do everything they can to make him their leaks and make a fortune. In a short period of time, many people have conducted in-depth research on Swekier's live broadcast room, thinking about how to snatch that rich guy away. The ID Pingfen Wookie is almost known to everyone on the Douyin platform. On the other side, Gao Ximin came to the lobby of Haijiu Private Kitchen with an excited look on her face. She had gone to Haijiu Private Kitchen with others to dine 2 or 3 times, but she was not eligible to apply for a membership card. When she learned that Lin Fan was actually eating in Haijiu Private Kitchen, she became even more determined to cling to the legs of this great Buddha, Lin Fan. When she thought about how she had spent over $1 million to get a very good license plate number for Lin Fan HiAC 666C, she admired her own wisdom and decisiveness even more. Gao Ximin took out her cell phone and dialed Lin Fan's number, and the call was quickly connected. Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the lobby of Haijiu Private Kitchen. Oh, you're here now, why don't you come in and have something to eat together? No need, Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you in the lobby. Just come out whenever it's convenient for you. Gao Ximin politely declined Lin Fan's invitation to dinner. She thought that her relationship with Lin Fan was not yet at the point where they could have dinner together. If Lin Fan was just being polite and she took it seriously, it would be a bit awkward. Okay, I'll go out now. I've almost finished eating. Okay, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Gao Ximin felt happy. Lin Fan asked her if she wanted to have dinner together. Whether it was just a courtesy or serious, it at least proved that she left a good impression in Lin Fan's heart. Boss Gao, long time no see. Suddenly, a weird voice sounded. Gao Ximin turned around and saw a middle-aged man with his arms folded across his chest, looking at her with interest. Boss Liao, long time no see. Gao Ximin smiled awkwardly. The middle-aged man's name is Liao Qiwei. 10 years ago, the Liao family was considered a top family in Haicheng. But later, due to the disastrous failure of several large investments, the Liao family quickly declined. However, Liao Qiwei took advantage of the many people he knew in the business world in previous years and started doing brokerage business, introducing some small bosses to bigger bosses. Gao Ximin had asked Liao Qiwei for help several times, but after realizing that Liao Qiwei had other intentions towards her, she decisively cut off contact with Liao Qiwei. During this period, Liao Qiwei asked her out several times, but she declined his requests for meetings with various reasons. Boss Gao, it's really too difficult to meet you once. Are you planning to cross the river and then burn the bridge? Liao Qiwei said sarcastically. Mr. Liao, we only have business dealings. I asked you for help before and I paid you. There is no dispute between us. Gao Ximin straightened up and responded to Liao Qiwei with confidence. Gao Ximin, why am I willing to help you? Don't you know what's going on? Are you pretending to be stupid here? Do you really think you are so great just because you own 3 4S stores? You can ignore me, Liao Qiwei. Let me tell you, even though my Liao family is in decline now, it's easy for me to make you unable to survive in Haijiu. Liao Qiwei snorted and said coldly. Hearing this, Gao Ximin fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Liao Qiwei was not exaggerating. If Liao Qiwei really targeted her, it would be difficult for her to survive in Haijiu. Boss Gao, you are a smart man. You should know what is important and what is not. You should know in your heart how much help I can provide you if you want Haijiu to expand your business. Liao Qiwei thought that Gao Ximin didn't say anything because she was giving in, so he reached out and tried to put his arm around Gao Ximin's waist while talking with a smile. Mr. Liao, please be more respectful. Gao Ximin pulled Liao Qiwei's dirty hands away with disgust and subconsciously stepped back. Bang! When Liao Qiwei saw Gao Ximin dodging, he became angry and rushed forward and slapped Gao Ximin in the face. You bitch, you're pretending to be innocent in front of me, right? Liao Qiwei pointed at Gao Ximin and cursed at her. Liao Qiwei, what gives you the right to hit people? Gao Ximin covered her beaten face with her hands and glared at Liao Qiwei. I'm going to hit you, what can you do to me? Liao Qiwei snorted coldly with an extremely arrogant attitude. Boss Gao, what's going on? Just then, Lin Fan walked up to Gao Ximin and asked with concern. He had just walked out of the number 1 private room and saw Gao Ximin being beaten as soon as he arrived in the lobby. Oh, Gao Ximin, you are amazing. I was wondering why you didn't even want to see me during this period. It turns out you have a gigolo. Liao Qiwei looked at Lin Fan, who was standing next to Gao Ximin, and said in a sarcastic tone. When Gao Ximin heard this, her face changed drastically. Lin Fan is a person who holds the Centurion Black Gold card. If he was mistaken for a gigolo because of her, she would have offended Lin Fan. Liao Qiwei, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Lin bought the car from my 4S store, and I just helped him get the license plate. I advise you to apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. If you offend Mr. Lin, you will be in big trouble. Chapter 13. Zhao Juanhao takes the initiative to show his goodwill. Gao Ximin loudly scolded Liao Qiwei, then turned around and apologized to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry that you were misunderstood because of my matter. It's okay, Boss Gao, I don't mind. Lin Fan waved his hand, then looked at Liao Qiwei and said calmly, Boss Liao, no matter what happened, it's wrong for you to hit someone. Just apologize to Boss Gao and let's just forget about it. Gao Ximin must have spent a lot of money to smooth things over in order to get the license plate for his Mercedes-Benz, otherwise it would not have been done so quickly. No matter what Gao Ximin's purpose was, he had to acknowledge Gao Ximin's favor, so he wanted to seek justice for Gao Ximin. Gao Ximin, this pretty boy you raised is really good at pretending. Have you already agreed with him that you can scare me like this when you see me next time? I'm so scared now. Liao Qiwei laughed loudly, and then made exaggerated gestures of fear. After saying that, he looked at Lin Fan again, shook his head and said, Boy, you came out to act with Gao Ximin, but you didn't even spend a bit of money to package yourself. You are really unprofessional. Lin Fan ignored Liao Qiwei, but he had already planned to teach him a lesson. Liao Qiwei waved his hand impatiently at Lin Fan and said, Poor boy, get out of here right now. You also. But he had only said half of his words when a cold snort sounded. Liao Qiwei, you are so majestic. I saw Zhao Juanhao, the chairman of Haizhou Private Chef, walking towards me aggressively, followed by several staff members. After Zhao Juanhao had just talked on the phone with Lu Mingcheng, he guessed that Lin Fan's identity and background must be very complicated, and was thinking about how to get to know Lin Fan and get closer to him. Not long after, I heard the lobby waiter call and say that Mr. Lin had an argument with someone. After learning about this situation, he was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity to get closer to Lin Fan. So Zhao Juanhao immediately rushed over with his men. Boss Zhao, you must be joking. I don't look impressive in front of you. As soon as he saw Zhao Juanhao, Liao Qiwei immediately became like a mouse seeing a cat. He wilted and kept putting on a smiling face. Zhao Juanhao used to be a well-known figure in Haizhou City's underworld. At the peak of his career, he retired from the industry and opened this Haizhou private kitchen. In the entire Haizhou City, both the black and white worlds have to give Zhao Juanhao some face. Faced with a person like Zhao Juanhao, Liao Qiwei naturally felt scared. Liao Qiwei, you are becoming more and more courageous now. Mr. Lin is the most distinguished gold card VIP client of my Haizhou private kitchen. How dare you speak rudely to me? Do you think you don't take me, Zhao Juanhao, seriously? Zhao Juanhao snorted and said coldly. After that, he walked up to Lin Fan and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, I am Zhao Juanhao, the owner of Haizhou private kitchen. I'm very sorry that we didn't do our job well and you were offended. I would like to solemnly apologize to you here. Lin Fan laughed, Mr. Zhao, you are too serious. It's not a big deal, just a small misunderstanding. Zhao Juanhao was so polite to him and took the initiative to show goodwill, so he naturally had to give Zhao Juanhao some face. Seeing this, Liao Qiwei broke out in a cold sweat and trembled all over. It turned out that Gao Ximin did not lie to him, and Lin Fan was really someone he could not afford to offend. He had never seen Zhao Juanhao being so polite to anyone. Gao Ximin's eyes lit up. Zhao Juanhao, the owner of Haijiu Private Chef, was so respectful and polite to Lin Fan, so Lin Fan's identity and background must have exceeded her previous expectations. Pa! Pa! Liao Qiwei slapped himself hard. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. I solemnly apologize to you, and I hope you will be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. Liao Qiwei slapped himself hard on the face and apologized to Lin Fan. You apologize to Boss Gao. If she forgives you, then let's just forget about it. Lin Fan said lazily. He really had no interest in arguing with a small-time man like Liao Qiwei who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Boss Gao, I was wrong before. I solemnly apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. Liao Qiwei walked up to Gao Ximin and bowed deeply to apologize. Okay, I accept your apology. Gao Ximin nodded, and a big stone in her heart finally fell. Since Liao Qiwei apologized so profusely in front of her today, he no longer has the face to bother her again. She turned her head and looked at Lin Fan secretly, her eyes full of gratitude. After receiving Gao Ximin's forgiveness, Liao Qiwei left in disgrace. Mr. Zhao, thank you very much for this time. Lin Fan said lightly. Zhao Juanhao quickly apologized with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. You are the most distinguished gold card VIP customer of my Haijiu private kitchen. I have done what I should do. I will be satisfied if you don't blame me for not doing my job well. Okay, I have something else to do now, so I'll leave first. We'll talk next time when we're free. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Zhao Juanhao sent Lin Fan to the gate of Haijiu private kitchen before returning. Lin Fan took Gao Ximin to the parking lot to pick up the car. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for this time. Gao Ximin said with gratitude. Boss Gao, don't be so polite. It's just a small favor. Here are the car keys. Please give me a call after you have registered the car. I'm going to go around and take a look. Lin Fan chuckled and handed the car keys to Gao Ximin. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll call you when the time comes. It shouldn't take long. Gao Ximin nodded heavily. After Lin Fan handed the car keys to Gao Ximin, he turned and left. Looking at Lin Fan's receding back, Gao Ximin felt a little discouraged. In order to meet Lin Fan, she even dressed up deliberately, but Lin Fan's eyes didn't even linger on her for long. I don't believe there is a cat in this world that doesn't eat fish. Gao Ximin comforted herself in her heart, then got into the Mercedes-Benz S650, started the car and left. Lin Fan walked slowly, taking a stroll after dinner. 40 minutes later, he unknowingly arrived at a small park near the back gate of Haidong University. This is Haidong University's dating paradise, where he and Yang Shanshan used to often go on dates. Lin Fan did not feel sad when he revisited the old place. Now that he had the super-rich system, an extremely wonderful life was waiting for him. Yang Shanshan broke up with him because she was unlucky. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, his cell phone rang. When he saw it was Gao Ximin calling, he answered the call casually. Mr. Lin, the license plate has been installed. Where are you now? I'll send it to you. I am now in the small park near the back gate of Haidong University. Okay, I know that place, I'll be there soon. Well, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan played games on his mobile phone while waiting for Gao Ximin to send the car over. Lin Fan, why are you here? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked up and saw Yang Shanshan looking at him with contempt. Chapter 14, AC666C Mercedes-Benz debuts. Yang Shanshan, why can't I stay here? Could it be that you have bought this place? Lin Fan didn't have a good impression of Yang Shanshan now, and replied unhappily. Don't be embarrassed. You are here just to see if I will appear here and to see me more. But I can tell you that no matter how infatuated you are, it's useless. We've broken up and there's no possibility between us anymore. I hope you can be more free and easy. Be a man and stop pestering me. Yang Shanshan chuckled, as if she had seen through Lin Fan. Stuck with you? Yang Shanshan, you think too highly of yourself. Lin Fan shook his head and sneered. I broke up with you, and you were so sad that you vomited blood, but you're still being stubborn. But it's normal for you to be sad. After all, you'll never find a girlfriend as beautiful as me in your life. Yang Shanshan scolded Lin Fan in a proud and arrogant manner. Lin Fan turned around impatiently, too lazy to pay any more attention to Yang Shanshan. Seeing this, Yang Shanshan was stunned. She thought Lin Fan would definitely ask for a reconciliation and ask for another chance and so on. Although she no longer wanted to be with Lin Fan, she still enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by someone. But she never expected that Lin Fan would ignore her. Lin Fan, no matter what your purpose is in coming here, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Lu Chao will be coming to pick me up in a Mercedes soon. When he sees your poor appearance, he will be unable to resist and humiliate you. If you get so angry that you vomit blood again, that will be bad. Yang Qianqian seemed to be giving a kind reminder, but in fact she was trying to show off and persuade Lin Fan to leave. Lin Fan still ignored Yang Qianqian and started playing with his phone. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz S350 sedan stopped beside Lin Fan and Yang Qianqian, and Lu Chao walked out of the car. Hey, isn't this Qianqian's good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend Lin Fan? Lu Chao looked Lin Fan up and down and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Lu Chao, I just found out today that you like second-hand goods so much. Your girlfriend is second-hand, and even your car is second-hand. Lin Fan shook his head and sneered. The news that Lu Chao had bought a second-hand Mercedes-Benz S350 that was 80% new had spread all over the school, and Lin Fan had also heard about it. Ha, a poor guy who doesn't even own a second-hand Volkswagen has the nerve to laugh at my second-hand Mercedes-Benz S350. I have to say, you are very good at comforting yourself. Lu Chao was not angry, but laughed out loud. Lin Fan, you are a poor loser and you have the nerve to comment on my boyfriend's Mercedes. Even if Lu Chao's Mercedes-Benz S350 is second-hand, he spent more than 800,000 yuan to buy it. Do you have one? You are a typical example of sour grapes. Yang Qianqian crossed her arms and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz S650 with the license plate number AC666C slowly stopped in front of Lu Chao's Mercedes-Benz S350. Brother Chao, AC666C, the license plate number of that Mercedes-Benz is very beautiful. Yang Qianqian immediately showed an envious look, thinking that if she had a car with a license plate number like this, it would definitely attract countless people's attention. Well, a license plate number like this would be worth at least several million. Lu Chao nodded and commented like a professional. Millions? This boss Gao is really generous. When Lin Fan heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The door of the Mercedes-Benz S650 opened, and Gao Ximin, who looked like a queen, walked out of the car. Lu Chao's eyes suddenly lit up and he was directly amazed. Whether in terms of temperament, appearance or figure, Gao Ximin is definitely better than Yang Qianqian. If she were in Haidong University, she would definitely be a school beauty goddess. Mr. Lin, I have already registered your car. Are you satisfied with this license plate number? Gao Ximin walked over with a smile on her face, handed the car keys to Lin Fan, and said respectfully. Suddenly, Lu Chao and Yang Qianqian looked extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. This slap in the face came too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking Lin Fan for not spending more than 800,000 yuan to buy a second-hand Mercedes-Benz S350. But the next moment, a stunning beauty handed Lin Fan the key to a new Mercedes-Benz S650 worth more than 4 million yuan, and it had a good license plate number, AC666C. This license plate number is good, I'm very satisfied. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Boss Gao, you must have spent a lot of money on this license plate number, I'll transfer 10 million to you later. Several million for the license plate, and several million is compensation for Gao Ximin's hard work. Mr. Lin, you don't have to give me any more money. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you are satisfied. Gao Ximin quickly waved her hand to refuse. No, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have to give you the money. Lin Fan insisted on paying. If he spent 10 million, he could accumulate 1/10 of the points of the super rich. How could he miss it? Well, then, I'll listen to you, Mr. Lin. These two are. Gao Ximin nodded reluctantly in agreement, then pointed at Yang Qianqian and Lu Chao and asked in confusion. Lin Fan shrugged and laughed. That woman is my ex-girlfriend. She broke up with me yesterday in order to get together with this rich man in front of me. Gao Ximin burst out laughing. Mr. Lin, your ex-girlfriend is so short-sighted. Let's not talk about them anymore. I'll take you home first. Lin Fan greeted Gao Ximin and walked straight towards his Mercedes-Benz S650. Gao Ximin followed Lin Fan closely and said with a smile, Okay, then I'd like to thank Mr. Lin for sending me off. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz S650 with the license plate number AC666C drove away. Lu Chao and Yang Qianqian were still stunned until Lin Fan and Gao Ximin left. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could that Mercedes-Benz S650 with the license plate number AC666C belong to a poor guy like Lin Fan? Lu Chao muttered to himself, unable to believe this was true. Lin Fan, the poor boy whom he looked down upon the most, suddenly became very rich. Not only was her car much better than his, but the woman around her was even better than his previous girlfriends. This was really hard for him to accept. Brother Chow, I think that poor guy Lin Fan must have spent money to rent a car and hire people to perform such a drama today because of the blow we dealt to him before. How can a poor guy like him afford such a nice Mercedes-Benz? Yang Chanxian analyzed with certainty. She didn't believe, nor did she want to believe, that Lin Fan would suddenly become very rich. This explanation was the most reasonable one in her opinion. Yes, you are right. Lin Fan is just a poor guy. How could he afford a Mercedes-Benz S650 with a license plate like AC666C? It's really childish to spend all your money and effort to put on such a show. When Lu Chao heard this, he felt that Yang Chanxian's analysis made a lot of sense and he immediately laughed out loud. In Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz S650. Mr. Lin, if you hadn't left earlier, I would have wanted to pretend to be your girlfriend and provoke your ex-girlfriend. The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing, and Gao Ximin smiled and started a topic. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed. No need, she's not worth wasting my precious time. Spending as much money as possible and accumulating as many rich points as possible is his real job. Oh, right, why did you get beaten today? Would you mind telling me about it? If not, just pretend I didn't ask. Lin Fan was curious and asked casually. Chapter 15, A New Look at Gao Ximin. If someone asked me, I really wouldn't want to tell you. But Mr. Lin, I want to tell you that Gao Ximin hesitated for a moment, then smiled and told her story and the reason why Liao Qiwei beat people. After listening to this, Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Gao Ximin in admiration. Because her family was poor, Gao Ximin went out to work after graduating from junior high school. Through 10 years of hard work, he went from having nothing to owning tens of millions of net assets in 3 4S stores. This is simply a bit legendary. Of course, during these 10 years, she took advantage of her outstanding looks to get along with many men who were fond of her, and climbed up step by step with the help of those men. In short, Gao Ximin was born with strong communication skills and was good at using them. Coupled with continuous further study, she finally achieved today's results. Mr. Lin, will you look down on me? Gao Ximin asked cautiously. No, on the contrary, I admire you very much. Lin Fan shook his head and answered seriously. Really? Gao Ximin showed a surprised smile on her face. Really? Lin Fan nodded heavily. Oh, yes, Boss Gao, I plan to buy all the best license plates in Haizhou City, and then buy a few nice cars in a few days. Can you get this done? Money is not a problem, even 10 billion or 800 million is fine. Lin Fan suddenly thought of a way to spend the money and quickly changed the subject. A license plate number like High AC666C costs several million, so wouldn't T-bomb numbers like High A88888 and High A99999 be even more valuable? What's more, he is a super rich man now, and he deserves to own a car with a license plate number like High A88888 or High A99999. 1 billion or 8 billion doesn't matter. When Gao Ximin heard this, he was extremely shocked. Lin Fan's nonchalant tone when he spoke just now clearly showed that he didn't care about the 10 billion or 80 billion. How rich is Lin Fan's assets? At least hundreds of billions. It's terrifying when you think about it. However, Gao Ximin did not know that even though she had repeatedly raised her estimate of Lin Fan, she still greatly underestimated Lin Fan's financial strength. If she knew that Lin Fan made 100 trillion a month, she would probably be scared to death. Mr. Lin, if you don't care about the money and are determined to get it, there is no problem at all. I can do it for you. After a moment of shock, Gao Ximin answered in a firm tone. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Okay, I'll trouble you with this matter. After it's done, I will thank you very much. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It is my honor to do something for you. Gao Ximin responded with a smile. After sending Gao Ximin back to her Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership and transferring 10 million yuan to her, Lin Fan said goodbye to Gao Ximin and drove around. A few hours later, he drove to Haidong International Apartment and prepared to return to his new home, Sky Villa No. 1, to rest. Lin Fan drove his Mercedes-Benz S650 to the gate of Haidong International Apartment Community and saw Lu Jiejie standing at the gate looking around at his car. Sister Jia, what are you doing here? Lin Fan stopped the car and got out. Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you here and will show you the way as soon as possible. Lu Jiejia's face was full of excitement when she saw Lin Fan. Jia, I can just ask the security guard when I come back. Why do you have to wait here for me to come back? Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lu Jia chuckled, that's different, I just want to lead the way for Mr. Lin in person. Lin Fan smiled and asked, if I have something to do and don't come back tonight, will you wait here until dawn? Well, I'll wait until dawn. Lu Jia nodded heavily without thinking. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly again, a little confused as to why Lu Jia was so persistent. In fact, what Lin Fan didn't know was that Lu Jia had her own reasons for doing this. When Lu Jia returned to the sales department, Lu Mingcheng learned that she had a good relationship with Lin Fan, especially after Lin Fan suggested that she go to Haizhou Private Kitchen for dinner every day. Lu Mingcheng immediately gave her a promotion and a raise. She was a newcomer who had been working in the sales department for less than a month, but was directly entrusted with the important task of becoming the sales manager. All she needed to do was to maintain a good relationship with Lin Fan, and when the time was right, help Lu Mingcheng arrange a dinner with Lin Fan. Lu Jia knew that this was all because of Lin Fan, so she was very grateful to Lin Fan. What she is thinking about now is to do her best to provide better service to Lin Fan and solve some small problems in life for him. Okay, let's go over there, get in the car. Lin Fan really couldn't do anything about the cute and silly Lu Jia, so he asked her to get in the car. No need, Mr. Lin, I can just ride my motorcycle in front to lead the way for you. Lu Jia waved her hand, then walked happily to the side, rode a motorcycle and walked in front. Lin Fan shook his head and drove behind Lu Jia's motorcycle. Not long after, Lin Fan, accompanied by Lu Jia, arrived at Sky Villa No. 1. As soon as he arrived at the door of Sky Villa No. 1, Lin Fan was shocked. This sky villa is worthy of being called the king of buildings, and its decoration is so luxurious that it is astonishing. Lin Fan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window that was more than 10 meters long and 3 meters high. The beautiful night view of the entire Haizhou city was in full view. Looking up, there was an unparalleled sea view. This is also the highest place in the Haidong International Apartment Community, which makes people feel standing on the top of the mountain, overlooking all the mountains below. Mr. Lin, this is the No. 1 Sky Villa. All the floor-to-ceiling windows here are made of bulletproof glass imported from abroad. These bulletproof glasses have been tested and ordinary missiles cannot blow them up. The cost of these bulletproof glass alone is more than 10 million. The luxurious ceiling above your head was also specially customized from France. This is the living room. This is the study. This is the bedroom. This is the entertainment room. Lu Jia accompanied Lin Fan and kept introducing things to Lin Fan. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jia took Lin Fan to the second floor of the villa, where there was an indoor swimming pool. Mr. Lin, the water quality of this indoor swimming pool is very pure. It has been filtered and purified many times and has reached the standard of being directly drinkable. Arriving at the second floor of the villa, Lu Jia continued to introduce it to Lin Fan. Jia, you think I'm a guest who's looking at the house? Sit down and have a rest. You've been standing outside for so long. Lin Fan smiled and asked Lu Jia to sit down. Lu Jia covered her mouth and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's just a professional habit. Oh, by the way, Jia, where do you live? Do you always ride a motorcycle to get off work? Lin Fan thought of the scene of Lu Jia riding a motorcycle just now, and felt that something was wrong, and suddenly became a little curious. I live in Hongfu community and I ride my motorcycle to work all the time. I can save a lot of money in the long run. Lu Jia replied with a chuckle. When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed for Lu Jia. Chapter 16. It is the most difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. Lu Jia is very beautiful, with a perfect figure and appearance, but her face is very pale. Lin Fan knew that this was caused by long-term malnutrition. Perhaps Lu Jia was just as reluctant to eat and wear as he was before. Every time he sees Lu Jia, he would think of his past self, so Lin Fan would be extra concerned about Lu Jia. Jia, it's already very late, you should stay here tonight, and you can move in here starting tomorrow. Lin Fan thought about it and said seriously. Ah. Lu Jia was stunned when she heard it, then she lowered her head with a blushing face and fiddled with the corner of her clothes shyly. Mr. Lin, we are doing that now, isn't it a bit too fast? I am not mentally prepared yet. That? Too fast? Not mentally prepared? Lu Jia, don't you think I want to have sex with her? Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly explained, Sister Jia, you misunderstood. I think Hongfu community is so far away and it's so late now. It's not safe for a girl like you to ride a motorcycle back home. There are so many rooms here anyway, you can just stay here. Hearing this, Lu Jia realized that she had been thinking wrongly. She lowered her head even lower in shame, and her face became even redder. At this moment, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. She thought Mr. Lin wanted to do that to me? Sister Jia, don't go back tonight. You are more familiar with this villa than I am. You can stay in any room you want. After saying that, Lin Fan left immediately to avoid embarrassing everyone. As soon as Lin Fan left, Lu Jia went downstairs and found a bedroom to lie down. What does Mr. Lin mean? Is he trying to imply that he likes me and wants me to live with him? Do I have a chance? Lu Jia couldn't calm down for a long time. I need to be more reserved. Something like what happened tonight can't happen again. When Lu Jia thought of what she had said to Lin Fan before, she felt embarrassed again. Lin Fan returned to the bedroom and was about to play mobile games for a while when Gao Ximin's WeChat message came. Gao Ximin, Mr. Lin, are you asleep? Lin Fan, not yet. I plan to play for a while before going to sleep. Gao Ximin, Mr. Lin, there is something I want to explain to you. Although I have been dealing with many men over the years, I have always known how to act in a proper manner and have not let any man succeed. Please believe me. Why are you explaining this to me? Lin Fan was a little confused. He thought for a while before replying a message. Lin Fan, I believe you. Actually, you don't have to explain to me. Gao Ximin, I care about your opinion very much, so I must explain. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself to see if I am genuine. Try it yourself? Gao Ximin's message caught Lin Fan off guard. When he thought of Gao Ximin's beautiful face and hot body, he could hardly bear it. We can't continue chatting, or something bad will happen. Throwing down his phone, Lin Fan quickly took a cold shower to calm down. After he got the super rich system, within just one day, two women, Lu Jia and Gao Ximin, who were very fond of him, appeared around him. Gao Ximin even wanted to pledge herself to him. Although the two of them liked him because he was rich, it could not be denied that they were both first-rate women in terms of character, appearance, and figure. What is Yang Chanqian? In front of Lu Jia and Gao Ximin, she is at least several blocks away. Ah! It's the hardest to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. After taking a cold shower, Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of Haizhou City outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. After expressing his feelings, he went back to his bedroom to sleep. The next day, Lin Fan slept until almost noon before getting up, leaving Sky Villa No. 1, and driving to Haizhou Private Kitchen. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! As soon as Lin Fan walked into the lobby of Haizhou Private Kitchen, several beautiful waitresses in Cheongsam stood in two rows on the left and right, bowing in unison to welcome him. Mr. Lin, your meal is ready. Yesterday's beautiful Cheongsam waitress Xiana came up to us warmly. Lin Fan was a little surprised. There weren't so many Cheongsam beauties standing at the door of Haizhou Private Kitchen yesterday? Could it be that Zhao Juanhao deliberately created this scene just for me? Lin Fan was a little confused and followed the waitress Xiana to the private room No. 1. Your name is Xiana, right? Lin Fan asked Xiana casually after sitting down in the No. 1 private room. Yes, Mr. Lin, my name is Zhong Meina, and everyone here calls me Xiana. What can I do for you? Xiana answered enthusiastically. She was very excited that Lin Fan remembered her name was Xiana. In the morning, did Sister Jia, who accompanied me yesterday, come over for breakfast? Lin Fan asked casually. No, Miss Lu didn't come this morning. Xiana shook her head. When Lin Fan heard this, he took out his cell phone and called Lu Jia. Jia, why didn't you come to Haizhou Private Kitchen to eat this morning? Didn't I tell you to come here for 3 meals a day? Mr. Lin, are you serious? I thought you were joking. Are you serious? Come over right after you get off work at noon, or I'll be angry. Okay, I'm off work now, I'll be there right away. Lin Fan shook his head and hung up the phone. My buddy has a weak constitution, and it would benefit from some rich people's help. You have been malnourished for a long time, and if you don't eat more good food, you might suddenly faint one day. Not long after, Lu Jia also came over. The two finished their meal together and walked out of Haijo private kitchen together. When he arrived at the parking lot, Lin Fan saw Lu Jiajia's motorcycle again. Jiajia, please take my car away. I'm still a student at Haidong University, and it's not convenient for me to drive back to school. Lin Fan took out the car keys and handed them to Lu Jiajia. Mr. Lin, you are still a college student. Lu Jiajia was surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Fan was so rich but still a college student. But what about my motorcycle? Lu Jiajia was a little conflicted. I'll leave your motorcycle alone for now. I'll call you after school. Lin Fan handed the car keys to Lu Jiajia, turned around and left the parking lot, walking towards Haidong University. After arriving at Haidong University, Lin Fan strolled around the campus for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, he rushed to the classroom for class. Brother Fan, this way. As soon as Lin Fan walked into the classroom, his roommate Wu Weizi waved to him. Pang Hongyi and Zhou Pengfei, who were in the same dormitory, were also there. Lin Fan walked over and sat down with a smile. Brother Fan, I heard that you spent 430,000 yuan at Caesarea restaurant, severely slapped the faces of those people from the tennis club, and vented the anger for Weiji and Hongyi. You are so awesome. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Pengfei gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. I got a windfall recently. Now that I have money, I naturally want to help my brother. Lin Fan laughed. Lin Fan, I heard that you recently won the lottery jackpot. You have a little money now, and you are spending a lot of money at Caesarea restaurant. I'm kindly reminding you to be low-key. Since you finally got a windfall, spend it sparingly. Don't waste it. Maybe this is the only big sum of money you can make in your lifetime. Just then, Gu Mingxian, a rich second-generation student in the class, walked up to Lin Fan and said something sarcastic. Chapter 17 Triggering System Penalty Mechanism. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned, looking displeased. Is Gu Mingxian fucking mentally ill? How does my spending have any bearing on you? Lin Fan, you look very unconvinced. I advise you to be honest. You are not from the upper class. No matter how much money you spend, you can't get into the upper class. Gu Mingxian shook his head with disdain on his face. Gu Mingxian, don't use your eyes to speculate about me. Hundreds of thousands are just a small amount of money to me. I can spend it however I like. What's it to you to control me? Lin Fan sneered and directly retorted to Gu Mingxian. Oh my, Lin Fan, I never thought that you, a poor student who needs student loans and has to work several part-time jobs, would suddenly speak in such a loud tone. Okay, since you said that hundreds of thousands are a small amount of money, how much do you plan to donate to the counselor in class? I have donated 20,000, so don't donate less than me. Gu Mingxian looked at Lin Fan with a sly smile. He is a well-known rich second generation in the class. He has always been the center of attention with his generosity and magnanimity in various occasions. He has long been labeled a rich man in the class, and he also enjoys this feeling. But Lin Fan spent more than 400,000 yuan at the Caesarea restaurant, and his tyranny instantly stole his limelight. In addition, Luo Jihua, the president of the tennis club, was also his friend, so he naturally tried to target Lin Fan. In his opinion, Lin Fan spent money so lavishly that even if he had won hundreds of thousands or millions, he would have spent most of it. Now was a good time to embarrass Lin Fan. Donate to the counselor? What happened to the counselor? When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately looked at Peng Hongyi and asked. For more than 2 years in college, Counselor Tan Qingyun has always been very caring towards him. Last semester, Lin Fan failed to pay his tuition on time, so Tan Qingyun paid for it out of her own pocket. Lin Fan has always kept this kindness in his heart. Now, when I suddenly heard that Tan Qingyun needed donations from my classmates, I was naturally very concerned. Brother Fan, Xiao Wenbin from our class went to the First People's Hospital of the city to visit a friend yesterday, and happened to see the counselor in the hospital as well. He asked someone to inquire and found out that the counselor's father was seriously ill and needed surgery. The cost of the surgery would be at least 2 to 3 million yuan. After he came back, he told the class about this matter. During the morning class, our class started organizing donations. Peng Hongyi quickly explained. When Lin Fan heard this, he realized that the counselor had taken leave because his father was seriously ill. How is it? Lin Fan, how much money do you plan to donate? Everyone knows that your counselor paid your tuition fees. She's so kind to you. If your donation is less than mine, that would be totally unacceptable. Gu Mingxian used a sarcastic tone to provoke Lin Fan. All the students in the class turned their eyes to Lin Fan. Just wait and see. If Lin Fan donates less money, Gu Mingxian will continue to mock him. Hey! Even if Lin Fan is ridiculed later, it can only be blamed on him for being too high profile and ostentatious. That's right. A meal cost over 400,000 yuan. Ordinary rich second generations are not that high profile. Many classmates pointed at Lin Fan and talked in low voices. Gu Mingxian, you only donated 20,000? This is too little. How can you afford to donate so much? Lin Fan couldn't stand Gu Mingxian's behavior and retorted casually. I'll donate 200,000 first. There are 4 people in our dormitory, 50,000 each. I'll pay it all. Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. 200,000? Suddenly, the whole class fell silent. Gu Mingxian was about to mock Lin Xian, but he swallowed the words he wanted to say to Lin Fan. All the other students in the class were also shocked, except for the class leader Jiang Liao, who looked calm and not surprised at all. Lin Fan, you are not kidding, are you really going to donate 200,000? Gu Mingxian asked back a little incredulously. Of course. It's just a small amount of money. Is there any need to joke about it? Lin Fan glanced at Gu Mingxian, ignored him, and walked in front of Jiang Liao. Captain Jiang, is the donation money going to you? Yes, Lin Fan, you can scan my payment code. Jiang Liao nodded. Okay. Lin Shen took out his mobile phone and scanned Jiang Liao's payment code. 3 seconds later, Jiang Liao's cell phone beeped. Successfully received 200,000 yuan. All of a sudden, all the students in the class looked at Lin Fan in surprise, but more of it was admiration. They all thought that Lin Fan had won the lottery and had some money, but they didn't expect that he would be so willing to donate 200,000 yuan. Immediately, all the students in the class turned their eyes to Gu Mingxian, pointing and talking. Gu Mingxian's face looked extremely ugly. This slap in the face came too fast and too hard. This is a case of trying to be cool but getting fucked. When he thought of how arrogant he was when he told Lin Fan that he had donated 20,000 yuan, even he felt embarrassed. You're careless. Although Lin Fan doesn't have much money, he spends it lavishly. It looks like I have to wait until he spends all his money before I find a chance to step on him. Gu Mingxian looked at Lin Fan and thought with gritted teeth. Brother Fan, it seems that you really won the lottery jackpot. But even if you won the lottery jackpot, spending 200,000 yuan at once is a bit too much. That's right, Brother Fan, you've scared us with how much money you've spent these past 2 days. Lin Fan returned to his seat and sat down, and Wu Weiji and Peng Hongyi said with concern. It's okay. The counselor was so nice to me before, so it's only right that I donate a little more money to him. Lin Fan laughed. Originally, he wanted to say that all of the counselor's father's medical expenses were covered, but he was worried that his super rich identity would be exposed and he would not be able to get along well with these classmates. Ding! The host has done something that damages his status as a super rich man, triggering the punishment mechanism of the super rich system. If the host cannot take remedial measures within 24 hours, both physical and mental attribute points will be reduced by half. Friendly reminder, if the host does something that damages his status as a super rich person again, the next time the penalty is triggered, his physical and mental attribute points will be reduced to a quarter of the current level. Suddenly, the notification sound of the super rich system rang in Lin Fan's mind. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt like crying but had no tears. A donation of 200,000 yuan shocked the whole class. Just this, it damages your status. Trigger the punishment mechanism of the super rich system. There is simply no place to seek justice. But if you think about it carefully, he is a super rich man who earns 100 trillion a month. He should either not donate or directly cover the medical expenses of several million. A few million is just a small amount of money, and 200,000 is indeed a bit stingy. But Lin Fan is now very conflicted and does not want to reveal his identity. Well, when we get to the hospital, find a chance to ask Counselor Tan Qingyun to pay for her father's medical expenses, and then talk to her privately to see if the case can be lifted. If it doesn't work, then we'll just have to come clean from now on. No more pretending. Chapter 18, Prepayment of 5 million medical expenses. According to the punishment mechanism of the super rich system, only 1/4 of the physical and mental attribute points will be left the second time, and the third time it may be 1/4 of a quarter, which is 1/16. His current physical and mental attribute points are already extremely low. If this punishment cannot be lifted, it will cost him his life. There is no need to punish him again. Well, it's decided. When we get to the hospital, we'll find a way to cover all the medical expenses for Counselor Tan Qingyun's father. Lin Fan made a secret decision in his heart. More than an hour later, after 2 afternoon classes, Zhang Liyao came to Lin Fan. Student Lin Fan, you've donated the most money. Do you want to go to the hospital to visit the counselor together? I have to go. The counselor was so nice to me before. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, then you go with Xiao Wenbin and Gu Mingxian. I've already given the bank card to Xiao Wenbin. I have something else to do, so I won't go. Zhang Liyao nodded, then turned around and hurriedly left the classroom. Looking at Zhang Liyao's back as she walked away, Lin Fan felt that Zhang Liyao had changed a lot during this period of time. She had never been absent from such things before. Without giving it much thought, Lin Fan went to visit Counselor Tan Qingyun with Xiao Wenbin and Gu Mingxian. Sitting in Gu Mingxuan's Audi S6, Lin Fan and his 3 companions quickly arrived at Haizhou First People's Hospital. We arrived at the inpatient department and came to Tan Qingyun's father's ward. When the 3 of them just walked into the ward, Tan Qingyun was massaging her father who was sleeping on the hospital bed. Teacher Tan, we're here to see you. Xiao Wenbin spoke first. Tan Qingyun turned around and looked surprised. Why are you guys here? The moment he saw Tan Qingyun, Lin Fan felt a little sorry for her. Tan Qingyun is the most beautiful teacher ranked first in Haidong University and the dream goddess of many male students in Haidong University. But now, her face is full of fatigue, her dark circles are very obvious, her hair is messy, and she doesn't look like a teacher goddess at all. I don't know what Tan Qingyun went through during this period of time. Teacher Tan, I accidentally saw you in the hospital yesterday, and then I learned that your father was seriously ill, so I took the initiative to tell my classmates. Squad leader Zhang Liyao proposed donating money to you. We are sending this money to you now. A total of 280,000 yuan. Xiao Wenbin explained to Tan Qingyun while handing over the bank card. 280,000? So much? Tan Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Mr. Tan, Lin Fan donated 200,000 yuan on behalf of the 4 people in his dormitory, and Gu Mingxian also donated 20,000 yuan. Xiao Wenbin quickly explained. Take the bank card back. I can't accept this money. I have already taken care of my father's surgery expenses. Tan Qingyun nodded with relief, then pushed the bank card back and waved her hand to refuse. Teacher Tan, this is a gift from our entire class. Please accept it. We will go back like this, and it will be difficult to explain to our classmates when we return to class. Gu Mingxian also stood up to persuade Tan Qingyun. I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept this money. You all should go back. Tan Qingyun refused in a firm tone. Xiao Wenbin and Gu Mingxian wanted to persuade him further when a young man in a suit and tie suddenly walked into the ward door. The young man had a good look, and all his clothes were branded. He also wore a Rolex watch worth over 200,000 yuan, and he looked like a young man from a wealthy family. It's just that he looked a little sick, as if he had been drained by alcohol and sex. Seeing the young man, Tan Qingyun bit her lip and said to Lin Fan and the other 2, my boyfriend is here, you all go back first. Seeing this, Lin Fan and the other 2 had no choice but to leave the ward and go to the corridor. Mingxian, what should we do now? Teacher Tan won't accept us. Xiao Wenbin looked at Gu Mingxian and asked. Teacher Tan refused to accept it, and there was nothing I could do. Her boyfriend seemed like a rich man and might not need our money. Gu Mingxian shrugged and spread his hands. Xiao Wenbin looked at Lin Fan with a questioning look again. You 2 should go back with the bank cards first. I'll go ask Teacher Tan what's going on first. Lin Fan spoke calmly. Okay then. Then we'll go back first. Xiao Wenbin nodded, turned around and left the inpatient department with Gu Mingxian. As soon as Gu Mingxian and Xiao Wenbin left, Lin Fan ran straight to the payment office. He didn't plan to ask Tan Qingyun, but planned to do the thing directly. Hello, how much medical expenses does Tan Dihao, the patient in Ward 308, need to pay? Lin Fan arrived at the payment window and asked the staff. Is Tan Dihao a patient? He has already owed 220,000 yuan in medical expenses. If he doesn't pay, it will be very difficult for us to do business here. The patient needs surgery, the cost of the surgery is 2.8 million, and the surgery can only be arranged after the full fee is paid. Soon, the staff gave a reply. Okay, I'll pay 5 million in advance. I'll make the best arrangements for the patient. Please provide the account number for payment. You're paying 5 million in advance? We don't need that much. It's okay, you can just make up for it when the time comes. But remember to make the best of everything. Okay then, I'll provide you with the account number now. Not long after, Lin Fan transferred 5 million yuan as prepayment for medical expenses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully lifting the punishment. Just after transferring 5 million, the crisp notification sound of the super rich system rang in Lin Fan's mind. So this is actually possible. Remember this lesson. The punishment was successfully lifted, and Lin Fan felt a lot more relieved. Holding the payment slip, he wanted to go over and inform Tan Xingyun, but after thinking about it, he immediately gave up the idea. Is it worth notifying someone for such a small sum of money as 5 million? Are you trying to take credit for it? A super rich person should just get things done. It doesn't matter whether he leaves his name behind or not. Perhaps leaving his name behind is more in line with his status as a super rich person. Thinking of this, Lin Fan gave up the idea of telling Tan Xingyun and left the hospital directly. The 5 million yuan medical expenses have been paid. I believe the hospital will arrange surgery and treatment for Tan Xingyun's father as soon as possible. In the ward. Xingyun, what have you thought about it? The young man sat down and looked at Tan Xingyun with lustful eyes. Look at yourself, you've worked yourself into this state, how can you still look like a stunning beauty? I really feel sorry for you. Why are you doing this? After saying that, the young man reached out and tried to hug Tan Xingyun. Tan Xingyun opened the young man's hand and said angrily, Zhang Yingyu, don't touch me. Don't you just want to get my first time? Why do you have to act so hypocritical in front of me? It's really disgusting. Zhang Yingyu shook his head and chuckled, Xingyun, why do you have to say such harsh words? We've been dating for almost a month, but we have emotional exchanges. You didn't want to sleep with me for such a long time, and I was very uncomfortable. I also had needs. Chapter 19, Shameless Villain Zhang Yingyu. Xingyun, you know that it will cost millions to cure your father's illness. Isn't it only natural that you should make some contribution? Zhang Yingyu looked at Tan Xingyun with a smile, as if he had her in his grasp. Hearing this, Tan Xingyun remained silent, and then began to sob softly. She knew very well that what Zhang Yingyu said was right. Her father's surgery would cost at least 2.8 million yuan, and she was now in despair. The reason why we don't want donations from the class is that even if we have 280,000 yuan, it is far from enough and cannot solve the problem. Hey! Xingyun, why are you so sad? You will have to give this woman your virginity sooner or later. Why can't you give it to me now? Don't worry, I will treat you well. Zhang Yingyu comforted Tan Xingyun with a smile. After saying that, he wanted to reach out and hug Tan Xingyun again. Don't touch me, let me be quiet first. Tan Xingyun refused again. She is now desperate and helpless, and is unwilling to give her body to a disgusting man. A few minutes later, Zhang Yingyu raised his watch, looked at the time, and then looked at Tan Xingyun, who had an expressionless and pitiful look on her face. Seeing Tan Xingyun like this, he did not feel distressed, but became more excited. The more desperate and helpless Tan Xingyun was, the more likely he was to succeed. Xingyun, have you thought about it? Zhang Yingyu asked gently, reaching out again to hug Tan Xingyun. This time, Tan Xingyun did not react at all. She just kept her head down and remained silent, which was considered as her tacit consent. Zhang Yingyu was overjoyed and was about to hug Tan Xingyun and kiss her. Bang! The door of the ward was pushed open. Tan Xingyun, your father's surgery is scheduled for 5 p.m., get ready immediately. Once your father's surgery is over, he will be placed in the VIP ward and 2 of the best nurses will come to take care of him. You can go back and rest then. A young nurse walked in and said. Tan Xingyun was stunned. How come her father was able to have the surgery? The surgery fee of 2.8 million has not been paid yet. Not to mention the surgery fee, the medical fees owed during this period amount to 220,000 that have not been paid. In fact, her father should have had the surgery a long time ago, but he couldn't raise the 2.8 million yuan for the surgery and it has been delayed until now. If she wasn't so anxious, how could she agree to Zhang Yingyu's unreasonable request? Why did the hospital suddenly arrange surgery for her father? Nurse, did I hear you correctly? My father can be scheduled for surgery? Tan Xingyun's face was full of excitement and she asked back in disbelief. Jiang Yingyu beside her was also a little confused. Tan Xingyun's father had been scheduled for surgery, so didn't that mean he couldn't get Tan Xingyun's virginity? You heard it right. Our hospital will arrange surgery for your father as soon as possible, and we will give your father the best possible arrangement. Don't worry. The young nurse smiled, which made Tan Xingyun feel at ease. Tan Xingyun was so happy that she covered her mouth and cried. She didn't expect that when she was most desperate and helpless, her problem was suddenly solved. Who gave the money? This is impossible. Jiang Yingyu's face turned pale and he questioned the nurse loudly. He wanted to know who had ruined his good thing. It was given by a very handsome boy, who paid 5 million yuan in advance and asked us to give him the best in everything. By then, our hospital will make up for the shortfall. As the young nurse explained, she pretended to take something away from Jiang Yingyu, who made her feel a little disgusted. Jiang Yingyu was even more shocked when he heard this. A very handsome boy? Is he a student? Tan Xingyun, who was crying with her hands covering her mouth, was stunned at first, but a figure soon appeared in her mind: Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan had already left the hospital and was planning to go to the school to find Wu Weizi in Pinghangi. We plan to arrange for the two of them to live in Shangyue apartment. Shangyue apartment is the closest and best student apartment to Haidong University. Lin Fan was not worried about triggering the punishment mechanism of the super-rich system. After all, Shangyue apartment could still carry the word the best. Another roommate, Zhou Pengfei, didn't need it. Zhou Pengfei was a rich second generation and had moved out a long time ago to make it easier for him to date his girlfriend. Just as he was walking out of the hospital, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. He saw that it was Tan Xingyun calling, so he picked up the phone. Lin Fan, come back immediately, I want to see you. Tan Xingyun shouted loudly with great excitement. Teacher Tan, do you know about the medical expenses? It's just a small favor on my part, you don't have to worry about it. Lin Fan was indifferent for a moment and replied casually. Come back here. Now. Immediately. Tan Xingyun went berserk. Lin Fan hung up the phone and walked back, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It's not so easy to do good deeds without leaving a name. Ward 308. Jiang Yingyu had already left in great embarrassment, and only Tan Xingyun was left at this time. Tan Xingyun went to wash her face and simply put on her makeup. Although she still looks a little tired, her appearance is already normal. She is a real beauty with a bit of a queen vibe, which makes it easy to be fascinated by her. As soon as Lin Fan walked into the ward, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration in his heart. 26 or 27-year-old Tan Xingyun is really charming, intellectual and mature, and her temperament is incomparably outstanding. Tan Xingyun stared at Lin Fan without saying a word. Teacher Tan, what's wrong with you? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? Seeing that Tan Xingyun's eyes were red and swollen, Lin Fan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Don't mention him anymore, he's not my boyfriend. Tan Xingyun replied angrily. Lin Fan was stunned. How come he is no longer my boyfriend in the blink of an eye? Lin Fan, are you crazy? 5 million, you gave me all that money? What are you going to do? Tan Xingyun was really angry and moved, and her mood was extremely complicated. Teacher Tan, 5 million is just a small amount of money for me now. You don't have to take it to heart. Lin Fan persuaded Tan Xingyun with a smile. After a moment of silence, Tan Xingyun tied up her hair, stood up and bowed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, thank you so much this time. Lin Fan was startled and quickly stepped forward to support Tan Xingyun. Teacher Tan, you don't have to do this. You helped me pay for my tuition before, this is just my way of repaying you. How did you become rich all of a sudden? You can even take out 5 million. I heard that you donated 200,000 to me before, and I really wanted to ask you. After Tan Xingyun bowed to Lin Fan and thanked him, she sat down and spoke with a puzzled look on her face. I got a windfall recently. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Oh, so that's how it is. You finally got your reward after all the hard work. Tan Xingyun nodded with satisfaction and said with emotion, I am lending you this 5 million. When I sell my house in a while, I should be able to pay you back about 1 million first. It's just that. I may have to pay you back the remaining 4 million slowly. You really don't have to pay it back, Teacher Tan, just listen to me. Also, if you sell the house to pay me back, I won't even have a place to live. How can I live with my conscience? Lin Fan quickly waved his hand to refuse. Then, I'll write you an IOU first. When my father gets better, we will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. That's even more unnecessary. I am absolutely confident in Teacher Tan's character. Since they had said so, Tan Xingyun didn't know what to say. She sighed faintly and said with a wry smile, "To be honest, I really don't know how to repay you for such a great favor, Lin Fan." Chapter 20, Giving Lu Jiazhou a Porsche 911. Teacher Tan, if you say that again, I'll be angry. Lin Fan, I really. Knowing that Lin Fan was pretending to be angry, Tan Xingyun wanted to say something else, but Lin Fan did not give her the chance and directly changed the subject. Teacher Tan, what happened just now? That Jiang Yingyu is nothing at all. Just now. Hearing this, Tan Xingyun became a little angry, and slowly recounted in detail how Jiang Yingyu had threatened her. After hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred towards Jiang Yingyu. He was simply a despicable and shameless pervert. Teacher Tan, it's all right now. It's all over. You don't have to be threatened by Jiang Yingyu anymore. Everything will be fine for you. Well, Mr. Tan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Fan comforted Tan Xingyun and then stood up to say goodbye. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and Tan Xingyun was sitting very close to him, which made him a little overwhelmed. Okay. You go back first and don't delay your studies. Tan Xingyun nodded. Lin Fan stood up and fled from the ward. Looking at Lin Fan's back, Tan Xingyun showed a resolute expression on her face, and muttered to herself, "Lin Fan, I will definitely repay you well." Haidong International Apartment Sales Department. It was time to get off work, and the sales staff came out one after another. Lu Jiazhou was also walking in the crowd. She had to go to Haizhou Private Kitchen to eat on time to avoid Lin Fan getting angry. She walked towards the Mercedes-Benz S650 with license plate number AC666C. As soon as she used the car key to unlock the door, she attracted a crowd of onlookers and exclaimed, "Manager Lu, did you buy a new car? It still has that cool license plate number." Manager Lu, this AC666C license plate and this Mercedes-Benz S650 are worth nearly 10 million yuan? Did you pay that million yuan in installments? Manager Lu, I envy you so much. You got a promotion, a raise, and a new car. You must treat me to dinner tonight. How can I afford this car? As soon as I received the commission of more than 4 million yuan, I sent it back home. My family is asking for money. This is Mr. Lin's car. He studies at Haidong University. He doesn't want to drive this car back to school, so he lets me drive it. Lu Jiazhou quickly explained that although she had become a sales manager, she still did not put on airs and treated her employees the same way as before. After a pause, she said apologetically, "I got a promotion and a raise, so I should have treated everyone to a nice meal, but Mr. Lin asked me to go to Haizhou Private Kitchen for dinner every day, and it's not convenient for me to go out to eat. Why don't you just pick a place to eat and I'll go over to pay the bill?" It is a common practice in the workplace to treat people to a meal when getting a promotion and a raise in salary. Even if Lu Jiazhou is very frugal in her daily life, she does not intend to save the money for treating people to a meal. Mr. Lin's car. Go to Haizhou Private Kitchen for dinner every day. When the sales ladies heard this, they felt like they had eaten several lemons and felt sour. Manager Lu, don't bother me. Since it's inconvenient for you during this period, you can treat us to a meal to make up for it when you have the chance in the future. That's right, Manager Lu, you can just invite us again when we have team building. The sales ladies all waved their hands and refused. What are we going to eat tonight? I'm full of lemons. Sister Chang in the crowd suddenly felt extremely heartbroken, as if a sharp knife was stabbing her heart. Everything Lu Jiazhou has now should have been hers. Well, in that case, I'll leave first. If I don't go to Haizhou Private Kitchen for dinner on time, Mr. Lin will be angry with me again. Lu Jiazhou nodded, then got into the Mercedes-Benz S650, started the car, and drove away. I didn't realize that Lu Jiazhou is also a Versailles master. That's right. He emphasized the word every day, as if he was afraid that we didn't know. She just had a meal with Mr. Lin and she held Mr. Lin tightly in her hand. She said she had no tricks. Do you believe it? As soon as Lu Jiazhou left, the sales ladies started talking about her sourly. There are several sales ladies who think they have better figures than Lu Jiazhou. They have been eager to try their luck and are thinking about how to hook up with Lin Fan, who is tall, rich, and handsome. Lin Fan walked out of Haizhou First People's Hospital, picked up his phone and called Lu Jiazhou, asking her to come and pick him up. 20 minutes later, Lu Jia picked up Lin Fan in a Mercedes-Benz S650. Mr. Lin, are we going to Haijiu Private Kitchen for dinner now? Go to the Porsche 4S store and buy a car first. Mr. Lin, are you going to buy a car again? Lin Fan just smiled and didn't answer. Seeing this, Lu Jia didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, Lin Fan and Lu Jia arrived at a Porsche 4S store. Ladies and gentlemen, are you planning to buy a car? Please follow me inside to take a look. As soon as Lin Fan and Lu Jia walked into the sales hall, a beautiful saleslady came forward to greet them. Do you have a red Porsche 911? Lin Fan asked calmly. Yes, sir, this way please. The beautiful saleswoman quickly took Lin Fan and Lu Jia to the front of a red Porsche 911. Sister Jia, do you like this Porsche 911? Lin Fan asked with a smile. This car is very beautiful, I like it very much, but if you drive it, Mr. Lin, I think this red color is not suitable for you. When Lu Jia saw the red Porsche 911, her eyes lit up and her face was full of excitement. As expected, whether men or women, they are equally passionate about pursuing luxury cars. Since you like it, then buy it and take me to pay for the car. Lin Fan nodded and called out to the beautiful salesgirl. Sir, you're buying it now? Take a look at it and test drive it? The beautiful saleswoman had never seen anyone so generous in buying a car, and she exclaimed in surprise. Don't bother with that. It's just a car worth several million. There's no need to waste so much time. Okay, sir, please follow me to the VIP room. The beautiful saleswoman enthusiastically took Lin Fan and Lu Jia to the VIP room. Arriving at the VIP room, Lin Fan used the super rich system to transfer the 3.8 million yuan car payment. Sir, please show us your ID card so I can handle the transfer procedures for you, the beautiful saleswoman said politely and enthusiastically. Use my sister Jia's ID card to handle the transfer procedure. This car is registered under her name. Lin Fan pointed at Lu Jia and instructed the beautiful saleswoman. When these words were spoken, Lu Jia and the beautiful saleswoman were both stunned. They both thought that Lin Fan bought this red Porsche just as a gift for Lu Jia to drive, and that ultimately the car still belonged to Lin Fan as personal property. But now Lin Fan has registered the car under Lu Jia's name, so the car will be Lu Jia's personal property from now on, which is equivalent to giving Lu Jia 3.8 million for free. Chapter 21, First Meeting with Lu Mingcheng. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Lu Jia with eyes full of envy, and felt jealous in her heart, thinking that her figure and appearance were only slightly worse than Lu Jia's, so why didn't there exist a super tall, handsome, and rich man to give her a car? Soon, her eyes turned towards Lin Fan and she made up her mind to get to know this tall, rich, and handsome man. I don't ask for a car registered in my name, just a car that I can drive. Lu Jia kept shaking her head and waving her hands to refuse. Mr. Lin, this Porsche 911 is too expensive, I can't take it. Jia, you know I don't need this little money, and you also said that the red Porsche 911 is not suitable for me. If you don't want it, then we'll just leave and give the car to this beautiful saleswoman. Lin Fan said with a smile. After saying that, he made a gesture to leave. Okay, then I'd like to thank Mr. Lin first. Lu Jia agreed quickly, not wanting to take advantage of the beautiful saleswoman who had been flirting with Lin Fan. Sister Jia, I should be the one thanking you. Lin Fan smiled slightly, and spent another 3.8 million to the fullest, adding to his accumulation of super rich points. The transfer procedures for the Porsche 911 were completed quickly. Lin Fan and Lu Jia walked out to the sales hall and were about to leave the Porsche 4S store. Sir, can I add your WeChat? If you have any problems with this car in the future, or if you want to buy a car next time, you can contact me at any time. The beautiful saleswoman took out her cell phone and spoke in a tender voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jia immediately stared at the beautiful saleswoman with a look as if she were facing a great enemy, and cursed in her heart, "Slut." Lin Fan said calmly, Sister Jia is the owner of the car, add her on WeChat. Hearing this, Lu Jia's expression relaxed, she breathed a sigh of relief, and felt happy. Mr. Lin really has high standards and doesn't like those slutty bitches. Okay then, Miss Lu, let's add each other on WeChat. After being rejected by Lin Fan, the beautiful saleswoman came forward and added Lu Jia on WeChat. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Fan and Lu Jia drove a car each, left the Porsche 4S store one after the other, and came to Haijiu Private Kitchen for dinner. Mr. Lin. As soon as Lin Fan and Lu Jia walked into the lobby of Haijiu Private Kitchen, the beautiful Cheongsam waitresses on both sides bowed slightly and shouted in unison. Instead of calling Lu Jia Miss Lu, Lin Fan was sure that this was specially tailored for him by Zhao Juanhao. Well, this Zhao Juanhao is also a thoughtful person. Lin Fan thought to himself. When they arrived at the number 1 private room, the food had already been prepared. Lin Fan was the first to pick up his chopsticks and start eating with relish. Sister Jia, let's eat. Why don't you eat? Lin Fan asked in confusion when he saw that Lu Jia didn't move. Mr. Lin, no one has ever been as kind to me as you are in my entire life, so there is something I want to tell you. Lu Jia's eyes were filled with tears and she gritted her teeth. Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and smiled. Go ahead. Just tell me what you want to say. Mr. Lin, actually our chairman gave me a promotion and a raise, and I'll be the sales manager. He asked me to maintain a good relationship with you and to find an opportunity to arrange a dinner for him to meet you in the future. You've been so good to me, letting me move into a mansion and giving me a luxury car. But I was with you for a sales manager position with ulterior motives. I feel ashamed. Lu Jia finished sobbing softly and lowered her head in shame. I thought it was some big deal? Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head and laughed. Since your chairman wants to meet me, then call him now and ask him to come over for dinner. When Lin Fan learned that Lu Jia was worried about this matter, he couldn't help but want to laugh. If this kind of thing happened to Gao Ximin, she would not take it to heart at all, but Lu Jia was so distressed that she shed tears. I have to say that Lu Jia's personality and way of thinking are different from others. Mr. Lin, are you serious? You didn't blame me, and you asked me to call our chairman and ask him to come over. Lu Jia burst into laughter, her face full of joy. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Well, it's nothing, how can I blame you? After calling your chairman, have a good meal. That's great. Mr. Lin, you eat first. I'll call our director Lu first. Lu Jia chuckled, then walked aside and called Lu Mingcheng. Office of the Chairman of Hengqin Real Estate Company Haizhou Branch. Chairman Lu Mingcheng sat in the large boss chair, drinking tea leisurely. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Lu Jia calling, so he quickly answered the call. Manager Lu, you called me. Do you have good news? Lu Mingcheng asked impatiently. Director Lu, there is indeed good news. Mr. Lin asked you to come to Haizhou Private Kitchen's number 1 private room to have dinner together. Okay. That's great, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mingcheng's face was full of excitement. Well, we should inform Lao Zhao about this matter. Otherwise, if he knows that I met Mr. Lin alone, he will definitely be unhappy. After calming down, Lu Mingcheng picked up his phone and called Zhao Juanhao. Director Zhao, Mr. Lin will meet me for dinner later, in the number 1 private room of your Haizhou Private Kitchen. Mr. Lu, you are really good. You have connected with Mr. Lin so quickly. When you get to know Mr. Lin, don't forget to introduce him to me. Why introduce him? Isn't Mr. Lin having dinner at your Haizhou Private Kitchen? Go over and toast him a glass of wine. Maybe Mr. Lin will ask you to sit down and have dinner with him. Then you'll all get to know each other, right? Wouldn't that be a bit abrupt? No, believe me. I heard from Manager Lu of my company that Mr. Lin is a very easygoing person. What's more, you stood up for Mr. Lin last time, so you showed your face. Okay, in that case, I'll listen to you, Director Lu. See you in room number 1. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mingcheng's face was full of anticipation. His Lu family's business has now reached a bottleneck, and he hopes that Lin Fan will be his benefactor and help his Lu family to make further progress. Haizhou Private Kitchen's number 1 private room. Lin Fan and Lu Jia were chatting and laughing while eating and waiting for someone. Not long after, Lu Mingcheng arrived at the private room number 1. Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lu Mingcheng, the chairman of Hengqin Real Estate Company. You helped me a lot by buying the number 1 Sky Villa. It helped me to recover a lot of funds. Lu Mingcheng walked over slowly and bowed to Lin Fan with a smile. Mr. Lu, you are so polite. I also want to thank you for taking such good care of Sister Jia. You even promoted her to the position of sales manager. Please take a seat. Lin Fan stood up and welcomed Lu Mingcheng to take a seat. He had a good first impression of Lu Mingcheng, who was a very elegant person. Lu Mingcheng was very polite to him, so he naturally had to be polite as well. Chapter 22, Is Haizhou Private Kitchen for sale? No problem, no problem. Since Jia has won your favor, Mr. Lin, she must have her own strengths. It is only right that she be promoted to sales manager. I plan to train Jia Jiao well and give her more responsibilities in the future. Then thank you, Mr. Lu, for giving me face. I'll toast you a glass. Lin Fan raised his glass to toast Lu Mingcheng. I dare not, I will toast you. Soon, Lin Fan and Lu Mingcheng started drinking and chatting happily. Lu Jiajia stood by and personally toasted them. After a while, the door of the number 1 private room was pushed open. Zhao Juanhao walked in holding a glass of wine, followed by several beautiful waitresses in cheongsams. Mr. Lin, you left in a hurry last time, and I didn't even have the chance to thank you for thinking so highly of our Haizhou private chef and recharging 100 million yuan at one time. I came here specially to toast you a glass of wine today. Thank you very much for supporting our Haizhou private chef. Zhao Juanhao walked over with a glass of wine in hand and said with a smile. Boss Xiao, you are so polite. I came here to thank you for standing up for me last time. Lin Fan raised his glass and drank with Zhao Juanhao. Mr. Lin is a gold card VIP member of my Haizhou private kitchen. It is only natural for me to stand up for you. I wonder if you are satisfied with the food of our Haizhou private kitchen. Zhao Juanhao smiled and tried to get close to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and said, well, it's very good. Compared with Western food, I still like your Chinese food. The food provided by Haizhou private chef really suits his taste. There are not only high-end imperial court dishes, but also common home-cooked specialties. Suddenly, he thought of the super godly system and the super godly identity. Since I like the food here so much, it would be more in line with my status as a super rich man to just buy Haizhou private chef. What's more, buying Haizhou private kitchen will definitely cost you a lot of money and accumulate a lot of super rich points. Oh, by the way. Boss Xiao, I want to discuss something with you. I really like the food here at Haizhou private kitchen. I plan to buy Haizhou private kitchen. I wonder how much you would be willing to sell it to me. Lin Fan smiled slightly and asked casually. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Just because you like Haizhou private kitchen's food, you buy the entire Haizhou private kitchen. That's too willful. Mr. Lin, you are not kidding. After a moment, Zhao Juanhao asked back with a smile. After all, these words were too shocking. He was not sure. It was also possible that Lin Fan was drunk and it was just a joke. I never joke around. Just name a price. I won't bargain. Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. Hearing this, Zhao Juanhao looked embarrassed. This Haizhou private kitchen was used by him to accumulate personal connections and resources. If he sold it, he would be reluctant to do so. Mr. Lin, Boss Zhao's Haizhou private kitchen is not cheap. A conservative estimate is that the initial investment is 70 to 80 billion. Haizhou private kitchen has been operating for many years and has accumulated a lot of connections. If it is sold, it would be appropriate to sell it at a premium of more than 10 or 20 billion yuan. If someone of a slightly lower status took over, it would certainly be worth the money. But with your current status and position, Mr. Lin, if you take over, you won't need to accumulate connections and resources. If you buy it at a premium, you'll feel like you're losing out. Mr. Lin, are you really sure you want to buy it? Lu Mingcheng saw Zhao Juanhao's embarrassment and quickly started to explain, hoping that Lin Fan would back out. He knew that Lin Fan was still a student at Haidong University. In his opinion, the family behind Lin Fan might be very financially strong, but Lin Fan was so young that he might not be able to hold nearly 10 billion yuan in funds. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. He saw that it was Gao Xining calling, so he answered it immediately. Boss Gao, what's the situation with the bomb license plate? A license plate with a bomb number? Lu Mingcheng and Zhao Juanhao looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Lin Fan is so rich, but he doesn't know that this kind of bomb number license plate is extremely difficult to get? Bomb number license plates are usually in the hands of wealthy and face-conscious tycoons or families, and are treated as heirlooms. How can they be easily transferred? Mr. Lin, I have contacted the owners of car numbers A88888, A99999, and A66666. I'm currently offering 50 million to the owner of the license plate A66666, and 100 million to the owners of the license plates A88888 and A99999. They are not very willing to transfer the license plate. I called to ask for your opinion. What's the highest price you can offer? After all, if the price is too high, it's not worth it. Cao Xining was a little dejected. Boss Gao, didn't I tell you before? Money is not a problem. How about this? Hiya 66666 has a budget of 10 billion, Hiya 88888, and Hiya 99999 all have a budget of 20 billion. You should be able to negotiate it down, right? Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. Ah. Mr. Lin's budget for these 3 license plates is 50 billion? If that's the case, there will definitely be no problem, and we can definitely negotiate it. Cao Ximin was so frightened that she was trembling even when she spoke. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. I hope I can get it as soon as possible. I'm also waiting to buy a new car to use the good license plate. Lin Fan nodded and hung up the phone. Hearing this, Lu Mingchang and Zhao Juanhao were extremely shocked. They are willing to give 10 billion for a license plate number like Hiya 66666, and 20 billion for license plates like Hiya 88888 and Hiya 99999. This is simply so generous that he doesn't take money seriously, and so rich that he is inhumane. If that's the case, then why are they still struggling? Why not just sell it directly? In fact, Zhao Juanhao had long wanted to sell Haizhou Private Kitchen. After all, he had been running this Haizhou Private Kitchen for many years and had accumulated a lot of connections, so he could seek greater development. But it has not been sold because people with much lower status than Zhao Juanhao simply cannot afford to pay so much money to take it over. Those who have higher status than Zhao Juanhao have no use for the added value of accumulating connections at Shanghai Private Chef and are only willing to take over at the investment cost price. This led to the fact that Haizhou Private Kitchen could not be sold. Zhao Juanhao was reluctant to sell it to Lin Fan, and was unwilling to sell it at the cost price, which would at least make him feel like he had lost tens or even hundreds of billions. As a good friend of Zhao Juanhao, Lu Mingcheng naturally knew Zhao Juanhao's situation very well and knew his difficulties. Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to buy my Haizhou Private Kitchen? Zhao Juanhao's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to ask. Lin Fan is so generous, if he doesn't take the opportunity to sell Haizhou Private Kitchen, he would be a real fool. Lin Fan nodded, that's right, you name a price. Chapter 23, 14 billion deal. Then Mr. Lin, please wait for 10 minutes. I'll do some calculations and give me a reasonable price. What do you think? Zhao Juanhao asked with a smile, planning to find a place to think about what price would be appropriate. Sure, no problem. Lin Fan nodded. Zhao Juanhao left the number 1 private room with an excited look on his face. A few minutes later, Zhao Juanhao came back and sat down next to Lin Fan. Zhao Juanhao hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lin, I wonder what you think of the price of 14 billion? If you think the price is too high, we can still negotiate. Okay, no problem, let's make it 14 billion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan nodded and agreed without even thinking. Zhao Juanhao was stunned. Did he agree to it right away? Shouldn't he have offered a high price and then bargained for it? This was too unconventional. Lu Mingchang was also shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would directly agree to Zhao Juanhao's sky-high offer. This was simply a case of him being stupid and having too much money. Ahem, Mr. Lin, I thought you would bargain with me, so my offer is a lot higher. I didn't expect you to agree so directly. This makes me seem a bit dishonest. How about you bargain a little more, Mr. Lin? Zhao Juanhao coughed, his face full of embarrassment. He should have been thankful that he could sell Haizhou Private Kitchen for 10 billion yuan. Seeing that Lin Fan was generous, he set his psychological price at around 12 billion, thinking it would be a waste not to make money from the rich. Taking bargaining into consideration, he offered 14 billion. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually agreed to 14 billion directly, which was 4 billion more than the value of his Haizhou Private Kitchen. This is no longer just treating Lin Fan as a sucker, it's simply treating him as a fool. No matter how thick-skinned he is, he would feel embarrassed. No need. Just make a deal of 14 billion. It would be too boring to spend half a day negotiating a small deal like 10 or 20 billion. Lin Fan waved his hands and refused firmly. He is a super rich man now, and he is still bargaining? This is too damaging to his super rich status. What's more, spending less money means getting fewer super rich points, which is something he doesn't allow to see. A small business worth 10 or 20 billion? Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. He doesn't care about 1 or 200 billion. He is definitely a top boss. Since Mr. Lin insists, then I will be disrespectful to refuse. I have taken advantage of Mr. Lin. I offer Mr. Lin 3 glasses of wine. I'll drink them. Please help yourself, Mr. Lin. Zhao Juanhao poured himself 3 glasses of wine with a smile and drank them all in a row. Lin Fan laughed. Boss Zhao, since the deal has been finalized, the handover procedures must be completed as soon as possible. He is now anxious to earn the super rich points and is eager to know what the effect will be if his physical fitness is increased to 100 points. Mr. Lin, the handover procedures are a bit complicated. It may take a few days to complete the handover. You can pay a 10% deposit now, and then we will ask professionals to take over the handover. No problem. I'll transfer 1.4 billion to you now. Soon, the financial department of Haizhou Private Kitchen came over, and Lin Fan used the super rich system to transfer 1.4 billion to the designated account of Haizhou Private Kitchen. Super rich system property panel. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 999,998,860,000,000 yuan. Currently 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. The amount can be increased randomly. Constitution, 21 weak plus. Spirit, 25 normal plus. Skills, plus can be increased freely, consuming godly points. Super rich points, 14 for every 100 million spent, plus 1 super rich point will be awarded. Seeing that 14 points of super rich people had been credited to his account, Lin Fan decided to see what skills he could add. Tips: Skill addition requires physical fitness or mental fitness to reach 100 points before it can be activated. Oh my god, there are prerequisites for adding skills. Lin Fan secretly complained in his heart, and then without hesitation, he added all his points to his physical fitness, striving to get his physical fitness to 100 points as soon as possible, wanting to see what kind of magical skills could be added. The column for physical fitness changed from 21 to 35. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt his body warm, his mind became clearer and more flexible, and his whole body was full of strength. I was a little drunk before, but now I am completely sober. Super rich points are indeed a good thing. We need to continue to work hard to spend money and accumulate super rich points. Mr. Lin, I heard you said you wanted to buy good license plates like Hi A88888 or Hi A99999. A good horse deserves a good saddle. With such a good license plate, I wonder if you are planning to buy a limited edition Bugatti Veyron? Lin Fan was delighted with his improved physique when Zhao Juanhao asked with a smile. Oh, I was planning to do that. Could it be that Boss Zhao has a way to buy it? When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately became excited. When he was working part-time, he often heard some car-loving colleagues mention the Bugatti Veyron, a top-of-the-line sports car. Later, he checked on the internet and fell in love with this sports car and dreamed of owning one. Now that he has money, he naturally wants to buy one, but he knows that this kind of car is hard to find in 4S stores and often requires some channel resources to buy it. Mr. Lin, I can't help you with this, but Mr. Lu can definitely help you. Mr. Lu himself owns a limited edition Bugatti Veyron, so he must have the channels. Zhao Juanhao shook his head with a wry smile and then pointed at Lu Mingcheng. Mr. Lu, you have a limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports car? Then you have to buy one for me. Lin Fan was also a little surprised. Zhao Juanhao didn't even have the channels to buy a Bugatti Veyron sports car, but Lu Mingcheng actually owned a limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports car himself. From this we can see that Lu Mingcheng is not an ordinary wealthy tycoon, at least he is much higher level than Zhao Juanhao. Mr. Lin, limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports cars are usually sold out early during the pre-sale stage. It's hard to buy them on the market, and most of them are transferred on the black market. Since Mr. Lin really wants a limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports car, I will transfer my limited edition Bugatti Veyron to you. I just bought my limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports car and kept it in the garage without ever driving it. It's as good as a new car. What do you think of it, Mr. Lin? Lu Mingcheng suggested with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Juanhao was also shocked. He knew that Lu Mingcheng treasured his limited edition Bugatti Veyron so much that he kept it in the garage like a collection and was reluctant to drive it. Now he is trying to please Lin Fan and is even offering to transfer the property. He is really risking his life. If Director Lu is really willing to give it to me, I would be very grateful. Please name your price. I bought my limited edition Bugatti Veyron half a year ago for 80 million yuan. Now it has appreciated by 20 million yuan. I will transfer it to you at the market price of 100 million yuan. Let's make friends. What do you think? Okay, then 100 million. I'll make friends with Mr. Lu. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, feeling very excited. 100 million not only can buy your favorite sports car, but also can accumulate one super rich point. Chapter 24, Let me take care of Haijo Private Kitchen? Okay, since we are all friends, and I am much older than Mr. Lin, I will just call Mr. Lin Brother Lin. That's as it should be. Then I'll call Director Lu Brother Lu, too. Lu Mingqing's face was full of smiles and he was very happy in his heart. He felt that this trip was totally worth it. Lin Fan was also in a good mood, even though he now had a super rich system and wealth that ordinary people could hardly imagine. However, he is still a newcomer in the business world and upper-class circles. It still has many advantages for him to be able to make friends with a Confucian businessman like Lu Mingcheng who is very particular about how he behaves. Oh, by the way, Brother Lin, I plan to go back to Jiangqing tomorrow. My limited edition Bugatti Veyron is also in Jiangqing, not in Haijo. Do you plan to go to Jiangqing to pick it up in person? Or should I send someone to deliver it to you? Lu Mingcheng patted his head in sudden realization and looked at Lin Fan and asked. Jiangcheng? Isn't my cousin Zhangli studying at university in Jiangcheng? I haven't seen my cousin Zhangli for almost a year. It's time to go see her. Thinking of this, Lin Fan said with a smile, I'll go get it myself. I have something to do in Jiangcheng in a few days. Okay. Then I will wait for Brother Lin to come in Jiangcheng, and I will give Brother Lin a good welcome when the time comes. Lu Mingcheng replied with a smile. Brother Lu, there is one more thing I want to tell you. I am still a college student and I don't have that much time to manage Haijo Private Kitchen. I plan to let Sister Jia take care of it. Of course, this also requires Sister Jia's consent, but if she is willing, I hope she can resign as soon as possible. Is that okay with you? Lin Fan asked Lu Mingcheng with a smile. Lu Mingcheng laughed and said, This is great news. I am so happy that Jia Jia is under your care. I can easily arrange someone to take over Jia Jia's job. Mr. Lin, you said you want me to manage this Haijo Private Kitchen? Lu Jiajia was stunned for a moment, her face full of disbelief. She and Lin Fan had only known each other for 2 days, but Lin Fan had already handed over a business worth over 10 billion to her to manage. This made her a little flattered. Lin Fan nodded and said seriously, Sister Jia, you and I hit it off right away. You are as friendly as a family member. I trust you and plan to let you help me manage it. Of course, this also depends on your willingness. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Mr. Lin, you are so good to me. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. But I am worried that I am not capable enough and will mess up Haijo Private Chef. Lu Jiajia looked embarrassed. Lin Fan smiled and said, As long as you are willing, everything else is not a problem. If you are worried about your lack of ability, I will find someone with strong ability to assist you. With the super rich system, he has so much money that he doesn't know how to spend it. Even if Lu Jiajia makes the entire Haijo Private Kitchen lose tens of billions every year, it is just a small matter. When he hires people now, he doesn't care about their abilities, he only considers whether they are close to him and trustworthy. Jia Jia, Brother Lin thinks so highly of you. This is your good fortune. You should just agree to it. Lu Mingqing advised Lu Jiajia with a smile. Mr. Lin, thank you very much for being so kind to me. Don't worry, I will study hard and help you manage Haijo Private Kitchen. Lu Jiajia looked excited and spoke in a firm tone. I believe you can do it. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then said with a smile, Also, I already call you Sister Jia, if you call me Mr. Lin again, it will be too distant, and I will really be angry. After a day or two of contact, Lin Fan discovered that Lu Jiajia's personality was a bit rigid, and she had a strong sense of hierarchy. If it were Gao Ximin, she would have climbed up the ladder long ago and directly called Lin Fan brother. But he knew that Lu Jiajia was very afraid of his threats. I'd better call you Mr. Lin. Lu Jiajia lowered her head and quickly refused. In her heart, Lin Fan is her benefactor. Although she is older than Lin Fan, she dares not call Lin Fan brother. Looking at Lu Jiajia's expression, Lin Fan shook his head, Call me Mr. when there are people around, but just call me by my name at other times, otherwise I'll really feel uncomfortable. Hearing that Lin Fan would feel uncomfortable, Lu Jiajia nodded very reluctantly, but in her heart, Lin Fan was her benefactor, and her respect for Lin Fan would never change. Seeing this, the Cheongsam waitress standing nearby looked at Lu Jiajia with envy, jealousy, and hatred. How can one not envy a man as tall, rich and handsome as Lin Fan, who directly bought Haijo Private Kitchen worth over 10 billion yuan and handed it over to Lu Jiajia to manage? Boss Xiao, the next thing for Haijo Private Kitchen to take over will be handled by Sister Jia and you guys. Brother Lu, Boss Xiao, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Okay, Mr. Lin, you go ahead. Brother Lin, take care. When you get to Jiangcheng, we'll have a few drinks. After Lin Fan explained his affairs, he said goodbye to Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng and left Haizhou Private Kitchen. As soon as he left Haizhou Private Kitchen and got into his Mercedes, Lin Fan was very concerned about how much the license plate would cost, and couldn't wait to call Gao Ximin. Boss Gao, what's the situation now? Mr. Lin, I have already negotiated for the two license plates, HIA 88888 and HIA 99999. The asking price for both was 200 million, and they readily agreed to transfer them. As for the license plate S66666, it's not about the price now. The owner wants to meet me before he is willing to discuss it. I'm planning to go and have a talk with the owner of car number S66666. Gao Ximin was a little excited. Ah, you got it done at such a low price? Actually, I gave you so much budget, you could have asked for a higher price. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. He had been thinking of spending a little more money on the license plates, but in the end he only spent 400 million to get the license plates HAIA 88888 and HAIA 99999. This price is not low. I think it is a bit high. If it is not for a quick victory, I think it can be lowered by 20 to 30 million. If you trust me and let me do this, then I certainly can't treat your money as if it's not real money. Gao Ximin spoke in an extremely serious and responsible tone. Okay, wherever you are now, I'll go with you. If possible, I intend to pay the owner of HIA 66666 right on the spot. Lin Fan replied casually, shaking his head and smiling bitterly in his heart. What is needed is for you to not treat money as money, and spend it diligently. I am in my excellent Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Lin Fan hung up the phone, started the Mercedes-Benz S650, and went to the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up Gao Ximin. After picking up Gao Ximin, Lin Fan drove to the place where the owner of HIA 66666 requested to meet the luxurious room 8888 of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Bar. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan and Gao Ximin arrived at the door of the luxurious room 8888 in the Butterfly Bar. Ding dong ding dong. Gao Ximin rang the doorbell directly. Come in. A young man's voice was heard in the luxurious room 8888. Gao Ximin pushed the door open and saw that there was only one young man in the entire 8888 luxury room. At this time, when the young man saw Gao Ximin, an excited expression appeared on his face. Boss Gao, we meet again. You finally have something to ask of me again. The young man looked at Gao Ximin and gave a wicked smile. Chapter 25, The Extremely Arrogant Wei Tianrui. Wei Tianrui, are you the owner of HIA 66666? When Gao Ximin saw Wei Tianrui, she was surprised at first, and then her eyes were filled with disgust. She met Wei Tianrui for the first time at a cocktail party a year ago. The first thing Wei Tianrui said to her at that time was, "Stay with me for a month, and name your price." She was so angry that she left the party. Later, she asked someone to find out about Wei Tianrui and found out that Wei Tianrui was a playboy in Haizhou's upper-class circle. She became even more disgusted with Wei Tianrui. Wei Tianrui sent people to invite her to meet many times, but she refused every time. Unexpectedly, this time when she bought the license plate number S66666 for Lin Fan, the owner of the license plate turned out to be Wei Tianrui. Our Wei family is also one of the 4 major families in Haizhou. Isn't it normal for me, the eldest son of the Wei family, to be the owner of HIA 66666? Wei Tianrui looked at Gao Ximin with a meaningful look and a smile on his face. At this time, Lin Fan walked in and stood beside Gao Ximin. Suddenly, the smile on Wei Tianrui's face froze. Gao Ximin, what do you mean? I asked you to come to the 8888 luxury room at the Butterfly Bar to meet me. Why did you bring a poor boy with you? I think you don't want to complete the task for your financial backer. Wei Tianrui said coldly with a gloomy face. He invited Gao Ximin to come here for a meeting and drove all his people away. He wanted to meet with Gao Ximin alone. He planned to take advantage of the fact that Gao Ximin bought the 66666 license plate for the financial backer and used threats and inducements to coerce and bribe Gao Ximin to accomplish his goal on the spot. He didn't expect Gao Ximin to bring a poor pretty boy with her. How could he not be angry? The moment she saw Wei Tianrui, Gao Ximin also thought of the little thoughts in Wei Tianrui's mind and was about to say something. At this time, Lin Fan turned around, waved his hand and said, "Boss Gao, let's go. We don't need this license plate anymore." After saying that, he left without looking back. With Wei Tianrui's attitude, not to mention that Lin Fan would have to spend money to buy his license plate, he wouldn't even want it even if it was given to him for free. Okay, Mr. Lin. Gao Ximin looked at Wei Tianrui with disdain, turned around and followed Lin Fan quickly. Gao Ximin, if you just leave like this, it means you are not giving me face, so don't blame me for being rude to you. Wei Tianrui's face turned pale and he shouted loudly towards the backs of Lin Fan and Gao Ximin. However, Lin Fan and Gao Ximin left without looking back, as if they had not heard his threats. Okay. Gao Ximin, you've grown up. You actually dared not take me, Wei Tianrui, seriously. I'll teach you a lesson. Wei Tianrui took out his cell phone to make a call while chasing after Lin Fan and Gao Ximin. In the Mercedes-Benz S650. Mr. Lin, this time it's all my fault. I prevented you from buying a good license plate like Haya 66666. It's okay. I don't even like a license plate like Haya 66666. When the time comes, help me buy a good license plate from Jinling City. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin for giving me the opportunity to make amends. Don't be so polite. You've been busy with my affairs all day. You haven't eaten yet. Well, not yet. I was planning to finish everything and then ask you, Mr. Lin, to treat me to a meal, right? No problem, I'll take you to Haijiu Private Kitchen for dinner now. I've already bought Haijiu Private Kitchen, and you can go there for free meals every day in the future. Mr. Lin, have you bought Haijiu Private Kitchen? Gao Ximin was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Lin Fan nodded calmly, well, I bought it for a small amount of money, just 14 billion. 14 billion is just a small amount of money? Gao Ximin was immediately shocked and felt that she had underestimated Lin Fan's financial strength. Mr. Lin, I will be yours from now on. I will do my best to fulfill any instructions you give me and satisfy you. Gao Ximin smiled charmingly and made a double entendre. She felt that she had made the right bet. Just by doing a little work for Lin Fan, she could eat for free every day at Haijiu Private Kitchen. If she worked hard in the future, would she still receive less care? Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. Boss Gao was really good at teasing people. At this moment, a Ferrari sports car with the license plate number Haya 66666 quickly overtook Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz, and then stopped sharply sideways more than 10 meters in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Fan slammed on the brakes and stopped the Mercedes-Benz. Immediately afterwards, another Porsche sports car stopped rapidly behind Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz, blocking Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz. Gao Ximin, you are so arrogant. I thought you were so great. It turns out he was just driving a shabby Mercedes with a lousy license plate number AC666C. With a hip-hop mocking voice, Wei Tianrui walked out of the Ferrari sports car with a baseball bat in his hand. Two young men also walked out of the Porsche sports car behind Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz, also holding a baseball bat in their hands. Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned and looked displeased. He opened the door and stepped out of the Mercedes. Wei Tianrui, what on earth do you want to do? Are you planning to hit someone in broad daylight? Gao Ximin also walked out of the Mercedes-Benz, pointed at Wei Tianrui and asked loudly. You're worthy of me personally beating you, Gao Ximin? Wei Tianrui shook his head and sneered. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he is not stupid. After all, Gao Ximin is a wealthy woman with a net worth of tens of millions in Haijiu City. If Gao Ximin was beaten on the spot and the matter became a big deal, even if his Wei family was one of the 4 major families in Haijiu City, it would not be easy to protect him. I like to smash cars these days, especially this broken Mercedes. Wei Tianrui picked up a baseball bat and smashed the windshield of the Mercedes-Benz. The other two young men also started smashing the windows of the Mercedes-Benz with baseball bats. Crackle. The sound of breaking glass continued. Wei Tianrui, you've gone too far. You're going too far. Gao Ximin pointed at Wei Tianrui and cursed him angrily. Ha, I was just being too much, what can you do about it? It's just a broken Mercedes, I can afford to pay for it. Wei Tianrui smashed the car while laughing arrogantly. Xiaofei, Xiaopeng, get out the hammer and smash the roof too. Okay, Master Wei. The other two young men responded respectfully, turned back to the Porsche, took 2 hammers, and smashed the roof of the Mercedes-Benz. Mr. Lin, this is all my fault. It's my fault that I got you into trouble. Gao Ximin was so angry that tears came out of her eyes, and she said with an apologetic look on her face. It's okay, it's just a car, let them smash it, and now ask your forest store to drive a car over to pick us up. Lin Fan's face was calm and he spoke calmly. At this moment, he had secretly made up his mind to deal with Wei Tianrui. Chapter 26, Determined to teach Wei Tianrui a lesson. A car is a small matter, but face is a big matter. Lin Fan is a super rich man who has 100 trillion a month. If someone dares to smash his car and slap his face, how can he be called a super rich man if he doesn't teach the other person a severe lesson? Okay, then I'll listen to you, Mr. Lin. Gao Ximing nodded and took out her cell phone to make a call. Not long after, Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz S650 had become unrecognizable and in tatters. Gao Ximing, I'm really sorry. I just couldn't help myself and smashed your car. I'll have someone come over right now to tow your broken Mercedes away and take it to a repair shop to get it fixed. If you're really not satisfied, I'll compensate you with a new one. Wei Tianrui shrugged and joked with a giggle. After saying that, he waved his hand. Xiaofei, Xiaopeng, let's go. Soon, Wei Tianrui drove away in the Ferrari sports car, followed closely by the Porsche sports car. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry that your car was smashed like this because of my previous grudge with Wei Tianrui. As soon as Wei Tianrui and the others left, Gao Ximing bowed slightly to Lin Fan and apologized. Boss Gao, since you said you are mine, then your business is my business. You don't have to apologize to me. Just stand up straight and behave yourself when you're out there. No matter who dares to bully you, I will stand up for you. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly. Okay. I understand. Gao Ximing nodded heavily, feeling very moved. Over the years, all the men who appeared around her and were willing to help her all had intentions towards her, so she took every step carefully. Once something happens to her, all the men around her will definitely run away. She and Wei Tianrui have completely fallen out, and Wei Tianrui will definitely continue to cause trouble for her. This was the first time that Lin Fan was willing to stand up and protect her at a time like this. Not long after, a staff member from Gao Ximing's store drove over a Mercedes-Benz S650. Gao Ximing told the store staff to take a taxi back, and then drove away in the Mercedes-Benz S650, taking Lin Fan away. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? Gao Ximing asked Lin Fan while driving. Let's go back to Haizhou private kitchen first. You go eat first. I just happen to have something to ask the owner of Haizhou private kitchen. Lin Fan thought about it and said calmly. After saying that, he picked up his phone and called Lu Mingcheng. Brother Lin, we just separated not long ago, why are you calling me now? Brother Lu, you are still in Haizhou now. Yes, what's up? Well, there is indeed something. You should go back to Haizhou private kitchen and we can talk about it in detail when we meet. Also, tell Boss Zhao. Okay, no problem. I'll contact Boss Zhao and come to Haizhou private kitchen soon. Lin Fan hung up the phone, his eyes revealing determination. No matter whether your Wei family is one of the 4 major families in Haizhou or whether you, Wei Tianrui, are the eldest son of the Wei family. If you offend Lin Fan, you will have to pay the price. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan brought Gao Ximing into the lobby of Haizhou private kitchen. Hello, Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin. The Cheongsam waitresses at the door all shouted in unison when they saw Lin Fan. Zhao Juanhao had already told them that Lin Fan would be the new boss of their Haizhou private kitchen, so they changed their mind. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't call me Director Lin anymore. Just call me Mr. Lin." Okay, Mr. Lin. The beautiful Cheongsam waitresses responded in unison. Mr. Lin, Director Zhao and Director Lu are waiting for you in the chairman's office. The waitress Xiana came up and said respectfully. Okay, I'll go over now. Lin Fan nodded, then pointed at Gao Ximing and said calmly, "Arrange Boss Gao to have dinner in the best private room. From now on, whenever she comes here to eat, it will be free." Okay, I understand. The waitress Xiana nodded heavily. The office of the chairman of Haizhou private kitchen. Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng had been waiting for a long time. Lin Fan walked in accompanied by a waiter, and Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng both stood up to greet him. Mr. Lin, what do you want to talk to us about? Brother Lin, you sounded anxious on the phone. What on earth happened? They both looked confused. Have you ever heard of Wei Tianrui? Lin Fan sat down in the main seat and spoke calmly. I know him. Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng nodded in unison. Brother Lin, did you have any conflicts with Wei Tianrui? Did he offend you? Lu Mingcheng looked at Lin Fan with confusion. Yes, that's right. Lin Fan nodded, and then recounted in detail what had just happened. Brother Lin, this bastard Wei Tianrui is really too much. I wonder if you plan to vent your anger and smash his car back. Is that enough? Lu Mingcheng was the first to ask. Not enough, this is far from enough. Lin Fan shook his head and said in a firm tone. Not enough? Suddenly, Lu Mingcheng and Zhao Juanhao looked at each other, and they saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Brother Lin, if it was in Jiangchang, I could even ask the Wei family to bring Wei Tianrui to kowtow to you and admit their mistakes and make amends. It's just that in Haizhou, after all, it's not my territory, so I'm a little powerless. Lu Mingcheng said apologetically. Mr. Lin, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I used to be a gangster. After I retired, I started running this Haizhou private kitchen. Although I have some face in front of many people, I can't save face in front of the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Haizhou. Zhao Juanhao shook his head, looking helpless. Hearing this, Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said calmly, if I give you enough funds and let you find connections, to what extent can you achieve? He was not too surprised that Lu Mingcheng and Zhao Juanhao couldn't do anything to the Wei family. After all, Wei Tianrui dared to be so arrogant towards a boss of Gao Xinin's level and smashed his car without saying a word. One can imagine the influence of the Wei family in Haizhou. But he believes that many things in this world can be solved with money. Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng can't do anything to the Wei family, but there will always be someone who can control the Wei family. As long as the benefits are enough, there will always be someone willing to take action. When Lin Fan said this, Lu Mingcheng and Zhao Juanhao's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, if you are willing to spend money and find someone to do justice for you and vent your anger within the rules of the game, it doesn't cost too much. Zhao Juanhao spoke first. Getting relief within the rules? What do you mean by within the rules of a game? How much does it cost? When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately became interested. Chapter 27, Providing Benefits to All Employees. Mr. Lin, didn't Wei Tianrui hurt anyone by smashing your car this time? If you smash anything in the Wei family, but don't hurt anyone, it's still within the rules of the game. Of course, Wei Tianrui intends to compensate you for the car price. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Similarly, if you smash the Wei family's things, you must also be prepared to pay compensation. If you can do this, spend 300 million to 500 million to find Mr. Yi San, and I can guarantee that the Wei family will not cause trouble for you again. Zhao Juanhao said slowly. Master Yi San? Who is he? Does he have such ability? Lin Fan asked with interest. Third Master Yi has a very high status in Haizhou. Old Master Yi has been a soldier all his life and once held a high position. Although he has retired now, his influence is still there. What's more, Mr. Yi's eldest son, Yi Changqing, and second son, Yi Changsong, both hold important positions. Master Yi San is the third son of Master Yi. Although he has not achieved much compared to his elder and second brothers, he has a strong family background and holds an extraordinary position in Haizhou. Zhao Juanhao explained to Lin Fan slowly. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded to show that he understood. I still feel this level is not enough. After a moment, Lin Fan shook his head and said lightly. If Mr. Lin feels that this is not enough, then he can spend more money and let the other 3 of the 4 major families in Haizhou suppress the Wei family's business. This is a tactic of killing 1,000 enemies but injuring 800 of your own. The price is a bit high, and we must be careful not to push the Wei family too far. The most important thing is, don't even think about killing Wei Tianrui, otherwise the Wei family's revenge will be fierce. After all, the Wei family also has warriors working for them. Seeing that Lin Fan was still not satisfied, Zhao Juanhao continued. Lu Mingcheng also nodded in agreement and said, Brother Lin, if you want to spend money to attack the Wei family's business, I can do it for you even if I am in Jiangcheng. But the price might be about the same as Boss Zhao's. You might as well ask Boss Zhao to help you make the connection. Are there many warriors working for the Wei family? Lin Fan looked at Zhao Juanhao and asked curiously. That's right, Mr. Lin. The Wei family has several dark energy masters. You know that dark energy masters can even penetrate steel plates. 8 or 10 ordinary bodyguards are no match for the dark energy master, so Mr. Lin can retaliate against the Wei family, but he must not lose his sense of proportion. Zhao Juanhao nodded heavily. He thought Lin Fan knew about the warriors, but he just didn't know that the Wei family had a master of dark energy. Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard of a warrior, a master of dark energy. A master of hidden power can even penetrate steel plates. Thinking of this, Lin Fan secretly decided in his heart that it would be necessary to keep a low profile until he was strong enough. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, Okay, I have figured it out. Money is not a problem. Hundreds of billions or even hundreds of billions are not a problem. I may have to trouble Boss Xiao when the time comes. Don't be in a hurry now. Help me spread the word first. If the Wei family can bring Wei Tianrui to kowtow and admit their mistakes within 3 days, then this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame me, Yi, for being rude. As soon as these words came out, Lu Mingcheng and Zhao Juanhao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Spending hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars to vent one's anger, this is simply too domineering. Boss Xiao, please ask the people who are handling the handover procedures for Haizhou Private Kitchen to work overtime and try to complete the handover procedures for me. I will give them 10 or 20 times the overtime pay. Brother Lu, I'll give you the money to buy your limited edition Bugatti Veyron first. Please give me a bank account number. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng and said seriously. If his physical fitness was 100 points today, I believe he could easily beat up Wei Tianrui and the other two by himself. In such a conflict, even if Wei Tianrui was injured, it would be in vain, and the most he would do would be to compensate Wei Tianrui for some medical expenses. So now he is very eager to spend all his money, get the super rich points, and raise his physical fitness to 100 as soon as possible. Okay. Lu Mingcheng and Zhao Juanhao both nodded. Soon, Lin Fan used the super rich system to transfer 100 million to Lu Mingcheng and successfully earned some super rich points. Just then, a waiter knocked on the door. Mr. Lin, Miss Gao said she wants to see you for something. Arrange the staff to bring her over. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly. Not long after, Gao Ximin came to the office of the chairman of Haizhou Private Chef. Mr. Lin, I told Wei Tianrui that the car was yours and asked him to apologize to you. Not long after that, he sent me this video. Take a look at this. Wei Tianrui is really going too far. Gao Ximin turned on her phone, played a video, and handed it to Lin Fan to watch. After reading it, Lin Fan suddenly felt a little angry. This video was shot in a car repair shop. In the video, Wei Tianrui ordered people to crush Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz S650 as if it were a scrap car. He also shouted in the video that Haizhou City was his territory, and that neither Mr. Lin nor Mr. Zhang deserved his apology, and asked Gao Ximin to wait for his wrath. Xiaona, go call Sister Jiao over to me. Lin Fan shouted to the waitress Xiaona who was standing outside the door. Okay, Mr. Lin. Xiaona responded respectfully and turned to leave. At this moment, no one could guess what Lin Fan was planning to do. Not long after, Lu Zhezhou arrived at the office of the chairman of Haizhou Private Chef. Boss Zhao, Boss Gao, Director Lu. Lu Zhezhou greeted the people present first before standing opposite Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, do you have something to tell me? Lin Fan nodded. Well, I plan to give some benefits to all the employees of our Haizhou Private Kitchen. All employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen are given a car, and they are equipped with Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW according to their level. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They were clearly discussing how to strike the Wei family, a time when a large amount of money was needed. Instead of saving money and using it to deal with the Wei family, why were they giving generous benefits to the employees of Haizhou Private Chef? What kind of medicine is Lin Fan buying? Could it be that he wanted to improve the employee benefits of Haizhou Private Kitchen so that every employee has a luxury car, to demonstrate his strong financial strength and thus make the Wei family wary? In addition to being confused, Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng were both very shocked. These employee benefits are really too great. Looking across the country or even the world, I guess there is no other company with such great employee benefits. Chapter 28 Buying Shangyuai Apartment. Haizhou Private Chef has 300 to 400 employees. Even if we calculate based on the minimum price of a BMW car of 700,000 or 800,000, that would be more than 300 million. This is not just a benefit at all, it takes up the total assets of a medium-sized company. Once this benefit is released, won't all the working people in the country be envious to death? After a pause, Lin Fan's face remained calm, and he continued slowly, each type of car is the same as the employee uniforms, and they all have the same style. Go back and let your employees discuss and let them decide on the style of the car. After counting the models and quantities, I went to find Boss Gao and got the car from her 4S store. After saying that, he turned to look at Gao Ximin and said, Boss Gao, a small order worth several hundred million is no problem for you, right? Ah, no problem, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Gao Ximin was awakened from her shock when Lin Fan asked her this, and she quickly made an excited reassurance. By completing this order, she will definitely shock the entire automotive 4S store industry. Mr. Lin, isn't this benefit a bit too high? Lu Jia has been used to a hard life and feels very distressed. Is this a high benefit? I haven't even finished my words yet. Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled. Now he urgently needs some extra money. How can he just spend this little bit of money? When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. Could there be even greater benefits? I will provide staff dormitories for all employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen in Haidong International Apartment. We guarantee that every employee has a room, and if it is inconvenient for their family to live there, we provide rent subsidies for the houses they live in. Lin Fan spoke slowly, his words were shocking. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. This is a huge benefit worth 30 to 40 billion yuan. Brother Lu, do you have enough housing available at Haidong International Apartment? Lin Fan looked at Lu Mingcheng and asked calmly. Before Lu Mingcheng could answer, Lu Jia said, Mr. Lin, Haidong International Apartment doesn't have that many apartments anymore. Or we can provide dormitories for employees in other communities, or provide them with housing subsidies. Lu Jia still felt sorry for the money and wanted to save some for Lin Fan. If there aren't enough houses, I'll look for those that are willing to resell their houses and buy them at a premium. There must be enough houses in Haidong International Apartment for employees to live in. As soon as Lu Jia finished speaking, Lin Fan responded domineeringly. Starting from this month, the wages of all employees will be tripled. To celebrate my taking over Haizhou Private Kitchen today, all employees will be given 3 months' salary as a bonus. When everyone thought that Lin Fan had finished talking about the welfare measures, Lin Fan mentioned another one. Mr. Lin, I think any amount of bonus is fine, but the salary of our Haizhou private chefs is already the highest in the industry. It has increased 3 times at once. This is too much. Lu Jia looked distressed, but couldn't help but speak. Lin Fan smiled and said, in the future, employees will have to refuel and pay property fees. The cost of living is high, so it is reasonable to give them a salary increase. Everyone was speechless. This was not just a slight salary increase, it was a direct 3-fold increase. Okay, Sister Jia, this is just a small amount of money. Go and tell your employees to complete the relevant statistical work as soon as possible. Seeing that Lu Jia was a little unhappy, Lin Fan knew that she was worried about the money, so he smiled and comforted her. It is normal for Lu Jia to feel sorry for money as she rides a motorcycle to and from get off work for a long time and is reluctant to even take a taxi. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Lu Jia nodded heavily, then turned and left. Boss Xiao, Brother Lu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Contact me by phone. Boss Gao, let's go. Lin Fan said goodbye to Zhao Juanhao and Lu Mingcheng and left Haizhou Private Kitchen with Gao Xining. Not long after, Lin Fan brought Gao Xining to the gate of Shangyue Apartment near Haidong University. Mr. Lin, what are we doing here? Gao Xining looked confused. Although Shangyue Apartment was at the standard of a 4-star hotel, she didn't believe that she would live in Shangyue Apartment. I want to buy this apartment. You go over and negotiate for me, and I'll go over to sign the contract and pay the money. It doesn't matter if you spend a little more money, the most important thing is to get it over with quickly. Lin Fan replied calmly, then took the lead and walked into the lobby of Shangyue Apartment. Now you need to spend your money quickly and as much as possible to get more rich points and increase your physical fitness to 100 points. Next time he encounters the incident of Wei Tianrui smashing a car like today, he can at least go up and beat Wei Tianrui up. Ah, okay, Mr. Lin, I understand. I will definitely do a good job for Mr. Lin. Gao Ximin was stunned again, then nodded and walked straight to the front desk. Today's shocks are enough, buying a Shangyue apartment is just child's play. My lady, are you looking to rent a house? Short-term or long-term? I want to buy the entire building of your Shangyue apartment. Money is not a problem. Hurry and get your boss over here. Gao Xinin's efficiency was really high. It only took her half an hour to reach a deal with the owner of Shangyue Apartment for 600 million yuan. The two parties signed a sales contract, and Lin Fan used the super rich system to transfer 600 million to the designated bank card account. Mr. Lin, the 600 million funds have arrived. Congratulations, you are now the boss of Shangyue Apartment. The former boss of Shangyue Apartment stood up and shook hands with Lin Fan. Hello, Boss Lin. All the staff members bowed slightly to Lin Fan and greeted him in unison. From now on, don't call me Boss Lin. Just call me Mr. Lin. Lin Fan waved his hand and said lightly. Okay, Mr. Lin, all the staff responded in unison. I successfully spent 600 million and 6 rich points were successfully credited to my account. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and called Peng Honi and Wu Weizi, asking them to come over. Not long after, Wu Weiji and Peng Honi arrived at the lobby of Shan Yue apartment and met Lin Fan. Brother Fan, what do you want to talk to us about? Why are we meeting here? Peng Honi asked with a puzzled look on his face. I have selected the best apartment for each of you and paid a year's rent. Come over and register. Lin Fan took Wu Weiji and Peng Honi to the front desk. Brother Fan, this is embarrassing. This will cost you a lot of money. Wu Weizi quickly waved his hand to refuse. Just then, a weird voice sounded. Hey, Lin Fan, are you here to act again today? Lin Fan turned around and saw Yang Chanxian and Lu Chao hugging each other. Yang Chanxian looked at Lin Fan with some disdain, while Lu Chao held his head high with the attitude of a winner. Chapter 29 Lu Chao and Yang Chanxian are slapped in the face again. Lin Fan, instead of renting a car and hiring someone to act like a wealthy person near the school gate, why are you acting here at Shan Yue apartment? You didn't even bother to spend the money to hire someone to act this time, and you actually asked your 2 roommates to come over and make a friendly cameo appearance? Yang Chanxian sneered and said sarcastically. Acting as a rich man? Lin Fan was a little confused and didn't understand what Yang Chanxian meant. Does he still need to pretend? He is now the richest man in the world. Yang Chanxian, stop being so sarcastic. Our brother Fan wants to rent an apartment for us. How does that bother you? Peng Honi couldn't stand Yang Chanxian's attitude and immediately stood up to confront Yang Chanxian. Lin Fan, where's your Mercedes-Benz S650 with license plate number AC666C? Why don't I see this car at the door? And where's the beautiful lady who gave you the car last time? Why don't you see her anymore? Are you running out of money to rent a car or hire someone? Yang Chanxian ignored Peng Honi and continued to ask Lin Fan. Just then, Gao Ximin, who had gone to the bathroom, came back. Mr. Lin, what on earth is your ex-girlfriend talking about? Renting a car and hiring someone, why am I a little confused? Gao Ximin stood beside Lin Fan, glanced at Yang Chanxian with contempt, then asked Lin Fan with a smile. I don't understand anything. It's a bit neurotic. Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled. After a pause, he waved impatiently at Yang Chanxian and Lu Chao. I feel a little annoyed when I see you two. You two should go away. You are not welcome here. Ah, this is really hilarious. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Lu Chao pointed at Lin Fan and burst into laughter. Lin Fan, I didn't expect that after a few days of good life, your mentality would start to swell. We are not welcome here. How can you say that you want us to leave? I didn't want to bother with you, but now that you said so, don't blame me. Lu Chao looked at Lin Fan with disdain and sneered. After saying that, he shouted towards the front desk clerk, call your manager to me. Lin Fan and Lu Chao are now well-known figures in Haidong University. The two of them had a conflict here, which immediately attracted the students entering and leaving the lobby to stop and watch. How come Lin Fan suddenly became rich enough to challenge Lu Chao? I heard that Lin Fan made a little fortune, but if he gets into an argument with Lu Chao here, it would be really irrational and he will definitely be driven away soon. That's right. Lin Fan is far inferior to Lu Chao. Lu Chao's family has assets worth over 100 million yuan, which is enough to kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan is just asking for trouble. The students watching were all whispering. Lin Fan had a calm expression and remained silent, secretly laughing at Lu Chao's arrogance. Gao Ximin covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The waiter at the front desk was not aware of what was happening here. When he heard the customer's request, he directly called the manager of Shan Yue apartment. Soon, Manager Guan, the beautiful manager of Shan Yue apartment, came out. Manager Guan, this way. Lu Chao greeted Manager Guan loudly as soon as he saw him. He often brought girls here to rent an apartment and had known Manager Guan for a long time. Mr. Lu, what can I do for you? Manager Guan walked over with a smile. When he saw Lin Fan and Gao Ximin were also there, his expression suddenly changed and he bowed slightly respectfully. Mr. Lin, Boss Gao. Lin Fan nodded slightly and reservedly as a response. Manager Guan, I hate these 3 poor bastards. If you can kick them out, I will rent the most expensive suite in your Shan Yue apartment for 3 months. Lu Chao pointed at Lin Fan, Wu Weiji and Peng Honi, and spoke to Manager Guan in a dignified manner. Hearing this, Manager Guan was stunned for a moment, feeling at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She didn't have the courage to kick out their new boss, unless she didn't want to be a manager anymore. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, we at Shineyue apartment cannot meet your request. Manager Guan replied politely. Manager Guan, even if these three poor guys want to rent an apartment here, the best they can get is the cheapest single room. And I contribute a lot to your Shineyue apartment every year. My father is also very familiar with your boss he. Are you sure you won't even give me this little face? Lu Chao frowned, looking displeased. Lu Chao's father is familiar with Mr. He from Shineyue apartment. Manager Guan had no choice but to give Lu Chao face and drive Lin Fan and the other two away. I had expected this result. Lu Chao's family is so rich, how could he not have certain connections? Lin Fan is so ridiculous. He thought he could drive Lu Chao away just by knowing Manager Guan of Shineyue apartment. But now he is about to be slapped in the face. The students watching were talking in low voices again. At this time, Lu Chao's face was full of pride. He thought that if he showed off his father's relationship with Mr. He, the boss of Shineyue apartment, Manager Guan would definitely do as he said and drive Lin Fan away. Manager Guan was about to say something, but Gao Ximin spoke first. Manager Guan, don't waste your time talking to him. Mr. Lin has already said that they are not welcome here. Just do as he says. Okay, I understand. Manager Guan nodded heavily and then made a gesture to Lu Chao and Yang Chanshan to come in. Mr. Lu, miss, you are not welcome at Shineyue apartment. Please rent a room at another apartment. When Manager Guan said this, Lu Chao and Yang Chanshan were stunned. The students who were watching were also stunned. Shineyue apartment wants to drive Lu Chao away for Lin Fan. Lin Fan's connections in Shineyue apartment are even stronger than Lu Chao's? Lu Chao and Yang Chanshan felt burning on their faces. This slap in the face was too harsh. They both felt that they were the clown themselves. Lu Chao began to look at Gao Ximin carefully. He believed that the reason why Manager Guan of Shineyue apartment wanted to drive them away must be because of Gao Ximin. Are you Mr. Gao, the boss of the Excellence Mercedes-Benz 4S store? Lu Chao finally remembered Gao Ximin's identity and asked unhappily. Yes, it's me. Gao Ximin nodded modestly, then said with a sarcastic smile, I wonder if you have any advice for me? Even if Gao Ximin didn't know Lin Fan, she wouldn't take someone of Lu Chao's status seriously. Ha, I understand. It turns out that Boss Gao has also started to keep a gigolo. Boss Gao, you embarrassed me today. I will remember this. Lu Chao laughed, then turned and left angrily. He instantly imagined that Lin Fan was hooking up with the wealthy woman Gao Ximin, and the reason why Gao Ximin's words worked in Shineyue apartment must be because she was having an affair with Mr. He, the boss of Shineyue apartment. Lin Fan, you are amazing. You have hooked up with a rich woman so quickly. Let's see how long you can be so proud. Yang Chanshan said something in a sarcastic tone, and followed Lu Chao away in dejection. Pretty boy? Get close to a rich woman? Lin Fan was completely speechless, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It turns out that being too handsome is not good, as it is easy for people to misunderstand you as a gigolo. Chapter 30 Discussions among the upper class in Haizhou. He's just a gigolo. That proves that he's really handsome. Lin Fan consoled himself. After driving away Yang Chanshan and Lu Chao, two guys he hated, Lin Fan took Wu Weiji and Peng Hongyi to check in. Brother Fan, thank you so much. Brother Fan, I'm sorry to have cost you money again. Thank you. Wu Weiji and Peng Hongyi successfully completed the check-in procedures and thanked Lin Fan excitedly. Living in the best suite in Shineyue apartment, the success rate of finding a girlfriend is greatly improved. How can they not be excited? We are all brothers, why be polite? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Fan smiled slightly. After saying that, he turned around and asked Gao Ximin to leave. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? How about we go to the bar and have a drink together? On the way to pick up the car, Gao Ximin asked with a charming smile. Bar? Sure, but you have to buy the bar first, then we can sit down and have a drink. Lin Fan nodded as soon as he heard it. If you buy a good bar, you can spend a lot of money and accumulate some super rich points. Mr. Lin, you even want to buy a bar? Buy it. Buy whatever costs the least. You decide for me. Just when Lin Fan asked Gao Ximin to accompany him to go shopping and spend money lavishly to accumulate super rich points, Zhao Juanhao had already spread the news in the upper circles of Haizhou City according to Lin Fan's instructions. As soon as this news spread among the upper-class circles in Haizhou City, it immediately caused an uproar. Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? How could he be so arrogant that he asked the Wei family to bring Wei Tianrui to his house to apologize? I don't know either, but I heard that Mr. Lin spent 14 billion to buy Haizhou private kitchen. It seems that he has a great background. No matter how powerful Mr. Lin's background is, he can't defeat the Wei family. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. The Wei family's power is deeply rooted in Haizhou City. The entire upper-class circle of Haizhou City was discussing this, but most people believe that Lin Fan failed to make the Wei family bow their heads. At the same time, they were also asking about Lin Fan's identity and background. In a luxurious villa in Haizhou City, a middle-aged man was sitting on a high seat in the lobby on the first floor drinking tea, and another old man was respectfully accompanying him. This middle-aged man was the head of the Wei family, Wei Tianrui's father, Wei Jianan. The old man accompanying him was Uncle Wen, the Wei family's housekeeper. Where did that Mr. Lin come from? How dare he shamelessly ask my Wei family to bring Tianrui to apologize? Wei Jianan took a sip of tea and said with disdain. The patriarch is right. I guess Mr. Lin can't do anything to young Master Tianrui and can't bear this humiliation, so he deliberately asked someone to spread the rumor and bluff. As soon as Wei Jianan finished speaking, the housekeeper Uncle Wen hurriedly put on a smile. Spread the word that our Wei family will never come to apologize, and tell that so-called Mr. Lin to behave himself and not have any evil intentions, otherwise don't blame our Wei family for being rude to him. Wei Jianan put down his teacup, stood up and left. Okay, master, I understand. I'll ask someone to do it right away. Uncle Wen, the housekeeper, nodded respectfully. Late at night, inside a dormitory in the girls' dormitory building of Haidong University, Zhang Liao was getting ready to go to bed when suddenly her cell phone rang. As soon as she saw the caller ID, she hurried to the dormitory corridor to answer the phone. Dad, why are you calling me so late? Zhang Liao looked a little confused. Yao, do you know a student named Lin Fan at Haidong University? Zhao Juanhao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Fan? He's my classmate. Why are you asking about him all of a sudden? Zhang Liao's face became even more confused when she heard this. Lin Fan is your classmate? What a coincidence. Besides Lin Fan in your class, are there other students named Lin Fan? Zhao Juanhao exclaimed in surprise. Dad, why are you asking about Lin Fan? There is only one Lin Fan in the entire Haidong University, there must be one. Yao, listen to what Dad said. Lin Fan is a man with an unfathomable background. You should try your best to maintain a good relationship with him. If you can maintain a good relationship with him, your lifelong safety will be guaranteed. Lin Fan's background is unfathomable? This is impossible. Whenever Dad is playing a joke on you, you will never go wrong if you listen to him. Okay, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go to bed. Dad, you should go to bed early too. Zhang Liao hung up the phone with shock on her face. She had seen Lin Fan buying a Mercedes-Benz at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store before, and with the talk of people in her class, she thought that Lin Fan had just won the lottery jackpot and had a few million or tens of millions. But she didn't expect that even her father Zhao Juanhao would say that Lin Fan's background was unfathomable. Her father, Zhao Juanhao, is a wealthy tycoon with a net worth of over 10 billion. If the classmates knew that Zhao Juanhao was Zhang Liao's father, they would be shocked. It is hard to believe that Zhang Liao, a girl who needs to work part-time at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, has a father with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan. In fact, Zhang Liao is indeed Zhao Juanhao's daughter, and her only child. Since Zhao Juanhao was a gangster in his early years, he was worried that his enemies would seek revenge on him in the future, so he made arrangements for his wife and daughter early on. Outsiders had no idea who his wife and daughter were, and he made Zhang Liao take her mother's name. Zhang Liao and her mother seldom see Zhao Juanhao and lead a low-key life. Well, since Dad said that, there must be a reason for it. Then I'll spend more time with Lin Fan in the future. Zhang Liao murmured softly, then turned and walked back to the dormitory. On the other hand, accompanied by Gao Xiao, Lin Fan bought the Royal KTV in Bandung Water Resort in Haizhou City. Including the Shang Yue apartment purchased previously, a total of 2 billion was spent and 26 points were earned. Lin Fan added all his rich points to his physical fitness, and now his physical fitness column has reached 62. The super rich system previously evaluated Lin Fan's physique as poor, but now it is evaluated as good. Lin Fan felt that his current physical condition had made a qualitative leap compared to before. Not only was his whole body full of strength, but his movements had also become extremely agile. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Gao Ximin drove Lin Fan back to building number 1 of Haidong International Apartment. "Boss Gao, you've worked hard today. Go home and rest early. Mr. Lin, won't you invite me to your house for a cup of coffee?" Gao Ximin cast a coquettish glance at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. "It's a bit inconvenient. Please invite Boss Gao to my house when you have the chance." Lin Fan smiled and refused, then opened the car door and got out. Naturally, he also heard the hint in Gao Ximin's words, but Lu Jejia was still living in his house, so it was not convenient to bring Gao Ximin upstairs. What's more, Lin Fan's ideas are very traditional. He would not have a relationship with Gao Ximin before he decided to be with her. Looking at Lin Fan's back as he walked away, Gao Ximin smiled meaningfully. "Mr. Lin, I don't believe that you are not attracted to me. I want to see how long you can hold on." Gao recalled that she had tried to tease Lin Fan many times throughout the night, but each time she failed. Instead of feeling discouraged, she felt a strong desire to win. Chapter 31. Wu Wenqing takes the initiative to provoke. Back at Sky Villa number 1, Lin Fan had just opened the door when Lu Jejia stood up from the sofa in the living room and came to greet him. "Lin Fan, you're back. Jejia, why haven't you slept yet? I was waiting for you. I waited until 10 o'clock and still didn't see you come back, so I went to Haizhou private kitchen to pack some midnight snacks. Jejia, you don't have to wait for me at home in the future. You can rest when you need to. Sometimes I don't even know when I will be back. No matter when you come back, I will wait until you come back. I am clumsy and I just have some ability to take care of people. If you don't let me do it, I will feel useless. Well, do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Let's have a midnight snack together." "Hey, okay, I'm a little hungry too." Lin Fan and Lu Jejia went to the villa's restaurant and ate the midnight snack that Lu Jejia brought back. Looking at Lu Jejia's happy face and thinking that she had been waiting for him to come back home, Lin Fan had a very warm feeling. Gao Ximin is a glass of strong grape wine, while Lu Jejia is a cup of light tea. The next day, Lin Fan went to Haidong University to attend classes as usual. After 2 classes in the afternoon, the last class is Taekwondo class. Students are required to sign up for this class voluntarily and pay tuition and clothing fees. Lin Fan didn't have money in the past, so he naturally wouldn't take such a paid course. He was about to leave the classroom to see how Gao Ximin was doing with the license plate issue. At this time, Wu Wenqing from the class stopped Lin Fan. "Hey! Lin Fan, don't leave. Why don't you even go to Taekwondo class?" Wu Wenqing chuckled. "What does it have to do with you whether I take Taekwondo classes or not?" Lin Fan frowned, looking displeased. "You've become rich recently, haven't you? This tuition fee shouldn't be a problem for you. If you've spent all your money, I can help you pay for the Taekwondo class." Wu Wenqing looked sarcastic. Lin Fan wanted to push Wu Wenqing away and leave directly, but suddenly remembered that his current physical fitness points were already 62 points, and he was curious about how good his body was. Taking Taekwondo classes and finding an opponent to practice with is also a good option. "Okay. I'll go." Thinking of this, Lin Fan nodded and agreed. He knew that Wu Wenqing was definitely up to no good, but he didn't care. Seeing Lin Fan agreed, Wu Wenqing smiled proudly. In fact, Wu Wenqing really had no good intentions. Lu Chao has been feeling aggrieved after being slapped in the face by Lin Fan yesterday. He spread the word among his friends that he would give 100,000 yuan to anyone who helped him teach Lin Fan a lesson. Upon learning the news, Wu Wenqing found Lu Chao and told him about his plan to teach Lin Fan a lesson in the Taekwondo class. After listening to this, Lu Chao immediately said that this plan was very good. After teaching Lin Fan a lesson, he would give Wu Wenqing the 100,000 yuan immediately. The Taekwondo Hall of Haidong University is built very grandly and magnificently, no less so than the basketball hall. There were over 100 people in this Taekwondo class, with several classes together. Not long after, a Taekwondo coach with a 3rd-degree black belt came out and taught everyone some warm-up exercises, followed by a session of sparring and competition. "Han Lixuan, come out and demonstrate to the students." The coach called out to Han Lixuan. Han Lixuan held his head high and walked out with an arrogant look on his face. Lin Fan noticed that Han Lixuan's belt was red. The red belt is second only to the black belt in Taekwondo, and below the red belt is the blue belt. "Lixuan! Lixuan!" Many girls shouted and screamed. Han Lixuan is Lin Fan's classmate. He is the most popular boy among the girls in the class and is a famous school idol in the entire Haidong University. He is not only handsome, but also very skilled. He has achieved red belt level in Taekwondo at a young age. It is normal that he is popular with girls. Wu Wenqing, come over here and let me demonstrate to everyone. Okay. Then you better show some mercy. Blue belt Wu Wenqing came out with a smile and competed with Han Lixuan. Soon, Wu Wenqing was defeated. Han Lixuan is so handsome. Han Lixuan is worthy of being the best Taekwondo student at Haidong University. Han Lixuan's Taekwondo level has improved a lot. If I could become his girlfriend, I would feel so safe. As soon as the winner was decided, many girls started discussing excitedly. Although Han Lixuan defeated Wu Wenqing quickly, Lin Fan always felt that Han Lixuan's level was average. Han Lixuan's movements just now seemed very slow to him, and he felt that he could easily defeat Han Lixuan. Is this the effect of physical enhancement? Lin Fan thought doubtfully. Wu Wenqing, it seems like you've regressed a lot recently. You need to practice harder. Han Lixuan commented proudly. Well, your advice is right. I haven't practiced enough during this period. Wu Wenqing smiled and accepted the advice humbly. Okay, you guys go down. Next we will divide into groups and conduct competition practice. The coach came out and said with a smile. Coach, before we start the sparring practice, I want to challenge a classmate. Wu Wenqing spoke seriously. Yes, as long as the other party accepts, you can challenge each other to a match before the sparring practice session. The coach nodded. Lin Fan, I want to challenge you, do you dare to accept the challenge? Wu Wenqing looked at Lin Fan provocatively. Lin Fan found it funny. This guy really didn't hold back his fart well. As soon as Wu Wenqing finished speaking, the students in the venue turned their eyes to Lin Fan, who was sitting alone in the corner. Wu Wenqing is a bit of a bully. He is a blue belt, but he actually challenged Lin Fan, a white belt who knows nothing about Taekwondo. Lin Fan has become quite arrogant since he got a little money recently. No wonder others are trying to cause trouble for him. Wu Wenqing just stepped on Lin Fan on purpose. There is no way Lin Fan would dare to accept the challenge. The coach also frowned, then turned to look at Lin Fan and said, My friend, the challenger is a blue belt, and you are a white belt. The difference in strength is too big. You can refuse this challenge. Lin Fan, haven't you been very arrogant these past few days? What, are you planning to become a coward? Wu Wenqing looked at Lin Fan with sarcasm. Lin Fan stood up slowly and looked at Wu Wenqing with a half smile. Are you sure you want to challenge me? That's right. Are you scared? If you are, then be low-key and behave yourself in school. Wu Wenqing held his head high, full of pride. Lin Fan sneered and said, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to control my strength and hurt you. His physique was improved by the system's godly points. Now his whole body is full of strength, but he has not yet experienced actual combat, so he is not sure how to control his strength. Seeing this, Wu Wenqing was stunned at first. He didn't expect Lin Fan to stand up and dare to say such tough words. He pulled Lin Fan over to attend Taekwondo class, intending to teach Lin Fan a lesson. He was just giving it a try and didn't hold out much hope. But I didn't expect that success was so imminent. Chapter 32 Defeat Wu Wenqing and Han Lixuan. At this moment, Wu Wenqing was ecstatic, as if he saw Lu Chao's 100,000 yuan waving at him. Lin Fan actually dared to say that he hurt me. Do you think this is funny? Wu Wenqing turned around and laughed at the people around him. He is so arrogant to dare to say such big words. Wu Wenqing is the second best player in the Taekwondo class, and no one can match him except Han Lixuan. Lin Fan has made a little money recently, and now he has learned to brag and show off. The students around were talking about it, and they all thought that Lin Fan was a little ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you brag so well, come on. Wu Wenqing hooked his finger and made a provocative gesture. Then he assumed a standard Taekwondo stance, jumped with both feet, and then did a mid-air spinning kick. His move seemed very powerful, and many girls screamed and praised him for being so handsome. Hearing the screams of the girls in the audience, Wu Wenqing looked even more proud. Okay. Since you insist so much, I'll do as you wish. Lin Fan sighed and walked slowly toward the center of the field. Wu Wenqing relied on his height and strength and his knowledge of Taekwondo to bully him a lot in the past. Let us just teach Wu Wenqing a lesson today. Oh my god. Is this still Lin Fan? He actually dared to accept Wu Wenqing's challenge. How can he, a white belt who has never taken a taekwondo class, dare to accept Wu Wenqing's challenge? Could it be that Lin Fan's mentality has become inflated after he got a little money? The students in the stadium showed expressions of disbelief when they saw Lin Fan walking towards the field. Lin Fan, are you ready? Wu Wenqing smiled smugly towards Lin Fan. Come on. Since you challenge me, I'll let you take the first shot. Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. Having just watched Wu Wenqing and Han Lixuan compete against each other, he was full of confidence. Okay. Then I won't be polite with you. Wu Wenqing smiled, then gathered his strength and rushed towards Lin Fan. Wu Wenqing suddenly jumped up and gave Lin Fan a mid-air side kick. Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned and felt a little angry. If he had been kicked like this in the past, he would have been seriously injured. Since you are so cruel, don't blame me. Lin Fan leaned to the side, and Wu Wenqing's mid-air side kick missed. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan raised his right foot and kicked Wu Wenqing hard. Bang! Wu Wenqing was kicked in the butt by Lin Fan. He flew 2 meters in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, there is a cushion here, otherwise Lin Fan's kick would have caused Wu Wenqing to lie in bed for at least a month. Lin Fan won? Everyone present was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Wu Wenqing is too weak. Even a skinny guy like Lin Fan can't handle him. I think Lin Fan is a hidden talent. He defeated Wu Wenqing in one move. He is much stronger than Han Lixuan. That's right. Han Lixuan and Wu Wenqing competed against each other, and it took him almost 10 moves to defeat Wu Wenqing. People on the sidelines were talking about it, and many girls looked at Lin Fan with changed eyes. Lin Fan is so handsome and a good fighter. I heard that he has some money recently. He is a very good candidate for a boyfriend. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Han Lixuan frowned and looked unhappy. Wenqing, are you okay? Han Lixuan helped Wu Wenqing up and asked with concern. It's okay, I just feel very dizzy now. Wu Wenqing kept shaking his head. Han Lixuan turned around and glared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, we are all classmates, how could you be so harsh? Hearing this, Lin Fan's face was calm, and he said calmly, he took the initiative to challenge me. I have already warned him in advance. Also, was my kick too strong? What do you think would have happened to me if his kick had hit me? Han Lixuan was immediately choked by Lin Fan's words. He also felt that what Lin Fan said was very right. Wu Wenqing had indeed used the most ruthless attack just now. It didn't feel like a confrontation or competition at all, but more like a life and death fight. Lin Fan, since you are so powerful, how about I challenge you? Han Lixuan looked directly at Lin Fan and said seriously. Wu Wenqing is his good friend, and they also participated in the department basketball team together. He wants to vent Wu Wenqing's anger. What's more, he just heard a lot of people talking about how Lin Fan was better than him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. You want to challenge me too? You'd better think it over carefully. If I fight with you, I can't guarantee that I will stop. Lin Fan looked at Han Lixuan with a smile. After a brief battle with Wu Wenqing, Lin Fan was full of confidence in defeating Han Lixuan. After his physical fitness improved, his reaction speed also became very fast, but he could not perfectly control this strength. Of course, he was very aware of Han Lixuan's little thoughts, but after all, they were classmates, and he had no grudges against Han Lixuan. In the end, he couldn't bear to hurt Han Lixuan. Ha! Lin Fan, you're so funny. You talk as if you can definitely beat our Li Xian. As soon as Lin Fan said this, many people below disliked Lin Fan. A girl in his class stood up and sneered. Yes, the kick you just made was very ordinary, except that it was a little more powerful and your reaction speed was a little faster. Lin Fan, don't think that you can defeat our Li Xian just because you defeated Wu Wenqing. Even the black belt master, coach, has praised our Li Xian. 2 more girls in the class also stood up and spoke. At least half of the girls in the class are Han Lixuan's admirers. Lin Fan's words just now immediately caused them to attack him collectively. Hearing this, Lin Fan secretly laughed in his heart. No matter how powerful Han Lixuan is, he has a super rich system. Previously, Lin Fan thought that adding constitution points would only improve one's health, but he found that he had underestimated the super rich system. After his physical fitness points increased, he was able to learn some fighting skills without any instruction. Then come on. Han Lixuan stood in the middle of the field very coolly, and immediately attracted countless girls' cheers. Then you make the first move, I'll wait. Lin Fan stood there casually and laughed. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't pay enough attention to him, Han Lixuan felt inexplicably angry. Without saying a word, he charged towards Lin Fan after gathering his strength. First, he threw a beautiful spinning kick at Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged it perfectly. After the first attack missed, Han Lixuan launched a series of consecutive aerial kicks at Lin Fan. Lin Fan ducked and dodged, and when Han Lixuan's back appeared in front of him, he kicked out extremely quickly. Bang! Lin Fan's kick hit Han Lixuan's back, knocking him to the ground. How is this possible? Han Lixuan also lost. Everyone present showed an expression of disbelief. The coach was also surprised. Chapter 33, The Skill Bar is a Magical Treasure. The whole place was silent, and many people took a deep breath. They didn't expect that Lin Fan's skills were so good that he could beat Han Lixuan and win so easily. Before this, Han Lixuan was the invincible taekwondo master of Haidong University. Han Lixuan lost, so doesn't that mean Lin Fan is the best player in Haidong University? Many people in the field thought of this. Many boys looked at Lin Fan with fear in their eyes, thinking that it would be better to avoid provoking Lin Fan in the future. Many girls looked at Lin Fan with admiration, and they all had ideas about Lin Fan in their hearts. Not long after, Han Lixuan got up from the ground, walked back to the sidelines without saying a word, and sat down dejectedly. Although he was not seriously injured, the posture he fell to the ground was extremely embarrassing. It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. Lin Fan looked around and smiled. No one should challenge me now. After saying that, he slowly walked back to the corner outside the field and sat down. An hour later, the taekwondo class ended and the students left the taekwondo hall one after another. Lin Fan was really handsome today. It's ridiculous that Wu Wenqing and Han Lixuan wanted to show off in front of Lin Fan, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face. That's right. I didn't pay much attention to Lin Fan before. But after taking a closer look today, I realized that Lin Fan's appearance is much better than Han Lixuan's. I like Lin Fan's personality. He is so good at taekwondo, but he is very low-key. He is not like Wu Wenqing and Han Lixuan who show off every day. Many girls walked out and talked about it. Lin Fan defeated Wu Xingyu and Han Lixuan, and many girls began to admire Lin Fan. As for Han Lixuan, he is just a joke now. Han Lixuan and Wu Wenqing, who were in the crowd, heard the girls whispering and looked extremely ugly. They all knew that from today on, the two of them would become a joke in Haidong University. What? So many people want to add me as a friend? Am I so popular now? After walking out of the taekwondo gym, Lin Fan saw many friend requests on WeChat, all of which were beautiful women's profile pictures. He was immediately very surprised. Lin Fan ignored all these friend requests, put away his phone, and quickened his pace towards Haizhou Private Kitchen. As soon as Lin Fan arrived at the chairman's office of Haizhou Private Chef, Lu Jejia knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Lin, the handover of Haizhou Private Kitchen is ready. As long as the remaining 12.6 billion is transferred to Boss Zhao and both parties sign, the handover can be completed. Should we notify Boss Zhao to come over immediately and complete the final transfer signature formalities? Hearing this, Lin Fan slapped his thigh and said excitedly, of course, notify Boss Zhao to come over immediately. He couldn't wait any longer, so why shouldn't he complete the final procedure as soon as possible? Okay. Lu Jejia nodded, then walked aside to make a phone call. Not long after Lu Jejia came in, Gao Ximin also came to his chairman's office. Mr. Lin, the relevant procedures for the license plate numbers HI A88888 and HI A99999 have been completed in advance. As long as your funds are in place, you can use these two license plate numbers immediately. Gao Ximin sat opposite Lin Fan and said with a smile on her face. Okay. I'll transfer the 1 billion to you in a minute. The 400 million is for the license plate number, and the 400 million is for the employees' cars. Also, buy me a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Lamborghini Veneno, and the rest will be your hard work fee. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, feeling a little excited. Another 10 billion to spend, and another 10 super rich points to earn. There are still 12.6 billion to be spent later, and another 126 super rich points to be earned. Soon you will be able to increase your physical fitness to 100 points and become a man with perfect physical fitness in the super godly system. How strong will my physique be by then? Will I be able to do it 10 times a night? Phew! Will I be able to fight 10 people by myself? After the physical fitness reaches 100 points, you can add skills freely, which is also what Lin Fan is looking forward to. Hearing this, Gao Ximin was stunned at first, and then quickly declined. "Mr. Lin, your hard work fee is too much, I feel ashamed to accept it. In fact, I didn't help you much. A Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Lamborghini Veneno, even if they are limited edition top-of-the-line models, would cost at most 140 million. Her hard work fee was at least over 60 million, so much that she couldn't accept it." Lin Fan waved his hand and laughed. "It's just a small amount of money. Just take it. During this time, just help me think about how to make more and faster large investments." Gao Ximin is very capable, and he plans to keep Gao Ximin by his side to do things for him. People all come here for profit. Since he wants Gao Ximin to work wholeheartedly for him, he naturally cannot treat her unfairly. "Well, then I will obey your orders. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the reward." Gao Ximin bowed slightly to Lin Fan and spoke excitedly. The money she earned from working for 1 or 2 days was almost equal to her net worth. It turned out that poverty limited her imagination. Lin Fan used the super rich system to transfer 1 billion to Gao Ximin's bank account. 10 super rich points were successfully credited to the account. Not long after, Zhao Juanhao arrived at Haizhou Private Kitchen. Lin Fan signed the agreement with him, completing the handover of Haizhou Private Kitchen and transferred 12.6 billion to Zhao Juanhao. 126 super rich points were successfully credited to the account. 4 billion yuan was transferred to the company account of Haizhou Private Chef to be used as funds to purchase Haidong International apartment buildings as employee dormitories. 40 rich points were successfully credited to your account. After spending all the money he needed to spend, Lin Fan opened the super rich system attribute panel in his mind. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 999,982,360,000,000 yuan. Currently 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. The amount can be increased randomly. Constitution, 62 good plus. Spirit, 25 normal plus. Skills, plus can be increased freely, consuming godly points. Super rich points, 176 for every 100 million spent, plus 1 super rich point will be awarded. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly increased the physical fitness column to 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the free skill addition function. The host types the required skills into the search bar and the corresponding skills will be automatically displayed. As a crisp mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind, Lin Fan noticed that a small box similar to Baidu search appeared behind the skill bar. Lin Fan thought that his current driving skills were not very proficient, so he typed the 6 words "car driving skills" in the search box. God level car driving skills load requires 5 God level points. 5 points of super rich are not expensive. Lin Fan directly clicked the confirm loading button. The system is loading the God level car driving technology. Please wait. A few seconds later, Lin Fan felt that he had gained a lot more knowledge about car driving techniques in his mind. Drifting techniques are child's play, even car acrobatics techniques are available. Ha. So the free increase of skills is like this. I can find any skill I want. This free increase in skill bar is really a magical treasure. Lin Fan was extremely excited and became more determined to spend more money, accumulate more rich points, and load up more skills. Chapter 34, Fighting Master. Lin Fan wanted to continue searching for some skills to see if there were any suitable ones. Suddenly, a prompt popped up automatically in the skill bar. Fighting Master. The host's physique has reached its limit, and it is strongly recommended that the host load up. Loading will consume 100 godly points. You only need 100 points to have the skills of a fighting master, so you should load it without hesitation. Click to confirm loading. The system is loading the fighting master, please wait. Super Fighting Master Plus activation requires 1000 points of godly points. Soon, the crisp mechanical sound rang in Lin Fan's mind again. This is too much of a scam. Lin Fan suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. It takes 100 godly points to load up the fighting master, and there is a special fighting master waiting behind that will require 1000 godly points. Doesn't that mean that the fighting master's skills are still very poor? Soon, Lin Fan felt that the 100 points of godly rich points were well worth it. A lot of knowledge about fighting also increased in his mind, and most of them were amazing fighting techniques. At the same time, he also knew that the more spiritual attribute points he had, the more powerful the fighting master's moves he could perform would be. After accepting the knowledge in his mind, Lin Fan showed a smile. The Wei family has warriors? Then wait for a while. I want to see who is more powerful, the warrior or me, the fighting master. After knowing that the Wei family had warriors, Lin Fan's heart was always hanging. Just now, he was thinking about whether he could find some martial arts skills mentioned in movies and TV dramas in the skill column so that he could protect himself. But unexpectedly, the super rich system had already made all the arrangements for him and assigned him the role of a fighting master right from the start. At this point, he was already relieved of his worries. With his physical strength at the limit, a fighting master should have no problem dealing with ordinary warriors. Lin Fan took another look at the attribute panel of the super rich system. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 999,982,360,000,000 yuan, currently 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. The amount can be increased randomly. Physical fitness, 100 limit. Spirit, 26 normal plus. Skills, God level car driving skills, 36 immortal martial arts. Activating the first move, Skyhammer, consumes 100 godly points plus. Super rich points, 33 for every 100 million spent, the bonus super rich points plus 1. Thinking that the more spiritual attribute points he had, the stronger his combat power would be, Lin Fan tried to add 10 points of godly rich points to his spirit. Soon, the number in his spirit column went from 26 to 36. Suddenly, a dizzy feeling came over me. Lin Fan closed his eyes and lay quietly in the large boss chair. After a few minutes, the dizziness in his head subsided and Lin Fan opened his eyes. Suddenly, the world he saw became clearer than before, and his eyesight became stronger. He could see clearly the scenery hundreds of meters away. His hearing also became more acute. If he calmed down, he could hear what the waiters were saying 20 meters away. In short, he became more alert and perceptive. Lin Fan did not plan to order the remaining 23 rich points, saving them for emergencies. Huh? Why am I all wet? Lin Fan looked at my body carefully and was immediately shocked. I saw that he was covered in sweat and dirt, and was dirty. This should be the legendary bone cleansing and marrow removing. Lin Fan instantly determined that his body had been transformed after his physical fitness was increased to the limit of 100. His whole body was sticky, making him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Fan planned to take a hot shower in the bathroom behind the office. His chairman's office is no less luxurious than a 5-star hotel suite and is fully equipped with all necessary facilities. Thinking that the clothes he was wearing were no longer wearable, Lin Fan picked up his phone and called Lu Jia. Sister Jia, please go home and get me a set of clothes and put them in my office. Ah. Okay, I got it. I'll go back right now. Lu Jia was stunned at first, then answered happily. She felt very happy. Lin Fan asked her to go home to help get the clothes, which made her feel like she and Lin Fan were a couple. After taking a hot bath for an hour and putting on the clothes Lu Jia brought him, Lin Fan felt refreshed all over. Lin Fan opened the office door and walked out, and was surprised to find Lu Jia standing at the door. Sister Jia, have you been standing at the office door this whole time? Well, your office door is not locked. I'm worried that some employees will come to the office to look for you. If they run into you just coming out to get clothes, that would not be good, so I'm guarding here. Lu Jia nodded. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Really? Why don't you just arrange an employee to come and guard it? You are the general manager of Haizhou Private Kitchen, and you are still standing here for most of the day. He felt a little touched. Lu Jia was really considerate and caring towards him. That's different. Lu Jia chuckled. She raised her head and glanced at Lin Fan secretly, and immediately exclaimed, Brother Lin Fan, how did you become so much more handsome all of a sudden? After saying this, Lu Jia suddenly realized that she had said something wrong, and quickly covered her mouth, blushing and lowering her head. She felt that she was not reserved again. Seeing Lu Jia's big reaction, Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected, she was scared. In fact, Lin Fan scared himself when he was taking a hot bath. Because his physical fitness has reached the limit of 100, he is almost a different person now than before. The outline is still the same, but the whole person's spirit and energy have at least improved by several levels. He now looks radiant and energetic. Maybe it's because I've been doing taekwondo recently and keeping fit, so I feel more energetic. It's almost time for dinner, let's go eat first. Lin Fan chuckled, said something perfunctorily, and quickly changed the subject. Okay. Let's go eat together, hee hee. Lu Jia chuckled and nodded happily. Soon, Lin Fan and Lu Jia were chatting and laughing while dining in the number 1 private room. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. When I saw the caller ID was from my counselor Tan Xingyun, I picked up the call immediately. Teacher Tan, how is your father doing now? I was just looking for time to go over and see you, and then you called me. My father's condition is much better now, but he still needs surgery. Lin Fan, are you free to come to the hospital now? Teacher Tan called me. I must be free. I'll be there right now. Okay, see you at the hospital. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt a little confused. What on earth was it that made Teacher Tan so anxious to find me? Chapter 35. Tan Xingyun wants to pay back her debt. Lin Fan walked out of the number 1 private room carrying a few packed meals. All the way to the gate of Haizhou Private Kitchen, all the beautiful waitresses in Cheongsam were stunned when they saw Lin Fan, and even forgot to call him Mr. Lin. It was not until Lin Fan was far away that they began to discuss excitedly. How come Mr. Lin has become so handsome? I was so fascinated by him just now that I forgot to call him Mr. Lin. Me too. I'm so embarrassed. Mr. Lin must think I'm crazy. Hee, aren't you being a fangirl? But it's useless for you to be a fangirl. Mr. Lin won't like you. At least you have to be someone like General Manager Lu for Mr. Lin to be interested in you. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Mr. Lin also likes girls like me? Lin Fan now had sharp ears and eyes, and heard clearly what those beautiful Cheongsam dressed waitresses said. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, left Haizhou Private Kitchen, and rushed to Haizhou First People's Hospital. The God-level car driving skills are really good. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz S650 that Gao Ximing gave him, and his driving skills became extremely proficient, which made him feel deeply moved. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at Haizhou First People's Hospital and met Tan Xingyun in her father's ward. Teacher Tan, I'll pack some food for you. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Fan put the packed food on the table and looked at Tan Xingyun with a puzzled look. Oh, by the way, what do you want to talk to me about? My house has been sold for 1.2 million. I borrowed a total of 200,000 yuan from my colleagues at school before, and I promised to pay them back as soon as possible. So I can only return you 1 million first, and I will return the remaining 4 million to you slowly. Tan Xingyun took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and pushed the bank card back. Teacher Tan, so this is what happened. I thought something big happened to your father. Don't be so anxious to pay me back. You should keep this money for future use. Take it. Otherwise the teacher will be angry. Tan Xingyun glared at Lin Fan and forced the bank card into Lin Fan's hand. Okay then, I'll take it first. Teacher Tan, you eat while it's hot, and then accompany me to look at houses. I plan to buy 1 or 2 houses. Lin Fan had no choice but to accept the bank card, but immediately proposed to buy a house. You want to buy a house? Tan Xingyun looked confused. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. Well, I have quite a bit of money now, and I plan to buy a few houses as an investment. Well, it's right to invest money in a house. What kind of house do you plan to buy? Tan Xingyun nodded with relief and asked as she opened the lunchbox. I just don't know what to buy, so I want you to give me some advice. Lin Fan had already planned to buy a house, and then asked Tan Xingyun to help with cleaning regularly, and then move into the new house naturally. He knew Tan Xingyun's character very well. She didn't like to owe others, but she was willing to help others. Okay, no problem. After I finish my meal and pay back my colleagues, I'll go buy a house with you. While eating, Tan Xingyun made a phone call to inform her colleagues. Only then did Lin Fan realize that there were many stacks of $100 bills in Tan Xingyun's handbag. Teacher Tan, are the dishes okay? Lin Fan asked with a smile after Tan Xingyun finished the call. It's delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food before. Thank you for bringing me such a delicious meal. Tan Xingyun nodded repeatedly and praised highly. Teacher Tan, you are so polite. You have taken such good care of me over the past 2 years. This is what I should do. Lin Fan chuckled, then asked in confusion, that Teacher Li Jiao didn't take advantage of you? Instead, she lent you money? Lin Fan felt very strange when he heard Tan Xingyun calling Li Jiao. Li Jiao, who is also the counselor of the department, has always been at odds with Tan Xingyun. A year ago, she even cursed Tan Xingyun in the office, calling her a shameless vixen. This incident caused a big stir. Li Jiao and Tan Xingyun are sworn enemies, but Lin Fan couldn't believe that Li Jiao was willing to lend money to Tan Xingyun. Although teacher Li Jiao has a bad temper, she is still a very nice person. She lent me 10,000 yuan this time. Don't think of her as such a bad person. Tan Xingyun explained with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Fan thought to himself, Li Jiao is so kind? This is really strange. Not long after, Tan Xingyun's colleagues came over one after another to get the money. Those teachers were nice people, and some of them even brought some fruits. Finally, the teachers from the department came. There were 7 of them, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, who exuded majesty as he walked. He is the department's director of studies, Liang Wangguang. Lin Fan knew Liang Wangguang, who was famous for his strictness in the department. Lin Fan stood up and greeted the teachers. They all knew Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was a good student with excellent character and academic performance, and he received scholarships every year. Lin Fan, what are you doing here? A female teacher asked in a bossy tone. She is none other than Li Jiao, Tan Xingyun's archenemy, who is naturally bossy when it comes to her students. At this time, Li Jiao was wearing high heels and thick lipstick, and her outfit looked very beautiful. Unfortunately, it's only her outfit that looks good. She is not good looking, so this nice outfit looks out of place on her. Xiao Jiao, Lin Fan is here to visit me. Tan Xingyun explained with a smile that she did not say that Lin Fan was rich now and paid 5 million for her medical expenses. The teachers all nodded and no longer paid attention to Lin Fan. Teacher Tan, how come you have the money to pay us back so quickly? After Tan Xingyun returned everyone's money, Liang Wangguang couldn't help but speak in confusion. I know about this. Her house has been sold for 1.2 million. It's a pity that the house in the center of Haizhou is only 100 square meters and it was sold too hastily. Otherwise, it could have been sold for at least a few 100,000 more. As soon as Liang Wangguang finished speaking, Li Jiao rushed to answer with a smug smile on her face. Upon hearing this, all the teachers were shocked. This was a loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go. Teacher Tan, you are so impulsive that you even sold the house. Even if you want to sell the house, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Your house in the city center is only selling for 1.2 million. It's a huge loss. Liang Wangguang shook his head regretfully. Tan Xingyun sighed, I can't help it. My father is seriously ill. I want to sell it as soon as possible at a lower price. I can't care so much. My father's treatment is the most important thing. After saying that, she turned to look at Li Jiao and asked in confusion, Xiao Jiao, how do you know that I sold the house? And you also know that I sold it for 1.2 million? Li Jiao was very proud and laughed, because I bought her house. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, and Tan Xingyun was even more stunned. Chapter 36, An Incredibly Disgusting Woman. What on earth does Li Jiao mean? She bought Tan Xingyun's house on purpose and wanted to show it off here. Is this a display of superiority? Lin Fan frowned. Li Jiao was indeed not that kind-hearted. She was willing to lend Tan Xingyun 10,000 yuan just to show off her superiority. I wanted to buy a house some time ago, and I saw your house was for sale, so I bought it. However, I don't like the decoration style of your house at all. I have already demolished your house and am going to redecorate it. I'm going to convert your bedroom into a toilet. I think the goldfish in your fish tank are too dirty, so I'm going to throw them into the toilet. I know you have a lot of feelings for your house, you won't be angry about this, will you? Li Jiao smoothed her hair and looked at Tan Xingyun with a smile. At this moment, she felt extremely happy. Over the past few years, she has been working with Tan Xingyun. But Tan Xingyun is much more beautiful than her, and is more popular than her among students and colleagues. She has always been suppressed by Tan Xingyun. Last year, she wanted to hook up with a leader in the administrative office, but it turned out that the leader only wanted her to help pursue Tan Xingyun. All these things made her feel resentful towards Tan Xingyun. Xiao Jiao, did you do this on purpose? Tan Xingyun's face was full of disbelief. She knew that Li Jiao was not a good person, but she didn't expect her to be so despicable. How can you say I did it on purpose? After all, the house was yours before. We are colleagues, so I just informed you. If you think I'm ruining your house, you can buy it back. According to the current housing prices in the city center, 20,000 or 2 million will be enough. I'm a very easy person to talk to. Li Jiao raised the LV bag in her hand and said hypocritically. Hearing this, all the teachers looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Jiao is so disgusting, but they dare not say anything. They all knew that Li Jiao was a relative of Li Jiao, and the vice president of Haidong University was Li Jiao's relative. Tan Xingyun was so angry that her hands were shaking. Li Jiao knew that she had invested a lot of feelings in that house, but she deliberately said such words to provoke her. Xingyun, you have to think carefully about whether you need to buy your house back. Otherwise, I will really renovate your house according to my ideas. Li Jiao looked at the silent Tan Xingyun with a smile. Isn't it just a second-hand house of 100 square meters? You are so proud of yourself that you forget yourself. Our teacher Tan doesn't need it anymore. The second-hand house is not suitable for our teacher Tan to live in. Our teacher Tan wants to live in a spacious new house. Seeing that Li Jiao was still disgusting Tan Xingyun, Lin Fan couldn't help but stand up and confront Li Jiao. When Lin Fan said this, all the teachers were stunned. They didn't expect that the usually honest Lin Fan would stand up so strongly to defend Tan Xingyun and fight back against Li Jiao. Li Jiao's face turned even livid. She originally wanted to use the matter of Tan Xingyun's house to discuss Tan Xingyun, but she didn't expect Lin Fan to directly mock her that this was a second-hand house. Lin Fan, what do you mean? Are you scolding me for being only worthy of living in a second-hand house? Li Jiao's face was gloomy and she stared at Lin Fan with anger in her eyes. Isn't this obvious? You are only fit to live in a second-hand house. So what if you bought Teacher Tan's house? Isn't it the one that Teacher Tan didn't want? Lin Fan looked at Li Jiao calmly, not afraid at all. Lin Fan, you'd better go back first. Tan Xingyun quickly advised. She didn't want Li Jiao to hate Lin Fan because of this incident. Teacher Tan, why did you let him go? I wanted to ask you, an excellent student, what else can you do for me besides bragging and pretending to be awesome? Li Jiao clapped her hands and laughed in anger. She already had a grudge against Lin Fan and had no intention of letting him go. Now your teacher Tan's house is mine. Not only do I plan to convert her bedroom into a bathroom, I also want to install a toilet on her original bed. I just want to discuss your teacher Tan. What can you do for her? You can't do anything, so you just brag and talk big here. Li Jiao looked at Lin Fan with a gloomy expression and said coldly. At this point, she had completely disregarded her image as a teacher and spoke frankly about her vicious thoughts. All the teachers' faces changed immediately, and they all seemed to be hesitant to speak. Liang Wenguang stepped forward and advised, Teacher Li, Lin Fan is still a student and does not know what is going on. He offended you. You are a teacher, so there is no need to argue with him. Let's go. That's right, let's go back first. The other teachers also spoke up to persuade them. Li Jiao crossed her arms across her chest, unmoved. Tan Xingyun gritted her teeth and bowed slightly to Li Jiao to apologize. Xiao Jiao, this is all my fault. I apologize to you, please forgive me. Ha ha ha, you're apologizing to me? Actually, that's right. It's your fault for not disciplining your students well. This is your responsibility. Then you discipline your students in front of me and give Lin Fan a good slap, and then let this matter be forgotten. Li Jiao held her head high with an extremely arrogant attitude. Tan Xingyun looked at Liang Wenguang with a pleading look. Liang Wenguang shook his head and sighed, looking helpless. Li Jiao put her hands on her hips and shouted at Tan Xingyun, I'll ask you to give Lin Fan a good slap. Lin Fan sneered, don't show off here. You should go back to your second-hand house and renovate your toilet. It's not easy to buy a second-hand house, so you should put in a little more effort. Lin Fan, you bastard, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became furious and pounced towards Lin Fan. Teacher Li, what are you doing? Why are you arguing with a student like Lin Fan? Yes, Mr. Li, it is disgraceful for you to fight with a student. Seeing this, Liang Wenguang and a group of teachers quickly stopped Li Jiao and tried to persuade her. They didn't dare to speak for Lin Fan, but they didn't want to see Li Jiao, a teacher, fighting with Lin Fan. If the news of the fight gets out, it will have a huge impact on the reputation of their department. Teacher Tan, let's go. Don't bother with this crazy woman. Lin Fan stopped Tan Xingyun's hand and walked out of the ward. With his current physical fitness of 100 points, he could easily beat Li Jiao up, but he felt that beating up such a disgusting woman would only dirty his hands. Lin Fan, you bastard, where are you planning to run to? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you scared now? Li Jiao chased after him and said sarcastically. She was stopped by a group of teachers and calmed down. She knew that she could not fight with Lin Fan. She could find a chance to expel Lin Fan from Haidong University or give him a severe punishment in the future. Didn't I just tell you? Teacher Tan wants to live in a spacious new house, so of course I'm taking her to buy a house now. Lin Fan pulled Tan Qingyun and walked away, replying impatiently. Ha ha, Lin Fan, did I hear you right? You're a needy student applying for a scholarship, and you're actually going to buy a house? Hearing this, Li Jiao laughed and clapped her hands. You were applying for a scholarship from the department a while ago, and now you have the money to buy a spacious new house. You are so amazing, how can we teachers not go and see it? Chapter 37. Is this a sales office or a nightclub? Lin Fan, if you can really buy a house, then you will be the most inspiring student in our Haidong University. Not only will I not hold it against you for what happened today, I will also solemnly apologize to you. So we teachers should also go over and see what's going on. Do you have any objection? Li Jiao followed Lin Fan and spoke in a magnanimous manner. She didn't believe that Lin Fan could afford to buy a house, but she wanted to see how long Lin Fan could continue to show off. When Lin Fan couldn't pretend anymore, she mocked Lin Fan and Tan Qingyun harshly. Okay. Then you should be prepared to apologize to me. Lin Fan nodded and replied casually. Li Jiao bought Tan Qingyun's house today and came here to show off and deliberately disgust people, so he naturally had to vent his anger for Tan Qingyun. Director Liang, teachers, since Lin Fan has agreed, let's go over and see for ourselves. Li Jiao excitedly waved to Liang Wanguang and other teachers. Upon hearing this, Liang Wanguang and others smiled bitterly and followed. They didn't believe that Lin Fan could afford to buy a house, and they also knew Li Jiao's little thoughts. They followed him not to laugh at Lin Fan, but to prevent Li Jiao and Lin Fan from fighting again. Lin Fan, since you were so kind to Teacher Tan, you should buy a spacious new house for Teacher Tan to live in. Then let's go to the villa area of Dihao Garden and buy a villa. This way, you won't lose your identity as Teacher Tan. Don't you think so? Li Jiao said hypocritically beside Lin Fan. When the teachers heard this, they immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly in their hearts. Li Jiao is really good at choosing places. Dihao Garden is a very high-end residential complex in Haidong City. Although the average house price is not as high as that of Shanghai Dong International Apartment, its villa area is very famous. The King Villa is located in the center of the entire community, with other villas surrounding it like stars surrounding the moon. There are high-end commercial houses around the villas, and there are cheap commercial houses around the high-end commercial houses. In short, the Dihao Garden community has everything from cheap commercial housing worth 800,000 to 900,000 yuan to villas worth over 100 million yuan. In the Dihao Garden community, the richer you are, the closer you can live to the center, and the more you can feel superior. The owners of the villa building have an imperial-like noble experience, so it is named Dihao Garden. Yes, that's right, you are right. Only a villa is worthy of Teacher Tan to live in. Then let's go to Dihao Garden and buy a villa. Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. He has also bought out all the houses in Haidong International Apartments, and he doesn't know much about other real estate projects. Since Li Jiao said that there is a villa area in Dihao Garden, let us go directly to Dihao Garden. When Lin Fan said this, all the teachers were stunned, then they shook their heads and smiled bitterly in their hearts. Lin Fan was pretending too much this time. How would he save face later? Lin Fan, there's actually no need to buy a villa in Dihao Garden. It's not worth it. Just find a good value for money property and buy 1 or 2 units. Wouldn't it be better to have money to invest in other things? Tan Qingyun had also heard that the villas in Dihao Garden were very expensive, so she quickly spoke up to persuade them. Teacher Tan, your good student Lin Fan wants to give you the best, so please help him. As soon as Tan Qingyun finished speaking, Li Jiao rushed to speak, but in her heart she was secretly laughing at Lin Fan and Tan Qingyun for not being confident enough. Lin Fan smiled and said, Teacher Tan, just listen to me and buy the villa in Dihao Garden. Okay. Then I'll listen to you. Tan Qingyun nodded helplessly. Since Lin Fan could actually say that, she believed that Lin Fan must have the money to buy it. I just felt sorry for Lin Fan. He had to spend so much money just for a fight. Everyone left the hospital, and Lin Fan and Tan Qingyun were driven to Dihao Garden by Liang Wanguang. Half an hour later, Lin Fan and his group arrived at the parking lot of the Dihao Garden sales office. Li Jiao crossed her arms across her chest, looking as if she was enjoying a good show. Teachers such as Liang Wanguang shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Tan Qingyun's face was relatively calm. She was thinking that when Lin Fan wanted to buy a villa, she would see if she could persuade Lin Fan to buy the cheapest one. Lin Fan, we've arrived at the Dihao Garden sales office. Let's go in quickly. For a rich person like you, time must be very precious. As soon as Lin Fan got out of the car, Li Jiao urged him impatiently. After glancing at Li Jiao, Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked towards the sales office of Dihao Garden calmly. Walking into the sales hall, Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. I saw 3 sales ladies surrounding a fat, big-eared middle-aged man, laughing and teasing him. Mr. Huang, you bought a house for Sister Shui 2 days ago, so you should buy one for me today too. Mr. Huang, when do you plan to buy all the 10 houses you mentioned? We've been waiting until the flowers have wilted. Boss Huang, we 3 sisters don't even have a car right now. It's so pitiful. I'm planning on you buying all 10 houses so we can buy a car. 3 sales ladies acted coquettishly and cutely in front of the middle-aged man. The 3 of them knew the middle-aged man's situation very well. The middle-aged man is named Huang Jiwang. He is the boss of a technology company in Haizhou City. He is worth over 100 million yuan and plans to buy 10 houses and provide them to the company's talents for free. It can be used as an investment and can also help retain talent, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Currently, a total of 3 houses have been purchased. You young girls are just too impatient. I said I would buy 10 houses for the 3 of you, so I will definitely keep my word and make sure everyone gets one. During this time, you guys should accompany me to eat. If I'm happy, it's possible that I can buy the remaining 7 sets at once. Huang Jiwang patted and pinched the buttocks of the 3 sales ladies and said proudly. He will definitely buy all 10 houses, but before buying them, he has to take advantage of these 3 sales ladies. Boss Huang, don't worry, the 3 of us sisters will definitely take good care of you. That's right, Mr. Huang, when do you call us? Aren't we available whenever you call? When faced with Huang Jiwang's dirty hands, the 3 sales ladies not only did not dodge, but moved their bodies closer to him and used more explicit and provocative words. In order to get the commission from selling 10 houses, they all think it is worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, are you planning to buy a house? Sales lady Pang Chunyan immediately came over to greet Lin Fan and his group. The one who wants to buy a house is this rich man. He said he wants to buy a big villa. We want to see what kind of big villas the needy students who need to apply for scholarships can buy, so we all come and have a look. Li Jiao spoke first, stating that Lin Fan was a particularly poor student, hoping that these sales ladies would treat Lin Fan badly and would preferably drive him away immediately. Extremely needy students? Pang Chunyan was stunned. Many sales ladies present also turned their eyes to Lin Fan. Is this a nightclub or a sales office? I am not in the wrong place. Lin Fan glanced in Huang Jiwang's direction with disgust and asked in a dissatisfied tone. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire sales hall fell silent. Chapter 38, A House Tip. As soon as Lin Fan said this, the whole place fell silent. This person speaks too harshly. Doesn't he know that he can easily get beaten if he does this? Many sales ladies thought to themselves. Li Jiao sneered in her heart. You came here just to show off, and you dare to curse people. Just wait to be kicked out. Saleswoman Pang Chunyan nodded awkwardly. Sir, this is the sales office of Dihao Garden. She also felt that her 3 female colleagues were going too far and were trying their best to sell the house. Well, then which is the best villa here? Tell me about it quickly. If it's suitable, I will buy it. Lin Fan felt that this place was filled with smoke and chaos, and he didn't want to stay any longer. Okay, sir, this way please, our best villa is. Pang Chunyan led Lin Fan towards the building model while explaining politely. Boy, what did you mean by that? Explain yourself clearly. As Pang Chunyan was speaking, Huang Jiwang came over, stopped Lin Fan and questioned him loudly. The 3 sales ladies also stared at Lin Fan angrily. Lin Fan sneered, do I need to explain to you? When Lin Fan saw Huang Jiwang, he thought of Lu Chao. They were all people who thought they were big shots just because they had a little money. He felt disgusted with them. Boy, you are awesome, today I will teach you how to behave. Huang Jiwang looked Lin Fan up and down in an exaggerated manner, then laughed in anger and said, Good, very good, boy, you are awesome. After a pause, he said to a sales lady beside him with great wealth, Xiaoxue, drive him away for me. I will buy 3 houses for you right away. Sir, if you want to buy a house, please come over in a few days. I will apply for a 2% discount for you then. Is that okay? As soon as Huang Jiwang finished speaking, Yang Shui, the sales team leader, stepped forward and politely ordered Lin Fan to leave. A big customer like Huang Jiwan who plans to buy 10 houses must not be offended. Lin Fan was wearing all cheap clothes, and considering what Li Zhao had just said, she had concluded that Lin Fan had come here deliberately to play a trick on them and there was no way he was here to buy a house. The best choice is to drive Lin Fan away and appease Huang Jiwan's anger. Huang Jiwan nodded with satisfaction when he saw Yang Shui ordering Lin Fan to leave. Boy, I'm going to give you a free lesson today. If you're poor, you should be more low-key and don't show off your personality, otherwise you'll suffer a great loss in society. You're giving me a lesson? Lin Fan sneered, his tone extremely contemptuous. You're not worthy. Suddenly, Huang Jiwan was so angry that his face turned purple and his hands began to tremble. Seeing this, Yang Shui also became impolite. Sir, please get out immediately and don't disturb the mood of our distinguished guests. Are you sure you want to kick me out? Don't regret it. Lin Fan frowned, looking displeased. I regret it? Yang Shui said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are someone who can't even afford the cheapest commercial housing. You are here to affect our ability to buy a house. I will regret it if I don't chase you away. You are right. I will never buy the cheapest commercial housing. If I want to buy something, I will buy a big villa. Lin Fan nodded, took out the Centurion Black Gold card and handed it to Peng Chunyan. Go and call the person in charge here. Tell me what kind of house that boss plans to buy. I'll give you one as a gift. A house as a tip? Everyone present was shocked, and subconsciously thought that Lin Fan was bragging. However, several sales ladies present recognized that this was the Centurion Black Gold card with no credit limit. Oh my god. This is the Centurion Black Gold card. There are only a few people in Haizhou City who can hold it. I didn't expect to see a guest holding a Centurion Black Gold card today. Peng Chunyan was also stunned when she saw the Centurion Black Gold card in Lin Fan's hand. Sir, I'll call our manager over for you now. You don't need to pay the tip for the house. Peng Chunyan came to her senses and bowed slightly to Lin Fan, then turned around and left to call for help. This is definitely a kid from a top wealthy family. He speaks so arrogantly. He gave me a house as a tip. He's young, handsome, and rich. He's simply the perfect man. Oh, I really regret not going over to receive him just now. Even if the house as a tip was not fulfilled in the end, the commission for a big villa would be over $1 million. The sales ladies were talking excitedly. Huang Jiwan's face felt hot. The 10 houses he wanted to buy were all worth about 2 million yuan, which added up to about 20 million yuan. The commission that the 3 sales ladies finally received was at most 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. And he actually wanted to take advantage of the 3 sales ladies by offering them less than 100,000 yuan per person. As soon as Lin Fan came up, he wanted to give a house worth 2 million yuan as a tip without saying anything. There is no harm without comparison. In front of Lin Fan, Huang Jiwan instantly became a stingy person. The 3 sales ladies suddenly felt that Huang Jiwan, whom they had been trying to curry favor with, was no longer popular. Not long after, the tall and beautiful sales manager Liang Meiqi came to the sales office hall wearing high heels, accompanied by several staff members. As soon as she appeared, all the sales ladies in the entire sales office seemed to be overshadowed. Hello sir, I am Liang Meiqi, the sales manager. My sales employee had a bad work attitude and offended you. I apologize to you on her behalf. Liang Meiqi bowed slightly and apologized to Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood there with a calm expression, without any expression. Liang Meiqi asked enthusiastically and generously, Sir, I heard that you are planning to buy a villa. I wonder what price range you are planning to buy. Manager Liang, you are showing favoritism. I plan to buy 10 houses and have already bought 3, but you didn't come out to receive me. He just expressed his willingness to buy a villa, and you came out to receive him in person. That's too unreasonable. Huang Jiwan's tone was extremely dissatisfied and he felt greatly humiliated. Hearing this, Liang Meiqi sneered in her heart. What level are you? How dare you compare yourself with a big shot holding a Centurion Black Gold card? Of course, she couldn't say these words, and she was just about to open her mouth to explain. But before he could open his mouth, Lin Fan took the lead and asked, Manager Liang, how much is the most expensive villa here? Don't ask for the best, just the most expensive. By spending a little more money, you can accumulate more wealth points. The most expensive villa here is, of course, the King of Buildings Dihao Villa No. 1, which costs 300,000 per square meter and has a total price of 230 million. Liang Meiqi explained with a smile. Only 230 million? So cheap? Lin Fan sighed, a little disappointed. The number 1 sky villa where he lives now is worth 430 million yuan, and the Dihao number 1 villa is 200 million yuan less, which is indeed a lot cheaper. Only 230 million? All the sales ladies present, including Maggie Liang, were disheveled. Chapter 39. If you are not satisfied, you can buy another one. The teachers did not recognize Lin Fan's Centurion Black Gold card and thought that Lin Fan was bragging. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Manager Liang, please take us over to have a look. It's just a routine visit. This little money is nothing to our classmate Lin Fan. He will definitely buy it. Li Jiao had an attitude of ugly people causing trouble, secretly laughing in her heart at Lin Fan for causing such a big fuss and wondering how it would end. Manager Liang, these two people just wanted to chase me away. My request is not high. I just want them to disappear from my sight. As for how many villas you need me to buy, it's up to you. If Dihao number 1 villa is not enough, just add a few more. Lin Fan pointed at Huang Jiwang and Yang Shui, then handed over his Centurion Black Gold card. Huang Jiwang had previously wanted to force the sales lady to drive him away by selling her house, so he used his own method to retaliate. What's more, he did this now to take the opportunity to warn Li Jiao not to do anything behind his and Tan Qingyun's back in the future. Liang Meiqi was thinking about how to tactfully ask Huang Jiwang to leave. Huang Jiwang finally recognized Lin Fan's Centurion Black Gold card, and left in disgrace without saying a word. At this moment, he was terrified and couldn't even imagine what level of wealthy tycoon Lin Fan was. Originally, he wanted to apologize to Lin Fan, but it was obvious that Lin Fan didn't want to see him now. He could only wait for a while and let Liang Meiqi say a few good words for him, otherwise a wealthy tycoon like Lin Fan would make it impossible for him to survive in Haizhou City in a matter of minutes. Yang Shui, you have been fired, you can leave now. Liang Meiqi said coldly with a straight face. Hearing this, Yang Shui left the sales office with a sad look on her face. She was full of regret at this time. During previous training, she was often taught not to judge people by their appearance, but she always disagreed. Unexpectedly, the correctness of this statement was finally verified. After Huang Jiwang and Yang Shui left, Lin Fan felt much happier. Manager Liang, please take me to pay the money and go through the formalities. After that, we'll go and look at the house. Lin Fan waved his hand. Lin Fan, let's go look at the house first. We can pay the money and go through the formalities now. But if we are not satisfied after seeing it, that would be bad. Tan Qingyun hurried out to persuade him. It's okay. If you're not satisfied, buy something else. Lin Fan said with a smile. Okay. It's all up to you. Tan Qingyun hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. She knew very well that in this kind of situation, Lin Fan's face was more important than money. Upon hearing this, the sales ladies were shocked again. I bought the Dihao number 1 villa worth 230 million yuan without even looking at it. It was as straightforward as buying cabbages in the vegetable market. In fact, it is much easier for Lin Fan to buy a villa worth 230 million than for them to buy cabbage. Liang Meiqi took Lin Fan to pay the money and go through the formalities, and many people gathered around. Oh, yes, Manager Liang, I just said I would give this lady a house as a tip, so you can pay that money. Lin Fan pointed at Peng Chunyan and said to Liang Meiqi indifferently. Okay, then the total amount is 232.2 million. Maggie Liang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The tip for a house turned out to be no joke, it was actually real. The sales lady looked at Peng Chunyan with envy. Peng Chunyan was stunned for a moment. She just received Lin Fan politely and spoke less than 3 sentences. What he got was a house worth 2.2 million, plus a commission for the subsequent Dihao number 1 villa. It was like a dream. Lin Fan entered the password, and the POS machine successfully deducted 230 million yuan, and the receipt was slowly printed out. Suddenly, all the teachers were stunned and shocked. Lin Fan, a famous poor student at Haidong University, actually managed to buy a villa worth 230 million? In addition to being shocked, Li Jiao was also filled with jealousy towards Tan Qingyun. Why? Why did someone buy a big villa for Tan Qingyun, a vixen? And I can only live in a second-hand house? Mr. Lin, I will personally take you to see the Dihao Villa number 1. After completing the formalities, Liang Meiqi enthusiastically and generously took Lin Fan and the others to see the Dihao Villa number 1. When they arrived at the Dihao Villa number 1, accompanied by Liang Meiqi's explanation, the teachers exclaimed in amazement from time to time, while Li Jiao's face became more and more ugly. Lin Fan had a nonchalant look on his face. Although the Dihao Villa No. 1 was luxurious and grand, it was still far inferior to the Sky Villa No. 1 where he lived now. It's almost time to visit Dihao Villa No. 1. Suddenly, Lin Fan looked at Li Jiao with a smile. Teacher Li, shouldn't you apologize to me now? Suddenly, all the teachers turned their eyes to Li Jiao. Lin Fan, let's just forget about this matter. Tan Qingyun whispered in Lin Fan's ear. But she was only halfway through her words when Li Jiao pretended to be dumbfounded and loudly replied, Lin Fan, did I ever say I would apologize to you? I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first. After saying that, she snorted and turned away angrily. All the teachers were stunned. This teacher Li Jiao was too ridiculous. It was just an apology, was it that serious? After Li Jiao left, the teachers visited the Dihao No. 1 villa for a while and then said goodbye and left together. Tan Qingyun was also worried about her father in the hospital, so Lin Fan left with Tan Qingyun, and Liang Meiqi, the sales manager, drove them off personally. On the way back to the hospital, in the back seat of Maggie Liang's BMW. Teacher Tan, I bought Dihao No. 1 villa as an investment. I won't be living here much. Please move in sometime. Just help me look after the house and clean it up. Lin Fan looked at Tan Qingyun with a smile. Lin Fan, you just bought this villa, and it would be a bit inappropriate for me to move in there. Tan Qingyun shook her head and politely declined. Teacher Tan, in addition to investing in this Dihao No. 1 villa, the main purpose is to find you a place to live. If you don't want to move in, then I will give it away. Lin Fan looked at Tan Qingyun seriously and used the same trick he used when he bought a car for Lu Jejia. When Tan Qingyun heard this, she immediately said anxiously, I promise you that I will move in after a while, okay? Please don't give gifts to others anymore. You used your tip to give someone a house before. I feel bad for you. Hearing this, Lin Fan secretly laughed in his heart. This is exactly the effect my buddy wants. Although Tan Qingyun is much more educated than Lu Jejia, she is the same as Lu Jejia. She is genuinely concerned for his good and feels anxious for him when she sees his wasteful behavior. Lin Fan, how rich are you now? Tan Qingyun asked with emotion. I'm not sure, but it should be around 10 billion or 800 million. Lin Fan chuckled and tried to keep the story as quiet as possible so as not to scare Tan Qingyun. Even if you have money, you can't be extravagant. A house as a tip, you are really a spendthrift. Make more prudent investments to make money, and don't just sit there and eat up all the money. I will also try my best to help you find classmates and friends to see if I can find a good investment project for you. Tan Qingyun frowned again and taught Lin Fan earnestly. Yes. Yes, Teacher Tan is right, I will pay attention next time. Lin Fan knew that Tan Qingyun was truly doing this for his own good, so he nodded in agreement, looking like he was willing to learn. Arriving at Haizhou First People's Hospital, Lin Fan and Tan Qingyun said goodbye and drove the Mercedes-Benz S650 back to Haizhou Private Kitchen. Wei Tianrui, I'm going to settle accounts with you. Chapter 40, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. The next day, Saturday. Lin Fan does not have any classes at Haidong University. He slept until almost noon, then got up and rushed to Haizhou Private Kitchen for lunch. After lunch, Gao Ximing just delivered his 2 cars and the cars of all the employees. Lin Fan was filled with pride when he saw 368 luxury cars parked around Haizhou Private Kitchen. He transferred 500 million to Zhao Juanhao and asked Zhao Juanhao to pass it on to Yi San, and then prepared to take Gao Ximing to settle the score with Wei Tianrui. But before he could even go out, he received a call from Mr. Yi San himself, inviting him to attend the auction in the afternoon. Thinking that the auction was a good place to spend money, Lin Fan decided to temporarily postpone settling the account with Wei Tianrui and go to the auction first. However, the news that Lin Fan spent 500 million to find Yi San soon spread in the upper circles of Haizhou City, causing crazy discussions. Mr. Lin had previously boasted that he would ask the Wei family to bring Wei Tianrui to apologize, but now he actually asked Mr. Yi San to come forward to protect him. This is simply ridiculous. After all, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Maybe the so-called Mr. Lin found out about the powerful strength and power of the Wei family in the past 2 days, so he just became cowardly. That so-called Mr. Lin has admitted his weakness now, but the Wei family may not let him go. Third Master Yi can only save his life at most, but the Wei family still has 100 ways to deal with him. The entire upper-class circle in Haizhou City thought that Lin Fan had become a coward and treated him as a joke. Lin Fan had also heard some of these gossips, but he didn't take them to heart at all. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove a Lamborghini Veneno with license plate number Hi A88888 and took Gao Ximin to the auction held by Yisan. Mr. Lin, the auction held by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce requires a net worth of at least 1 billion to be eligible to participate. I have always dreamed of participating, and today, thanks to you, I finally got my wish. Gao Ximin sat in the passenger seat, her face full of excitement. Lin Fan laughed and said, "Boss Gao, be more confident. From now on, in the entire Haizhou city, only others will come to curry favor with you. You don't need to curry favor with others. My Rolls-Royce Phantom with license plate number A99999, you can use it when you do things for me." Gao Ximin was stunned when she heard this. "Mr. Lin, are you saying that you let me use your Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Although Gao Ximin is just a small figure in Haizhou City, as long as she rides in a Rolls-Royce with license plate number Shanghai A99999, her identity will be completely different. This means that there is a billionaire behind her who trusts her very much. In this way, she is also a big figure in Haizhou City. Lin Fan nodded casually. "Well, I don't usually like to ride in a Rolls-Royce. Maybe it's only used in formal occasions. I'll give it to you for normal use. This way you can get things done more smoothly." If Gao Ximin was stopped by Wei Tianrui in her Rolls-Royce with license plate number Haya 99999, Wei Tianrui would have thought twice before smashing the car. Since he planned to let Gao Ximin work wholeheartedly for him in the future, he naturally had to give Gao Ximin the highest courtesy. "Mr. Lin, I will definitely do my best for you in the future and live up to your kindness in recognizing me." Gao Ximin looked at Lin Fan and said with a firm expression. A gentleman will die for his friend, and this is exactly how she feels at this moment. Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at a manor villa in the center of Haizhou City. Gao Ximin happily took Lin Fan's arm, and they walked into the auction site together. At this time, there were already quite a few people at the auction site, all gathered in groups of 3 or 5 chatting. "Mr. Lin, are you planning to buy some items at this auction?" Gao Ximin took Lin Fan's arm and asked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, of course, at least I have to buy a few things." He came to the auction not to make connections, but mainly to spend money, so of course a lot of items would be auctioned. "Oh? Isn't this Mr. Lin who has such a terrible tone? It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet." At this moment, an extremely exaggerated sound of surprise rang out. Lin Fan looked up and saw Wei Tianrui hugging a heavily made-up beauty, looking at him with a half-smile. "Are you provoking me?" Lin Fan frowned, looking displeased. "How dare I provoke you, Mr. Lin? You are so powerful. I only smashed your broken Mercedes last time, but you threatened me and asked our Wei family to bring me to your house to apologize to you. If I provoke you, you might break my legs. I'm so scared." Wei Tianrui spoke in a sarcastic tone and exaggeratedly acted like he was scared, causing everyone around him to burst into laughter. Lin Fan's face was indifferent, and he sneered, "Wei Tianrui, I was planning to settle the score with you after the auction, letting you jump around for a while. Looking at your current state, do you want me to teach you a lesson earlier?" Hearing this, Wei Tianrui showed a helpless expression. "Oh, it seems that you still want to attack me here, fine. Come on, who is afraid of who?" As Wei Tianrui finished speaking, several of his friends of similar age came over and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. The atmosphere between the two sides is very tense and they may start fighting at any time. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler came over and scolded Wei Tianrui. "Wei Tianrui, today's auction is held by Mr. Yi San, don't make trouble here." Mr. Lin, I'm giving third Master Yi face today so I won't bother with you for now. But at this auction, with me, Wei Tianrui, here, you won't be able to get a single item." Wei Tianrui snorted coldly and turned to leave. When Lin Fan heard this, he secretly laughed in his heart. There was actually someone who wanted to compete with him for money. "Oh, really? Then I'll tell you exactly what I said. With me here, you can't even think of getting a single item. No, I should say that if you can get a single item, I'll pay you another 10 billion, so what?" Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. Wei Tianrui paused and smiled contemptuously. "Okay. Then we'll see." After saying that, he took his men away. Mr. Lin actually dared to compete with Wei Tianrui for more money. Is he out of his mind? That's right. Although the Wei family ranks low among the 4 major families in Haizhou City, in terms of financial strength alone, the Wei family ranks first. The heir Wei Tianrui can mobilize billions of funds. Wei Tianrui is the richest second generation in Haizhou City. No one is richer than him. Mr. Lin is probably going to bring shame upon himself. As soon as Wei Tianrui left, everyone around him started talking in low voices. Chapter 41, Preventing Wei Tianrui from getting an auction item. Mr. Lin, we still have a vacant VIP room. Do you need it? The middle-aged man who looked like a butler asked Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan nodded, okay, take me there. Someone, take Mr. Lin to VIP room number 3. The middle-aged butler quickly called a staff member over. Soon, Lin Fan and Gao Ximin were taken to VIP room number 3. The VIP rooms are all on the second floor. Not only are the rooms luxuriously decorated, they are also closest and highest to the auction table, allowing you to enjoy the utmost in luxury, but you need to pay 10 million. This third Master Yi is really good at making money. Lin Fan sat down in VIP room number 3 and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Soon, the auction officially began. The auctioneer in a suit and tie walked up to the auction table. Everyone is welcome to join our Sihai auction. The auction will officially begin now. Our first lot is Tang Bohua's painting of ladies. The starting price is 5 million, and the bid will be increased by 100,000 each time. The auctioneer spoke slowly as he asked the staff to show a painting. As soon as he finished speaking, people started making bids. 5.1 million. 5.2 million. 6.3 million. Mr. Lin, shall we bid by placard? Gao Ximin asked Lin Fan in VIP room number 3. Go ahead and bid. This room costs 10 million. If we don't bid it, we'll lose money. Just increase the price by 1 million each time. Lin Fan drank a cup of tea and said lightly. Okay, Mr. Lin. Gao Ximin nodded, then raised the sign and shouted, 8.2 million. The auctioneer was stunned, then shouted, Mr. Lin in VIP room number 3 bids 8.2 million. 10 million. Wei Tianrui, who was in VIP room number 2, followed suit when he heard Lin Fan's bid. Mr. Wei from VIP room number 2 offers 10 million. 11 million. Gao Ximin raised the sign and shouted again. Mr. Lin from VIP room number 3 offered 11 million. 15 million. Wei Tianrui followed suit and made a bid. As Wei Tianrui and Gao Ximin continued to bid, everyone present began to talk. Mr. Lin and Wei Tianrui from VIP room number 3 have started fighting in the first round. Who will win the first auction item? Based on the confidence of the bid, Wei Tianrui is still better. Wei Tianrui directly raised the price from 11 million to 15 million. It seems that Wei Tianrui really wants to make sure that Mr. Lin can't get any of the auction items and give him a slap in the face. Everyone present was optimistic about Wei Tianrui. After all, Wei Tianrui was very famous in the upper-class circles of Haizhou City, while Lin Fan had only suddenly appeared in the past few days. If it's Wei Tianrui, just raise the price by 100 million. Gao Ximin was about to raise the price by another 1 million when Lin Fan said calmly. Increase the price by 100 million? Gao Ximin was stunned at first, then looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Lin Fan nodded, Wei Tianrui and I are both on board now. We'll raise the price by millions. When will it end? I'll just raise the price by 100 million. Let's see how many times he can hold out. Okay. I'll listen to you, Mr. Lin. Gao Ximin nodded heavily, then raised the sign and shouted, 115 million. 115 million. As soon as Gao Ximin called out the price, the whole place fell silent. So domineering, directly raising the price by 100 million. Is this a stupid person with a lot of money? This painting of ladies by Tang Bohu is not worth 115 million at all. Any price over 10 million is already quite high. The auctioneer was stunned for a moment before he shouted, Mr. Lin from VIP room 3 bids 115 million. 115 million first time. 115 million for the second time. 135 million. Wei Tianrui in VIP room number 2 gritted his teeth and raised the price by 20 million, bringing the bid to 135 million. Of course, he also knew that Tang Bohua's paintings of ladies were not worth such a high price, but he had already made a big promise before that Lin Fan would not be able to get any of the auction items. If the first auction item was bought by Lin Fan, then he would be slapped in the face too quickly, and now he is in a difficult situation. 235 million. As soon as Wei Tianrui finished speaking, Gao Ximin raised her placard and made a bid according to Lin Fan's instructions. When Gao Ximin made the bid of 235 million, everyone present gasped. Who is Mr. Lin? He is so confident. He raises the price by 100 million at a time. That's right. Judging from the current situation, Wei Tianrui probably can't defeat Mr. Lin. I also feel that it's in jeopardy. Wei Tianrui just raised the price by 20 million. It's obvious that he is considering whether it's cost-effective or not. Everyone present began to discuss in low voices. 235 million first time. 235 million for the second time. 235 million for the third time. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision. Humph. A painting of a lady by Tang Bohu was bought for 230 million. Only a fool would do that. Inside VIP room number 2, Wei Tianrui shouted loudly. He couldn't beat Lin Fan, so he just wanted to save some face. But he also knew that he had really lost face this time. The next item to be auctioned is the second item. The auction was still going on. Whenever Lin Fan saw something he liked, he asked Gao Ximin to bid for it. As soon as Gao Ximin made a bid, Wei Tianrui would definitely come out to interfere. In the end, of course, Lin Fan won it at an extremely strong price. The auction was almost over, and Wei Tianrui still hadn't received a single item. Lin Fan also spent 4.3 billion for this. Soon, the auction reached its last item. Next, it's time for our last auction item. This one is a little special. It was Miss Guan Shili, a first-line female star, who volunteered to auction off 7 days of her time. Whoever wins the auction will have Miss Guan Shili accompany him to eat, go shopping and travel for the next 7 days. Maybe it can spark love and create a romantic love story. Now please welcome our Miss Guan Shili to the stage. The auctioneer spoke in a rhythmic voice, and finally Guan Shili dressed up beautifully and slowly walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Guan Shili. Guan Shili held the microphone in her hand and bowed slightly to greet everyone gracefully and appropriately. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the audience, and many people's eyes were shining, and they were ready to make something. Guan Shili has a tall figure and beautiful looks. What is even more rare is that she has a very pure temperament. She has always been hailed as the leader of the Jade Girls in the entertainment industry. Wei Tianrui, who was in VIP room number 2, was even more greedy when he saw Guan Shili appear. He had long coveted Guan Shili, a top female star. Before coming to the auction, he vaguely knew that there was such a special auction. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to continue fighting with Lin Fan. He wanted to leave enough funds to auction off Guan Shili's 7 days. In 7 days, with his skills in pursuing girls, he was confident that he could make Guan Shili his girlfriend. Wei Tianrui had a very beautiful idea, but with Lin Fan here, how could he fulfill his wish? Chapter 42, First-line female star Guan Shili. Lin Fan was also very surprised that Guan Shili wanted to auction off her 7 days of time. Guan Shili is a female star that Lin Fan has always liked. In Lin Fan's mind, she is a goddess. But now Guan Shili appeared in such an occasion and bowed to everyone, her attitude seemed very humble. This made Lin Fan feel very uncomfortable. A goddess in the eyes of losers, a plaything in the eyes of rich people? Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Boss Gao, please make sure to film Guan Shili's 7 days. Lin Fan instructed Gao Ximin, who was sitting next to him. Mr. Lin, you like Guan Shili, so why didn't you tell me earlier? I could dress like her. Gao Ximin looked at Lin Fan and teased him with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. You think too much. Guan Shili is one of my favorite female stars. I have seen all her movies. She needs to put 7 days of her time up for auction. I feel like she's in trouble, so I'll help her if I can. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Gao Ximin apologized to Lin Fan sincerely, and felt relieved. It turned out that Mr. Lin was not interested in Guan Shili. It's okay, just do as I say. Lin Fan waved his hand and replied lightly. Okay, I understand. Gao Ximin nodded heavily. On the auction stage, the auctioneer spoke in a rhythmic voice. Now, the auction begins. Miss Guan Shili has 7 days to bid. The starting price is 10 million, and the bid will be increased by 1 million each time. 100 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Wei Tianrui in VIP room number 2 directly shouted out the price. 200 million. Gao Ximin raised the sign and shouted the price. 300 million. Wei Tianrui raised the sign and shouted the price again. This time, Wei Tianrui did not give in and competed with Lin Fan with full confidence. Soon, Gao Ximin shouted out 800 million. Suddenly, the entire auction site fell silent again. It is really not worth it to auction a first-line female star's 7 days for 800 million. Not to mention just letting Guanxili accompany them for 7 days, they felt it was not worth it even if they let Guanxili be their wife for a month. Many of them have a total asset of only tens or hundreds of billions. It's no secret that Wei Tianrui wants to pursue Guanxili. I wonder if he will continue to raise the price. I always feel that Wei Tianrui is a little lacking in confidence. When he just offered 700 million, he thought about it for a long time before making the bid. If Wei Tianrui can't win this auction, he will become a joke in Haizhou City. There were many wealthy people discussing the matter at the auction. 900 million. Wei Tianrui in VIP room number 2 gritted his teeth and shouted out 900 million word by word. Mr. Wei from VIP room number 2 offered 900 million. The auctioneer shouted excitedly. Mr. Lin, I hope you can give me Wei Tianrui a face, if you give me this face today. I don't need to bother with you about our previous grudges. Wei Tianrui stood up and shouted loudly in the direction of Lin Fan. As the eldest son of the Wei family and the future heir to the position of patriarch of the Wei family, he can mobilize billions of funds, but that is limited to his investment behavior. As for the money he could spend on wine and women, 900 million was already his limit. At this moment, although he hated Lin Fan in his heart and secretly cursed Lin Fan for raising the bidding price so high. But in order to successfully win the auction and spend 7 wonderful days with Guanxili, he had to propose a settlement to Lin Fan. 1 billion. As soon as Wei Tianrui finished speaking, Gao Ximin in VIP room number 3 raised his sign and called out a price again. Mr. Lin doesn't give Wei Tianrui any face at all. It seems that there will be a fierce battle between the two of them in Haizhou City in the future. Wei Tianrui has already proposed to let bygones be bygones, but Mr. Lin is deliberately embarrassing Wei Tianrui. This is really irrational. Everyone, just wait and see. It won't be long before the Wei family makes it impossible for Mr. Lin to stay in Haizhou City. As soon as the bid of 1 billion was announced, the wealthy people at the auction began to whisper to each other. Wei Tianrui's face turned pale and he sat back in his seat angrily without making another bid. This was the Sihai auction, Mr. Ye's place, so he didn't dare to cause trouble on purpose and continue to bid sky-high prices. If the auction is over and he can't come up with the money to complete the transaction, Mr. Yi-san will make trouble for him. 1 billion times. Twice a billion. 3 times a billion. Deal. Congratulations to Mr. Lin in VIP room number 3. The auctioneer made the final decision. In VIP room number 1, a middle-aged man with a bloated figure, a slightly pale face, and a body that seemed to be hollowed out by alcohol and sex took the red wine handed to him by a beautiful woman next to him and drank it all in one gulp. The middle-aged man was Mr. Yi-san, who organized this auction. Interesting. I didn't expect that my sudden impulse to invite Mr. Lin to participate in this auction would actually allow me to earn at least 2 billion more. Master Yi-san gave a meaningful smile. Third Master, if Mr. Lin and Wei Tianrui fight, isn't this just a case of the fisherman taking advantage while the snipe and the clam fight? The beautiful lady next to Master Yi-san said with a beautiful smile. That's right, Xiao, you are absolutely right. I will reward you well tonight. Master Yi-san patted the beautiful woman's butt and said with a smile. Third Master, you are so bad. The beautiful woman replied in a coquettish voice, looking like she was reluctant but actually willing. After the auction was over, Lin Fan brought Gao Ximin out of VIP room number 3 and arrived at the first floor lobby of the auction, where they happened to meet Wei Tianrui. Wei Tianrui, I'm not trying to hit you, you and I are simply not on the same level. If I say you can't get any of the auction items, then you can't get any of them. Don't even mention you. Even if your father were here, I could still make him return empty-handed. I'm just teaching you a little lesson now. Just wait and see how I teach your Wei family a big lesson. Lin Fan looked at Wei Tianrui with a half-smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present came to their senses. Wei Tianrui really didn't get a single item at this auction. Suddenly, many people looked at Lin Fan with awe. This Mr. Lin is a ruthless man. This is the unanimous thought in many people's minds. Humph. Don't be so proud too soon. Just wait. Wei Tianrui's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and turned away angrily. I'm sending you my real words. You smashed my car. Don't think I'll let you off easily. Lin Fan's face was indifferent as he replied calmly, then he took Gao Ximin to pay for the auction items. This time, 5.3 billion was spent, which means 53 rich points were earned. When he thought of this, Lin Fan felt a little excited, thinking that he should participate in more auctions like this in the future. But when Lin Fan used the super rich system to transfer 5.3 billion, he was stunned. There were no 53 super rich points gained, only a mere 18 points. Chapter 43, Beating Wei Tianrui. Lin Fan was puzzled and couldn't understand why he spent 5.3 billion but only got 18 super rich points. Warm reminder, the items auctioned by the host are too inflated, and the system will only reward the rich points according to the actual value of the items. At this moment, a prompt appeared in the super rich system in my mind. Below the prompt, there are also auction items with inflated values listed. In general, Lin Fan auctioned items worth 4.3 billion yuan earlier, but the super rich system only calculated it as 800 million yuan. However, Guanxili's 10 billion was recognized by the super rich system, and she was directly awarded 10 super rich points. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that the system's judgment was reasonable. Otherwise, he would have just bought a worthless piece of paper, but he insisted on paying 100 billion. It seemed too easy for him to become a super rich man. Well, anyway, the super rich system has too much money to spend. Even if I spend 4.3 billion and only 800 million is effective, it's not bad to only have 8 super rich points in the end. Lin Fan was still very happy in his heart. Mr. Lin, I will follow your arrangements for the next 7 days. At this time, Guanxili walked up to Lin Fan with a smile. Ms. Guan, you should arrange your own time. I really like watching your movies, and I bid for them just to help you. You don't have to come and accompany me on purpose, but if you encounter any difficulties in Haizhou City, you can always come to Haizhou Private Kitchen to find me. Lin Fan waved his hand and laughed. Boss Gao, let's go. After talking to Guanxili, he greeted Gao Ximin, then turned and left. Suddenly, Guanxili was stunned on the spot. She couldn't believe this was all true. I spent 10 billion simply because I liked her movies and simply wanted to help her. Mr. Lin is truly a remarkable man. Guanxili sighed in her heart. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Veneno and took Gao Ximin away from the manor villa. Although he was driving a super sports car like Lamborghini Veneno, he didn't drive very fast. Suddenly, a Ferrari sports car with the license plate number HS 66666 overtook Lin Fan's car and stopped sideways about 10 meters ahead. Immediately afterwards, just like last time, 2 Porsche sports cars arrived and attacked Lin Fan's Lamborghini Venezia from the front and back. Mr. Lin, it's that bastard Wei Tianrui again. Gao Ximin said angrily. Lin Fan smiled and said, I was just about to settle accounts with Wei Tianrui, and he came to me on his own initiative. Let's get off the car. After saying that, Lin Fan calmly opened the car door and got out. Mr. Lin, you deliberately humiliated me at the auction. Do you really think I would let you go so easily? Wei Tianrui came out of the Ferrari, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and walked towards Lin Fan with an arrogant attitude. Wei Tianrui, you came at the right time. It saved me the trouble of looking for you. Lin Fan looked at Wei Tianrui with a half smile. Ha, you're looking for me? What for? Kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake? I'm telling you, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me now and admit your mistake, it's too late. Last time I smashed your Mercedes, you didn't even behave yourself. In that case, I will smash your Lamborghini again today to let you know whose territory is in Haizhou City. Wei Tianrui laughed wildly and swaggered towards Lin Fan. The other 4 young men who got out of the 2 Porsches also approached Lin Fan with baseball bats in their hands. Mr. Lin, do you really think you are so awesome just because you drive a Lamborghini with the license plate number high A88888? In front of me, Wei Tianrui, you are shit. Wei Tianrui came up to Lin Fan with a baseball bat in his hand and challenged him in an extremely arrogant manner. Bang! Before Wei Tianrui could finish his words, Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked Wei Tianrui several meters away, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the 4 young men who accompanied Wei Tianrui were stunned and shocked. Fighting over a disagreement? This is Wei Tianrui from the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Haizhou City. How dare he do this? All 4 of them gasped. Those who originally wanted to help Wei Tianrui smash Lin Fan's car were now all stunned on the spot, not daring to make any move. How dare you hit me? Wei Tianrui got up from the ground, pointed at Lin Fan and shouted angrily. Hit you? Lin Fan approached Wei Tianrui step by step, shook his head and sneered, I will also destroy you. After saying that, he raised his foot again and kicked Wei Tianrui to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan picked up Wei Tianrui's baseball bat from the ground, swung the bat and hit Wei Tianrui's foot hard. Crack! One of Wei Tianrui's leg bones broke. Ah ah! Wei Tianrui rolled on the ground holding his broken leg and screaming in pain. Mr. Lin, I will definitely not let you go. Wei Tianrui endured the severe pain and glared at Lin Fan with hatred in his eyes. Okay. Then I won't let you go now. Lin Fan chuckled and swung the baseball bat down again. Crack! Another piece of bone in Wei Tianrui's broken leg was broken. Ah ah! Wei Tianrui could not bear it any longer, and he kept rolling on the ground holding his broken leg and screaming in pain. Hearing Wei Tianrui's miserable screams, the four young men were suddenly horrified. Don't worry, I can compensate you for any medical expenses you need. Lin Fan threw down the baseball bat and said something contemptuously. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Wei Tianrui, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Why don't you guys get out of here? Do you want me to beat you up too? Lin Fan glanced at the four young men who were stunned on the spot and said coldly. Hearing this, the four young men's faces changed drastically, and they drove away in their Porsche sports cars in panic. They are not fools. Judging from how Lin Fan beat Wei Tianrui just now, Lin Fan is quite skilled and the four of them are no match for him. Lin Fan even dared to hit Wei Tianrui, let alone those who followed Wei Tianrui. Boss Gao, let's go. Lin Fan asked Gao Ximin to get in the car, and then drove away in his Lamborghini Veneno. Mr. Lin, now that you've hurt Wei Tianrui, the Wei family will definitely cause trouble for you. In the Lamborghini, Gao Ximin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked worried. No need to wait for the Wei family to come and cause trouble for me. I'm going to cause trouble for the Wei family now. Lin Fan drove the car and smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? Let's go to Jinwei Martial Arts School. Didn't the Wei family invite warriors from Jinwei Martial Arts School to work for them? I'll go directly to Jinwei Martial Arts School to challenge them. Lin Fan replied casually and drove to Jinwei Martial Arts School in the center of Haizhou City. In fact, when Lin Fan and Zhao Juanhao completed the handover of Haizhou Private Chef, he asked Zhao Juanhao about the cooperation between the Wei family and Jinwei Martial Arts School. The Wei family fully supports the development of Jinwei Martial Arts School, and Jinwei Martial Arts School sends many warriors to work for the Wei family. Doesn't your Wei family rely on the warriors of Jinwei Martial Arts School? Then I will kick Jinwei Martial Arts School out first. Chapter 44, Defeat Hua Jinwei. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the entrance of Jinwei Martial Arts School. Jinwei Martial Arts School is a relatively famous martial arts school in Haizhou City. The owner Hua Jinwei won the National Sanda Championship when he was young. After Lin Fan's physical fitness reached the limit of 100 and he mastered the fighting master, he had planned to challenge Jinwei Martial Arts School first and then teach Wei Tianrui a lesson. But Wei Tianrui jumped out first and wanted to smash his car like last time, so he would teach Wei Tianrui a lesson first, and then go to Jinwei Martial Arts School to challenge him. What do you do? We at Jinwei Martial Arts School don't accept outsiders. Lin Fan and Gao Ximin were about to enter the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall when a young man in training clothes stopped them. The young man's name is Li Yong. He has only been a member of Jinwei Martial Arts School for 1 year and is an ordinary disciple who ranks at the bottom of the school. I'm here to challenge you. Call out your owner Hua Jinwei. Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. Ha, you come to our Jinwei Martial Arts School to challenge us? Your joke is not funny at all. Li Yong looked Lin Fan up and down and saw that although Lin Fan had a very well-proportioned body, he was far from being strong. He couldn't help laughing out loud. I don't have time to joke with you. Go and call out your gym owner Hua Jinwei, or I will start a fight right here in your Jinwei Martial Arts gym. Lin Fan replied calmly, then ignored Li Yong and walked straight into the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Kid, get out right now. Our Jinwei Martial Arts School is not a place where you can act wild. Seeing that Lin Fan ignored him, Li Yong got angry and stopped Lin Fan. Although he was just an ordinary disciple of Jinwei Martial Arts School, when he went out, some taekwondo coaches would be polite to him. How could he have ever been ignored by an ordinary guy like Lin Fan who looked like a pretty boy? Seeing this, Lin Fan impatiently kicked Li Yong away. I spoke to you in a nice way but you didn't listen. Instead, you forced me to take action. Why are you doing this? Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. After saying that, he continued to walk into the Jinwei Martial Arts School. Along the way, Lin Fan had specifically requested to see Hua Jinwei, but there were still a few ignorant people who wanted to attack Lin Fan, but they were suppressed by Lin Fan with lightning speed. When Gao Ximin saw how skilled Lin Fan was, her eyes lit up and she had already made up her mind. In the training hall of Jinwei Martial Arts School, after Lin Fan defeated 6 disciples of Jinwei Martial Arts School, Huo Jinwei finally walked out surrounded by several disciples. Huo Jinwei is about 40 years old. He is not a big guy, but he exudes a sense of strength. He is wearing a gray robe and his eyes are bright. My friend, may I know your name? It seems that we, Jinwei Martial Arts School, have no grudges against you. Huo Jinwei bowed to Lin Fan and spoke politely. My last name is Lin. I have no grudge against your Jinwei Martial Arts School, but I do have grudges against the Wei family. I came here today to give you a warning. You, Jinwei Martial Arts School, are not allowed to interfere in the feud between me and the Wei family. Of course, in order to convince you, we have to fight. Lin Fan said calmly with a calm expression. So you are Mr. Lin, my apologies. Upon hearing this, Huo Jinwei nodded in sudden realization and bowed to Lin Fan again. The affair between Lin Fan and Wei Tianruwei caused a sensation in the upper-class circles of Haizhou City, and Huo Jinwei, the owner of Jinwei Martial Arts School, naturally knew about it. Lin Fan put his hands behind his back and nodded in response. Mr. Lin, our Jinwei Martial Arts School and the Wei family are in a cooperative relationship. It seems that this fight between you and me is unavoidable. Huo Jinwei straightened his body and said domineeringly, in this case, let's have a sparring match. I want to see if you, Mr. Lin, are qualified to give our Jinwei Martial Arts School a warning. After saying that, he walked calmly into the martial arts training hall. Lin Fan smiled slightly, walked slowly into the martial arts training hall, and stopped opposite Huo Jinwei. Our master Huo has mastered the Huo family fist to perfection. Mr. Lin actually dared to challenge our master Huo. He is simply ignorant of his own limitations. Humph. Nowadays, many rich people practice taekwondo and karate and think they are invincible. Let our master Huo wake him up. If you say that Mr. Lin is rich, I'll admit it, but if you say that he is giving our Jinwei Martial Arts School a warning, he doesn't deserve it. Seeing Huo Jinwei walk into the martial arts training hall, all their disciples whispered to each other. Mr. Lin, please teach me. Huo Jinwei bowed to Lin Fan, then rushed towards Lin Fan and took the lead in attacking Lin Fan. As soon as he made a move, he launched the extremely fierce Huo family boxing at Lin Fan, without holding back at all. In fact, he had been holding back his anger for a long time. He has been famous in Haizhou City for a long time, and everyone in Haizhou City, whether in the white or black world, gives him some face. But today Lin Fan actually took the initiative to come and challenge him. How could he not be angry? Facing Huo Jinwei who was rushing towards him, Lin Fan smiled slightly and then went to meet him. The situation that everyone present expected Lin Fan to be defeated quickly did not occur. Although Huo Jinwei's Huo family punches were fast, fierce, and extremely sharp, they were all easily resolved by Lin Fan. Huo Jinwei, now it's my turn to take action, you better be careful. Lin Fan chuckled and then launched a counterattack against Huo Jinwei. Just now, Lin Fan only wanted to practice his fighting master skills, so he passively dealt with Huo Jinwei and did not use his full strength. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Huo Jinwei was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Bang! After Huo Jinwei flew backwards for several meters, he fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Suddenly, everyone present was stunned and shocked. In the eyes of these disciples, Huo Jinwei is invincible. Now he actually lost to Lin Fan. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for showing mercy just now. Huo Jinwei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bowed to Lin Fan, and spoke earnestly. When everyone present heard this, they were shocked again. Is this still showing mercy? If he showed no mercy, wouldn't he be able to kill their master Huo in one blow? It's terrifying when you think about it. At this moment, the way they looked at Lin Fan became extremely respectful, without any more contempt from before. In fact, Lin Fan really showed mercy and held back a bit at the critical moment. Otherwise, with Lin Fan's current physical strength at the limit of 100, one blow would not only kill Huo Jinwei, but at least seriously injure him. The people outside the field didn't know, but Huo Jinwei who was fighting with Lin Fan knew it very well. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, "No need to thank me, just remember that Jinwei Martial Arts School should not interfere in the affairs between me and the Wei family." Chapter 45, Furious Wei Jianan. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, our Jinwei Martial Arts School and the Wei family are just equal partners. Since I lost to Mr. Lin today, I will naturally not interfere in the affairs of Mr. Lin and the Wei family. Huo Jinwei nodded heavily and promised solemnly. Okay. I hope you can keep your promise. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, then asked Gao Xinin to leave Jinwei Martial Arts School. Mr. Lin, you were so handsome just now. After you knocked Hua Jinwei down, those people were so shocked. After walking out of Jinwei Martial Arts School, Gao Ximin looked at Lin Fan with admiration on her face. Lin Fan laughed and said, "I'm not here to show off. I just came to warn their Jinwei Martial Arts School to prevent the Wei family from asking them to retaliate against the employees of my Haizhou private kitchen." "Mr. Lin, you are right, you were just trying to be cool unintentionally." Gao Ximin responded with a smile. Lin Fan shook his head and ignored Gao Ximin. Instead, he took out his cell phone and called Zhang Jianya. "Mr. Lin, please tell me what you need me to do for you when you call me." As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Jianya's polite and respectful voice was heard. He had also learned about Lin Fan's purchase of Haizhou private kitchen, and he felt even more wise about his previous decision to curry favor with Lin Fan. "President Zhang, I need 100 million in cash. If you can help me raise it in half an hour, I can deposit another 5 billion in your Industrial and Commercial Bank of China." "Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'll do it right away. Once I have collected 100 million in cash, where should I send it?" "Send it to the entrance of the Dynasty Club. I'll be there soon." "Okay, I will definitely do a great job for you, Mr. Lin." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan called Lu Jiejia again and asked her to bring the Haizhou private kitchen staff to wait at the gate of Haizhou private kitchen. After doing all this, he drove the Lamborghini Venena with Gao Ximin back to Haizhou private kitchen. As soon as he returned to Haizhou private kitchen, Lin Fan saw Lu Jiejia and 32 managers waiting at the gate. Lu Jiejia came forward as soon as she saw Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, all the managers of our Haizhou private kitchen have been summoned." "Okay, then everyone drive and follow me to the Dynasty Club." Lin Fan nodded and waved. Soon, Lin Fan was sitting in a Rolls-Royce with license plate number A99999, escorted by more than 10 Porsche luxury cars, and rushed to the Dynasty Club in a grand manner. Originally, Lin Fan didn't like sitting in this old-fashioned Rolls-Royce, but Gao Ximin said that this was a formal occasion and only he could sit in it. In desperation, Lin Fan could only agree to Gao Ximin's proposal. On the way to the Dynasty Club, this magnificent convoy of luxury cars attracted the attention of countless passers-by. "Oh my god! Who on earth is this person? He has a Rolls-Royce with license plate number A999999 and is escorted by more than 10 Porsches. This should be the biggest event that has never happened in Haizhou City. What are they going to do? Are they going to confess their love to someone? You have to go and see this excitement, otherwise if you miss this village, you will miss this shop." Countless people were curious about what Lin Fan's massive fleet of luxury cars was going to do, including some second-generation rich people who were eager to watch the fun. Before long, over 100 vehicles followed Lin Fan's convoy. On the other side, in a VIP ward of Haizhou First People's Hospital. "How dare this Lin break my son's legs?" Wei Jianan, the head of the Wei family, looked at Wei Tianrui lying on the hospital bed wrapped in bandages, his face full of anger and his whole body shaking with anger. "Father, you must avenge me." Wei Tianrui gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. "Tianrui, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. I want people to know that my Wei family is not so easy to bully. Since he dared to break your legs, I will cripple all his limbs." Wei Jianan comforted Wei Tianrui and spoke in a firm tone. After he finished speaking, he told Uncle Wen, the housekeeper standing beside him, "Uncle Wen, go call Luo Jiwu in for me." "Okay, master." Uncle Wen, the housekeeper, responded respectfully and turned to walk out of the VIP ward. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in. He is Luo Jiwu, Hua Jinwei's eldest disciple. He and several disciples from Jinwei Martial Arts School are responsible for protecting Wei Jianan's personal safety. He also serves as the captain of the Wei family bodyguard team and security team. "Master Wei." Luo Jiwu bowed slightly to Wei Jianan and greeted him. "Yeah." Wei Jianan nodded modestly. "Master Wei, you called me in. Do you have any instructions?" "That's right. You saw it too. My son Tianrui was beaten up like this by Mr. Lin, the private chef of Haizhou. You take your men over and cripple that man's hands and feet. Just keep him alive." "Okay. I understand. I'll take people there now." Luo Jiwu nodded and was about to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Wei Tianrui showed a pleased smile. "Mr. Lin, I want you to know the consequences of provoking me." Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Luo Jiwu's cell phone rang. He saw that it was his master Hua Jinwei calling, so he quickly walked aside and answered the call. "Master Wei, I'm really sorry, I can't do what you just asked me to do. After answering the phone, Luo Jiwu walked over and bowed slightly to Wei Jianan to express his apology. What? Captain Luo, you can't even do such a small thing? Wei Jianan looked incredulous, as if he had heard something wrong. Luo Jiwu, what do you mean? Do you want to get more money? As long as you do a good job, there's no problem with getting more money. Wei Tianrui said with great pride that he now wished that Luo Jiwu would destroy Lin Fan immediately. Master Wei, young Master Wei, this is not about money. My master just called and told me that we at Jinwei Martial Arts School cannot interfere in the matter between your Wei family and Mr. Lin. Luo Jiwu quickly explained. Hearing this, Wei Tianrui immediately wilted. Since Hua Jinwei gave the order personally, the Wei family can no longer control Luo Jiwu and others. Humph. Jinwei Martial Arts School are really unreliable. Wei Jianan snorted in dissatisfaction. Luo Jiwu smiled bitterly in his heart. Mr. Lin even defeated his master Hua Jinwei, how could he teach Mr. Lin a lesson? But family disgrace should not be made public, so he couldn't tell anyone about Lin Fan's victory over Hua Jinwei. Master Wei, someone just called and said that a large fleet of luxury cars stopped in front of our Wei family's dynasty club. One of the cars was a Lamborghini with the license plate number HIA88888. This must be Mr. Lin. They came to our Wei family's imperial club in such a high profile, I'm afraid they have bad intentions. At this time, the housekeeper Uncle Wen hurried into the VIP ward to report to Wei Jianan. Chapter 46, Clubhouse Smashing Carnival. The main entrance of Dynasty Club. Lin Fanhai's Rolls-Royce with license plate number A99999 slowly stopped. An entire fleet of luxury cars was parked on the side of the road in front of the entrance of the Dynasty Club. The scene was very spectacular and shocking. Why are all these luxury cars parked here? Are they going to the Dynasty Club to spend money? With such a large number of people coming to the Dynasty Club to spend money, the reputation of the Dynasty Club in Haizhou City will increase greatly. Could it be that the local tycoon wants to express his love to the top girl in the Dynasty Club? A car full of flowers may arrive soon? Countless passers-by stopped to watch and talk about it. However, none of them could guess what Lin Fan was going to do. 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz arrived with several cash escort vehicles. Zhang Jianya got out of the Mercedes-Benz and went straight to the Rolls-Royce in the luxury car fleet. Seeing Zhang Jianya coming over, Lin Fan rolled down the window. Mr. Lin, 100 million in cash has been delivered. Zhang Jianya spoke with great respect. Lin Fan nodded and said, have your people cooperate with our employees to pile up the 100 million in cash at the main entrance of the Dynasty Club. Okay, I understand. Zhang Jianya did not ask Lin Fan why he did this. He just nodded in agreement and turned to leave. A few minutes later, a small mountain of $100 bills appeared outside the main entrance of the Dynasty Club. The hill of 100 million cash was so visually shocking that many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh my god! That's a huge pile of $100 bills. I'm afraid it must be tens of millions. Is this the way to express love? I was too narrow-minded. I thought they would bring a cart of roses, but I never expected it would be a mountain of $100 bills. Ah! Compared with the scene before me, I feel that ordering a few royal salutes in the bar to show off my wealth was too shabby. From now on, I will get angry with anyone who says I am rich. Compared to the rich man in front of me, I am nothing. The onlookers looked at the small mountain of 100 million cash and talked about it. After the 100 million in cash was piled up, Lin Fan opened the door of the Rolls-Royce and came to the mountain of cash surrounded by Lu Jejia, Gao Ximin, and others. Mr. Lin, your loudspeaker. Lu Jejia handed a loudspeaker to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and took it, then picked up the megaphone and said slowly, everyone, I heard that Wei Tianrui from the Wei family likes to play car smashing. When I found out, I despised it very much. Smashing cars is too low class. Today I invite everyone to smash the club. 100 million in cash is ready. Everyone can go into the Royal Club and smash things as much as you want. I will pay for all the losses. Lin Fan waved his hand with great enthusiasm. I now declare, the Club Smashing Carnival event is officially launched. Everyone present was stunned. They never expected that such a big fuss would be caused just to smash the club. How could I miss such a fun thing? Soon, a second-generation rich man who was interested in watching the fun and not afraid of trouble stood up and walked towards the Dynasty Club with an excited look on his face. Several of his friends followed him. Damn it, my manager yells at me every day. I've wanted to lose my temper and smash my computer several times. Now I can smash things without being held responsible. That's great. My tigress is showing off her power every day, which makes me feel very upset. I can just smash things to vent my anger. Seeing someone taking the lead, many people immediately stood up excitedly and ran towards the Dynasty Club. In the lobby of the Dynasty Club, the rich second generation walked in. The beautiful waitress immediately came forward to greet him. "Sir, how can I help you?" However, the rich second generation ignored the beautiful waitress, looked around, walked to the side and picked up a large decorative vase. "Sir, be careful. This big vase is a valuable antique and is not for sale. It would be terrible if you accidentally break it." The beautiful waitress quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Expensive antiques? That's right, I want to smash expensive things," the rich second generation said with a smile. Bang! With a crisp sound, the large antique vase was smashed to pieces. "The local tyrant will pay for the compensation." The rich second generation said this and went to look for valuables again. The beautiful waitress was a little confused. Why did he start smashing things right away? "I'm in charge of the computer screen. I like the sound. This counter looks good. Come on, some guys, let's overturn it. Pretty girl, please move aside. It will be bad if you get hurt." "Oh my god. How could you guys act so quickly? You didn't even leave anything for me to smash. There's nothing worth smashing in the lobby. Who's coming with me to the VIP room?" Soon, many more people came in and smashed anything they saw. The sound of objects being smashed, the screams of the beautiful waitress, and the shouting of the crowd mixed together. Suddenly, the entire lobby of the Dynasty Club was in chaos. Before long, the entire hall of the Dynasty Club was in a mess, like a swarm of locusts. "The local tyrant will pay for the compensation. The local tyrant will pay for the compensation." The crowd who were destroying things continued to shout and walked inside in groups. Soon, the sound of objects being smashed could be heard everywhere in the Dynasty Club, one after another, continuously. Although the Dynasty Club is one of the most high-end clubs in Haizhou City. But since this is the Wei family's property, no one dares to cause trouble under normal circumstances, so there are not many security measures, only some very ordinary security guards. Faced with over 100 people rushing in to destroy things, the security guards were at a loss as to what to do. They could only watch helplessly as those people destroyed things, and all they could do was call their boss to report it. Not long after, many fat middle-aged people ran out from the entrance of the Dynasty Club. They were all naked, wearing only shorts, and looked extremely miserable. Lin Fan sat in the Rolls-Royce, watching this scene with a slight smile on his face. "After what happened today, I believe that these wealthy people will have nightmares whenever they think of the Dynasty Club in the future, and will never patronize the Dynasty Club again." 10 minutes later, the sound of a police car was heard in the distance. "Jia, the people from the Civil Security Bureau are coming soon. Let our staff go in and call out those who are vandalizing and destroying things." Lin Fan gave instructions to Lu Jia, who was standing outside the car window. "Okay, Mr. Lin." Lu Jia nodded, turned, and left. Not long after, those who had vandalized the place ran out, still unsatisfied. "Big Tycoon, if there's something fun like this next time, you must make a bigger scene and bring us along." "Big Tycoon, we'll be leaving now. Thank you very much for giving us such an unprecedented smash and smash carnival." Many people shouted in the direction of Lin Fan's Rolls-Royce, and those who were not driving ran away, while those who were driving quickly got in their own cars and drove away. Chapter 47, Mr. Lin's name is well known in Haizhou City. Soon, several police cars arrived. When Captain Luo, who was leading the team, saw the dozens of luxury cars and the mountains of $100 bills, he was immediately shocked by the scene. "Xiaoli, Xiaowang, take a few people into the Dynasty Club to see if there are any casualties." He did not rashly go to interrogate Lin Fan and others, but first instructed a few of his men to go in and check the situation. He has extensive experience in handling disputes between such bosses. As long as there are no casualties, he will mediate and let the bosses resolve the issue through negotiation. A few minutes later, Captain Luo's subordinate Xiaoli came back and reported, "Captain, there are no casualties inside, only things were smashed." Hearing this, Captain Luo nodded, "Okay, I understand." Just then, two Autos arrived escorting a Rolls-Royce. Wei Jianan walked out of the Rolls-Royce and shouted angrily, "Lin, come out." Before arriving, he had received a report that the Dynasty Club had been smashed beyond recognition and the distinguished guests who had been consuming there were extremely frightened. After 10 years of painstaking management, the Dynasty Club was finally built into a good place to maintain personal connections. Now, after Lin Fan's commotion, all his years of hard work had gone to waste. How could he not be angry? Hearing Wei Jianan shout, Lin Fan walked out of the Rolls-Royce leisurely, and accompanied by Lu Jejia, Gao Ximin, and others, slowly walked towards Wei Jianan. Mr. Lin, you actually smashed my dynasty club. You are really going too far. Wei Jianan's face turned pale, and he pointed at Lin Fan and questioned angrily. Ha, you are allowed to smash my things, but I am not allowed to smash your things. You don't need to be so angry. I have already prepared the compensation for your dynasty club. No matter how much the loss is, I can afford it. Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled. Mr. Lin, Mr. Wei, we have just gone in to check the situation inside the dynasty. No one was injured, so I suggest that you resolve the issue through negotiation. Seeing that the two main characters were there, Captain Luo stepped forward to give his advice, secretly complaining in his heart, you gods are fighting, you can solve it yourselves, I won't get involved. Mr. Lin, my son Tianrui smashed your car before. I admit that what I did was a little wrong. But now you first injured my son Tianrui and then smashed my dynasty club. Aren't you going too far? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame my Wei family for being rude to you. Wei Jianan stared at Lin Fan with anger in his eyes, snorted coldly, and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head and sneered, give you a satisfactory explanation? You think too highly of yourself. If you sincerely apologize to me right now for what happened before, then set up a banquet with dozens of tables in the largest hotel in Haizhou City to apologize to me, and publish an apology in the newspaper. Then I can stop bothering with your Wei family. But if you insist on asking me to compensate for the losses of your dynasty club today, then I can tell you responsibly. Lin Fan said word by word with great seriousness, I will make your Wei family go bankrupt. He is a super rich man with 100 trillion in funds every month. If he can't even control the Wei family in a small place like Haizhou City, then what kind of super rich man is he? A banquet with dozens of tables to apologize? And an open apology in the newspaper? Pa! Do you, Lin, deserve that? As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Wei Jianan angrily retorted. You want to bankrupt my Wei family? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue tangled when you brag? Do you have the ability to do that? I also tell you responsibly that I will not only ask you to compensate for all the losses of my dynasty club, but I will also make your Haizhou private chef unable to continue working in Haizhou City. Don't even think about other businesses. No matter what you do in Haizhou City, my Wei family will target you and make sure you can't do it. Wei Jianan's face was full of anger and he said with gritted teeth. After saying that, he turned around and left angrily, leaving one person to take over the matter with Captain Luo. I have given your Wei family another chance, but you didn't cherish it. If your Wei family goes bankrupt, you can't blame me. Lin Fan shouted towards Wei Jianan's back. Wei Jianan paused for a moment, but left without looking back. Without the help of Jinwei Martial Arts School, he really has no way to deal with Lin Fan at the moment. Sister Jia, please arrange for someone to handle the compensation issue here. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll make the arrangements. Lin Fan said something to Lu Jejia, then turned around and walked back to his Rolls-Royce and drove away. Not long after, the news that Lin Fan broke Wei Tianrui's leg and smashed the Wei family's imperial club spread throughout Haizhou City. Among the ordinary people in Haizhou City. Who is this Mr. Lin? He is so fierce. Isn't he afraid of the Wei family's revenge? The Wei family's revenge? So far, the Wei family has only made a few harsh remarks and asked Mr. Lin to pay compensation. I heard that it was Wei Tianrui who smashed Mr. Lin's Mercedes-Benz, and now Mr. Lin is smashing their dynasty club in return. This is a real slap in the face. The circle of rich second generation in Haizhou City. Mr. Lin is truly a role model for our generation. When it comes to showing off one's wealth and acting cool, I admire Mr. Lin. I was also there, and I just realized it was Mr. Lin. He was so domineering. Compared to Mr. Lin, Wei Tianrui is not even on the same level. Mr. Lin is simply a super rich man who can outdo the top second generation rich in the imperial capital. We are proud to have such a person in Haizhou City. Among the wealthy businessmen in the upper class circles of Haizhou City, the Wei family suffered this loss without saying a word. It seems that Mr. Lin is not a simple person. Who says it's not true? Even the other four big families don't dare to offend the Wei family like this. Mr. Lin smashed the Wei family's dynasty club, but nothing happened. This is intriguing. Mr. Lin should not be provoked. I want to warn my good-for-nothing son at home not to provoke him. For a time, the entire Haijo city was discussing Mr. Lin enthusiastically. After all, the commotion caused by Lin Fan was really too big. More than 30 luxury cars and a mountain of 100 million in cash are an unprecedented grand occasion, so it is normal that it has caused such a heated discussion. After Lin Fan returned to the chairman's office of Haijo Private Chef, he called Gao Ximin over. Boss Gao, I want to bankrupt the Wei family. Money is not a problem. You will handle the rest. No matter what method you use, you must achieve your goal. Chapter 48, Master Level Piano Playing Skills astonished everyone. I don't think it's enough to pay the other 3 of the 4 major families to suppress the Wei family. It would be more satisfying to do it myself. Lin Fan explained to Gao Ximin in a calm tone. Mr. Lin, are you serious? The Wei family is one of the 4 major families in Haijo City. If you want to bankrupt the Wei family, even if you can do it, the funds required are huge. When Gao Ximin heard this, an expression of great surprise appeared on her face. Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled. Being a super rich person is a must-do, how can it be just talk? Moreover, this way you can spend a lot of money and accumulate a lot of super rich points. Okay, I'll think of a solution first. Gao Ximin nodded heavily with a serious expression. After all, the other party is one of the 4 major families with many branches under them. It is indeed very difficult to completely overthrow them. At this moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message. Li Sueki, brother Lin Fan, you gave me so many gifts last time. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. I wonder if I have that honor. After thinking for a while, Lin Fan casually replied to a message. Okay, no problem. You decide the time and place. He had a very good impression of the female anchor Li Sueki, and it was difficult to refuse the invitation with such sincerity. As soon as Lin Fan sent the message, the other party replied immediately. Li Sueki, it's my great honor. How about we meet in front of the Yaji Western restaurant in Wanda Plaza in an hour and then have a meal together in the restaurant? No problem, see you in an hour. Lin Fan casually replied a message. Boss Gao, I have some personal matters to attend to and need to go out. I'll leave it to you to figure out how to bankrupt the Wei family. I also plan to continue making large investments, so you can also help me find some suitable ones. Lin Fan put away his phone, said something to Gao Ximin, and walked out of the chairman's office. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will definitely try my best. A girls' dormitory at the School of Art of Haijo Communication University. Li Sueki held the phone in her hand and watched Lin Fan agree to have dinner with her. She lay on the bed, kicking her legs and punching excitedly. Her roommate, Yi Yuqing, stepped forward, shook her head and smiled bitterly. Sueki, do you need to be so excited? I told you, if you invite him, he will definitely agree readily. This Lin Fan is playing hard to get with you. He has been waiting for you to meet him for a date, but you have been hesitating for so long. Yuqing, don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan is definitely not that kind of person. I don't care about you. I want to put on my makeup properly. Li Sueki glared at Yi Yuqing, then got up to put on makeup. Hee, our Sueki is feeling amorous. I want to go with you and help you check. If this Lin Fan is someone with bad intentions, I will teach him a lesson for you. Amy Yip looked at Li Sueki with a smile and made a teasing remark. You can follow me, but you have to watch from a distance and not with me. Li Sueki agreed reluctantly while putting on makeup. She had no choice but to deal with her best friend, Amy Yip, because she knew that if she didn't agree, Amy Yip would definitely pester her. Okay, no problem. I want to see what Lin Fan, who made you lose your appetite, looks like. Amy Yip nodded with a smile. In fact, after Li Sueki added Lin Fan on WeChat, she was always prepared and waiting for Lin Fan to actively invite her to meet, although she had never met her fans before. But no matter how long she waited, Lin Fan never took the initiative to invite her, which made her more and more curious about Lin Fan. Today, she couldn't help but take the initiative to invite Lin Fan to meet her for dinner. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini around for a while, and when he saw that it was almost time, he rushed to Wanda Plaza. After parking the car, he entered Wanda Plaza and found the elegant Western restaurant. When I looked at the time, I found that it was more than 15 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Having God-level car driving skills is different. It can save a lot of time. The system's skills are really a good thing. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. He was just thinking about adding a skill when his eyes suddenly fell on a piano next to him. Piano playing is also good, so let's add one. Lin Fan has always been envious of students with multiple talents. When he saw the piano, he immediately decided to add a piano playing skill. He opened the super rich system in his mind and typed the words piano playing into the skill search box. Master level piano playing skill 10 points are required to load. 10 points are not many, so he clicked to confirm the loading without hesitation. The system is loading the master piano playing skills. Please wait. A few seconds later, Lin Fan felt that he had gained a lot more knowledge about piano playing in his mind. At the same time, he felt that his fingers were different from before. He walked slowly to the piano and sat down. His 10 fingers danced on the piano keys and he began to play the piano with great skill. Suddenly, beautiful piano music rang out. Soon, many people were attracted by the beautiful piano sound played by Lin Fan. They stopped to listen attentively, all of them were immersed in this beautiful piano sound. The piano piece played by Lin Fan was The Blue Danube, a piece that only a master piano player would dare to play. Many people who like to listen to piano music may often hear it on the internet, but it is rare to see anyone playing it in reality. After all, it is too difficult. At this time, there were two beautiful women pulling each other not far away. Sweki, can you walk faster? Yuching, didn't we agree that you couldn't be with me? Why are you still following me? You're overthinking. I'm not following you. Didn't you hear the piano? There's a piano master playing. I'll take you to see it. Oh, no way. Although the sound of the piano is very beautiful, it feels almost the same as what you play. How do you know it's a pianist playing it? I can't tell you, a piano idiot. This is a very difficult piece to play, The Blue Danube. It can't be played without a master's level. The two beauties were Lee Sweki and Amy Yip. But when Amy Yip took Michelle Reese to see the person playing at the piano, she was completely stunned. She couldn't believe what she saw. It turned out that a very young and handsome boy was playing the instrument. How is this possible? How could there be such a young piano virtuoso? Amy Yip muttered to herself. She was completely devastated. When it comes to talent in piano playing, she has always been the best. The talent she has shown since childhood has astounded all the piano teachers. Moreover, relying on her talent in piano playing, she was directly admitted to the Art College of Haijo Communication University as an exception, without relying on her family's connections at all. Even with a great talent for piano playing like her, it would only be possible for her to become a piano master within 10 years. Now that she sees a boy who is about the same age as her possessing master-level playing skills, how can she not be shocked? Chapter 49, Lee Sweki encounters a confession of love. Lin Fan played passionately. He possessed master-level piano playing skills. It seemed that he had practiced the piano piece Blue Danube thousands of times and was extremely proficient in it. As the last key sounded, Lin Fan finished playing and slowly stood up. Pa 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 pa. After a moment, the whole place burst into warm applause. This handsome guy is not only good-looking, but also plays the piano so well. He is simply a male god. If this handsome guy could be my boyfriend, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Many of the girls who were watching looked at Lin Fan with stars in their eyes. Sir, I am the manager of the elegant Western restaurant. You just played the piano very well. Are you interested in playing the piano part-time in our store? We can discuss the hourly wage. The beautiful manager of the elegant Western restaurant came forward with a smile, introduced herself, and offered Lin Fan a job. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans in this regard. Lin Fan waved his hand and refused with a smile. Oh, that's such a pity. The beautiful manager left with a look of regret on her face. At this time, Lee Sweki picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Fan. Lee Sweki, brother Lin Fan, I'm here already. Please send me a WeChat message when you get there. Lin Fan picked up his phone, read the WeChat message sent by Lee Sweki, and replied casually. Lin Fan, I'm here. I'm standing next to the piano outside the entrance of the elegant Western restaurant. Where are you? When Lee Sweki saw the WeChat message sent by Lin Fan, she was extremely surprised and thought. Could it be that brother Lin Fan was the handsome guy who just played the piano? With great anticipation, she sent a message to Lin Fan. Lee Sweki, brother Lin Fan, if you just raise your hand and wave, I should be able to find you. Soon, she saw Lin Fan raising his hand and waving. Seeing this, Lee Sweki was extremely excited. Before she came, she thought Lin Fan might be a middle-aged uncle, but she didn't expect that he was such a young and handsome guy, and his piano playing was at the master level. Yuching, I'm going to see my little brother Lin Fan, you are not allowed to follow me. Li Sueki glared at Yi Yuching, then trotted over to Lin Fan. Hello, brother Lin Fan. I'm Li Sueki. Li Sueki lowered her head shyly and extended her hand to Lin Fan. Hello, little sister Li Sueki. Lin Fan smiled slightly, shook hands with Li Sueki generously and said, I will follow your arrangements for my meal today. His first impression of Li Sueki was very good. Not only was she very beautiful, but she was also a little quirky and endearing. Okay, no problem, as long as you don't mind the low-class quality of the elegant Western restaurant. No, I'm not that squeamish. Then please come in, little brother Lin Fan. Let's go inside and eat. Lin Fan and Li Sueki walked into the elegant Western restaurant to have dinner, chatting and laughing. Sueki is such a lucky girl, she actually met such a handsome, rich and high-quality man. Looking at the backs of Lin Fan and Li Sueki, Amy Yip sighed. My grandfather's birthday is coming up in a few days. If I can invite Lin Fan to attend and play a song on the spot, my grandfather will definitely be happy. Well, I must ask Sueki to help invite him then. Amy Yip muttered softly as she turned and left. An hour later, Lin Fan and Li Sueki finished their meal, walked out of the elegant Western restaurant, chatting and laughing, and came to the outside of Wanda Plaza. Li Sueki is a sophomore at Haizhou University of Communication, while Lin Fan is a sophomore at Haizhou University. We are all college students and always have a lot of common topics. Brother Lin Fan, our art academy will hold a performance in 3 days. Performers can invite family members or friends to watch. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you over to watch me sing live? Li Sueki extended an invitation to Lin Fan with anticipation on her face. 3 days later, I need to go to Jiangzhou. If I'm back by then, I'll go and support you. Lin Fan thought about it, then spoke slowly. He plans to go to Jiangzhou City tomorrow to drive his Bugatti Veyron back and visit his cousin Zhangli. He is not sure whether he can get back to Haizhou City in 3 days. Then I'll take that as your agreement. I'll reserve a seat for you. I hope you'll have returned to Haizhou City by then. Okay, no problem. Seeing that Lin Fan accepted the invitation, Li Sueki was excited. Just then, a young man holding a very large bouquet of roses ran up to Li Sueki and knelt down on one knee. Sueki, please be my girlfriend. I will definitely make you the happiest woman in the world. The young man held up the rose and spoke affectionately. Promise him. Promise him. Several young men and women who were brought over by Shiningja were cheering and creating an atmosphere. Shiningja raised his head and looked at Li Sueki with a smile on his face. Li Sueki was stunned at first, then said angrily, Shiningja, I have told you many times that we are just classmates and ordinary friends. It is impossible for me to be your girlfriend. Why do you keep pestering me? Shiningja is her classmate and has confessed his love to her several times, but she has rejected him sternly. But she didn't expect that Shiningja was still pestering her and made such a big fuss today to confess his feelings. She also knew that refusing in public would make Shiningja lose face, but she also knew that such matters required decisiveness. As soon as Li Sueki said this, the shouting young men and women all shut up and the scene became silent. The smile on Shiningja's face suddenly froze and then became very ugly. He is very confident and proud. He comes from a good family and is handsome. Not only is he a very good singer, but he is also very good at martial arts. He can easily defeat the karate masters in the school. There are no telling how many beautiful girls in Haizhou Communication University are chasing after him. He thought that when he confessed his love to Li Sueki this time, even if Li Sueki did not express her consent in public, she would still take the rose and say, I'll think about it. I had never imagined such a ruthless rejection. Shiningja stood up with a sullen face, pointed at Lin Fan, looked at Li Sueki and asked, Sueki, did you reject me because of this poor loser? Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned, looking unhappy. This Shiningja takes himself too seriously. Li Sueki was about to say something when Lin Fan said calmly, Sueki has already made it very clear to you. If you are still blocking our way here, don't blame me for being rude. Poor boy, you are rude to me? Are you worthy of saying this to me? Shiningja snorted coldly and directly showed his strong and powerful arms to demonstrate to Lin Fan. Chapter 50 I'll give you a chance to call someone. Li Sueki, you refuse to be my girlfriend? Well, then I will chase away all the boys who appear around you. I want to see who dares to be your boyfriend. Shiningja looked at Li Sueki and threatened her severely. Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled. From what you said, you are planning to attack me? Ha, I just want to teach you a lesson. What can you do? Since you are blind and dare to chase after the woman I like, you should be prepared to be beaten by me. Shuninja laughed loudly with an extremely arrogant attitude. Then don't regret it. Lin Fan looked at Shuninja indifferently and said coldly. Regret? You are a poor boy, and you deserve to make me regret? I want to see who will regret it later. Shuninja sneered, then rushed over and hit Lin Fan on the head with his fist raised. Be careful! Li Sueki exclaimed. She knew that Shuninja was very good at fighting. Seeing that Shuninja was about to attack Lin Fan, she couldn't help but worry about Lin Fan. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and lightly grasped Shuninja's fist. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shuninja was shocked. His punch can send people flying, and normally no one dares to take it head-on. But now, not only did Lin Fan take it easily, but his fist was also held by Lin Fan, and he couldn't break free at all. How dare you attack me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Fan sneered. After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked Shuninja away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly, Li Sueki was stunned, and several friends brought by Shuninja were also stunned. Shuninja, who was very good at fighting, was defeated in an instant. Since you are so arrogant and dare to attack me, I will teach you a lesson and let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Lin Fan said as he walked towards Shuninja. Poor boy, I admit that I am no match for you, but if you dare to continue to attack me, my cousin will definitely not let you go. Shuninja struggled to get up and threatened Lin Fan arrogantly. Oh? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant, it turns out that someone is backing you up. Don't you have a powerful cousin? I'll give you a chance to call for help. I want to see who can stop me from teaching you a lesson today. Lin Fan looked at Shuninja with a half smile and said with disdain. He must make Shuninja obedient so that he will not continue to harass Li Sueki. Humph. You are so arrogant, poor boy. When my cousin arrives soon, just don't kneel down and beg for mercy. Shuninja sneered, then took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. You will soon know whether I will kneel down and beg for mercy, but you have to kneel down now. Lin Fan stepped forward and kicked Shuninja, causing him to fall to his knees with a thud. Shuninja tried to break free and stand up, but Lin Fan said coldly, if you dare to stand up, I will break your legs. Hearing this, Shuninja's face changed, but in the end he knelt down and made the call with gritted teeth. Cousin, I'm Ninja. Shuninja was calling someone, but Lin Fan stood aside calmly, not caring at all about who Shuninja might call. How dare this kid make Inja kneel on the ground? Inja's cousin is a martial artist from Jinwei Martial Arts School. He who is ignorant is fearless. He thought that he was invincible after defeating Inja. When Inja's cousin comes, he will know how powerful he is. When Inja's cousin comes over and sees Inja kneeling on the ground, he will definitely kill this kid. Several friends brought by Shuninja were discussing in a low voice. When Lin Fan heard this, he laughed inwardly. He thought Shuninja could call over some powerful person, but it turned out that he wanted to call over the martial artists from Jinwei Martial Arts School. Even Hua Jinwei, the master of Jinwei Martial Arts School, was defeated by him. Would he still take other people in Jinwei Martial Arts School seriously? Poor boy, my cousin will be here in 10 minutes, just wait for me. After Shuninja finished the call, he looked at Lin Fan viciously and said. Lin Fan stood there with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent, not bothering to pay attention to Shuninja. Seeing this, Shuninja secretly laughed at Lin Fan's arrogance and ignorance of his own limitations, and even dared to give him the opportunity to call for help. His cousin Fong Yuanhang is of average strength among the many martial artists in Jinwei Martial Arts School. Many coaches in taekwondo and karate schools are no match for Fong Yuanhang. He firmly believed that as long as his cousin Fong Yuanhang arrived, he would be able to help him vent his anger. Humph! How dare you make me kneel down? I will make my cousin break both of your legs. Seeing Lin Fan standing like a master, Shuninja stared at Lin Fan with resentment, thinking to himself. Soon, the crowd around started to make a noise. Oh my god! They are the warriors from Jinwei Martial Arts School. This is so domineering. The warriors of Jinwei Martial Arts School are indeed different from others. They are obviously very capable fighters at first glance. As many people exclaimed excitedly, several warriors wearing the training uniforms of Jinwei Martial Arts School came over angrily. The people who came were Shuninja's cousin Fong Yuanhang and several of his fellow apprentices. Who is so bold? How dare they even hit my cousin who was sailing far away? The leader Fong Yuanhang arrived before his men arrived. The onlookers consciously made way for the crowd. Fong Yuanhang walked over and saw Sheningja kneeling in front of Lin Fan. Cousin, you must teach this kid a lesson for me. When Sheningja saw Fong Yuanhang coming, he stood up excitedly. Crack! As soon as Sheningja finished speaking, Lin Fan kicked out and broke Sheningja's leg. Ah ah! Sheningja rolled on the ground holding his broken leg and screaming in pain. I told you I would break your legs if you dare to stand up, but it seems you ignored my words. Lin Fan said this with an indifferent look on his face, as if kicking Sheningja's leg off was no big deal. Seeing this, Fong Yuanhan's eyes suddenly blazed with anger, and he shouted angrily, How dare you not only make my cousin kneel on the ground, but also break my cousin's legs in front of me? If I don't destroy you today, I won't be called Fong Yuanhang. After saying that, he rushed over and tried to attack Lin Fan. You want to destroy me? Lin Fan turned around and looked at Fong Yuanhang, who was rushing towards him with cold eyes. The moment Fong Yuanhang saw Lin Fan's true appearance, he was stunned and stopped abruptly. Mr. Lin? Why is it you? Fong Yuanhang broke out in a cold sweat and spoke with his whole body trembling. At this moment, he cursed Sheningja hundreds of times in his heart. He actually called him to teach Lin Fan a lesson. This really let him down badly. When the other warriors from Jinwei Martial Arts School saw Lin Fan, they were all stunned and shocked. They all stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Aren't you going to attack me? Then come at me. Lin Fan waved to Fong Yuanhang and sneered. Chapter 51 You decide for yourself. Mr. Lin, you are joking. How dare I attack you? This is all a misunderstanding. I solemnly apologize to you. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuanhan's face changed drastically, and he immediately bowed and apologized to Lin Fan. Seeing this, Sheningja was first shocked, then horrified. He knew that Lin Fan was a big shot whom he could not afford to offend. Is a simple misunderstanding enough? Lin Fan shook his head and stared at Fong Yuanhang with eagle-like eyes. Mr. Lin, what do you want to do to satisfy you? Just tell me, I will do it. Fong Yuanhang begged for mercy in a low voice. You decide for yourself. Lin Fan said calmly. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will do it until you are satisfied. Fong Yuanhang replied in a firm tone, then walked to Sheningja, grabbed Sheningja and started beating him up. You bastard, you even dared to offend Mr. Lin, I can't kill you. Fong Yuanhang punched and kicked Sheningja while cursing loudly. Ah ah. Sheningja held his head and kept screaming in pain, his voice extremely miserable. Okay, tell him not to appear in front of me in the future and go to Haizhou Media to withdraw from school. If he dares to harass Li Sueki again, be prepared to be fired. Seeing that Sheningja was almost beaten, Lin Fan waved his hand to stop Fong Yuanhang and spoke slowly. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will make him drop out of Haizhou Communication University and won't let him appear in front of you and Miss Li. Fong Yuanhang stopped and put down the bruised and battered Sheningja, then came to Lin Fan and assured him respectfully. Everyone present looked at Sheningja with eyes full of pity. Sheningja felt extremely regretful. He regretted provoking Lin Fan very much, and ended up with a tragic ending where he couldn't even stay at Haizhou University of Communication. Thump! As soon as Fong Yuanhang made his promise, he knelt down in front of Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I was reckless today and offended you. I will cut off one of my arms as an apology. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right fist and hit his left arm. Crack! With a crisp sound, Fong Yuanhan's left arm bone broke. Seeing this, everyone present gasped. What is the identity of this Mr. Lin? How scared must he be to make Fong Yuanhang break his arm? Could it be that this Mr. Lin in front of us is the Mr. Lin who broke Wei Tianrui's leg and smashed the Wei Family Dynasty Club? Many people have thought of this possibility. If Lin Fan wasn't dressed very casually, they would have confirmed it immediately. Let's just forget about what happened today. Don't let it happen next time. Lin Fan raised his eyelids and said lightly. After saying that, he called Li Sueki, Sueki, let's go. Thank you Mr. Lin for your magnanimity. Fong Yuanhang endured the severe pain of his broken arm and kowtowed to Lin Fan. It was not until Lin Fan and Li Sueki had gone far away that he called upon several of his fellow disciples to help him and Sheningja leave dejectedly. Lin Fan and Li Sueki didn't walk far together before he separated from Li Sueki and drove away from Wanda Plaza alone. He originally offered to drive Li Sueki back home, but Li Sueki said that her best friend was waiting for her nearby and she had something else to do, so she refused Lin Fan's offer to drive her back. She just wanted to express her gratitude for what happened today and reminded him to go and support her if he could get back to Haizhou City in 3 days. The next morning, Lin Fan flew to Jiangzhou City. Jiangzhou City is also a city in Haidong Province, but due to its very advantageous geographical location, the city's economic development has surpassed that of Haizhou City, the provincial capital. An hour later, Lin Fan arrived in Jiangzhou City and waited outside the airport for Lu Mingqing to pick him up. "Mr. Lin, are you waiting for your friend to pick you up?" After waiting for a long time, Lu Mingqing didn't show up. Suddenly, a beautiful stewardess came over with a trolley case and smiled. "Well, my friend might have been delayed by something, and he hasn't arrived yet." Lin Fan nodded. He recognized that this was Liao Xiuqing, the flight attendant who served him one-on-one in his luxurious first-class cabin. He had a good impression of Liao Xiuqing, and the two chatted a lot on the plane and became quite familiar with each other. "Mr. Lin, your friend should be driving the Bugatti Veyron you want to pick up, right? I have never seen this sports car before. I will accompany you while you wait for your friend to come over. I want to see it for myself." "Okay, I'll give you a ride later." "Really? I'm a little flattered. It's just a piece of cake." Lin Fan smiled slightly. "Then I would like to thank Mr. Lin first. Today I can finally try what it feels like to ride in the top sports car, the Bugatti Veyron." Liao Xiuqing looked excited. At this moment, an older, beautiful stewardess came over and said in a sarcastic tone, "Xiao Liao, you believe this nonsense? Do you think he is dressed like this and can afford a Bugatti Veyron?" "Sister Meng, Mr. Lin is the luxury first-class cabin guest I serve. I believe Mr. Lin will not lie to me," Liao Xiuqing quickly explained. Sister Meng shook her head and sighed. "You are still too young after all. A young girl like you will be completely fascinated by a young and handsome man as soon as she sees him. Even if someone told you that a helicopter would come to pick him up, you would believe it. Nowadays, there are many fake rich people pretending to be wealthy and sitting in luxurious first-class cabins, just to defraud simple-minded beauties like you of your money and sex." Hearing this, Liao Xiuqing frowned and said unhappily, "Sister Meng, why are you going too far?" "Xiao Liao, Sister Meng is an experienced person. Let me give you a piece of advice. When choosing a man, it doesn't matter whether he is young and handsome, the most important thing is that he has money and is sincere to you." Lin Fan glanced at the chattering Sister Meng. Is this woman mentally ill? Maybe she forgot to take her medicine today. I'm waiting for someone here. Did I provoke you? Lin Fan was just about to say something to Sister Meng. Beep. A Range Rover pulled up beside the three of them. "My boyfriend's Land Rover has arrived, Xiao Liao, let me give you a ride," Sister Meng said a little boastfully. The door of the Land Rover opened and Sister Meng's boyfriend walked out. When Lin Fan saw the appearance of Sister Meng's boyfriend, he instantly became too lazy to argue with her anymore. It would be fine if he was just old, but he was also a short, fat guy with a bald head. Instead, he admired Sister Meng a little. She had such good teeth that she could chew such a thing. "No need, Sister Meng, you go first." Liao Xiuqing waved her hand. "Hey! You still believe that he has a Bugatti Veyron? Just wait, he will definitely say that his friend can't come because of something, and he wants to take a taxi with you." Sister Meng shook her head, turned around helplessly and prepared to get in the car. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the roar of an engine was heard. "Everyone, look, that supercar is so cool. Fuck. This is simply a dream-like chariot. If I could have one, I would wake up even in my dreams," many people exclaimed. Soon, two very cool supercars stopped behind the Land Rover. The car door opened, Lu Mingqiang walked out of the car and walked straight towards Lin Fan. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I had something urgent to deal with and was delayed a little bit in picking you up at the airport. Here are your car keys." Lu Mingqiang handed the car keys to Lin Fan. Chapter 52, Yangtze River Club. Lin Fan took the car keys and said with a laugh, "Brother Lu, you are too polite. You have a big business, so it's normal for you to be busy. I'm glad you understand. Come on, try your car. I've been reluctant to drive it since I bought it. It's no different from a new car," Lu Mingqiang said with a smile. Lin Fan walked up to his Bugatti Veyron, walked around it, and nodded with satisfaction. "So cool. So stylish. Brother Lu, the real car is much better looking than the photo, I love it so much." I'm glad you like it. Let's go. It's a good coincidence that you came today. I can take you to a party. Okay. I'll follow Brother Lou's arrangements today. At this time, a man came out of the Lamborghini sports car behind, ran to Lu Mingcheng and handed him a car key. Mr. Lu, your car keys. Xiao Wang, take a taxi back to the company by yourself. Lu Mingcheng nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lin Fan waved at Liao Xiuqing and said, Miss Liao, get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Liao Xiuqing hesitated for a moment, then walked forward with excitement and sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron. Boom boom boom. Soon, the roar of the engine was heard, and two very cool supercars sped away one after the other. Sister Meng looked at the Bugatti Veyron going away and her face turned ugly. This slap in the face came too fast and too hard. She took one look at her wealthy boyfriend, whom she had always been proud of, and suddenly felt that he wasn't attractive anymore. Wow! Liao Xiuqing got on the coolest supercar. Who just took a picture of that supercar? Check what kind of car it is. I found out that the coolest supercar is a limited edition Bugatti Veyron worth over 80 million. Liao Xiuqing is so lucky. Not long after being transferred to the luxury first-class cabin, she met such a rich, and handsome man. The scene of Liao Xiuqing getting into the Bugatti Veyron sports car was seen by her colleagues who were not far away, causing a burst of envious discussion. After Lin Fan sent Liao Xiuqing to the hotel where she was staying, he, under the leadership of Lu Mingcheng, went to the Peninsula Lakeside Club. The Peninsula Lakeside Club is built by the lake. It not only has pleasant scenery and a quiet environment, but also has all kinds of high-end entertainment facilities. Lu Mingcheng took Lin Fan to a golf course. There are not many people here. Not far away, a man and a woman are playing golf. There are a few men and women sitting in the pergola in the rest area chatting. They are all around 30 years old. I would like to introduce a friend to you during today's gathering. This is my brother Lin Fan, who is currently studying at a university in Haizhou City. Lu Mingcheng introduced Lin Fan to the people in the rest area with a smile. Old Lu, you brought a college student to our club's internal party. This is a bit against the rules. As soon as Lu Mingcheng finished speaking, one of the men said something a little dissatisfied. The man's name is Xue Jigang. He has the best relationship with Lu Mingcheng and speaks directly. Old Xue, my brother is no ordinary person. He bought Haizhou Private Kitchen in Haizhou at a premium of 14 billion a few days ago. You are an intermediate member of our Yangtze River Club. Isn't the recommendation quota in your hand still unused? Please recommend my brother to our Yangtze River Club. Lu Mingcheng winked at Xue Jigang and said with a smile. When everyone present heard that Lin Fan was actually purchasing Haizhou Private Kitchen at a premium of 14 billion, they all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that Lin Fan, who was dressed so ordinary and was a college student, could come up with 14 billion. Old Lu, I already have a candidate for this membership recommendation. Xue Jigang ignored Lu Mingcheng's hints and politely rejected Lu Mingcheng's proposal. Old Xue, you should consider my proposal. Lu Mingcheng gave Xue Jigang a hint with his eyes again. Xue Jigang shook his head, don't think about it, I already have a better candidate to recommend. When Lu Mingcheng heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. He had a very good relationship with Xue Jigang, and he knew that Xue Jigang had no suitable candidate to recommend, so he hinted at Xue Jigang to recommend Lin Fan to join the club. He intended to give Xue Jigang the opportunity to get along well with Lin Fan, but he didn't expect Xue Jigang to refuse. Seeing that Lu Mingcheng was rejected by Xue Jigang, the others all smiled meaningfully. Then I will donate 1 billion to upgrade to an intermediate member, and then recommend my brother to join. Old Zhang, I'll transfer the money to you now, and you prepare to go through the formalities. Lu Mingcheng said something to the other man, then took out his mobile phone to make the transfer. When Lu Mingcheng said this, everyone present showed surprised expressions. They were very surprised that Lu Mingcheng would actually spend 1 billion just to recommend Lin Fan to join the club. Old Lu, are you serious? Old Zhang, who was in charge of the formalities, asked in surprise. Of course. I didn't think it was necessary to upgrade to an intermediate member, so I remained a junior member. Now I want to recommend my brother to join the club. It won't hurt to upgrade a little. Besides, I don't need the 1 billion. Lu Mingcheng nodded seriously with a serious look on his face. Brother Lu, you recommended me to join the club, how can I let you pay? I will pay the 10 billion. Lin Fan said gratefully. Brother Lin, I brought you here today. It's not appropriate to ask you to pay. Let me pay the 10 billion. Lu Mingcheng shook his head and rejected Lin Fan's proposal. Brother Lu, if you consider me a brother, don't argue with me. If you don't let me pay the 1 billion, I won't recognize you as my big brother anymore. Lin Fan suddenly became a little anxious. 10 billion means 10 points of super richness, how could he let it go? Everyone present was stunned. This scene is too weird, everyone is competing to pay the 10 billion. This is 1 billion. Even though those present here are wealthy people with assets worth hundreds of billions, none of them are generous enough to this extent. Lin Fan went even further, getting so angry just to pay the 1 billion. Well, since Brother Lin has said this, then I'll listen to Brother Lin. Lu Mingcheng sighed. That's right, why are you fighting with me for such a small sum of 1 billion? Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. 1 billion is just a small amount of money? Several people present raised their eyebrows, and they all felt that Lin Fan was a show-off. After all, no one here has a net worth of over 100 billion. At most, they have assets worth tens of billions. They certainly wouldn't say that 10 billion is a small amount of money. But after Lin Fan's next words came out, they no longer thought so. Lin Fan looked at Lu Mingcheng and said, Brother Lu, if you donate 1 billion, you can upgrade from a junior member to an intermediate member. If you donate more money, can you upgrade to a senior member? Lu Mingcheng nodded, yes, that's right. Intermediate members can upgrade to senior members by donating another 10 billion, but this is too uneconomical. For so long, there has been no case of promotion from intermediate members to senior members through donations. Can I donate more money and upgrade to a higher level? Lin Fan asked expectantly. Focus on money and making a lot of money. Now that you have finally caught a chance to spend a lot of money and make some extra money, you naturally have to make a lot of money. Lu Mingcheng shook his head. No, senior members can be upgraded to core members only if they make outstanding contributions to our Changjiang Club. Since the highest level I can get by donating money is to upgrade to a premium member, I will donate another 11 billion and upgrade directly to a premium member. Lin Fan sighed, feeling a little disappointed. Donate another 11 billion? Everyone present was immediately shocked. Chapter 53 I'm someone you can't afford to offend. If Lin Fan really wants to donate another 11 billion, that would be a bit arrogant. At this time, the eyes of several people present were cast on Lin Fan, wanting to see whether Lin Fan would really donate another 11 billion. Brother Lin, I haven't told you about the situation of our Yangtze River Association before. You don't know enough about our Yangtze River Club. You are too impulsive to rashly donate another 11 billion. I suggest you just donate 1 billion and upgrade to a mid-level member. Donating another 10 billion to upgrade to a premium membership is not worth it. I don't recommend you do this. Lu Mingcheng quickly tried to persuade him. He had no doubt that Lin Fan could come up with the 10 billion, but that was not the way to spend the money. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked again. Donating another 11 billion to upgrade to a premium membership without knowing anything about the situation? This is totally not treating money as money? It's okay. 10 billion is just a small amount of money. It doesn't matter. I have made up my mind. I will pay 12 billion now. 1 billion is for you to upgrade from a junior member to an intermediate member, and 11 billion is for me to upgrade directly from a junior member to a senior member. That's Brother Zhang, right? Please send me your bank account number. Lin Fan laughed indifferently, then asked the old man Zhang who was in charge of the formalities for his bank card account number. 10 billion is just a small amount of money? Fuck you, how can you make us feel embarrassed? Several people present were complaining in their hearts. In front of Lin Fan, these top wealthy tycoons suddenly felt like paupers. Okay, let's add each other on WeChat first, and I'll send you the bank account number later. Old Zhang was stunned for a moment, then sat next to Lin Fan with his phone in hand. After adding each other as friends, Lao Zhang sent his bank card account number. Lin Fan quickly transferred 12 billion through the super rich system. 12 billion has been transferred, please check it. Lin Fan put down his phone and said calmly. 12 billion has arrived, Lin Fan, congratulations on becoming a senior member of our Yangtze River Club. Old Zhang looked at his phone, stood up and shook hands with Lin Fan solemnly to congratulate him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked, and the way they looked at Lin Fan changed. Anyone who doesn't take 12 billion seriously must have an extremely complicated background. Lin Fan, my name is Ma Guoliang. Let's add each other as friends. I know a lot of people in all aspects of Jiangcheng. If you need anything done in Jiangcheng in the future, just let me know and I will definitely get it done for you. Immediately, a senior member named Ma Guoliang approached Lin Fan enthusiastically and wanted to add Lin Fan as a friend. Okay, brother Ma, I may really need to trouble you with something in the future. Lin Fan politely added Ma Guoliang as a friend. Soon after, other people also came over to talk to Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan went from being ignored to being a popular figure surrounded by everyone. Shuiji Gang, who had been reluctant to recommend Lin Fan to join the club, finally did not have the face to approach Lin Fan and try to establish a relationship with him. Lin Fan was looking at the information about the Yangtze River Society sent by old Zhang while responding indifferently. It was not until now that he knew that the Yangtze River Club was an organization for sharing business resources. The founder is Su Guanhua from the Su family, a top-notch family in the imperial capital. You cannot join the Yangtze River Club just by having money. You must be recommended by a Yangtze River Club member. Junior members of the Yangtze River Club do not have the qualifications to recommend members. Intermediate members have 1 recommendation quota, senior members have 3, and there is no limit for core members. There are 2 ways to upgrade membership. One is to contribute to the Yangtze River Association organization, and the other is to donate funds directly to the headquarters. The upgrade from junior member to intermediate member is 10 billion, and the upgrade from intermediate member to senior member is 10 billion. After simply reading the information sent by Lao Zhang, Lin Fan knew that the Yangtze River Association would be an organization that would be very helpful to businessmen. Bang! A loud slap was heard not far away. You stinky bitch, you're pretending to be innocent here? I'm touching you because I think it's a compliment, you know that? Along with a man's cursing, there was also the sound of a woman sobbing softly. When the people present saw a fight breaking out outside, they hurried out and pulled the man back. Do you believe that I can make you unable to survive in the entertainment industry with just 1 phone call? The man was still cursing as he was being pulled back. The woman also followed in with her face covered. First-line female star Guan Shili? Lin Fan recognized the woman as Guan Shili and was a little confused as to why she was here too. You have to clean yourself up and wait for me at the hotel tonight, do you hear me? The man sat down and shouted at Guan Shili with his remaining anger. Boss Yang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Guan Shili did not agree to Mr. Yang's request, but kept bowing slightly to apologize. I asked you to get clean and wait for me at the hotel tonight, not to say sorry to me. Don't you understand? President Yang yelled at Guan Shili. Boss Yang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I. Guan Shili still bowed to Mr. Yang to apologize and did not agree. She feels very aggrieved now. Just now, when Mr. Yang was teaching her how to play golf, he touched her very presumptuously. She just opened her mouth to stop him, and was beaten by Mr. Yang on the spot. Now he was even making excessive demands on her, so she naturally refused to agree. But I can't offend Mr. Yang, so I can only keep saying sorry. Damn it, you stinking bitch, I think you haven't been beaten enough. Mr. Yang stood up and rushed towards Guan Shili, cursing, and slapped her in the face. Guan Shili didn't dare to dodge and stood there without daring to move. It seemed that Mr. Yang's slap was about to hit Guan Shili's face. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Mr. Yang's hand. Miss Guan is a friend I know, please give me some face. Lin Fan grabbed Mr. Yang's hand and said lightly. Lin Fan had a good impression of Guan Shili. He had previously spent 1 billion to auction off 7 days of her time, so he had met her once. I couldn't bear to see her being beaten, so I decided to stop it. Who the hell are you? Do you think I deserve your respect? Get out of here right now. Mr. Yang looked Lin Fan up and down and said impatiently. Who I am? Lin Fan pretended to think and replied calmly, I am someone you can't afford to offend. After saying that, Lin Fan pushed Mr. Yang away. Seeing Lin Fan speaking so arrogantly, Mr. Yang's heart skipped a beat and he looked at the people present with a puzzled look on his face. Immediately, someone who was on good terms with him came forward and pulled him aside, and whispered in his ear that Lin Fan had donated 12 billion. When Mr. Yang heard this, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 54, Cousin Zhang Li in Danger. Mr. Yang is only an intermediate member of the Yangtze River Club, while Lin Fan is a senior member. At this membership level, he cannot provoke or offend Lin Fan. What's more, Lin Fan, a senior member, directly spent 12 billion to get promoted, which is even more terrifying. You really can't afford to offend me. Brother Lin Fan, I was too impulsive just now. I hope you can look at us for the sake of being family and not hold it against me. I will treat you to a nice meal some other day to make amends. Since Guan Qili is a friend, I will never embarrass her in the future. Mr. Yang stepped forward and solemnly apologized to Lin Fan, perfectly illustrating the saying changing one's expression faster than turning the pages of a book. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, Boss Yang has said so much, so let's forget about this matter. After what happened just now, everyone present became even more enthusiastic towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's words, I am someone you can't afford to offend, were spoken in a calm tone, but they shocked them deeply. They all firmly believed that if Mr. Yang continued to argue with Lin Fan, the consequences would be extremely serious. Next, Lin Fan chatted with the people present, but what he liked more was listening to everyone chatting. Guan Qili stood silently behind Lin Fan, looking at him with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Fan stayed at the Peninsula Lakeside Club for almost a whole day before leaving. Today's party was not in vain. I spent 12 billion and earned 120 super rich points. Another important piece of information was also obtained. There are many financial groups in the country. The funds controlled by these consortiums are enough to easily beat the richest man in the country. This means that if he wants to spend a lot of money in the future, he will have more choices. Lin Fan drove a Bugatti Veyron to take Guan Qili back to the hotel where she was staying. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for this time. Including this time, you have helped me twice. Guan Qili said with gratitude. It's just a small favor, but why are you here asking for help? You should have made 700 to 800 million from the auction in Haizhou City, so you shouldn't have any problems anymore. Lin Fan waved his hand and then asked the question in his mind. Actually, Mr. Yi-san and I have an agreement on that auction. No matter how much money it fetches, I only want 10%. Guan Qili slowly explained her situation to Lin Fan. After listening to this, Lin Fan immediately understood Guan Qili's current situation. Guan Qili terminated her contract with her previous agency and had to pay a penalty of up to 100 million yuan. In addition, she also wants to direct a new movie herself and is looking for a suitable boss to invest in her. Her own savings were still a little short of 100 million, so she went to Mr. Yi-san to auction her 7 days. Just some money from the auction can be used to compensate for the penalty. Her real intention was to use these 7 days to convince her boss to invest in her new movie. But she didn't expect to meet such a weirdo like Lin Fan, who auctioned off her 7 days of time but didn't let her go to accompany him, and didn't give her this opportunity at all. Lin Fan sighed and said, Didn't I tell you at the time that if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me directly? If you had given me a call, I would have invested money in you directly, and I wouldn't have come here to suffer this kind of humiliation. Lin Fan felt that although Guan Qili was a top female star, she was too cautious. Since Lin Fan didn't contact her actively, she didn't dare to disturb him. Mr. Lin, you spent 1 billion before. I feel that you wasted too much money. I feel really bad for you. Even if you asked me to accompany you before, I didn't plan to tell you about the preparations for the new movie. Guan Qili lowered her head and said with a guilty look on her face. Lin Fan spent 1 billion with no other request than to help her. But she set the share of the auction proceeds too low, so she didn't get much money, which was a waste of Lin Fan's efforts. 1 billion or 8 billion is just a small amount of money to me. How much money do you need for your new movie? Is 2 billion enough? Lin Fan asked casually. Is 2 billion enough? Guan Qili's hair was suddenly in disarray. This was too arrogant. 2 billion? In the entire history of cinema, there has never been a movie that cost more than 1 billion. Mr. Lin, 2 billion is too much. 300 million is enough. 300 million is already considered a big budget movie. Guan Qili quickly explained. Okay, then I'll transfer 300 million to you in a minute to invest in your new movie. Lin Fan said simply and clearly. 300 million is 3 points of super richness, it would be a waste not to make money. Mr. Lin, why are you investing in my movie so quickly? Do you want to ask someone to take a look at my movie script to see if it's worth investing in? Guan Qili was stunned for a moment. The decision was made too quickly. It was made in just a few words, even faster than buying cabbage in the supermarket. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, No need, there's no need to go through so much trouble with a small amount of money like 300 million. Guan Qili was suddenly speechless. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. He saw that it was his cousin Zhang Li calling. He quickly pulled the car over and answered the call with a smile. Cousin, I seem to be in danger. I'm so scared now. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Li's slightly trembling voice came through. What happened? Where are you now? I'll be there right away. When Lin Fan heard this, he asked anxiously. He told Zhang Li on WeChat in the morning that he would arrive in Jiangqing today and give Zhang Li a surprise then. But he didn't expect that before he could give Zhang Li a surprise, Zhang Li scared him. I'm at the new charm bar in Jiangqing now. I'm hiding in the bathroom of room 018. Zhang Li quickly told Lin Fan about the situation on her side. It turned out that Zhang Li's best friend had a birthday, so she went to the new charm bar to celebrate. As a result, her friend called her friends over, and in the end, a few men she didn't know at all came. After Zhang Li and several other women drank the drinks given by one of the men, they fainted. Zhang Li drank very little, and when she realized something was wrong, she hid in the bathroom and asked him for help. At this time, Lin Fan also heard someone knocking on the door on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll be there right away, you have to hold on. Lin Fan hung up the phone quickly. Miss Guan, I have something urgent to attend to, so I can't take you back to the hotel. As for the film investment, please call me later and I will transfer the money to you. Okay, Mr. Lin, go take care of your business first. I'm almost at my hotel. I can just walk a little distance. Guan Qili nodded, then opened the car door and got out. Lin Fan immediately navigated to the new charm bar and stepped on the accelerator to rush over. On the way, he called Lu Mingcheng. Brother Lu, my cousin Zhang Li is in danger in room 108 of the new charm bar. Do you know anyone there? I'm worried that I won't be able to get there fast enough. New charm bar? That's Shui Jigang's business. I'll call him right away and tell him. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Lu. Lin Fan hung up the phone and hurried to the new charm bar. Cousin, nothing must happen to you. Chapter 55, Shui Jigang's shock. On the other hand, after leaving the Peninsula Lakeside Club, Shui Jigang, a senior member of the Yangtze River Club, wanted to find out more about Lin Fan. He immediately called a wealthy friend of his in Haizhou City. Boss Su, I want to ask you about someone. His name is Lin Fan. Please tell me about him. Lin Fan? Mr. Shui, I have never heard of Lin Fan. No way, he spent 14 billion to buy Haizhou Private Kitchen, and you don't even know him? Oh, you are talking about Mr. Lin. He is an extremely extraordinary person. Mr. Su on the other end of the phone talked about Lin Fan's situation with great interest. When Shui Jigang heard this, he was stunned. Lin Fan gave luxury cars and mansions to all his employees. Billions were spent at the auction. He beat up Wei Tianrui and smashed the Wei family's Imperial Club, but nothing happened. He is a senior member of the Jiangcheng branch of the Yangtze River Club. Before Lin Fan joined the Yangtze River Club, he was considered the most powerful one. Now that Lin Fan has joined and become a senior member, he originally thought that he could get along with Lin Fan on an equal footing in the future and just build a good relationship with him. But after learning about these situations, he completely changed his mind. This is definitely a top boss, and he must be a scion of some hidden wealthy family who has come out to gain experience. Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. When I go to Haizhou someday, I will definitely treat you to a nice meal to express my gratitude. Shui Jigang said thank you and hung up the phone. You must hold on to Lin Fan's thigh tightly. Shui Jigang made a secret decision in his heart. Just then, Lu Mingqing called. Old Lu, I was just about to call you when you called me. We two brothers are really in tune with each other. When Shui Jigang thought about the very good relationship between Lu Mingqing and Lin Fan, he became particularly polite to Lu Mingqing. Old Shui, my brother Lin is in danger with his cousin Zhang Li in private room 108 of your new charm. He has already rushed over there, but I'm worried that it might be too late. Can you ask your people to go over there and deal with it first? On the other end of the phone, Lu Mingqing asked directly. This is a must. Brother Lin Fan's business is my business. I will call my people right away. I'll rush over to the new charm bar right away. I want to see who is so bold as to touch my brother Lin Fan's cousin. When Shui Jigang heard this, he immediately expressed his opinion. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly called his men while driving to the new charm bar. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He was worrying about how to get along well with Lin Fan, but then Lin Fan ran into trouble and his chance to perform well came. In the bathroom of room 108 of the new charm bar, Zhang Li slumped in the corner, feeling extremely panicked. She felt weak all over now, and was even more certain that the drink she had consumed earlier had been drugged. Beauty, you've been in the bathroom for too long. Hurry up and open the door and come out to play with us. We will make you feel like you're in heaven. Someone kept banging on the door and shouting outside. Seeing this, Zhangli became more frightened and prayed that her cousin Lin Fan would come and rescue her quickly. Hurry up and open the door. If you don't open it, we will bang on it. Don't blame us for being rude to you then. Soon, the person knocking on the door became impatient, but she still said nothing, and did not dare to open the door. When she first hid in the bathroom, she saw through the peephole that someone was touching her unconscious friend. She believed that as soon as she opened the door, she would end up like her friend. Bang! 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 Then someone started banging on the door. Soon, the bathroom door was kicked open. Damn it, do you think you can just hide here? Several young men rushed in, and one of them slapped Zhangli in the face. Lift her onto the sofa, I'll enjoy her first, then it'll be your turn. The young man greeted the people around him. Yes. Brother Dong. Several men carried Zhangli to the sofa in the private room. Zhangli was so weak that she couldn't even struggle or resist. Dong rode on Zhangli and slapped her again. Fuck, if you had just opened the door obediently, I would have been gentle with you, but you just didn't obey, so don't blame me. After saying that, he slapped Zhangli twice from both sides, and then began to tear off Zhangli's clothes. At this time, Zhangli already knew what would happen next and her heart was filled with despair. She regretted not listening to her cousin Lin Fan and trying not to go to chaotic places like bars. At this moment, the door of private room 108 was kicked open. A bald man rushed in with a dozen people, some of whom were wearing bar work clothes. Everyone, stop moving! The bald man shouted loudly. Hearing this, Donggu, who was riding on Zhangli, turned around and said angrily, Bald Biao, you brought people into my private room and ruined my fun. What do you mean by that? Wang Dong, you are so bold that you dare to cause trouble in our boss Shue's place. The bald man Lu Guangbiao said coldly with a gloomy face. Bald Biao, don't use your chairman Shue to pressure me. He won't care about such trivial matters. Aren't you just looking for trouble with me because I'm not convinced? We don't interfere with each other. You can get out of here with your people. Don't ruin my business, or I will never forgive you. Wang Dong roared at Lu Guangbiao with disdain. The two men had known each other for a long time. They were both gangsters in the past, but Lu Guangbiao had joined Xueji Gang early on. With the support of the big boss Xueji Gang, Lu Guangbiao soon became a well-known boss in the underworld. Wang Dong was still a small gangster, but he relied on his personal skills which were far better than Lu Guangbiao and was not afraid of Lu Guangbiao at all. Wang Dong, it was Director Xue who personally asked me to come here today. He will be here soon. You should think about how to escape today. Lu Guangbiao sneered. Hearing this, Wang Dong's face changed and he quickly got off Zhangli. Although Lu Guangbiao was not afraid, he was very wary of Mr. Xue and Xueji Gang who were behind him. Xueji Gang is rich enough that he can use money to smash him to death. Just let Mr. Xue come. I didn't do anything serious anyway. I believe he won't bother with me. Wang Dong shrugged and said with forced calmness. He had investigated Zhangli and several other girls, and found out they had no background. He didn't believe that Xueji Gang would do anything to him because of Zhangli and other girls. He must have made a mistake. Excuse me, who is Miss Zhangli? Lu Guangbiao continued to shout. Zhangli was so weak that she didn't have the strength to speak. Just then, Lin Fan rushed in, looked around, and found Zhangli. Xiaoli, are you okay? Lin Fan rushed over and helped Zhangli up. Chapter 56, Wang Dong's 3 legs were crippled. Zhangli shook her head slightly. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that although Zhangli's shirt was a little torn, it was still generally intact. He took off his coat and put it on Zhangli. Seeing this, Lu Guangbiao hurriedly walked to Lin Fan and said respectfully, You must be Mr. Lin, I was sent by Director Xue. Lin Fan nodded, then glanced at Wang Dong and the others, and said coldly, Whoever attacked my cousin, stand up. Seeing Lu Guangbiao being so respectful to Lin Fan, Wang Dong had a bad feeling, thinking that Lin Fan's status might be comparable to Xueji Gang's. He stood up reluctantly, bowed slightly to Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I solemnly apologize to you. He thought that he had not succeeded in raping Zhangli in the end, and now that he was apologizing so humbly, Lin Fan would definitely not hold it against him. However, he was wrong, very wrong. Lin Fan stood up, walked towards Wang Dong, and sneered, Misunderstanding? Then I will break all 3 of your legs right now, and then I will give you another misunderstanding. How about that? Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I have already given. Wang Dong looked at Lin Fan, who was walking over, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan attacked him extremely quickly. Wang Dong subconsciously wanted to block, but unfortunately his reaction was too slow. Bang! Wang Dong's body was knocked away by Lin Fan, hit the wall heavily, and then bounced back and fell to the floor. Crack! Crack! Lin Fan stepped forward, and without saying a word, he stepped on both of Wang Dong's legs and broke them. He then kicked him again, breaking Wang Dong's 3rd leg as well. Lin Fan was extremely fast. After he finished this series of actions, Wang Dong only had time to cover his lower body and scream in pain. Seeing this, everyone present gasped. This is a real man who doesn't talk much. Lu Guangbiao was even more shocked. He was very aware of Wang Dong's terrifying skills, and he could easily beat up 10 or 20 thugs. Even under Wang Dong's hands, he couldn't hold out for long before being defeated. However, even a skilled master like Wang Dong couldn't even survive a single move from Lin Fan. This is also a misunderstanding. I'll pay for your medical expenses. Lin Fan said calmly as he looked at Wang Dong, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to sit next to Zhang Li. Mr. Lin, Miss Zhang must have been drugged. I have already asked someone to prepare the antidote. Lu Guangbiao hurried forward and said with great respect. Well, thank you for your help. Lin Fan nodded expressionlessly. Mr. Lin, you are so polite. It's my honor to serve you. Lu Guangbiao quickly responded with a smile. Just then, Xue Jigang came to private room 108 with 7 or 8 people. Brother Lin Fan, is your cousin okay? Xue Jigang hurried forward to ask as soon as he saw Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. It's okay, luckily your people arrived first, Brother Xue, I owe you a favor for this matter. When Xue Jigang heard this, he was overjoyed. Favors from top bosses like Lin Fan are extremely important. Brother Lin Fan, it's too polite of you to say that. I've said it before, if you need me in Jiangcheng, just let me know. What's more, this happened in my bar. I'm already very happy that you didn't blame me. Xue Jigang said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around to look at Wang Dong, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, and called out to Lu Guangbiao, Biao, throw him out. Yes. Mr. Xue. Lu Guangbiao responded respectfully and asked people to carry Wang Dong away. Not long after, the bar staff brought the antidote, and Zhang Li recovered quickly after taking it. Cousin, luckily there was someone here this time, otherwise I would have almost. Zhang Li hugged Lin Fan and sobbed quietly. Lin Fan patted Zhang Li on the back and consoled her, it's okay now. After Zhang Li calmed down, Lin Fan looked at Xue Jigang and said seriously, Brother Xue, I have something to ask of you. Brother Lin Fan, you already call me Brother Xue, you are too polite. If you have anything to ask, just let me know. I will definitely do it for you beautifully. Xue Jigang patted his chest and assured that he was now eager to do things for Lin Fan so as to deepen their relationship. My cousin is studying at Jiangcheng University. I hope that Brother Xue can take care of her while you are in Jiangcheng. Lin Fan said solemnly. If Zhang Li encountered something like today again, if he was in Haizhou City, it would be too late even if he came by helicopter. Xue Jigang is a local tyrant in Jiangcheng, so asking him to help take care of Zhang Li is a good choice. Okay, no problem. I thought it was no big deal. I will take care of your cousin like my own sister. Xue Jigang laughed and agreed readily. After a pause, he called out to Lu Guangbiao and said, Biao, bring your people over here and carefully identify Miss Zhang. From now on, you should arrange some people to protect Miss Zhang. Yes. Director Xue. Lu Guangbiao immediately took several of his main subordinates with him, carefully memorized Zhang Li's appearance, and added Zhang Li as a friend on WeChat. If Zhang Li encounters any problems, she can contact them at any time. Next time you see Miss Zhang, you have to treat me the same way you treat me. Do you understand? Xue Jigang said this solemnly. I understand, Mr. Xue. Lu Guangbiao and others responded in unison. Seeing this, Zhang Li was a little stunned. Lu Guangbiao and Xue Jigang, who were present, were both well-known figures in Jiangcheng. Now they are all so polite to Lin Fan. But she remembered that Lin Fan was just an ordinary college student like her and often had to work part-time. Last month she transferred 1,000 yuan in pocket money to Lin Fan. How come Lin Fan became a big shot in the blink of an eye? At this point, Zhang Li had already decided in her heart that when they were alone together, she would definitely interrogate Lin Fan thoroughly. Brother Shui, I haven't seen my cousin for a long time. I plan to take her around. I'll take my leave now. I'd like to trouble you to arrange for someone to send my cousin's friends back to Jiangcheng University. After exchanging a few words with Shuijigang in private room 108, Lin Fan said goodbye to Shuijigang. Okay, no problem, I'll take you there. Shuijigang stood up with a smile, intending to send Lin Fan out. Brother Shui, please stay. There's no need to be so polite between us. Just go do your thing first. Lin Fan smiled and stopped Shuijigang from seeing her off, then took Zhang Li out of private room 108. As soon as Lin Fan left, Lu Guangbiao hurried to Shuijigang's side and whispered, Mr. Shui, this Mr. Lin is a master. He knocked Wang Dong down with one move. Chapter 57 Miao Yanwu was deceived. Oh. Tell me what happened just now. When Shuijigang heard this, he immediately became interested. Yes. Mr. Shui, at that time Mr. Lin. Lu Guangbiao vividly recounted the entire process of how Lin Fan defeated Wang Dong. After hearing this, Shuijigang was shocked again and became more determined to cling to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took Zhang Li out of private room 108. When they passed the rest area next to the bar counter, they saw a woman who was drinking alone and looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the woman who was drinking alone was none other than Miao Yanwu, a doctor in the infirmary of Haizhou University. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and asked, Dr. Miao, why are you here? Miao Yanwu used to care about him a lot, so now that he saw Miao Yanwu getting drunk alone, he naturally showed some concern. Miao Yanwu looked up and saw Lin Fan. She couldn't help crying and said, Lin Fan, I met a man who was even worse than your ex-girlfriend. She cheated me out of my money and threatened me to sell my house to her as a breakup fee. She always thought that she and Lin Fan were the same type of people, and they were both extremely devoted to their relationships, so when she saw Lin Fan at this moment, she couldn't help but want to confide in him. When Lin Fan heard this, he was very angry. He even lied to such a good person like Dr. Miao. Is he still a human being? Dr. Miao, please tell me in detail what happened. I will seek justice for you. Lin Fan sat down next to Miao Yanwu and said indignantly. Miao Yanwu sobbed softly and said in a drunken tone, that scumbag Li Yaoguang is from Jiangcheng. We met on a dating website. After listening to Miao Yanwu's story, Lin Fan immediately concluded that Miao Yanwu had encountered a professional scammer. It turned out that about half a year ago, Li Yaoguang met Miao Yanwu on a matchmaking and dating website, and then began to pursue Miao Yanwu madly. Miao Yanwu had been hurt in love several times before, so she did not agree to be Li Yaoguang's girlfriend at first, but only agreed to be an ordinary friend. But Li Yaoguang pursued Miao Yanwu madly for 4 months, and Miao Yanwu thought she might have met her true love, so she agreed to be Li Yaoguang's girlfriend. The result, of course, was that Li Yaoguang asked Miao Yanwu to borrow money for various reasons. Although Miao Yanwu and Li Yaoguang did not reach the final step, she could not resist Li Yaoguang's sweet words and sent him some large-scale photos. Now Li Yaoguang's true colors are revealed. He threatens Miao Yanwu to sell their house and demands half of the proceeds as a breakup fee. Teacher Miao, don't be sad. Ask Li Yaoguang to come out tomorrow and I will solve this problem for you. Lin Fan comforted Miao Yanwu. Miao Yanwu shook her head and sighed, Lin Fan, thank you very much for comforting me like this. That scumbag Li Yaoguang's new girlfriend is very powerful in Jiangcheng. You are just a student. How can you defeat them? How can you resolve this issue? After saying that, she picked up the bottle again and continued to drink it. Dr. Miao, please stop drinking. You will know whether I can help you or not once you come out. After Lin Fan paid the bill for Miao Yanwu at the bar, he helped Miao Yanwu out. Don't bother me, I want to drink more. I'm blind, I might as well drink myself to death. Miao Yanwu struggled and was unwilling to leave, but Lin Fan, whose physical fitness was at the limit of 100, forcibly carried the slightly drunk Miao Yanwu away with ease. Not long after, Lin Fan helped Miao Yanwu to his Bugatti Veyron sports car. Dr. Miao, this limited edition Bugatti Veyron sports car is mine. Do you believe now that I can help you? Lin Fan took out the car keys and started the Bugatti Veyron sports car. Seeing this, Miao Yanwu sobered up a little. She and Zhang Li were both stunned and shocked. Lin Fan, is this car yours? Cousin, is this car yours? After a moment, Miao Yanwu and Zhang Li asked in unison. Of course it's mine. Didn't you all see me start the car with the car key? Lin Fan smiled and nodded. After saying that, he looked around and saw one of Lu Guangbiao's younger brothers standing not far away. Hey, come here. Lin Fan waved to Lu Guangbiao's younger brother. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? The younger brother hurried forward and asked respectfully. Send Miss Miao to the front desk of the Hilton Hotel. Lin Fan ordered. Okay, Mr. Lin. After instructing the younger brother to take Miao Yanwu to the Hilton Hotel, Lin Fan also drove the Bugatti Veyron to take Zhang Li to the Hilton Hotel. Inside the Bugatti Veyron. Cousin, the interior of your sports car is too luxurious. It must cost at least tens of millions. Zhang Li asked excitedly while touching the interior of the Bugatti Veyron. Tens of millions is an understatement. I bought it from a friend of mine for 100 million. Lin Fan smiled slightly. 100 million? That's too expensive, cousin. How did you suddenly become so rich and know big shots like Lu Guangbiao and Shui Gang? Lu Guangbiao is very famous in the Jiangcheng University area. Bald Biao is very famous. Shui Gang is a well-known wealthy man in Jiangcheng. He can often be seen in newspapers, magazines, and on television. Zhang Li asked with a look of surprise. Anyway, your cousin I got a very large windfall. When you have money, you will naturally meet friends who are equally rich. I'll give you 1 billion later, and you can buy whatever you need. Lin Fan shrugged and laughed. He had no way of explaining to Zhang Li that he had obtained the super rich system, and could only say that it was unexpected wealth. I don't need your money. I can earn some pocket money myself now. The money is enough for me. You know I am not interested in luxury goods. Zhang Li shook her head and directly rejected Lin Fan's offer to give her money. I'll give you at least 100 million just in case. If you don't agree, I'll be mad. Lin Fan said in an unquestionable tone. Zhang Li is different from many girls. She is the type of person who is content with what she has and does not indulge in vanity. Moreover, she started working part-time very early and earned more money than Lin Fan, who worked several part-time jobs. She also often gave Lin Fan several hundred or $1,000 in pocket money. She can refuse it, but Lin Fan cannot refuse to give it. 100 million is Lin Fan's minimum limit. Okay then, I'll buy my parents a big house and leave the rest of the money for you. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence, Zhang Li had no choice but to nod and agree. The 100 million is all given to you. I will make arrangements for your parents in a while, so you don't have to worry about it. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. He knew that for Zhang Li, who had always been frugal, even if he gave her 100 million, she might not know how to spend it. The only thing I can think of is buying a house for my parents. Chapter 58 Guan Qili falls in love. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the Hilton Hotel. Lu Mingcheng had already booked a presidential suite for him here. After he went to the front desk to check in, the younger brother just happened to bring Miao Yanwu over. So Lin Fan took Zhang Li and Miao Yanwu upstairs and checked into the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel. There are enough rooms in the presidential suite, which is more than enough even for Zhang Li and Miao Yanwu to live together. Dr. Miao, go and have a good rest first. I will help you solve your problem tomorrow. Arriving at the presidential suite, Lin Fan said with concern. Okay, I'll trouble you tomorrow. Miao Yanwu nodded, turned, and left. Seeing that Lin Fan had a Bugatti Veyron sports car and lived in the presidential suite of Hilton, she already believed that Lin Fan was capable of helping her. As soon as Miao Yanwu left, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Mr. Lin, I'm Guan Qili. Have you finished your business? Did I disturb you? Oh, it's Miss Guan. I've finished my business. I'm also staying at the Hilton Hotel, in Presidential Suite number 1. Please come over. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be there right away. Well, I'll wait for you. Lin Fan smiled and hung up the phone. In fact, he could just ask Guan Qili to transfer the money to his bank account. The reason why Guan Qili was invited over was because Li Sueki was planning to become a singer and enter the entertainment industry. He wanted to ask Guan Qili how he could help Li Sueki. After all, people as persistent as Li Sueki are rare nowadays. Zhang Li looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Cousin, who called you just now? Your girlfriend? You're overthinking. It's a first-line female star, Guan Qili. She plans to direct a new movie. I decided to invest in her and let her come down. I'll transfer the money to her. Lin Fan tapped Zhang Li's forehead and said with a smile. A top actress, Wan Qili? She's my idol. When she comes down, I want to take a photo with her and get her autograph." When Zhangli heard this, her face was immediately filled with excitement. "As long as you are happy." Lin Fan smiled slightly. Soon, Guan Qili arrived at Lin Fan's presidential suite. As soon as Zhang Li saw Guan Qili, she came forward excitedly and said, "Hello, Guan Qili, I am your die-hard fan. I really like the movies you made. Can you give me a few autographs and take a few photos with me?" "No problem, as many autographs and photos as you want will do." Guan Qili nodded in agreement. Lin Fan is her financial sponsor, and since Zhang Li can appear in Lin Fan's room, they must have a good relationship. How can she not agree? "Miss Guan, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. She is my cousin Zhang Li. She admires you very much, so she is a little excited to see you. Please take a seat." Lin Fan stood up and asked Guan Qili to sit down, and pulled Zhang Li, who was full of excitement, away. "Let's talk about the autographs and photos later. Miss Guan and I have something serious to discuss." Seeing that Lin Fan was so rich, yet so polite to her, Guan Qili was very touched. She has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and all the rich men she met wanted to covet her body. Even though he coveted her body, he usually spoke to her condescendingly. Most people are like Mr. Yang, who would call her a bitch when he is unhappy. Over the years, those rich people have left her with a lot of psychological trauma. Only when she is with Lin Fan can her body and mind completely relax. If I could be his woman, it would be such a happy thing. It's a pity that I'm not worthy of him and he doesn't like me either. Guan Qili sighed in her heart. After Guan Qili sat down and drank a cup of tea, Lin Fan transferred 300 million to Guan Qili on the spot. "Mr. Lin, thank you very much for supporting me and investing in my new movie. I will definitely work hard to make this new movie well and live up to your expectations of me." Guan Qili stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. "It's just a little money. Just do your best. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself." Lin Fan waved his hand and laughed. After a pause, Lin Fan looked at Guan Qili and asked with a smile, "Miss Guan, I have a friend who is currently a sophomore at the School of Arts at Haizhou University of Communication. She sings very well and her dream is to become a singer and enter the entertainment industry. I wonder if you can help her." As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Guan Qili nodded heavily and said, "Mr. Lin, this is absolutely no problem. I have a wide network of contacts in the entertainment industry. It only takes a few words for me to get some well-known singers to help a new singer start his career as a singer. I just don't have much weight in front of you big guys." At the end of her speech, Guan Qili blushed and lowered her head. Although she had only met Lin Fan a few times, she already had a great liking for him and even had a little affection for him. But when he thought about the fact that Lin Fan had seen her at her most miserable, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. "That's good. I may need your help then. It's getting late. After you sign autographs and take photos with my cousin, go back and get some rest." Lin Fan nodded, then stood up and left. The next morning, Zhang Li returned to Jiangcheng University, while Lin Fan drove a Bugatti Veyron and took Miao Yanwu to the gate of Jiangcheng Youth Park. Jiangcheng Youth Park is a dating destination. Miao Yanwu and Li Yaoguang are in a long-distance relationship and often come here for dates. Before coming here, Miao Yanwu had already called Li Yaoguang to meet here. The two waited on the side of the road at the entrance of Youth Park for a while before a red Porsche stopped in front of them. A man in his 30s walked out of the Porsche. He is Miao Yanwu's scumbag ex-boyfriend Li Yaoguang. I have to say that Li Yaoguang still has a good appearance, although it is still far inferior to Lin Fan. "Miao Yanwu, you are amazing. I just broke up with you and you found a gigolo so quickly. You haven't even sold your house yet, but you've already given me 1.3 million as a breakup fee. Did you, a pretty boy, lend me the money?" Li Yaoguang came over and said in a sarcastic tone. "Li Yaoguang, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I was so sincere to you, but you treated me like this." Miao Yanwu pointed at Li Yaoguang and said excitedly, "You are a poor fellow with only a few million in assets. What can you do even if you are nice to me? Are you still naive enough to think that I will be with you forever? You'd better give me the 1.3 million breakup fee. You only deserve to contribute to my upward mobility. You are a bitch." Li Yaoguang taunted Miao Yanwu with a smug look on his face. Bang! Before Li Yaoguang could finish his words, Lin Fan slapped Li Yaoguang hard on the face. "You dare to hit me? Li Yaoguang covered his face and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Chapter 59, Yang Mei, the ugly one who does many weird things. Hit you? If you don't return the money you defrauded from Dr. Miao and destroy those photos, I will kill you. Lin Fan stared at Li Yaoguang and warned him. Fuck you. I'll beat you to death. Li Yaoguang roared angrily and pounced on Lin Fan. Bang! Lin Fan kicked Li Yaoguang directly, and he fell heavily to the ground. Niao Yanwu, you bitch, you actually dared to find someone to beat me up. Just wait, I will spread your photos all over Haizhou University. Li Yaoguang struggled for a long time before he got up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Niao Yanwu with resentment in his eyes. After a pause, he stared at Lin Fan again and said through gritted teeth, "And you, don't think you can fight and just act arrogantly. When my girlfriend gets here, I'll let her destroy you." Lin Fan said calmly, "Well, I also heard that your new girlfriend is very capable. Then call her over here, I'll teach her a lesson together." I had heard from Niao Yanwu before that Li Yaoguang's new girlfriend was very influential in Jiangcheng. Because of this, Niao Yanwu did not dare to report to the police even though she was threatened by Li Yaoguang. Now that he has come forward, he naturally has to subdue the girlfriend behind Li Yaoguang, so that the matter of Niao Yanwu can be resolved satisfactorily. Poor boy, I hope you won't be frightened to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy later. Li Yaoguang sneered, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Lin Fan stood aside calmly, not even looking at Li Yaoguang. Soon, Li Yaoguang finished the call and said viciously, "Poor boy, my girlfriend will be here in 10 minutes, you wait." Lin Fan looked at Li Yaoguang with a half smile. "Now that you've finished your call, it's my turn now." After saying that, he slowly approached Li Yaoguang. "What are you going to do? Do you dare?" Li Yaoguang asked in panic. Bang! Lin Fan walked over and slapped Li Yaoguang to the ground. "You guessed it right. I just want to take this opportunity to teach you a lesson." As Lin Fan spoke, he kicked Li Yaoguang again. Then, Lin Fan punched and kicked Li Yaoguang again. Soon, Li Yaoguang's face was bruised and swollen, and his body was covered with wounds, looking in a miserable state. This was because Lin Fan deliberately controlled the strength, otherwise he could have ended Li Yaoguang's life with just one punch. "Brother, please stop hitting me. I beg you to stop hitting me. I was wrong." Li Yaoguang endured the pain all over his body, knelt down in front of Lin Fan and kowtowed for mercy. Lin Fan looked at Li Yaoguang with disdain and finally stopped. Beating a spineless person like Li Yaoguang to death would only dirty his hands. Not long after, a red Ferrari and 2 Audi cars came to stop beside Lin Fan and the other two. 7 or 8 sturdy men in security uniforms ran out of the Audi car in a menacing manner. A middle-aged woman wearing heavy makeup and sunglasses walked out of the red Ferrari sports car. She was Li Yaoguang's new girlfriend, Yang Mei. "Sister Mei, you are finally here. This boy is too arrogant. Look how he beat me. You must teach him a lesson for me." As soon as Li Yaoguang saw Yang Mei, he crawled to her side and started crying. "Boy, you are so brave to beat my boyfriend like this." Yang Mei flew into a rage when she saw Li Yaoguang's miserable state. But after a closer look, he found that although Lin Fan was dressed shabbily, he was actually very handsome, and his expression immediately eased a lot. "Poor boy, you beat my boyfriend like this. I have no one to accompany me during this period of time. If you promise to stay with me for a month, I can still consider sparing your life." Yang Mei raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Yaoguang was stunned. What was going on? "Didn't you say you would stand up for me and teach that kid a lesson? How come you've already fallen for that kid in the blink of an eye? What should I do?" Li Yaoguang felt like crying but had no tears. "You look ugly, but you think you are beautiful. Do you think you deserve to let me stay with you for a month?" Lin Fan said sarcastically, as if he had heard a joke. When Yang Mei heard this, the smile on her face froze and her whole body trembled with anger. She is now considered a well-known figure in Jiangcheng, but her appearance has always been her weakness. In fact, she is plain-looking and not ugly, but there are so many beautiful women on the street nowadays that she looks ugly in comparison. "Poor boy, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me in this tone?" Yang Mei's face turned pale and she said coldly. Lin Fan said disdainfully, "I don't care who you are. Since you dare to come here today to defend this scumbag Li Yaoguang, you should be prepared to be severely punished. Boy, you're dead. Our sister Mei is the sales manager of Shui's Group. She can make it impossible for you to stay in Jiangcheng with just one word." Boy, if you kneel down now and apologize to Sister May and agree to her request, maybe Sister May will be happy and spare your life. Otherwise, you will die. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, several security guards behind Yang Mei stood up and threatened Lin Fan. Yang Mei crossed her arms and looked at Lin Fan with a smug look on her face. She thought that as long as she revealed her identity, Lin Fan would be scared half to death. Shui Group? Could it be Shui Jigang's group? Lin Fan asked calmly. Humph. You're not that stupid, kid. You should be scared now, right? One of the security guards sneered. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed and said, I'm scared? He's just a small sales manager of Shui Group. Is he worth being scared of? I'm going to call Shui Jigang right now and ask him if I need to be afraid. After saying that, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and called Shui Jigang. Seeing this, the security guards behind Yang Mei were stunned. Could it be that this guy really knew their chairman Shui? Brother Lin Fan, why did you call me so soon? Is there anything you need my help with? If so, just give me a call. Shui Jigang asked with a smile, his tone extremely polite. Brother Shui, I have someone here called Sister May, who is a department manager of your Shui Group. She also said that she would only consider sparing my life if I stay with her for a month. Lin Fan said with a smile. What? Yang Mei actually dared to offend you, my brother? Brother, tell me what you want to do with this stupid woman. I'll listen to you. Shui Jigang said angrily. I don't want to see her in Shui's group. Should this request be okay? Lin Fan chuckled. Chapter 60, What Goes Around, Comes Around. Of course, as long as Brother Lin Fan asks, it's all a small matter. If you dare to offend me, I won't let you be my sales manager, not to mention my general manager. Shui Jigang smiled and responded with a smile. Okay, then I'll trouble Brother Shui with this matter. Brother Lin Fan is too polite. Lin Fan hung up the phone with a smile, looked at Yang Mei, and asked with interest, Sister May, right? You will no longer be the department manager of Shui Group soon. I wonder if you can still be so arrogant. Seeing this, the security guards looked at each other, all at a loss. Yang Mei burst into laughter and said, Poor boy, you acted very realistically when you were pretending to be cool on the phone. It's a pity if you don't act. If I hadn't seen you dressed like that, I would have almost believed it. Please be more careful next time when you act and spend some money to improve yourself. Hearing this, the security guards behind her showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Yang Mei's cell phone suddenly rang. When she saw that the caller number was from the group's human resources manager, she subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan and answered the call with confusion. Manager Chen, why did you call me suddenly? Yang Mei, I am officially informing you now that you have been fired by our Shui Group. Please come over tomorrow to complete the resignation procedures. Manager Chen, why did you fire me? Yang Mei asked in shock. This is an instruction from President Shui himself. I am just following his instructions. That's it. Remember to come to the group tomorrow to complete the resignation procedures. Yang Mei put down the phone, bewildered. She had always been relied upon by the group and couldn't understand why she was suddenly fired. Soon, she thought of the phone call Lin Fan had just made. It turned out that Lin Fan was not just pretending to be cool on the phone, but was actually talking to Shui Jigang on the phone. Thump! Yang Mei walked up to Lin Fan and knelt on the ground. My dear brother, I have offended you by not recognizing the great man. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me once. Please call Mr. Shui and tell him not to fire me. Yang Mei kowed out and begged repeatedly, not caring about her face and dignity at all. The reason why she was able to stir up some waves in Zhangcheng was because of her title as the sales manager of Shui Group. If she is no longer the sales manager of Shui Group, she will be useless. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you want me to change my words? It's too late. Lin Fan sneered. Hearing this, Yang Mei immediately stopped kowtowing and begging, and slumped to the ground with a deathly pale face. When one's status and position reaches Lin Fan's level, his words are always his bond. How could he easily change his words just because of a small person like her begging for mercy? Seeing this, Li Yaoguang's face was filled with horror and he was extremely frightened. Lin Fan actually made Shui Group fire Yang Mei immediately with just one phone call. What is his identity? Lin Fan walked slowly to Li Yaoguang and said condescendingly, Do you still need me to teach you how to do this? No need, boss, I will pay Miao Yanwu back right now, and I will destroy those photos right away. Li Yaoguang shook his head repeatedly and responded quickly. He immediately took out his cell phone and operated it frantically. Soon, Li Yaoguang returned the 1.12 million yuan that he had defrauded by borrowing money to Miao Yanwu, and destroyed the explicit photos of Miao Yanwu on the spot. Lin Fan glanced at a few of the photos inadvertently and couldn't help but marvel at Miao Yanwu's attractive figure. This. Boss, I have done everything you ordered. Can I leave now? Li Yaoguang asked cautiously with a bruised head and unclear speech. Go and turn yourself in now, or you will bear the consequences. I believe that by then you will be 100 times more miserable outside than inside. You can decide for yourself. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent as he spoke coldly. A scum like Li Yaoguang must be sent to prison for re-education. Hearing this, Li Yaoguang felt like he had lost his parents and was in tears. God will punish anyone who has any reason to be wrong. This sentence flashed through his mind. Dr. Miao, let's go. Lin Fan ignored Li Yaoguang and Yang Mei and asked Miao Yanwu to leave. Inside the Bugatti Veyron. Lin Fan, thank you so much this time. Miao Yanwu thanked Lin Fan sincerely. She had been in a daze throughout the entire process of Lin Fan teaching Li Yaoguang a lesson, and was only now gradually reacting. Lin Fan, a weak and sickly poor student, suddenly became a super rich man and a very good fighter. It's like changing a person. It would be hard for anyone to accept it. Dr. Miao, you don't have to be so polite. If I met someone like Li Yaoguang, even if it wasn't for you, I would still send him in. You should be more careful in the future and don't be fooled by this kind of liar again. Lin Fan waved his hand and smiled. Well, I will pay attention to it in the future. If I look for a boyfriend in the future, I will look for someone like you who is serious and responsible about relationships. Miao Yanwu nodded, looking at Lin Fan with a somewhat evasive look, and her face suddenly turned red. Next, Lin Fan went to eat with Miao Yanwu. Just after finishing his meal, Lin Fan received a call from Lu Jia. Jia, why are you calling me? Is there something wrong with Haizhou Private Kitchen? Mr. Lin, I'm leaving now. I can't help you run the Haizhou Private Kitchen business anymore. What? You're quitting, why? Are you unhappy working at Haizhou Private Kitchen? Lin Fan was very surprised to hear that Lu Jia was leaving Haizhou Private Kitchen. No, Mr. Lin, it's in my home. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jia slowly explained the reason to her. After listening, Lin Fan finally understood that Lu Jia had met a middle-aged couple in Haizhou Private Kitchen yesterday. After they saw Lu Jia, they immediately acknowledged her as their daughter and said that she was their daughter. The results confirmed that they were indeed Lu Jia's biological parents. Lu Jia's biological parents' family is a small Lu family in Haizhou City, and the entire family has assets worth hundreds of millions. Now they hope that Lu Jia will return to the family and participate in the management of the family business. This is why Lu Jia bid farewell to Lin Fan. Sister Jia, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Wait until I get back to Haizhou City, and then we can have a meal together before you leave. Lin Fan thought about it and finally suggested. He didn't spend much time with Lu Jia, but he felt very close to her. Before leaving, he planned to have another meal with Lu Jia and learn more about her biological family. Lu Jia's biological parents abandoned her before, and now they come to recognize her more than 20 years later. Lin Fan doesn't believe that their biological parents just want to take her home. Chapter 61, Lu Jia's Affectionate Confession. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back before I leave. Lu Jia nodded and agreed to Lin Fan's proposal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan immediately decided to return to Haizhou City, as Miao Yanwu also wanted to go back. So Lin Fan drove the Bugatti Veyron and took Miao Yanwu back to Haizhou City. 4 hours later, Lin Fan returned to Haizhou City, sent Miao Yanwu to the gate of Haidong University, and then rushed to Haizhou Private Kitchen. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. As soon as he entered Haizhou Private Kitchen, the beautiful waitresses in Cheongsam greeted Lin Fan with great respect. Lin Fan nodded and went straight to the number 1 private room. Mr. Lin, are you back? At this time, Lu Jia had already prepared the meal. As soon as she saw Lin Fan, she asked with a smile. Well, let's eat first. Lin Fan responded and sat down to eat. Sister Jia, is this the result of your careful consideration? Now the Lu family is a completely unfamiliar family to you. Halfway through the meal, Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but ask. Lu Jia nodded heavily and said, this is a decision I made after considering it for a long time. In fact, I also want to stay by your side and do things for you. Since you want to stay here and work, why did you decide to leave? You should know that you can definitely get more here than in the Liu family." Hearing this, Lin Fan asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Mr. Lin, I like you. I like you very much. I don't want to call you Mr. Lin all the time. I want to be able to call you Lin Fan with dignity. Although you have been very good to me here, these things were given to me by you. I will never have enough confidence to call your name, nor enough confidence to like you." Lu Jia hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and spoke out what was in her heart in one breath. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Lu Jia's affectionate confession caught him off guard. "Jia, I am very happy that you like me. Well, I respect your decision. From now on, just call me by my name. If you are wronged in any way when you arrive at the Liu family, you must tell me. I will always support you, and the door of Haizhou Private Kitchen will always be open to you." After a moment of silence, Lin Fan looked at Lu Jia seriously and said. At this time, he admired Lu Jia even more. He didn't expect that Lu Jia, who looked weak on the outside, actually had a heart that dared to love and hate. "Lin Fan, thank you for being so nice to me. I want to learn real skills in the Liu family, so that when I return to your side in the future, I can truly help you." Lu Jia stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Fan. "Okay. That day will come. Let's stop talking and have a good meal." Lin Fan ended the topic and asked Lu Jia to sit down and eat. This meal took a long time. 2 hours later, Lu Jia left reluctantly with tears in her eyes. Lin Fan accompanied Lu Jia all the way to the door of Haizhou Private Kitchen. Looking at Lu Jia's back as she walked away, Lin Fan immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Gao Ximin, asking her to meet him in the chairman's office of Haizhou Private Chef. Half an hour later, in the office of the chairman of Haizhou Private Chef, Gao Ximin knocked on the door and came in to see Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, I have good news for you. I have already negotiated with Donghao International Investment Group. In the future, you will be able to better target the Wei family's business, and you will also be able to invest and trade more effectively," Gao Ximin said proudly, looking like she was waiting for Lin Fan's praise. "Okay, that's good. You can handle this matter as you wish. If you need me to intervene, just tell me." Lin Fan seemed a little uninterested, and then he said solemnly, "I have an important matter for you to do now. Mr. Lin, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. I will definitely do my best to get it done for you." Gao Ximin nodded heavily. "Do you know that Lu Jia left Haizhou Private Kitchen and returned to the Liu family where her biological parents are? I know that this matter has caused quite a stir in Haizhou Private Kitchen. Could it be that Lu Jia has decided to return to the Liu family? It's not that she has already decided, it's that she has already gone back. Hey! I don't know what she is thinking. What's so good about the Liu family? How can it compare to developing here? I want you to help me investigate the Liu family and pay attention to Lu Jia's every move. Don't let her suffer any grievances in the Liu family," Lin Fan explained in a very serious tone. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will do my best to get this done for you." Gao Ximin nodded heavily, feeling extremely envious of Lu Jia. Lu Jia left, but Lin Fan still cared about Lu Jia so much. Seeing how loyal and righteous Lin Fan was, she became more determined to work harder for him in the future. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, I have already negotiated a price with the chairman of Donghao International Investment Group, 23 billion. If you agree, you have to go to Donghao International Investment Group at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You will need to transfer money and sign some documents at that time." Gao Ximin reported the situation of Donghao International Investment Group to Lin Fan. "Only 23 billion? Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little disappointed and said, "Well, just buy it directly. As long as you think Donghao International Investment Group is useful, I will go there tomorrow morning." Gao Ximin was speechless for a moment. She was still worried that if she negotiated the price too high, Lin Fan would blame her for not doing her job well, but she didn't expect this result. However, how could she have imagined that Lin Fan would actually be happier the more money he spent and the more rich points he would get? "Mr. Lin, there is one more small matter. Mr. Tang from Donghao International Investment Group is the owner of the license plate number HIA99999. He wanted to ride in the Rolls-Royce with license plate number A99999 again when he finally arrived at Donghao International Investment Group. Then I'll pick him up tomorrow morning in a Rolls-Royce with license plate number A99999. Is that okay? Gao Ximin asked with a smile. No problem, these are all small matters, just take care of it. Lin Fan nodded and replied calmly. He doesn't really like the old-fashioned Rolls-Royce, but some old men have a special liking for it, and he can understand that. The next morning, Lin Fan drove a Lamborghini with license plate number HI-A88888 to Donghao International Investment Group. I parked the Lamborghini on the side of the road, and it was only a few minutes before 10 o'clock. Looking up at the tall building of Donghao International Investment Group, Lin Fan walked inside calmly. Hey, isn't this Lin Fan? Lin Fan had just walked into the first-floor lobby of the Donghao International Investment Group building when suddenly a weird voice sounded. He looked up and saw Lu Chao walking towards him with Yang Xianxian in his arm, with a smug look on his face. You two are really haunting me. I see you guys everywhere. Lin Fan was speechless inside. Lin Fan, did you find some connections to get an internship at Donghao Investment Group in advance? I'm telling you, Donghao International Investment Group doesn't welcome you, get out of here right now. Lu Chao sneered and scolded Lin Fan. Chapter 62 Who do you think you are? Does Donghao International Investment Group belong to you? Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he said contemptuously. He was very sure that Donghao International Investment Group was not Lu Chao's family business. According to Lu Chao's character, with such a group at home, he would have been showing off and pretending to be cool in school a long time ago. Lin Fan, you may not know that Lu Chao's father was promoted to president of Donghao International Investment Group some time ago. Yang Qianshan looked at Lin Fan and said with pride. Lin Fan, earlier at Xinyue apartment, you asked that bitch Gao Ximin to chase me away, which made me lose face. Today you have fallen into my hands, get out of here right now. Donghao International Investment Group doesn't welcome you, no matter what connections you have, it's useless. Lu Chao showed a satisfied smile after his revenge. Donghao International Investment Group will soon be mine, why should I leave? It's you, Lu Chao. You're such a jerk to your father. Does your father know about this? Lin Fan suddenly felt that Lu Chao was a fool and responded bluntly. Seeing Lu Chao being so arrogant, he had decided that the first thing he would do after buying Donghao International Investment Group was to fire Lu Chao's father. If the son is like this, the father must not be a good person either. Ha, Lin Fan, you hooked up with Gao Ximin, the owner of the forest shop, and lived a wealthy life for a few days, but you have forgotten your last name so quickly? Donghao International Investment Group will be yours soon. Do you know the market value of Donghao International Investment Group? The market value is over 20 billion, not 2 million. Don't say you're just Gao Ximin's gigolo. Even if Gao Ximin sold herself, she wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Lu Chao burst into laughter and mocked Lin Fan in a sarcastic manner. Yang Qianxian shook her head and said, Lin Fan, why didn't I realize before that you have such a serious problem of bragging and showing off? You'd better get out of here right away, or else my Lu Chao will call the security guards to chase you away, and you'll be in even more trouble. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them, and calmly took out his cell phone to check the time. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning, why haven't Gao Ximin and Mr. Tang arrived yet? You guys, chase this guy away, identify him carefully, and don't let him set foot in Donghao International Investment Group again. Seeing that Lin Fan had no intention of leaving, Lu Chao called a few security guards nearby to come over and chase Lin Fan away. He acted just like the owner of Donghao International Investment Group. Yes. Young Master Lu. Several security guards responded respectfully and walked to Lin Fan's side. Please leave immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you. Are you sure you want to kick me out? Lin Fan said coldly. I told you to get out of here right now, but you don't understand me? Do you want me to use force on you? The leading security captain Li Jin shouted loudly and impatiently. He and Lu Chao are distant relatives, and it was thanks to the Lu family's connections that he became the security captain at Donghao International Investment Group. Now that Lu Chao wanted to drive Lin Fan away, he would naturally carry out his orders without any hesitation. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? Lin Fan raised his eyelids and scolded. Fuck it, get him out. Security Captain Li Jin shouted angrily. Suddenly, several security guards raised plastic explosion-proof batons and rushed towards Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lu Chao showed a happy smile on his face. If Lin Fan left obediently, he would really not let these security guards take action against Lin Fan. After all, Donghao International Investment Group is not his, and his father is just the president of the group, and he cannot be lawless. But now Lin Fan insisted on not leaving and even had a conflict with the security guards, so it would be natural for these security guards to teach Lin Fan a lesson, which was exactly what he wanted to see. But soon, the smile on Lu Chao's face froze. Bang, bang, bang. With a few muffled thuds, all the security guards were knocked to the ground by Lin Fan. Come on, everyone, hurry to the first floor lobby. Security team leader Li Jin was calling people on the intercom. The quality of the security guards at Donghao International Investment Group is too poor. It looks like we need to replace them. Seeing this, Lin Fan put his hands behind his back and sighed. Not long after, many security guards rushed to the lobby on the first floor and attacked Lin Fan, but were quickly knocked down by Lin Fan. After knocking down a dozen security guards, the remaining security guards saw that Lin Fan's skills were too good, and none of them dared to step forward, so they could only remain in a stalemate with Lin Fan. Who is so bold as to cause trouble in our Donghao International Investment Group? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked out of the elevator, followed by dozens of people. This middle-aged man is Lu Chao's father, Lu Yuanqing, the president of Donghao International Investment Group. I'm causing trouble? I, Lin Fan, came here today to buy Donghao International Investment Group. As for them, they are just a bunch of scoundrels. Are they worthy of my wasting my breath on them? Lin Fan pointed at Lu Chao and spoke to Lu Yuanqing and others with a contemptuous tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing and others were stunned. They were informed by the group's chairman, Mr. Tang, that all the group's senior executives were waiting in the conference room this morning. Is it because Donghao International Investment Group is going to be resold? Dad, this kid used to be a well-known poor student at Haidong University. Recently, he has become very arrogant because he hooked up with Cao Ximin, the owner of the forest shop. He came here to cause trouble, so I asked the security guard to chase him away. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Lu Chao walked up to Lu Yuanqing and turned right into wrong, accusing Lin Fan. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqing and others breathed a sigh of relief. They were all shocked by Lin Fan's words just now and thought that Lin Fan was going to become their new boss. It turned out that Lin Fan was a well-known poor student at Haidong University, and it was a false alarm. When Lu Yuanqing heard Lin Fan directly call his son Lu Chao this guy, he was already very angry. No matter how bad Lu Chao was, he was still his son. Boy, you caused trouble in our Donghao International Investment Group and injured so many security guards. Tell me, how do you want me to deal with you? Lu Yuanqing said coldly with a gloomy face. Lin Fan looked directly at Lu Yuanqing and asked, Are you the president of the group? Are these the employees you manage? You are actually giving orders here. Do you and your son really think that the group is yours? As soon as these words came out, the senior executives of the group present secretly laughed at Lin Fan's childishness. Lu Chao is the son of Lu Yuanqing, the president of the group. Lu Yuanqing has always been domineering in the group, and the chairman of the group relies a lot on Lu Yuanqing. Even if Lu Chao broke many of the group's rules, what did that matter? Chapter 63 Lu Yuanqing voluntarily resigns. You are not qualified to ask this question. You should think about how to compensate our group for its losses. After saying that, Lu Yuanqing snorted coldly. He also knew that Lu Chao was not an employee of the group, and it was inappropriate for him to order the group's security to drive Lin Fan away, but he was the president of the group, so who dared to say anything to him? You will pay the price for your choice now. Lin Fan said fiercely. He doesn't need an unreasonable group president, no matter how capable he is. What's more, his purpose in buying Donghao International Investment Group was not to make money, but to deal with the way family and spend money better. Come here, take this lunatic under control, and first send him to the Public Security Bureau, and then we will slowly investigate his relevant responsibilities. Lu Yuanqing waved his hand and greeted the dozens of security guards behind him impatiently. Suddenly, dozens of security guards approached Lin Fan. At this time, a Rolls-Royce with license plate number HIA 99999 stopped in front of the main entrance of the Donghao International Investment Group building. Mr. Tang and Gao Ximin from Donghao International Investment Group got out of the car. Stop, what are you doing? How dare you attack Mr. Lin? When Gao Ximin saw the situation inside, he rushed to Lin Fan and shouted at the security guards. Seeing this, Director Tang also flew into a rage and said, Is this how you treat your new boss? Do you still want to work here? After much difficulty, it was agreed that Donghao International Investment Group would resell the property at a price of 23 billion, which was at least a premium of more than 4 billion. If the deal was terminated because these employees offended Lin Fan, he would have no place to cry. As soon as Mr. Tang said this, the whole place fell silent. All the group executives present were stunned and shocked. It turns out that Lin Fan was not bragging, nor was he crazy. He really came here to buy the group. Today, President Tang called all the senior executives of the group to a meeting, most likely to discuss the handover. Lu Yuanqing and his son as well as Yang Chanxian looked as pale as death. Not to mention that Lu Chao had an old grudge against Lin Fan. Just now they, father and son, had offended Lin Fan like this. As long as Lin Fan becomes the chairman of the group, he will definitely dismiss Lu Yuanqing. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I encountered a traffic accident on the way and I'm late. Let's go up first. These employees are ignorant. You can slowly train them after you buy the group. I hope it won't affect the transaction between us. Director Tang came up to Lin Fan and spoke very politely. Lin Fan nodded, okay. Soon, Lin Fan, accompanied by a group of people, came to the #1 conference room of Donghao International Investment Group. After signing some formalities and transferring 23 billion to Mr. Tang using the super rich system, Lin Fan directly appointed Gao Ximin as the president of the group. And gave Gao Ximin an instruction to dismiss Lu Yuanqing. After doing all this, Lin Fan left conference room #1 directly, returned to the chairman's office to drink tea, and became a hands-off boss. In conference room #1, Gao Ximin presided over the group's high-level meeting. President Lu, you already know what Director Lin means. You should resign immediately. Gao Ximin looked at Lu Yuanqing and said lightly. Gao Ximin was parachuted in as the group's president, and Lu Yuanqing was demoted to the group's first vice president in accordance with normal procedures. President Gao, I have worked in the group for so many years and have made a lot of contributions to the group's development. But if Director Lin wants to fire me just because I contradicted him, I won't accept it and I won't resign on my own initiative. If the group insists on firing me, then they will follow the normal procedures and will need to pay me a large sum of compensation. Lu Yuanqing rejected Gao Ximin's proposal without hesitation. President Lu, if you are unwilling to resign voluntarily, the group will set up an investigation team to investigate you from today. But if you take the initiative to resign, even if you have related problems, the group can forgive you for the past. We can part ways in peace. Think about it carefully. Gao Ximin said in a calm tone. In fact, Gao Ximin did a lot of homework for Lin Fan to buy Donghao International Investment Group. Among the findings, it was found that Lu Yuanqing was very likely to have committed illegal and disorderly acts. Even if Lin Fan didn't tell her, she would still take action against Lu Yuanqing. It was only because of the fact that Lu Yuanqing had indeed made great contributions to the group over the years that he was allowed to resign voluntarily and his past was forgiven. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing's face changed drastically. His questions could not stand up to the group's investigation at all. He closed his eyes in pain, gritted his teeth and said, okay, then I will formally resign now. I approve, you can go now. Gao Ximin nodded. Lu Yuanqing stood up and left meeting room #1 in dejection. From today on, the focus of our Donghao International Investment Group is to carry out comprehensive suppression of all industries of the Wei family. All departments should go back and study and formulate practical solutions. Gao Ximin spoke in a loud voice, word by word. As soon as these words came out, all the senior executives of the group present took a breath. That is the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Haizhou City. Can their Donghao International Investment Group defeat the Wei family? Is this new boss, Mr. Lin, crazy? President Gao, I have a question. After a moment, one of the group's top executives raised his hand to speak. Okay, feel free to ask any questions you have. Gao Ximin nodded and said lightly. You need to tell us in detail what the expected funds for the suppression plan should be within and what the standard is. This way we can better formulate corresponding plans. The group executive asked cautiously. As soon as he said this, many senior executives of the group present nodded in agreement. Mr. Lin has told me before that I don't need to worry about the funds. There is no upper limit. All you have to do is come up with a practical plan. The bigger the better. Gao Ximin said domineeringly. After saying this, she felt very happy. It really was good to work for a rich boss. When Gao Ximin said this, everyone present was shocked. No need to worry about funding, no upper limit? Their new boss, Mr. Lin, is a wealthy man. Mr. Lin? Could it be Mr. Lin who smashed the Wei Dynasty clubhouse before? It must be. Apart from this, no one has such a deep hatred with the Wei family. You must do your best to get this done, and put other projects on hold for the time being. If this matter is done well, everyone will get luxury cars and mansions as bonuses. Gao Ximin thought about it and painted a big picture for the top executives of the group. But according to her understanding of Lin Fan was happy, so all these were true. All the senior executives present were cheered up when they heard this. The news that all the employees of Haizhou Private Chef own luxury cars and mansions has spread throughout Haizhou City. They had always dreamed of meeting such a wealthy boss, and now their dream has come true. The wealthy boss Mr. Lin has become their new boss. They all believed Gao Ximin's statement. Chapter 64, Teacher Tan is in trouble. During the meeting that Gao Ximin gave everyone, in order to kill time, and also because Lin Fan wanted to have a deeper understanding of his current strength, he surfed the internet and watched some fighting competition videos. After making a comparison, Lin Fan found that his physical strength of 100 points was indeed at the peak of human nature. For example, after watching world-class competitions in taekwondo and karate, he felt that the champions and runners-up could only pose some threat to him. Of course, considering that taekwondo and the like are more for fitness effects, Lin Fan also looked for some free fighting competitions. This kind of sport has more diverse participants, and with a large base, it is naturally easier for outstanding people to emerge. The more famous boxing superstars Smith, Tank, and Ruddock have obviously brought pressure to Lin Fan. The most powerful among them is Tyson. Lin Fan thought that he could only be evenly matched with the other party at best. So, Lin Fan warned himself. He is not yet the strongest man in the world. He must guard against arrogance and must not let his guard down and fall into a trap, especially now that he has provoked the Haizhou giant, the Wei family. With Lin Fan's current assets, he is indeed not afraid of a head-on attack from the Wei family. But what if the Wei family doesn't abide by martial ethics? Just when Lin Fan was thinking about how to spend more money and earn rich points to improve his strength, Gao Ximin came back. She also brought good news. Mr. Lin, according to the best plan we discussed, we will have complete control over all of the Wei family's business chains within 3 days. Based on the investigation at that time, we can launch the most severe crackdown. 3 days? Very good. Lin Fan was a little surprised. He thought that dealing with a giant like the Wei family would waste some time, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Also, we got some news. During the 2 days you were away, the Wei family spent a lot of money investigating Haizhou Private Chef. It seems that they are planning to take revenge, and they may take action today. No problem. We will go to Haizhou Private Kitchen later. With me in charge, I want to see what tricks the Wei family can come up with. Lin Fan nodded, not taking it seriously. He had previously beaten Wei Tianruo half to a pulp, smashed the Wei family's imperial club to pieces, and publicly rejected Wei Jianan's apology. Wei Jianan was so angry and embarrassed that it would be strange if he didn't take some action. The key lies in how to quickly strangle the Wei family. Lin Fan, how much funding do you need for the plan you discussed? I'll make up for the shortfall. It just so happens that he can take advantage of this opportunity to take down the Wei family and earn a lot of rich points. Afterwards, Lin Fan took a quick look at the plan they were discussing. It is mainly divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to spend money to find connections and investigate the Wei family's industrial chain and the weaknesses of the corresponding industrial chain. Anyone who can control such a transcendent power as the Wei family must have a high status and position, and ordinary small amounts of money cannot impress them. The meeting discussed that this step would require at least 10 billion yuan in funding. Lin Fan allocated 30 billion without hesitation and said, "Don't tell me about the minimum or the lowest. Your mentality will only hinder the progress of your work for me. We have to do our best and buy the best information. Otherwise, if you are so stingy, people who don't know will think that I am a stingy boss." Gao Ximin was embarrassed. She had followed Lin Fan for such a long time and of course she knew his temper. Therefore, the 10 billion price discussed at the meeting was not compressed. It is completely the normal market price. It is just that at least this much money is needed to open up all the relationships. Why does it taste different in Lin Fan's mouth? Gao Ximin didn't want to take the blame and quickly explained. Lin Fan said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Then you can give them a little more money to let them know that our company is rich and powerful. It will also make the Donghao International Investment Group famous. This way, the second phase will be easier to implement, right?" The second phase of the plan is to find their rival companies after thoroughly studying the Wei family's industrial chain, and then invest heavily in the rival companies. When the Wei family's businesses were suppressed and collapsed, naturally their family would be destroyed. Gao Ximin was in a mess. Lin Fan's words once again refreshed her understanding of what rich meant. After dealing with these, Lin Fan prepared to go to Haijiu private kitchen. He wanted to see how the Wei family would deal with him. As soon as I got up, a phone call came. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? I'm the property manager of Dihao Garden. Miss Tan had a conflict with another owner. It's a big deal. Can you come over quickly? Dihao Garden, Miss Tan, did you say that something happened to Tan Xingyun? I'll go over right now. What's going on? Lin Fan became anxious when he heard this. Teacher Tan was gentle and considerate, and had a good reputation in the school. How could he easily have conflicts with others? What worries him most is that Teacher Tan is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and is a person who refuses to give in. If someone deliberately picks on him, he might suffer a great loss. The manager on the other end of the phone explained. It seems that Miss Tan accidentally bumped into another owner's pet while taking her father for a walk. The lady asked Miss Tan to apologize to her dog. Of course we tried to persuade her, but the lady didn't listen at all. Her brother even called a bunch of people over. Our security guards were almost unable to control her. Okay, I'll go now. Even the security guards of Dihao Garden couldn't stop him. It seems that the other party is very powerful. Moreover, he made such a big fuss just because of a small matter about a pet. This person must be very arrogant. With Mr. Tan's personality, he will definitely suffer if he faces this kind of people. I have something urgent to deal with, you go to Haijiu private kitchen first. After saying hello to Gao Ximin, Lin Fan rushed to the garage without delay, stepped on the accelerator of his Rolls-Royce 99999 to the maximum, and rushed to Teacher Tan at lightning speed. And over there at Dihao Garden. You stinky bitch, I'll make you a slut and make you scream. Bang! A pretty woman slapped him in the face, and the right half of Tan Xingyun's face immediately turned red. Tan Xingyun's eyes immediately welled up, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall, and instead looked at the woman in front of her stubbornly. It's obviously your fault for not taking good care of the dog. I won't apologize. You're still not convinced? When the woman heard this, her eyes widened again. The anger in her eyes seemed to be able to burn her eyebrows off, which was very exaggerated. She was about to attack again, but the property manager, who had come to his senses, quickly stopped her. Ms. Gao, please stop hitting her. It's just a dog after all. Even if what Miss Tan did was wrong, you can't hit someone just for a dog, right? Gao Lenny showed an exaggerated expression when she heard this. What do you mean by a dog? Honey is my precious son, he is my family, okay? Put yourself in his shoes, if someone kicked your precious son, wouldn't you be angry? What's wrong with me slapping her? I want her to kneel down and kowtow to my son? What? You treat dogs as your sons and think they are nobler than humans? No matter how rich your family is, isn't it too much to say this? The security guards who were watching the scene were all furious. Besides, why did Miss Tan kick your dog? Don't you have any idea? You were walking your dog in the neighborhood without a leash, and your dog was barking like crazy. It ran over and almost bit someone's father who had just been discharged from the hospital. The father was scared and kicked your dog. What's wrong with that? But obviously, Gao Lenny didn't listen and turned around to say something to a tall man. The man winked at one of the brothers. Immediately, a wheelchair was pushed over, with Tan Xingyun's father, who had just been discharged from the hospital and had not yet recovered, sitting on it. Dad! Tan Xingyun was frightened. In order to prevent her father from being involved in the previous conflict, she had arranged for him to leave. Unexpectedly. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize, or I will repay this old man for what you did to my precious son. Chapter 65. Kneel down and apologize. You guys are bullying me, aren't you? Tan Yakin could endure being slapped before, but when she saw her father being caught, she cried and revealed her weak side. You have to know that his father was just discharged from the hospital 2 days ago. Because of the previous surgery, he can only sit in a wheelchair and can't even speak fluently. Such a poor old man was caught and beaten by the dog owner just because the dog was kicked. Even the property manager and the security guards were angry at this scene. The property manager stood up and said, Ms. Gao, regardless of whether the matter itself is right or wrong, Miss Tan lives in Villa number 1, which is worth 230 million yuan. She has a rich background. Aren't you afraid that if the matter gets out of hand, it will be bad for you? The scale of Villa Number 1 is unique in the entire Dihao Garden and its price is high. No rich person was willing to buy it before. Although the Yonggao group behind Gao Leni is worth tens of billions, the villa she lives in is only worth about 50 million yuan, a second-class villa. However, Gao Leni was not afraid and even glanced at Tan Yakin with disdain. Her? Don't be ridiculous. I have investigated everything. She is just a counselor at Haizhou University. She has no money and no background. She lives in Villa Number 1 and is just a bitch who works as a doorman for others. Besides, even if the owner of Villa Number 1, Lin Fan, comes in person, I am not afraid. My brother is the top brother in Haizhou, and he has thousands of brothers around him. What can happen if Lin Fan comes in person? Alright, stop wasting time. I want this woman to apologize to my son right now. You stinky security guards, stop being so cocky. I just ignored you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you all disappear. Fuck, you're looking for death. A spirited young security guard went berserk upon hearing this, threw down his security hat and rushed forward. Gao Leni's brother took a step forward. As expected of being the top brother in Haizhou, he kicked the young security guard to the ground in an instant. Quite scary. However, because Gao Leni's previous remarks were too extreme and aroused public anger, the young security guard being kicked away not only failed to deter people, but instead became the fuse. Brothers, come on, let's teach these sons of bitches a lesson. Damn it, let's fight. You always bully others just because you have some money. I won't accompany you today. Don't you think you are noble? Today we will ride on your heads and see how noble you are. All of a sudden, 20 security guards rushed forward, and the scene became a mess. However, in less than 5 minutes, all the security guards lay down. You know, Dihao Garden is a high-end residential area and a paradise for the rich, so the security guards here are all strictly trained. In order to protect these rich people, each security guard here is strong enough to easily take down 1 or 2 strong men. It's not comparable to the uncles and aunts working in shopping malls. However, it didn't last more than 5 minutes. On the other hand, none of the 5 people led by Gao Leni's brother fell down, and at most they suffered minor injuries. What does this mean? This shows that Gao Jianxiong, the number 1 in Haizhou, is not just a title for nothing. The brothers around him are all powerful warriors. He is one of the real underground kings of Haizhou. A group fight involving more than 20 people. As an ordinary teacher, how could Tan Qingyun have ever seen such a scene? Moreover, it was a 5-man party that defeated all 20 elites one after another. This scene usually only happens in movies, right? At this moment, Tan Qingyun was really scared and didn't even dare to think about anyone coming to save her. Even Lin Fan can't do it. After all, in her eyes, Lin Fan was just an ordinary person, a student. Although he had made some money, his social experience was not as good as hers. How could he possibly fight against these ruthless people? Now, Gao Leni doesn't need to say anything. For the sake of her father and to avoid causing trouble for Lin Fan, Tan Qingyun lowered her head. Please, don't hit my dad again. He is just a poor old man. I will apologize to you and kneel down to your dog to make amends, okay? You stinky bitch, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Gao Leni crossed her arms across her chest, looking down upon him. Then he greeted the servants and asked them to bring the teddy dog and put it on the ground. Woof woof. This teddy bear was obviously spoiled. It was not at all nervous in the presence of so many people. Instead, when it saw Tan Qingyun, the woman who had kicked it, it started barking wildly with a fierce look on its face. Kneel down, why are you still standing there? Gao Leni urged. Tan Qingyun looked at Teddy, who was 2 steps away from her. 2 more lines of tears fell on her face, and she finally slowly bent her knees. Stop. At this moment, with a sharp brake sound, Lin Fan got out of the car and shouted to stop it. Lin Fan, why are you here? Seeing him suddenly arrive, Tan Qingyun was stunned. Are you the owner of Villa Number 1, Lin Fan? I heard that you have been acting quite arrogant recently and don't even take the Wei family seriously. Gao Jianxiong looked at him with interest. Teacher Tan. He ignored Gao Jianxiong at all. After seeing Tan Qingyun, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly became gloomy, and an unprecedented anger echoed in his chest. Teacher Tan has always been strong and optimistic. Even when her father was seriously ill and dying, and she was forced to borrow money from everywhere and even sell her own house, she never said a word and even refused the money donated by everyone. Such a person was bullied to the point of crying, and even almost knelt down to apologize to other people's dog. One can imagine how painful Teacher Tan felt at that time. Lin Fan felt the same way and was about to explode with anger. He looked at Tan Xingyun and said seriously, "Teacher Tan, don't worry. I will definitely take care of this anger for you." "Lin Fan, what are you talking about? This is something the teacher caused himself, so he can just solve it himself." Tan Xingyun was startled and hurried over to grab Lin Fan to stop him. At the same time, he hurriedly said to Gao Lenny, "I apologize to your dog. Lin Fan is just an ordinary student. Don't make things difficult for him." Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but think of when he first entered college. At that time, he was so poor that he couldn't even afford the tuition and was about to be suspended from school. At the critical moment, it was Tan Xingyun who took the initiative to ask him about the situation. At the same time, in order to take care of his self-esteem, she did not directly mention money. "I just ran around the school silently, said nice things to every teacher, and helped him get a special hardship scholarship as quickly as possible." Lin Fan's feelings for Tan Xingyun are also unquestionable, so when he later learned that Tan Xingyun was in trouble, he kept looking for opportunities to help. The same goes for buying a villa. Although it can earn some rich points, the main purpose is to make Tan Xingyun live a more comfortable life. But I never expected that good intentions would lead to bad consequences. Tan Xingyun had only lived here for a few days? She was almost forced to kneel down and apologize to the dog. At this moment, Lin Fan undoubtedly exploded. "This is the bastard who wants Teacher Tan to apologize, right? Okay, you guys watch it." Lin Fan did not explain anything and forcibly pulled Tan Xingyun behind him. Then he came to Teddy and stepped on the dog's head. Chapter 66, Slapping. Puff. One step to the end, clean and quick. The scene was very bloody at one point. Everyone was stunned. Everyone had witnessed how arrogant and terrifying Gao Lenny and her brother were before. Even the elite security guard number 20 was no match for them. Even a stubborn woman like Tan Xingyun lowered her noble head. But what about Lin Fan? He actually kicked Gao Lenny's darling son and turned him into mud. "Ah! What have you done, you little brat, son, my dear honey? Gao Jianxiong, you bastard, what are you still standing there for? Come on, I want this guy to be torn into pieces to pay for my son's life. No, the life of this bastard alone is not enough, I also want the stinky bitch next to him, that old man, and his whole family to pay for my honey's life." Gao Lenny screamed like crazy. Before, just because Tan Xingyun kicked her son, she was so angry that she called hundreds of people and forced Tan Xingyun to kneel down and apologize. Now her son was completely gone, and she was going crazy. Gao Jianxiong felt a headache. Although he would definitely help him, she was his own sister after all. But he didn't want to act so quickly. Every time Gao Lenny treated a dog as her own son, Gao Jianxiong felt that he was the same as a dog in his sister's eyes. No, maybe even worse than a dog. This is a good opportunity to teach her a lesson. However, the next second, Gao Jianxiong's face changed drastically after realizing something. Stop. Gao Jianxiong discovered that after Lin Fan dealt with Teddy, he actually rushed towards his sister. He instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis and rushed towards Lin Fan. Bang! Gao Jianxiong is very strong. Just now in the fight with the security guards, he knocked down at least 20 people by himself and did not suffer any injuries. But he was no match for Lin Fan, whose physical fitness was 100 points. He was knocked away by just one punch and fell to the ground. Since my whole family is looking forward to it, how about I greet you on behalf of my whole family? When he came to his senses, Lin Fan had already grabbed Gao Lenny. Without hesitation. Bang! A slap came down hard. Greetings to my family, who do you think you are? Bang! Another slap. You old bitch, do you really think the world is yours? Bang! Just because you have some money, do you think you can ignore anyone? Bang! Teacher Tan, that's my mentor, and you are qualified to fight him? Bang! Still kneeling? Then why don't you go to heaven? Snap, snap, snap. One sound after another continued, and if I counted carefully, it was definitely more than 20 times. When Lin Fan vented his anger, Gao Lenny's face was not just swollen, but completely rotten and bloody. Gao Lenny, who was arrogant at the beginning, became frightened and begged for mercy repeatedly. I don't dare anymore, woo-woo, please stop hitting me. I apologize to you, isn't that enough? That's enough, Lin Fan, stop it right there. The speed of these 20 slaps was so fast that Gao Jianxiong didn't even have the chance to stop them and could only retaliate at this moment. My sister is the eldest daughter of the Gao family. It's not enough for you to offend the Wei family. Do you want to offend our Gao family completely? And me, I control half of Haizhou's underground world. With our strength and the Wei families combined, you will die miserably no matter what. Lin Fan said disdainfully, so the number one brother in Haizhou can only talk nonsense? Hiss. Hearing this, the security guards at the scene and the wealthy people who had come to watch the fun all gasped. Too arrogant, really too arrogant. Although the Gao family is not as good as the Wei family, nor is it one of the four major families in Haizhou, it is also a first-rate family. There are 4 or 5 companies under the family name, with total assets of more than 50 billion. Even the 4 major families have to give it face. People in the circle have even secretly called the Gao family the 5th family in Haizhou. Because after Gao Jianxiong went underground, in order not to cause trouble for his family, he nominally severed ties with the family. After continuous development over the years, he has become one of the 2 underground emperors of Haizhou, and the power he truly holds is not much weaker than that of the Gao family. With the combination of the 2 forces, the Gao family is not at all inferior to the 4 major families. And Lin Fan actually dared to challenge them so blatantly. This really made the upper-class people present feel numb. Lin Fan glanced coldly at Gao Jianxiong and the people behind him. Teacher Tan is the most important person to me. As long as I, Lin Fan, am here, no one is allowed to bully her. Don't talk about this bastard. I don't intend to let any of you go today. You are looking for death. Gao Jianxiong was angry. Originally, he was planning to teach this kid a lesson today and didn't intend to go too far in public, but this bastard actually beat his sister like this. Brothers, come on. If I don't beat him up and make him call me mom today, I won't be considered the best in Haizhou. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Jianxiong and his remaining 4 brothers acted together. At this moment, Lin Fan instinctively felt his nerves tense up. If he were to face Gao Jianxiong one-on-one, he was confident that he could completely crush his opponent. But the other 4 people were also elites selected by Gao Jianxiong from thousands of brothers. Their fighting experience and momentum far exceeded Lin Fan. It doesn't mean that Lin Fan can be an opponent just because he is physically strong. Not daring to be careless, Lin Fan used all the rich points he had accumulated during this period. A total of 72 points, directly fill up the spirit column, and then there are 8 rich points left. And at the moment when his spirit reached the maximum level, Lin Fan clearly felt his whole body relax, as light as a feather. He felt that with his current physical strength, he could even run a marathon without any problem. What also surprised Lin Fan was that when he looked at Gao Jianxiong and his men again, he found that the speed of these 5 people was as slow as a turtle in his eyes. Lin Fan's physical fitness is better than these people, the only thing he lacks is experience. However, when the movements of the 5 people are slowed down dozens of times, giving Lin Fan ample time to find flaws in their actions, their skills become a joke. Ping pong. There was a violent fight. In less than 2 minutes, Gao Jianxiong and his brothers all climbed down. In contrast, Lin Fan only had 1 piece of clothing destroyed and a few scratches on his body. That's it? You're trying to be the boss by imitating others? You're the number 1 boss in Dongzhou, but you can't even handle me? After the fight, Lin Fan glanced around. His eyes were bloodshot as he had just finished the battle, and a terrifying aura was revealed on his body. Gao Jianxiong, who had already been in a state of humiliation, shuddered again. He was deeply unwilling, but had to obey. Stop talking nonsense. Today, all of us brothers admit defeat. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. If I, Gao Jianxiong, frown, I will be called a beast. Hee, you have a lot of backbone, unlike your beastly sister. Lin Fan looked at Gao Jianxiong with a different eye. However, I don't plan to do anything to you anymore, because I'm not like some beasts who would ask others to kneel down and apologize, or greet their entire family. That would only make me look low. The reason why I'm giving you a good lesson is because Teacher Tan is my bottom line. If you cross my bottom line, you deserve to be beaten. Finally, I'll tell you one more thing. If you want to take revenge on me in the future, feel free to come. Come with 1,000 or 10,000 of them. But if you dare to touch Teacher Tan, I, Lin Fan, will visit your entire family. Chapter 67, Haizhou Private Kitchen Accident. Hiss. Following Lin Fan's words, the security guards at the scene were all excited, and the wealthy people were also deeply shocked. How crazy must this guy be to dare to say such a thing? 1,000, 10,000? Does he think he is the underground emperor? However, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fan, let alone take his words as nonsense, otherwise they would die miserably. The nearly 100 people led by Gao Jianxiong in front of us are the best evidence. Tan Qingyun on the other side also covered her mouth with her hands in excitement, tears streaming down her face. Lin Fan's words, "Teacher Tan is my bottom line," deeply moved her, making her understand her position in Lin Fan's heart and see Lin Fan's madness for her. "Teacher Tan, are you and uncle okay?" After warning Gao Jianxiong and the others, Lin Fan walked over. Honestly speaking, his steps were a little sluggish now, and his experience was still too poor. Even though the movements of these people seemed much slower in his eyes, he still had to rack his brains to think about how to counter their moves. After this fight, it was like studying all night before a high school exam. My body was drained. As for the 1,000, not to mention that the people around him didn't believe it, he also knew deeply that it was impossible. However, necessary intimidation is still necessary. If he lets anyone think they can bully him, and then has to deal with these trivial matters all day long, then there is no point in living. Dad and I are fine, but you? Just go back and rest for a while. Lin Fan waved his hand and asked Tan Qingyun to take her father with her, and everyone went back to rest first. But Tan Qingyun refused. In her opinion, Lin Fan's clothes were torn and there were several bloodstains on his body, which made him look more serious than his father's. She insisted on sending Lin Fan back to rest first. "Brother, if you don't mind, let me give you a ride." At this time, a young security guard with short hair came over with a gleam in his eyes. He was the first passionate security guard who couldn't stand Gao Lenny's bullying and led the team to fight against Gao Jianxiong. After seeing Lin Fan display his power before, he had already deeply admired this young man. "Okay, thank you very much." Lin Fan didn't want Teacher Tan to worry too much about her, so she agreed. "Brother, look at how I've been beaten. How can I face young Master Wei in the future? Besides, he killed my precious son. I don't care, you must avenge me and kill that guy." Not long after Lin Fan left, Gao Lenny, with blood all over her face, began to mutter resentfully. Gao Jianxiong staggered to his feet and looked in the direction where Lin Fan left with cold eyes. "Of course, that guy beat me and my brothers down all by himself. If I don't get back at him, how can I survive in Haizhou City in the future? Besides, I promised the Wei family that I would teach this guy a lesson." Yes, what happened today was not an accident. The Gao family and the Wei family have a close relationship, especially since Gao Lenny got engaged to Wei Tianruwei some time ago. The two families are about to become one and have a close relationship. After the Wei family decided to fight to the death with Lin Fan, they immediately investigated Lin Fan's interpersonal relationships, looking for all his possible weaknesses. Then he found that Tan Qingyun was a good breakthrough point. She had a good relationship with Lin Fan and most importantly, she lived alone and there were no powerful people around her, making her the easiest to target. At the same time, the Wei family also used family connections to ask the Gao family for help. He wanted to take this opportunity to give Lin Fan a good beating and teach him a profound lesson. But no one expected. Gao Jianxiong thought deeply for a while. But let's forget about it today. This Lin Fan is so young and rich, and his strength is so terrifying. His identity is definitely not simple. I will find a way after a closer look. Ah? Brother, what do you mean? Are you scared? Gao Lenny became anxious. Gao Jianxiong shook his head, not in the mood to explain so much. "Don't ask, anyway, he is definitely going to be unlucky today." I failed, but the Wei family is still taking action. Mr. Lin, how are you? Are you okay?" After returning to the villa, Lin Fan received a call from Gao Ximin, and her anxious voice came from the phone. "It's okay, what's wrong?" It was the first time that Lin Fan saw Gao Ximin so nervous. Gao Ximin said with a tearful tone. "The Wei family just came and smashed all of our Haizhou private kitchens, causing losses of up to 100 million, and..." "Wei family?" Lin Fan was surprised. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. "Just now." "No, that's not right." After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fan felt that this was too much of a coincidence. The Wei family brought people to smash his Haizhou private kitchen, and Teacher Tan just happened to be in trouble. What's more, the other party was an underground emperor. There are obviously big problems here. Gao Ximin asked doubtfully, "Mr. Lin, is there something wrong with you?" "You speak first." Lin Fan said seriously. Gao Ximin said bitterly. "But what's even worse is that when I moved you out, they said you couldn't protect yourself. It sounded like they were ambushing you, Mr. Lin. That's why I'm so anxious and keep calling you, but. After hearing this, Lin Fan looked at his phone again. There were indeed several missed calls. They must be because he didn't hear them when he was fighting with Gao Jianxiong. Gao Ximin's voice was mixed with crying. It is not difficult to imagine the pain and despair that Gao Ximin felt when Wei Tianrui and his men smashed Haizhou private kitchen and lost his backbone. Lin Fan felt a wave of pain in his heart, and his anger towards the Wei family soared, but now he had no way to seek revenge and could only bury this emotion deep inside. Taking a long breath, Lin Fan pretended to be relaxed and comforted. It's okay, it's okay. Although I was ambushed by the Wei family, they can't hurt me much with their strength. I'll rest for a while and then go over. Really? I don't believe it. I couldn't get in touch with you just now. I asked a friend to investigate and found out that the Wei family has been very close to Gao Jianxiong, the #1 man in Haizhou, these days. Could he be the one who is causing trouble for you? Lin Fan didn't know how to answer for a moment. It was indeed Gao Jianxiong who was causing trouble for him, but it was also true that he didn't suffer any serious injuries. But judging from Gao Ximin's tone, it seemed that it would be useless to explain it to her. After thinking about it, I had to say. How about this, you come to my place first, my villa is in Dihao Garden. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan prepared to take a shower and clean up the bloodstains. During this time, he turned on the system and a prompt appeared. The host fills up his physique and energy, and activates the third attribute, charm. Explanation: charm can increase the host's popularity with the opposite sex, making beautiful girls fall in love with you at first sight. When charm reaches a certain level, even 3-year-old children and 80-year-old grandmothers will be attracted to you. Note, when the charm is increased, the host will also be hated by creatures of the same sex. It is recommended that the host be cautious when increasing it. If the host insists on seeking death and reaching the maximum level, this system will also send a special healing medicine. At this moment, there is an additional shopping column here. Recovery class. There is only one item below. Holy water essence, concentrated holy water, placed in a bathtub to dilute, then soaked in the bathtub to absorb. Description: soak for 2 hours to heal all injuries. Chapter 68, Is Teacher-Student Love okay? Downstairs of the villa. Looking at the direction where Lin Fan left, Tan Qingyun had a complicated look. What do you mean as long as I am alive, no one can hurt Teacher Tan? What do you mean Teacher Tan is my bottom line and you have violated my bottom line? Lin Fan's previous bold words made Tan Qingyun feel really uneasy. And Lin Fan even fought with others like this for her. Could it be that Lin Fan likes me? After thinking it over, Tan Qingyun could only come to this conclusion. She was very conflicted. I am Lin Fan's teacher, how could there be any possibility between us? This is taboo. After all, Tan Qingyun is a traditional woman at heart, and she still thinks that what happens between teachers and students is too unconventional. This matter was very serious, and he decided to have a good talk with Lin Fan later. If he found that he had this tendency, he as a teacher must correct it in time. Yun, are you okay? Just as I was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came from the side. Ah. Mom, how come you came over without any sound? You scared me. Tan Qingyun exclaimed and complained after seeing the woman next to her. Wang Wanfang rolled her eyes at her and said, I called you several times, but you were distracted and didn't hear me, okay? By the way, let me ask you, does Lin Fan like you? Wang Wanfang asked immediately out of curiosity. Mom. Lin Fan and I are teacher and student, how is this possible? Tan Qingyun was a little angry. She was just worried about this matter, and in the blink of an eye her mother came to rub salt into her wounds. Wang Wanfang said with a smile, come on, I'm not interested in you, why would I give you a villa worth 200 or 300 million to live in? Let me tell you, Lin Fan is a pretty good guy. You used to always talk about how good his character was at home. Now that he's rich, the first thing he thinks of is you. That shows he's really good for you. It's not easy for us women to find such a good man. Mom, really not. The reason I live here is... Tan Qingyun said anxiously. But Wang Wanfang had no intention of listening at all. Also, I heard about it on the way back. Just now you and your dad were bullied. If they didn't really like you, would they fight with 5 or 6 people? Would they go crazy and seek death? This was the only point that Tan Qingyun could not refute. After taking a deep breath, she could only say, "Mom, please don't make things more complicated. Anyway, we are teacher and student, and this kind of thing is impossible. I just decided to talk to Lin Fan about it." Wang Wanfang curled her lips deeply. "Come on, what teacher-student relationship? It's such a long time now. Your mother's ideas are not that old-fashioned. Besides, I've been asking you about this for a long time, but you just make up all kinds of excuses. Why don't you tell me what you think of Lin Fan? Isn't it because you like him in your heart and you are avoiding it?" Hearing this, Tan Qingyun felt like being struck by lightning. Thinking back, if Lin Fan had given her 5 million for medical expenses, she would have been just grateful at the time, and would have wanted to pay Lin Fan back no matter what, even if she had to sell her house. But what happened later? She was humiliated in public by Li Jiao, and Lin Fan stepped forward to protect her. Was she touched? Women all desire to be protected by men, and Tan Qingyun is no exception. But she was always avoiding it in her heart. Then Lin Fan said he wanted her to live in the villa, although she used the excuse that she didn't want to live there. Lin Fan gave the villa to someone else, and she had to live there because she felt sorry for it. But if you think about it carefully, this is simply impossible. How can a villa worth 200 or 300 million be thrown away as easily as a can of Coke worth $3? Isn't it that deep down in her heart, she longs to get closer to Lin Fan? Besides, this time when Lin Fan protected her, he seemed to have said some misleading words, but he didn't show any special reaction afterwards. Wasn't she the only one who was imagining this? As for the reason for thinking this, well, Mom, you said. After coming back to her senses, Tan Qingyun was upset. She wanted to ask Wang Wanfang, who had experienced this, for advice, but when she turned around, she found that her mother had disappeared long ago. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. "Oh my, you always lecture me, but why do you disappear at the critical moment?" Just then, the sound of hurried high heels was heard. "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin here?" Tan Qingyun came back to her senses and saw a woman in business attire and with a good temperament who had entered the house at some point. She was stunned for a moment. "You're looking for Lin Fan? Who are you?" "Oh, sorry, my name is Gao Ximin, I'm Mr. Lin's friend, my subordinate." Gao Ximin paused. Although she was originally helping Lin Fan, because Lin Fan did not give her a specific identity, she addressed him as a friend to outsiders. But just now, Lin Fan has handed over the management of Donghao International Investment Group to her, so the title should naturally be changed. "What? Friends?" Tan Qingyun caught Gao Ximin's subtle slip of the tongue and became confused. "This woman is obviously Lin Fan's friend, why did she lie to me and say she was his subordinate? Does the word friend have another meaning, so it can't be said to me? What kind of friends would require one woman to hide things from another woman? The answer is only girlfriend." Tan Qingyun guessed that Gao Ximin might have seen her living in Lin Fan's villa and mistakenly thought that she had a close relationship with Lin Fan, and that she, as a spare tire, was causing trouble, so she found an excuse. "Miss Gao, do you have something to do with Lin Fan?" "Yes, but things are a bit complicated. I have already contacted Mr. Lin." Gao Ximin was worried about Lin Fan's situation and didn't want to waste any more time. Tan Qingyun always felt unhappy with Gao Ximin, so she insisted on calling Lin Fan before letting her go upstairs. Listening to the sound of high heels gradually fading away, Tan Qingyun always felt empty in her heart. At this time, she slowly understood something and opened the browser on her mobile phone. Enter a few keywords. As a teacher, is it reasonable to fall in love with your own students? Modern society's view on teacher-student love. What should I do if I find out my boyfriend is cheating on me but I still love him? Mr. Lin, are you really okay? That's great. When Gao Ximin reached the second floor, she saw that Lin Fan was indeed not injured, and she finally put her mind at ease. "Of course, didn't I say that?" Lin Fan said helplessly. Because Gao Ximin was coming suddenly, he had no choice but to soak in the bath for 10 minutes, and the medicinal effect of a holy water essence was far from being absorbed. But there was no way. Gao Ximin was so anxious that she almost cried on the phone. As a qualified and benevolent boss, Lin Fan had to consider his subordinates first, right? Fortunately, the holy water essence was very effective and cured his minor injuries in 10 minutes, and the remaining medicinal effects can be used for next soak. After calming down, Gao Ximin couldn't help but ask, "By the way, how did you solve Gao Jianxiong's problem?" Lin Fan didn't want to make Gao Ximin worry, so he just said that Gao Jianxiong led people to ambush him, but he easily beat them off, and then changed the subject. "Okay, let's not talk about me anymore. Let's talk about your situation. When Wei Tianrui smashed Haizhou Private Kitchen, he didn't do anything to you, right? Speaking of this, Lin Fan revealed a cold look. Gao Ximing felt warm in her heart, and without asking any more questions about what happened before, she shook her head. No matter how powerful his Wei family is, there were hundreds of employees and customers at Haizhou Private Kitchen at the time, and he didn't dare to do anything in public. Only. Having said that, Gao Ximing took out his cell phone with a serious expression. Regarding the video posted by Wei Tianrui, you should be mentally prepared. Chapter 69, Don't Let People Down. In the video. At the entrance of Haizhou Private Kitchen, a large group of people came, led by Wei Tianrui, who was wrapped in bandages, but looked very energetic. Hello everyone, I believe that those who can see this video are familiar with me. I am Wei Tianrui, the eldest son of the Wei family. The reason for this video is that I had dinner at Haizhou Private Kitchen a few days ago. They actually used rotten food to trick me, causing me to vomit and have diarrhea. Unfortunately, I fell down the stairs when I was going down, and I ended up like this. Today, I am here to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. I will demolish this unscrupulous restaurant and tell some black-hearted entrepreneurs that good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. Heaven will punish you if you don't do what you want. The scene changed, and Wei Tianrui pointed to the mountain of cash behind him. Everyone, this is 300 million in cash that I prepared. If you go into Haizhou Private Kitchen and smash and destroy anything you want today, I will bear all the losses. Ping pong. The scene was extremely chaotic, with smashing and looting everywhere. The waitress of Haizhou Private Kitchen cried and tried to stop them, please don't smash it. Our boss Lin is such a nice person. He provides housing and salary increase for all our employees. How could he let customers eat rotten food? So what you mean is that our young master wastes 300 million cashes for fun with you? The man sneered. If your Haizhou private chef hadn't gone too far, would our young master Wei be like this? Now you're crying and begging for mercy, why didn't you touch your conscience when you did it? Where's your face? Haizhou private chef did nothing wrong, but he was powerless to defend himself in the face of 300 million in cash. Not only did the waiter's tears not receive any sympathy, they were also pointed at and scolded. At the end, all the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen stood together, each of them had a gloomy expression, like salted fish that had lost their dreams. Finally, after distributing the money, Wei Tianrui looked proud at the video. Everyone, I am not an indifferent person. Today I have smashed and demolished everything, and I have also made money. The matter with Haizhou Private Kitchen ends here. However, in order to regulate the catering industry and for the sake of the healthy diet of the people of Haizhou, I decided to open an absolutely conscientious and clean restaurant to become a benchmark for Haizhou and set an example for others. The restaurant is located right across from Haizhou Private Kitchen. It's called Zhulin Restaurant. It will officially open tonight and will host a celebration party. Friends who have seen the video are welcome to attend. After the video was played, Gao Ximing said fiercely. The Gao family really went too far this time. They actually made two plans to suppress you both physically and mentally at the same time. Originally, Gao Ximing was still wondering why Wei Tianrui just smashed up Haizhou Private Kitchen and left. This kind of thing would not cause any serious blow to them. Because Wei Tianrui's video is only aimed at the upper class people in Haizhou. Those people are very smart and know the conflict between the Wei family and Lin Fan. No one would be stupid enough to believe such a video. What Wei Tianrui did was at most to humiliate Lin Fan. But if we combine it with the ambush on Lin Fan, it can be explained. When Lin Fan was beaten by Cao Jianxiong to the point where he could not take care of himself, and then he was shown this extremely insulting video, anyone would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. But unfortunately, Gao Ximing sneered, Cao Jianxiong didn't succeed this time. They smashed our Haizhou Private Kitchen and it only disgusted us. I suggest that we let them brag for 2 days. When the investment group has control over the Wei family's industrial chain and we start to attack the Wei family, they will definitely feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. Lin Fan shook his head, why wait so long? Wei Tianrui smashed my Haizhou Private Kitchen today, so I will make him pay the price today. Gao Ximing said anxiously, but the company has only started to build connections today. It's too early to take action now, right? Lin Fan sneered and pointed at the silent faces of hundreds of Haizhou Private Kitchen employees in the video. Didn't you see the video just now? Under Wei Tianrui's slander, our employees have been deeply traumatized. As a boss, if I don't stand up for them, who else can help them? But Gao Ximin was confused. It's not that she couldn't understand Lin Fan's feelings, but the problem was that there was nothing she could do now. Let me ask you, when you leave, how many of our employees will remain at Haizhou Private Kitchen? Lin Fan changed the subject. Are you all here? Why? Gao Ximin was stunned. She was halfway through her speech when suddenly she thought of something and was startled. She remembered clearly how tragic the scene was when Haizhou Private Kitchen was smashed, which was far beyond what the few words in the video could cover up. Especially the waiters and chefs tried their best to explain, but those who vandalized the place kept throwing 300 million cash at them. Almost everyone in the company felt wronged and humiliated, and some even cried. Logically speaking, when the restaurant was smashed, these humiliated and disheartened employees should all leave. In fact, no one did so. Everyone just stood there quietly in silence, as if waiting for something. Now, Gao Ximin figured out that they were waiting for Lin Fan. Although everyone was desperate, angry, and humiliated, they believed that Lin Fan would seek justice for them, so they chose to wait there. However, she considered interests from a purely businessman's perspective. If she really did this, it would definitely be a huge loss to Lin Fan's reputation in the future. After realizing this, Gao Ximin lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. No, it's not your fault. After all, you don't know much about Haizhou Private Chef. Lin Fan sighed. He really didn't mean to blame Gao Ximin. He just missed Lu Jiajiao a little. If she were there, she would definitely understand him. But what should we do now? Although she understood this, Gao Ximin still didn't know what to do. We can't let Mr. Lin take 100 million in cash and then go to Wei Tianrui's restaurant and smash it, right? Not to mention whether Wei Tianrui could defend himself. This method of punching each other back makes Mr. Lin seem too naive. Lin Fan already had an idea about this. It would be difficult to call all the restaurant owners in Haizhou in half a day. So, you go and send a notice to all the restaurant owners on the street where Wei Tianrui opened a restaurant, as well as on our Haizhou Private Kitchen Street. I, Lin Fan, want to invest some money in them for free to purchase high-quality ingredients from all over the country for the sake of the dietary health of our customers. If you are interested in cooperation, let's talk at Zhulin Restaurant tonight. It's over. You organize a meeting of all the employees and tell them that I will vent their anger for them tonight. You do these two things first. I have somewhere else to go. I need to make some preparations. Chapter 70 Security Guard Lu Chang. Haizhou Private Kitchen is located in a bustling area. There are hundreds of restaurants of all sizes in the two streets around it, 1/3 of which are star-rated restaurants. The monthly raw material procurement costs are astronomical. Lin Fan actually wants to invest in all the restaurants at the same time. Still free of charge. The purpose of doing this was simply to vent the anger of the employees of Haizhou Private Chef. No matter how she thought about it, Gao Ximin felt it was too crazy. She looked through the biographies of all the wealthy people she knew, and even those big bosses in Forbes, but none of them was as exaggerated. After arranging Gao Ximin, Lin Fan searched the internet for the best security companies in Haizhou and finally locked on a company called Tianbao Group. From ordinary shopping mall security guards, to corporate security guards with professional knowledge, to celebrity bodyguards, and even personal bodyguards for big bosses. Considering the fact that Haizhou Private Kitchen was smashed, Lin Fan decided to recruit some security guards first. This will also make everyone feel more at ease when comforting employees. After making the decision, Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Veneno and headed to Tianbao Group with a changed mood. Tianbao Group is truly a leader in the security industry. As soon as he arrived here, a well-mannered security guard came to greet Lin Fan and helped him park the car, and he did it skillfully without any hesitation. Lin Fan was surprised. Did your company also purchase the same model of Lamborghini Veneno in order to train your driving skills? You have to know that this Lamborghini Veneno is a limited edition and is carefully crafted. Many of its controls have been personalized and are very different from sports cars of the same level. If you haven't practiced, you won't be able to drive it so well for the first time. The security guard explained respectfully, "Sir, you are joking. There are hundreds of limited edition sports cars in the world, and each one is very valuable. If we buy one of each just for us to learn driving skills, even our Tianbao Group cannot afford it. It is a simulated driving system independently developed by Tianbao Group. We use this simulated driving system to train the driving ability of various luxury cars. Of course, our simulation system is not cheap. Ordinary security guards are not qualified to use it. Only people like us at the bodyguard level have the opportunity. The security guard said this, subtly boasting about himself, trying to attract Lin Fan's attention. It is rare to find a boss in Tianbao Group who can drive a luxury car like the Lamborghini Veneno. After listening to the security guard's words, Lin Fan had higher expectations for Tianbao Group. The fact that Tianbao Group uses luxury car training as part of their training has already demonstrated some of their strength. By the way, sir, you can call me Xiao Zhang. If you need, I can also act as your guide. Xiao Zhang volunteered. In order not to waste time, Lin Fan agreed to his suggestion to lead the way. Along the way, Xiao Zhang told Lin Fan a lot of interesting stories about Tianbao Group. Seeing that Lin Fan was enjoying listening to them, he became happy too. He knew very well that the most important thing when recommending something to a boss of this level was to make the other party happy. If Lin Fan hired some bodyguards who were more professional than security guards, he would most likely be selected. Even if he was just Lin Fan's driver, it would be very nice to be able to touch that Lamborghini Veneno every day in the future. Get out of the way. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you firing me? However, as soon as they arrived at the door of Tianbao Group, they heard such a quarrel. Humph, why are you asking? You're a security guard at Dihao Garden, but you attack the owner. This is a serious violation of your duties as a security guard. We at Tianbao Group don't want employees like you. Yes, the supervisor has already ordered you to be fired. Leave now. If you continue to get in the way. Several security guards were aggressive and were about to take action. Opposite them, a young security guard was filled with anger. Fuck you guys. There were more than a dozen men bullying a woman. As a human being, shouldn't I have intervened? You can't even be a human being. Who can you protect? Well, go home and complain to your mother about this. Those security guards were obviously angry and ready to use violence. It seems that your Tianbao Group is not as harmonious as it seems on the surface? Seeing this scene, Lin Fan said playfully to the security guard next to him. Xiao Zhan was a little embarrassed because he had just assured Lin Fan of the capabilities of their security group. Such a farce happened at the door in the blink of an eye, which was really embarrassing. Mr. Lin, I will take care of this little problem right away. We can't let it affect the image of Tianbao Group in Lin Fan's eyes. He is still dreaming of driving that Lamborghini Veneno in the future. However, before Xiao Zhang could take action, Lin Fan took the lead in stopping the people who were bullying the young security guard. All of you stop it, I can prove that this young security guard is a qualified security guard. Sir, you must have some misunderstanding. How can a guy who violated the company's agreement and made a scene at the company's gate be a qualified security guard? Several security guards were obstructed in their work and looked a little unhappy, but out of professional ethics they couldn't get angry with the customers. Lin Fan said calmly, this little brother was protecting my friend before. How about you just give me some face? Brother, yes, it's you? At this moment, the young security guard behind him finally reacted and looked at Lin Fan with excitement in his eyes. Thank you so much for your help. Lin Fan smiled at him, I remember your name is Lu Chang, big brother, just call me Xiao Chang. This security guard was the one with a crew cut who was the first to rush up and fight with Gao Jianxiong when Tan Qingyun was being bullied, and who later enthusiastically sent him home. Lin Fan didn't expect that the young security guard would be fired because of his own affairs. He felt a little guilty. Where are the security guards who attacked with you at the time? Call them over here. You helped my friend, and I can't let you lose your jobs no matter what. Lu Chang shook his head. They are fine. I am the only security guard hired by the property management company. Because I violated the company's regulations, they are now going to fire me. Is this how Tianbao Group does things? After hearing this, Lin Fan's expression became less friendly when he looked at the people from Tianbao Group. Lu Chang obviously did good things, but in the end he was not rewarded and was even fired. This Tianbao Group is really unreasonable. The three security guards who had driven Lu Chang away earlier looked even uglier. They explained with dark faces, Sir, the rules are the rules. No matter what the reason, Lu Chang attacked the owner privately without the order of his superiors, which is considered dereliction of duty. We fired him for the sake of our customers. Please don't make things difficult for us. Lin Fan knew that he couldn't get in by talking to these security guards, so he had no choice but to ask Xiao Zhang, can you help me deal with this matter? Xiao Zhang said on the way here just now that Tianbao Group as security is divided into 4 levels. Security guard, corporate security, bodyguard, elite bodyguard. Xiao Zhang was a bodyguard specially assigned to the parking lot to receive some distinguished guests. His status was higher than that of these three people. Chapter 71. I'll give you 10 times the wage. However, Xiao Zhang looked embarrassed. To be honest, he was only of higher status than the three security guards, but he was not their superior, so it was not easy for him to intervene directly. Otherwise, if it violates the company regulations, he will be in trouble too. After thinking for a while, he had no choice but to say, "Mr. Lin, how about I come over to talk to your company leader?" "No need, it's too much trouble." Lin Fan shook his head. Xiao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. The boss finally stopped making trouble. "Anyway, I'm here to hire a security guard, so I can just look for anyone and give Lu Chang a position." "Lu Chang, what do you think?" "Your salary will definitely be indispensable." When Lu Chang heard this, he almost jumped up with excitement. "Really? It's my honor. I'd be willing to work for Mr. Lin even if he doesn't pay me." He clenched his fists. He had seen the scene where Lin Fan took on 5 people at once. As a passionate young man full of dreams, nothing could be more exciting than following such a boss. Lin Fan smiled. "How can I not give you money? Besides, I think you did a good job before. If you follow me, I will give you a raise. By the way, how much are you paid here?" 8,000. Unlike ordinary security guards who earn 2 to 3,000 yuan a month, Lu Chang has received training from top security companies such as Tianbao Group. His clients are all property owners like those of Dihao Garden, so it is normal for his salary to be comparable to that of ordinary white-collar workers. Lin Fan thought about it. "Okay, then I'll give you 80,000, and you'll work hard with me in the future." "What, 80,000? Lu Chang was dumbfounded and his brain was a little confused. Even the person who had originally driven Lu Chang away was shocked when he heard it. Especially Xiao Zhang, even with his identity as a bodyguard, his salary is generally only around 30,000. Why? The same doubts also exist in their hearts. Lu Chang immediately came to his senses and understood something. He whispered, "Mr. Lin, thank you for helping me vent my anger. When we officially sign the contract, you should just give me 8,000 yuan. It is obviously impossible to hire a security guard with 80,000 yuan. Even if you are rich, you can't spend it like this." All Lu Chang could think of was that Lin Fan would help him vent his anger again. Tell the 3 security guards who expelled him, and his boss, that he is even better off without Tianbao Group. Thinking of this, Lu Chang was moved. It is not easy to meet such a good boss these days. No, you're overthinking it. I said 80,000 not because I was trying to help you, but because I think you're worth it." Lin Fan shook his head repeatedly. "Didn't you say it before? If you can't even be a human being, who can you protect? In my eyes, you are a human being, and an excellent human being. Why aren't you worth 80,000 based on this?" Hearing this, the 3 security guards at the scene were instantly embarrassed. Are we being scolded? But compared to the small matter of being scolded, what they are more jealous of is Lu Chang's bad luck. 80,000 a month, this is something that ordinary security guards would never have dared to imagine before. Lu Chang still couldn't accept it. No, in today's society, how can you just raise the price of a person just because of his or her good qualities? If you do this, you will lose money sooner or later, right? Lu Chang was very moved when he heard Lin Fan acknowledge that he, a small security guard, was an excellent person. It is rare to find such a big boss who was rich, powerful, chivalrous for his friends, and most importantly, kind to his employees these days. Lu Chang also admires such people from the bottom of his heart. If others respect me a foot, I will respect them a foot. With Lu Chang's character, he can't let Lin Fan suffer any loss. Hey, why can't I explain it to you clearly? Lin Fan was a little overwhelmed. Let me tell you this. Giving you 10 times the salary is not a special favor to you. I treat all my employees this way. If you don't believe me, you can go to our company and ask around. The salaries of our employees are several times higher than those of our peers. And you, because your quality is recognized by me, I would like to invite you to our security department to be a captain or something like that. 10 times the salary is reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable? The bodyguards present were all dumbfounded. Boss, do you have any misunderstanding about the word reasonable? What's more, from the moment you said you would pay all employees several times their salary, it was already unreasonable, okay? There is no such thing as Thinking of this, a security guard thought of something and looked at Lin Fan excitedly and said, "Sir, are you the owner of Haijo Private Kitchen?" "Yes, you know me?" Lin Fan nodded. The security guard almost jumped up with excitement. "My friend's sister-in-law works as a waitress in your company. She told me a few days ago that the boss of Haijo Private Kitchen is super nice. Not only did he arrange high-end apartments for their employees, he also tripled their salaries." I thought she was bragging at the time. After hearing what you said, is this true? No way. If we raise the salary of all employees in the company 3 times, how can we still make money? The 2 security guards nearby were dumbfounded after hearing this. No, this is not a question of whether you make money or not, but how much you lose, right? Lin Fan smiled. Indeed, this kind of thing is unacceptable in the eyes of ordinary people, but he is different. As the richest man in the world, money is just a number to him. The more he spends on this thing, the more rich points he can get in exchange, which means he will earn more. How can he lose money? Xiao Chang, just like what these people said, you should believe what I say now, right? Lin Fan looked at Lu Chang. Having said that, Lu Chang had no choice but to accept it, but he still felt it was a bit unreal, like a dream. However, the 3 security guards nearby, as well as the bodyguard Zhang, all looked at Lu Chang as if they wanted to eat him up. Why didn't such a good thing happen to us? Not to mention 10 times, even if it's just 3 times the salary like those ordinary employees of Haijo Private Chef, it will be fine. Even the 3 security guards couldn't help but lose face and beg Lin Fan to accept the job as well. However, Lin Fan's next sentence stopped them from saying that. Lu Chang, I plan to find some elite bodyguards in Tianbao Group. Since you are an old employee here, please recommend some to me. Lu Chang patted his chest and said, I'll take care of this matter. I have always admired those big brothers who are called elite bodyguards. I know a little bit about each of them. I guarantee that I can recommend the most suitable one to you, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan nodded, then turned around and said, Hey, sorry for leading the way. Lu Chang will lead me now. You can go back now. Who? Xiao Zhang looked pale. He understood that because of his previous excuses, Lin Fan no longer had a good impression of him. When he heard Lin Fan was looking for a bodyguard just now, he felt a little bit of anticipation. Although he is not an elite bodyguard, he has talked so much with Lin Fan along the way, so he should have a chance if he has a favorable impression of him. If you follow Lin Fan, you can at least triple your salary and maybe even drive a luxury car. How fragrant. But Lin Fan's words shattered all his beautiful dreams. He regrets it. If he had known that Lin Fan was such a super boss, he should have helped even if he was taking the risk of losing his job. Even if he was fired by Tianbao Group, wouldn't it be nice for him to work for Lin Fan and earn 3 times the salary? Chapter 72 The Shouting Old Man. Xiao Zhang works in a parking lot and also serves as the company's spy. Specialize in identifying high-quality potential customers and reporting to superiors in order to expand the company's business. After calming down, he followed work practice and told his boss about Lin Fan's situation. What, 10 times the salary? As expected, his manager was shocked after hearing this. Are you sure he wasn't angry and gave that price on purpose? Sure. I heard that he is the owner of Haijo Private Kitchen. He pays his employees 3 times the normal salary. He is quite generous. Xiao Zhang spoke in a firm tone. Manager, this Mr. Lin is undoubtedly a super customer, and he is also the owner of Haijo Private Kitchen. I think we can give him some privileges and win him over as soon as possible. What is Haijo Private Chef? I've never heard of it. The manager's tone on the phone sounded a little irritated. He had not heard of all the high-end restaurants in Haijo City that cost tens of thousands. Moreover, he had been on a business trip for some time and just got off the plane today. Anyway, don't give him any special privileges yet. It would be bad if he is from a rival company. Keep an eye on this guy. I'll be at the company soon. The manager on the other end of the phone couldn't figure it out. If it's not a gamble out of momentary anger, why would you pay 10 times the salary? This is not the way to play, right? And in front of their company employees. Listening to Xiao Zhang's report on the phone, he could clearly feel Xiao Zhang's envy, which made the experienced manager keenly aware of a hint of crisis. If Lin Fan did this on purpose, then he was most likely trying to mislead the employees of their company and it was a conspiracy against their company. Mr. Lin, this is number 12 from our company's elite group. His specialty is martial arts. His taekwondo skills put him in the top 3 in terms of overall strength. He is also young and a newcomer. His price is not expensive, 10 million per month. Number 10, a comprehensive player. Although he is a bit old and his abilities in all aspects are not outstanding, he has 15 years of professional experience and is extremely sensitive to danger. His price is 17 million per month. Number 7 is a sinister person with many secret methods. People who are targeted by him usually don't know how they died. If you have someone you want to deal with, choose him. The price is 21 million per month. When he arrived at the Tianbao Group's elite bodyguard recruitment office, Lu Chang introduced several people with good value for money to Lin Fan. But after hearing this, Lin Fan kept shaking his head. No, these are not the people I want. Just tell me which ones are the most expensive. His purpose was just to recruit some security guards for Haizhou private chef. In fact, each of these elite bodyguards has abilities far beyond what he requires. In this case, why not make a few extra bucks while achieving your goal? Of course, Lin Fan also thought about inviting all the applicants to apply, but that would be too ostentatious. Why not just hire 2 people, one to be responsible for the safety of Haizhou private kitchen, and the other to be responsible for the investment group? Lu Chang swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Lin, no matter how good they are in the top 5. The price of hiring them is a qualitative leap. It's okay. It's a matter of personal safety. There's no point in talking about money. Lin Fan said righteously. How can you spend more money if you don't do this? Not far away, there were 2 old men, wearing custom-made clothes, limited edition watches and glasses, and it was obvious that they were worth a lot of money. They had noticed Lin Fan's disdainful look just now. The 2 men looked at Lin Fan, who seemed to be speaking in a low tone, but acted as if he were a king between the lines, and they had been secretly unhappy about it for a long time. Now that I heard this, I couldn't help it anymore. Heh, you're so young, but you're so arrogant. You're not short of money, are you? Do you know what the top 5 elite bodyguards cost? The starting price is 100 million. Even if you are the young master of one of the 4 major families, you can't not talk about money, right? Young man, it's better to be down to earth instead of bragging about yourself all the time. Hey, 2 old gentlemen, your words are really too harsh, aren't they? Our Mr. Lin didn't say anything to you, so what qualifications do you have to be angry? Lu Chang glared at them, and if the 2 men weren't old men, he would have wanted to take action. He's like a lunatic, causing trouble for no reason. Okay, there's no need to bother with 2 old men. Tell me more about the top 5 people. Lin Fan patted Lu Chang's shoulder. He was not angry at the remarks of an old man. Besides, he understood why the old man said that. Speaking of the top 5, Lu Chang immediately became interested and said, speaking of the top 5, we have to mention the legendary number 2. Just as they said this, the old man from before interrupted them again. Not only did he not give up, he became even more angry because of Lin Fan's attitude. The old man came to Lin Fan and took out a gold card with a cold tone. Okay, stop picking. No matter who you want to take care of today, I'll choose it. I'm a gold member here, so I have the right of first choice. What do you 2 mean? Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. If the old man was mad and throwing a tantrum, he would have tolerated it, but this man was interfering with his work. Humph, what do you mean? You are young, you don't have much skills, and you only have an ordinary security guard by your side, but you have the nerve to ask for a top 5 elite bodyguard. Your words disgust me, do you understand? Lin Fan was about to say something when he was interrupted again. I am an old man with a weak heart. I cannot stand being bullied by others. It was the same old man as before. He took out a business card and said, I won't waste my time talking to you. I'm Wang Songxiang, the chairman of Haicheng Food Group. If you get out now, I can forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, you will not only lose face here, but the entire Haizhou city will not tolerate you in the future. Threats, naked threats. He made it very clear that if Lin Fan didn't leave, he would even mobilize all his connections to suppress him. Chairman of Haicheng Food Group sounds very powerful? However, Lin Fan smiled calmly. Very good. I was originally thinking that it would be a waste to hire elite bodyguards just for the company's security. But now that I've seen you, a vicious dog that bites people indiscriminately, I understand. Evil dog? Wang Songxiang was dumbfounded. As the chairman of Haicheng Foods, with a net worth of over 10 billion and connections throughout Haizhou City, who would dare to scold him like this? However, this time Lin Fan did not give Wang Songxiang a chance to speak and gave instructions to Lu Chang. No need to choose, I have hired all the elite bodyguards of Tianbao Group. Hearing this, Wang Songxiang was stunned at first, and then he burst out laughing. There are about 30 elite bodyguards here, with an average price of 10 million per month, which is 300 million, plus the starting price for the first 5 is 100 million. If we hire all of them, it would cost at least 800 million. What right does he have as a young boy? However, when he saw Lin Fan taking out the card, he was petrified. Centurion Black Gold Card? Chapter 73, The Villain Succeeds. Impossible. Wang Songxiang subconsciously denied it. He could not accept this fact. Because even he was not eligible to apply for this card, how could a young boy who looked no more than 20 years old get it? He remembered the card, but one needed 1 billion in cash to be eligible for it. This is more than the normal lottery amount, right? Ahem, Mr. Wang, all the young people nowadays have tempers. Why bother to argue with them? I think it's better to forget about it. At this time, Wang Songxiang's friend noticed something was wrong and hurried over to smooth things over. At the same time, he took out a business card. By the way, my name is Zhang Shuegua, and I'm the president of the Haizhou Food Safety Association. How about you give me some face? Lin Fan took the business card. A president-level figure is quite important in Haizhou. Especially in terms of food, since Haizhou Private Chef is a restaurant business, Lin Fan doesn't want to offend people in this area. So he nodded. Okay, for Mr. Zhang's sake, just ask the person next to me to apologize to me. Lao Wang, my little brother has said that it's time to go, why don't you go? Zhang Shuegua urged in a low voice. It's fake, it must be fake. Look at that kid's age, how could he be someone who can take out that kind of card? Wang Songxiang is still a little crazy. But he spoke in a low voice, as if he was afraid that Lin Fan would cause trouble for him if he heard it. Bite. Just as Wang Songxiang finished saying this, the purchase machine next to Lin Fan rang. It turned out that Lin Fan took advantage of Wang Songxiang's hesitation to fulfill his promise and hired all the elite bodyguards of Tianbao Group. At the same time, this information is also displayed on the central screen. More than 30 elite bodyguards were ordered by one person. This kind of scene has never occurred since the establishment of Tianbao Group. The wealthy people at the scene were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the system? No, I just saw with my own eyes that it was a young man who swiped the card. He hired all the elite bodyguards of Tianbao Group. Impossible? Hiring elite bodyguards from the Tianbao Group at the same time would cost 700 to 800 million. Isn't that too much? For a moment, everyone was curious about who placed the order and whether he had placed the wrong order. But even if the bet was wrong, the fact that someone could swipe out 800 million from the card is still quite terrifying. At the same time, in a luxurious office of Tianbao Group. Is there an error in the system? A middle-aged man in a suit frowned and picked up his phone. Just as he was about to ask the technician, the phone rang and the person on the other end said, "Ministerly, this is bad. A madman has hired all the elite bodyguards." Who is it? What does he want to do? Minister Li's face looked ugly. He booked all the company's elite bodyguards at once. He did not feel happy, but terrified. Because the real signature of their Tianbao Group is the elite bodyguards. Thanks to the elite bodyguards here, they can continue to attract wealthy people. Once all the elite bodyguards are dispatched, the company will instantly fall into dead silence for a month. 1 month is enough time for many old customers to forget them. So it seems that their company is making a lot of money when someone orders all the elite bodyguards at once, but in fact, it is a loss in the long run and it hurts the foundation. But the trouble is, a person who can spend 800 million at one time to hire more than 30 bodyguards must be extremely powerful. He is very worried that if he fails to handle it well, it will lead to bigger troubles. In order to calm the situation as quickly as possible, he hurried to the recruitment office. Inside the group hall at this time. As more and more people gathered, some of them understood the situation and started pointing fingers at Wang Songxiang. Wang Songxiang was so humiliated that he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But now, he also understood Lin Fan's strength. He spent 800 million to buy some bodyguards without even frowning. He couldn't afford to offend such a person, so he gave in. However, just as he was about to apologize, a voice interrupted him. Sir, I'm sorry that we can't give you these elites. Minister Li hurried to the scene with a gloomy face. On the way here, he had asked someone to check Lin Fan's information. He was a super rich man who spent money like water. A few days ago, he spent more than 20 billion to buy Haizhou private kitchen as if it was just a game. He even ignored the Wei family and declared war on them. The key point is that he is still very young and may be a disciple of a hidden family. However, Tianbao Group is not afraid. In comparison, Minister Li is more afraid of running the company poorly and causing dissatisfaction from the headquarters. Why, are you friends with that old fellow Wang Songxiang? Lin Fan saw the strong hostility in the other party and was a little confused. No, I'm just the director of Tianbao Group. I'm here to ask Mr. Lin to stop making things difficult for us. Seeing Lin Fan's confusion, he explained to him the management method of Tianbao Group and the dangers that would arise if Lin Fan hired all the elite bodyguards at once. After listening to this, Lin Fan fell into deep speechlessness. It was the first time he heard of a company going into financial decline because it took too much care of its business. However, since they had said so, Lin Fan did not want to cause trouble, so he nodded, okay, but before that I have something to deal with first. Then you're called Wang or something, it looks like you still owe me an apology, right? Wang Songxiang's face became increasingly ugly. He didn't apologize just now, and now even the executives of Tianbao Group are here. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he spoke now? He really couldn't bear it, bowing to a young boy in front of so many people. Ha, you asked me to apologize, why? Didn't you hear what Minister Li said? He wants to take back the elite bodyguards you hired. Unless you dare to refuse Minister Li, what gives you the right to be so arrogant in front of me? Hearing this, not only Lin Fan, but even Minister Li was speechless. This old fool actually took advantage of me. When the people around heard this, they all lowered their heads and talked about it, saying that Wang Songxiang was too shameful. Zhang Xuegua was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Old Wang, you. I want to ask you why you are doing this? The two have known each other for many years, and Zhang Xuegua knows Wang Songxiang very well. A young man who could take out the Centurion Black Gold card was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He said that just to save his own face, which was purely courting death. However, Wang Songxiang was very firm this time and even ignored what his old friend said. Lin Fan shrugged and said to Minister Li, what do you think we should do in this situation? Minister Li was in a dilemma. He also understood that if he didn't handle this matter well, he would offend some important people. But after some thought, he decided to put the company's interests first. Mr. Lin, please don't make things difficult for our Tianbao Group. Chapter 74, Not Expensive. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Wang Songxiang smiled smugly after hearing this. Now that Minister Li has spoken, it will be impossible for Lin Fan to hire all the elite bodyguards. The reason is that Tianbao Group has a strong backing and they would not take a Centurion Black Gold card seriously. Ha, young man, if this is all you have, I'm sorry I can't keep you company. Wang Songxiang sneered twice and planned to slip away. After all, he is now benefiting from the Tianbao Group, but in fact he does not want to provoke Lin Fan. Lin Fan got angry when he saw Wang Songxiang's smug look, and his tone towards Minister Li became a little colder. Minister Li, I have placed the order and paid the money. Isn't it a bit too much for you to say these words to me now? If I spread this, how can you do business? Of course, Lin Fan also saw the confidence that Tianbao Group had in saying this. So he pulled out his cell phone. If the Tianbao Group remains so powerful, he will call the Yangtze River Club and try to put pressure on the Tianbao Group from there. As expected, Minister Li said calmly with his poker face, Mr. Lin, please understand and take the initiative to cancel these orders. This will be good for all of us. Okay, then you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Lin Fan didn't waste any more time and prepared to call the Yangtze River Club. Minister Li was calm and composed, and it seemed that he was not afraid of his making a fuss at all. The attitudes of the two made the celebrities around them exclaim that they had broadened their horizons. These celebrities who like to watch the drama have long known that Tianbao Group is not simple. But Tianbao Group is just a branch company and does nothing but security business. To be frank, it is not that well known in Haizhou. They didn't pay much attention to it before. Now that they saw that they didn't even give face to a Centurion Black Gold card holder, they began to speculate about the origins of Tianbao Group. No matter what, ordinary companies definitely don't have such confidence, not even the four major companies in Haizhou would do that. Therefore, the background of Tianbao Group far exceeds that of the Big Four, and it is definitely a giant. As for Lin Fan, no one present knew this young Centurion Black Gold card, but they knew he must have an extraordinary background. The two big guys are fighting now. Everyone was a little excited and curious about which boss would win in this game. Wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? Just when Lin Fan was about to make a phone call, a deep voice came from the crowd. The scene was interrupted by a middle-aged man with short hair and wearing a suit. General Manager. Seeing the visitor, Minister Li bowed respectfully and explained the whole story to the general manager. You are. The general manager looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Just now, on his way back to the company, he heard from his subordinates that a high potential customer had come to the company and offered to hire their company's security guard at 10 times the salary. When he heard this, he suspected that Lin Fan was someone sent by a rival company to cause trouble. But the other party actually hired all their elite bodyguards at once and even took out the Centurion Black Gold card. This made him re-examine Lin Fan. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the general manager of Tianhai Group, Luo Zhou. Luo Zhou handed a gold card to Lin Fan and apologized to him. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. This matter is also partly due to our company's poor management. I would like to apologize to you here, and I hope Mr. Lin can give me some convenience. Although Luo Zhou spoke politely, his words were from Minister Li's perspective. What if I have to hire these 30 bodyguards? Seeing that these people were all wearing the same pants, Lin Fan's tone became tough. Luo Zhou smiled and said, Mr. Lin, may I have a word with you? Luo Zhou took Lin Fan to an empty office and said straight to the point, Mr. Lin, let me be frank. This matter is the fault of our Tianbao Group. I will contact Wang Songxiang privately later and ask him to apologize to you. How about that? This is Luo Zhou's biggest concession. Although the Tianbao Group was not afraid of a young man holding a Centurion Black Gold card, they were also unwilling to offend him. What's more, he was being used as a gun by some people, and he was even more unwilling to clash with such young people. He believed that Lin Fan was also a smart man, and as long as he gave him a way out, he would know what to do. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Lin Fan's strong answer left Luo Zhou stunned. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of anger rose in Luo Zhou's mind. I have already given you face in every way, but you are still asking for more. Isn't that too much? Then, Lin Fan said calmly, Manager Luo, as long as it is a commodity, it has a price. This applies to all commodities, including the elite bodyguards of your Tianbao Group. Since 800 million will cause losses to your company, then you can name the price. Anyway, I must take these 30-odd people away today. As he spoke, Lin Fan shook his phone. He had tried several times to contact the people from the Yangtze River Association to resolve this matter, but now his patience had reached its limit. Luo Zhou was shocked by these words. It's not that he didn't believe that Lin Fan could give them a price that would satisfy them, but he thought that this young man might be crazy. Just to vent your anger, you have to spend billions of dollars? He could obviously use the money to put pressure on Wang Songxiang and definitely make him apologize. Mr. Lin, you are right. Our elite bodyguards are not completely unsaleable, but the price. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't seem to waver at all, Luo Zhou gave up explaining and gave the answer directly. You can apply for a purple card membership. Purple card members are special guests at our headquarters, but a purple card requires you to spend 10 billion at a time. 10 billion is not expensive. Lin Fan smiled and took out the card directly. By the way, can you help me contact the major shareholder of your Tianbao Group? Please ask me how much the whole company costs? Luo Zhou's jaw dropped when he heard this. After Lin Fan and the others left, the scene in the hall exploded again. There is no doubt that everyone is inclined to believe that Tianbao Group will win. After all, Tianbao Group not only has strength and background, but this is also their territory. How could Lin Fan be his opponent? Wang Songxiang also snorted coldly. This ignorant brat thinks he's so great just because he has a background? With his blind arrogance, he'll fall sooner or later. Hey, Lao Wang, why bother with some kids for so long? You can just apologize and let it go. Why make such a big fuss? Zhang Xuegua sighed deeply. In his opinion, for a man like Wang Songxiang, whose body was half buried in the ground, it would not be glorious even if he defeated a junior. But Wang Songxiang was very firm in his attitude. He would rather die than apologize to a young boy in front of so many people. Humph, anyway, I won't apologize unless that guy really takes down these elite bodyguards. Chapter 75, Special Number 2. About 5 minutes later, Lin Fan and Luo Zhou came back. Luo Zhou announced in public. Everyone, Mr. Lin has become a Purple Diamond member of our Tianbao group. With his power, our Tianbao group branch will no longer restrict Mr. Lin from hiring elite bodyguards. Boss Wang, it's time for you to admit defeat, right? Luo Zhou looked at Wang Songxiang with a smile. Although the bet had nothing to do with him, Lin Fan had already become a Purple Diamond member of their Tianbao group, so he naturally didn't mind helping Lin Fan. What, Purple Diamond member? What is that? I've never heard of it. Are you guys teaming up to mess with me? Wang Songxiang said rather unhappily. He is also a member here. As far as he knows, the highest level of membership in Tianbao Group is Gold membership. When did the Purple Diamond membership come out? So the only explanation is that these two guys just had a discussion behind the scenes and are now joining forces to deal with him. These two bastards actually came up with such an idea. How shameless. Wang Songxiang, are you questioning the credibility of our Tianbao Group? Luo Zhou's face immediately darkened and he spoke in an extremely cold voice. Wang Songxiang was startled, he suddenly reacted and apologized quickly. No, Manager Luo, that's not what I meant. It's just that we haven't heard of Purple Diamond membership or anything like that. Humph, of course you haven't heard of it, because the Purple Diamond membership alone costs 10 billion, and you don't even have the qualifications, so we naturally won't tell you. 10 billion? Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped and looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with shock. In other words, this young man just spent 10 billion to apply for a Purple Diamond membership in Tianbao Group? The reason he handled it was just because Luo Zhou said a few words to him. Was he venting his anger? Everyone really couldn't believe it. Even though they knew Lin Fan was rich and had a strong background, this wasn't the way he would spend money. Looking around, Luo Zhou said, in short, Purple Diamond members do exist in our Tianbao Group. If you don't believe it, you can go to the headquarters to verify it. Finally, his eyes fell on Wang Songxiang and he said coldly. Mr. Lin has fulfilled his promise. I believe that you, Mr. Wang, are also a man of your word. Otherwise, our Purple Diamond VIP members will be troubled. Everyone's mouth twitched wildly. Being rich is really a big deal. Before, Luo Zhou didn't care about the Centurion Black Gold card that Lin Fan took out. Now that he has received enough benefits, he has become someone else's lackey in the blink of an eye. Of course, when everyone was complaining in their hearts, they were more envious of Luo Zhou's good luck. If possible, they also hope that Lin Fan will take out 10 billion to attack them hard. They would risk their lives to deal with Wang Songxiang for Lin Fan. What's more, among these audiences, there are actually a few people that Wang Songxiang simply cannot afford to offend. They are happy to make 10 billion just by talking. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I was arrogant just now. Please don't bother with an old man like me. Wang Songxiang finally lowered his head and said palely. There was no way. Lin Fan had already done what he said, and Wang Songxiang had no excuse to refute. What's more, now that Tianbao Group is backing Lin Fan, he dare not say anything more. If he hadn't insisted on being stubborn and angered Lin Fan, who then spent money to mobilize his social connections, his 10 billion fortune would probably not be enough. That's all. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Songxiang indifferently and ignored him. Instead, I opened the system and checked it. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 999,972,360,000,000 yuan. Currently 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. The amount can be increased randomly. Physical fitness, 100 limit. Spirit, 100 limit. Charisma, 10 average. Skills, God-level car driving skills, 36 immortal martial arts styles. Activating the first style, the Skyhammer, requires 100 godly points. Super Rich Points, 108 for every 100 million spent, the bonus Super Rich Points +1. Tip, the host has just completed a rich man-style face slap, shocking hundreds of rich people at the scene, and his charm is overflowing. He can upgrade by unlocking 10 points of charm. Do you want to upgrade? Note, charm value is a special attribute. Each increase requires 10 points of rich people. Lin Fan was stunned. The increase in Super Rich Points was within his expectations, but because of his explosive charm, the system actually gave him 10 points of upgrade space. Could it be that before, even if he had the points of being extremely rich, he couldn't increase his charm value at will? After realizing this, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that charm value is quite troublesome. However, he had no plans to increase his charm value right now. Because he still remembered the system's previous reminder that if the charm value was increased too high at once and became too conspicuous, it would not be a good thing. What's more, improving charm consumes too many godly points. In comparison, his 108 godly points are not a lot. He decided to keep these points for future use and exchange them for some things in the mall. After checking it out, Lin Fan shut down the system. Mr. Lin, these are the 27 elite bodyguards you requested. Take a look. Soon, Luo Zhou came over with 27 men in suits who looked very capable. Lin Fan clearly felt a strong pressure from these people. 2 of them were even not weaker than Gao Jinxiong, with whom he had fought before. These people are undoubtedly elites picked from thousands, and Lin Fan is very satisfied. However, Lu Chang discovered something and hurried out. Wait a minute, Manager Luo, why is there no number 2? This. Luo Zhou hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, number 2 refused to serve as Mr. Lin's bodyguard. Mr. Lin, I just confirmed with you that bodyguards number 1 to 5 have special circumstances. Even if you are willing to pay, they can refuse you if they are not willing. Do you remember? Lin Fan nodded, of course. Beside him, Lu Chang said anxiously, Mr. Lin, let's not talk about others. Since you want to hire all the elite bodyguards, you must hire number 2. Why, is this number 2 special? Lin Fan asked curiously. Lu Chang nodded affirmatively, special, he is very special, because this person is extremely strong. At the last elite bodyguard exchange meeting held by the company, I saw him easily beat number 1, number 3, and number 5 by himself. So strong? Lin Fan asked in surprise and couldn't help but look at Luo Zhou. Luo Zhou seemed to have expected this, and he handed a document to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, this is the information about number 2. You will understand after reading it. It's not that I won't help you, but I just can't help it. Of course, if it were Mr. Lin's financial resources, maybe it could really be solved. Lin Fan quickly read through the information. It turns out that the number 2 is named Du Bin, and he was originally an elite member of the special forces of the headquarters. Because he offended someone while performing a mission, that group of scoundrels gave his fiancée a special poison, causing her to be hospitalized for 3 years. She probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. If he wants to eradicate it, he has to give his fiancée a heart transplant. However, heart surgery is too complicated, and currently only the world's top medical organizations have mastered this technology, and those people rejected Du Bin's plea. Chapter 76, Bamboo Forest Restaurant. According to the information provided by Luo Zhou, Du Bin's mission success rate is 100%, and most of the missions are in some dangerous areas abroad. His name is well known around the world. With his strength, being Lin Fan's bodyguard is not to say that he is more than qualified, but it is definitely a waste of talent. After reading the information, Lin Fan made up his mind he was going to pick Du Bin. But the problem is that Du Bin refused to listen and his mind was full of his fiancée's injuries. If you want to convince the other party, you must undoubtedly start with his fiancée. Lin Fan asked Luo Zhou for his opinion. Luo Zhou said, regarding this matter, if you are really willing to spend a lot of money, I can help you connect with the top international medical organizations. As long as you can offer a price higher than 100 billion, I believe the matter can be negotiated. Because of Luo Zhou's ability, Tianbao Group had also negotiated with those top medical organizations. But unfortunately, Du Bin's enemies really spent a lot of money this time and directly took out 100 billion to bribe those medical organizations. 100 billion is a huge sum of money even for Tianbao Group. It is impossible for them to pay such a huge cost for an outstanding talent. Over time, Du Bin almost gave up on this matter. So he was transferred from the headquarters to the Haizhou City branch, actually to accompany his fiancée who was recuperating in Haizhou City. Lin Fan wanted to ask more questions about Du Bin, such as which hospital his wife was in. He wanted to check it out first. Luo Zhou shook his head. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I can't reveal the personal information of the employees to you. Besides, with Du Bin's true identity, I don't have the qualifications. I can only say that if you are really determined, I can arrange a meeting between you and Du Bin. 100 billion. Lin Fan has no shortage of money, and he really hopes to spend more and earn more. But when I think about the fact that this money will flow into top medical organizations abroad, and these money-hungry medical organizations do not have the kindness and friendship that a medical institution should have, In order to make money, they allow themselves to be bribed to target the Chinese people. If possible, Lin Fan didn't want to give money to these people casually. Okay, Manager Luo, I'll think about it first. After saying goodbye to Manager Luo, Lin Fan first arranged for the 30 bodyguards to go to Haizhou private kitchen, and then said to Lu Chang downstairs, "Don't you know something about Du Bin? Do some research in the next 2 days and find a way to arrange a meeting with him for me." This. Lu Chang suddenly became embarrassed. In fact, the information he knew about Du Bin only came from hearsay. In fact, he had never had any contact with the other party, so he really didn't know how to deal with this matter. But when he thought that this was the first order Lin Fan gave him, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, if I have any news, I will contact you, Mr. Lin, as soon as possible." Lin Fan handed him the purple diamond membership card that Luo Zhou had just given him. "When you meet Du Bin, tell him that I intend to help him with his fiancée's injury. I believe that with this card, he will give you a chance." Lu Chang was surprised and asked, "You are not serious, are you? Are you really going to spend 100 billion for Du Bin?" "That depends on whether he is worth the price." Lin Fan smiled. Although he felt a little reluctant to throw money to those foreign medical institutions, he would not hesitate if Du Bin was really worth it. It was around 5 in the afternoon when we left Tianbao Group. Lin Fan calculated. Wei Tianrui's newly opened restaurant should have started the celebration by now. It's time for him to vent his anger on behalf of his employees. However, it would take some time for him to drive there, so he called Gao Ximin first and asked her to take the employees to Julin Restaurant first. Julin Restaurant and Haizhou Private Kitchen are just across the street and can see each other. After receiving the call, Gao Ximin brought hundreds of employees from Haizhou Private Chef to the other side of the street. It is different from Haizhou Private Kitchen, which was smashed at noon and now looks like a big garbage dump from the outside. The Julin Restaurant is magnificently decorated, and tonight is hosting an opening celebration. The building is decorated with lights and colors, and it is filled with joy and excitement. The two form a sharp contrast. When the employees saw Julin Restaurant, there was a look of fear in their eyes, as if they had remembered how helpless they were when Haizhou Private Kitchen was smashed and looted in the daytime. "Ms. Gao, the boss hasn't arrived yet. Do we really want to go in? The owner of Julin Restaurant just smashed our Haizhou Private Kitchen at noon. We are coming to attend their celebration party in the evening. Will they chase us away? Yeah, maybe we shouldn't go in." It can be seen that the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen are a little traumatized. Gao Ximin comforted them, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin will be here to uphold justice for you this time. No one can bully you. Just hold your heads high and go in to eat. Then Mr. Lin will come and give you an explanation." After saying that, Gao Ximin handed a card worth 100 million yuan to the accountant of Julin Restaurant. Then, the entire hotel issued a loud announcement. Haizhou Private Chef, a gift of 100 million in cash. After hearing this broadcast, all the celebrities, whether they were already seated or just arrived at the door, were shocked. 100 million, you're not crazy, are you? Didn't Haizhou Private Kitchen get smashed today? Are you scared in coming here to admit defeat? What kind of employee would follow the boss and suffer the same anger? The boss of Haizhou Private Kitchen spent this 100 million on purpose to vent his anger, right? What? Why not use any other method to vent your anger? Why spend 100 million? Isn't this just brain dehydration? That's right. If it were me, I would never do that. Ha, so you are not good enough. Boss Lin is the one who dared to go to war with the Wei family in Haizhou City. Do you need that little money? Last time, in order to get angry with Wei Tianrui, Mr. Lin directly spent billions at the auction. Compared to that, what is 100 million? Just wait and see. This 100 million is definitely just an appetizer. There will be something interesting to watch today. For a moment, everyone was talking about it and was very excited. The Wei family has been the local tyrant in Haizhou City for too long. In order to get a piece of the pie in Haizhou, other wealthy people have given many benefits to the Wei family, and have all been bullied to varying degrees. So when the Wei family got into trouble, everyone was happy to watch the show. After presenting the gifts, Gao Ximin prepared to take everyone into the restaurant. A woman in a dress and a mask came up to Gao Ximin with a haughty look on her face, throwing a gold card on the ground like trash, and make an unpleasant sound like a drake. "Are you from Haizhou Private Kitchen? Get lost. My Tianrui said that letting bugs like you in will make our Julin Restaurant dirty. We won't be compensated with 100 million yuan. What is a bedbug, ma'am? You are being too harsh, aren't you? Gao Xinin's face immediately turned cold. She never expected that she would be humiliated before she even entered the door of Julin restaurant. However, what Gao Xinin did not expect was bang! The masked woman opposite slapped him directly. Bug, I told you to get out, don't you understand? Chapter 77 Fight Back. Gao Xinin covered her face with her hands, the anger in her eyes almost erupting. Those who come to banquets of this level are all well-known and influential people. No matter how they fight in private, they have to look presentable on the surface. This woman slapped her in the face in public, throwing all her dignity to the ground, and then stepped on her hard twice. No matter who the other party is, if Gao Ximin can't get back at him today, she will never be able to stay in this circle again. What? You don't accept it? The masked woman showed deep disdain. You apologize to me. Gao Ximin took a step forward, straightened his chest, and glared at the masked woman with eyes that were about to explode. If she hadn't still had some sense and didn't want to become a shrew like the masked woman, she would have taken action long ago. The masked woman said with deep disdain. As expected, you guys are rubbish. Without the support of that Lin, you are nothing. I'm standing right in front of you and letting you hit me, and you don't even dare. But it's better this way. His subordinates are all like you. It means that Lin is just like that. He won't be able to jump around for 2 days. He will be trampled down by my Tianrui. You. Gao Ximin could tolerate being humiliated, but she couldn't stand being humiliated by Lin Fan. At this time, the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen pulled her back, and several of them whispered to comfort her. Boss Gao, forget it. There's no need to lose your manners because of a momentary anger. We just need to be patient. After all, this is someone else's place. If we take action, they will call out the people who smashed our restaurant at noon, and we will be the ones who suffer. Yes, the boss will be here soon, and he will definitely vent his anger on our behalf. Even though they were comforting themselves. But Gao Ximin could tell from everyone's frightened looks that these employees were actually afraid and did not dare to cause trouble. Some people in the back row even wanted to leave. Gao Ximin took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Mr. Lin came to attend Wei Tianrui's banquet today because he wanted to vent his anger on the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen. He must not let the employees be scared away before Mr. Lin came. So she kept comforting herself in her heart. You can't take action, you have to endure it. Compared with Mr. Lin's goal, what does it matter if I lose face or get humiliated a little? After calming down, Gao Ximin looked at the masked woman again. You stopped us from entering the banquet and said so much nonsense. To put it bluntly, you are afraid of us, right? What? The masked woman was shocked. Then he taunted, your Haizhou Private Kitchen was just smashed by us at noon. I don't know how you got the nerve to say that. Gao Ximin said disapprovingly, okay, I'll tell you straight away, Mr. Lin will be here soon, and we're following Mr. Lin to cause trouble today. If you are not afraid, then let us in. Don't tell me you're not qualified. Don't forget that it was our Mr. Lin who broke Wei Tianrui's leg. Our Haizhou Private Kitchen was smashed, and it was just your revenge. Compared to the time when our Mr. Lin openly smashed the Wei family's dynasty club, do you think this is glorious? You. Gao Ximin's sharp words left the masked woman speechless and furious. The celebrities who came to watch the fun were also watching this scene with great interest. Everyone knows that Gao Ximin's words hit the Wei family's sore spot completely and completely trampled on the Wei family's face. If the Wei family does not come up with a strong counterattack, they will be the ones who lose face today. That's enough. You stinky bug, what qualifications do you have to talk nonsense with me here? It's better to let that guy surnamed Lin do the talking. The masked woman roared in panic. Security, where's the security? Come out and get rid of all these bugs. Swish, swish, swish. More than 30 security guards immediately ran out of the hotel and stared at Gao Ximin and the others with unfriendly eyes. Gao Ximin refused to give in. I just said a few words and you're like this, it's really embarrassing. But you have self-awareness and know that you are definitely no match for our Haizhou private chef, so you deliberately wore a mask to save a little face for yourself. But Mr. Lin will be here soon. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, a woman like you will be beaten beyond recognition by Mr. Lin even if you are wearing a mask. That's enough. The masked woman grasped the mask with 10 fingers. Gao Ximin's last sentence, her face was completely disfigured, completely ignited her anger. Because she was Gao Lenny, whose face was bleeding after being slapped by Lin Fan a few hours ago, and she was truly unrecognizable. Her anger towards Lin Fan had reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, Gao Ximin was still criticizing Lin Fan so much that it was a good thing she didn't go crazy. "Security, what are you still standing there for? Get these bugs out of here. If anyone dares to say another word, I'll beat them up. If someone dies, I'll take the blame. Everyone, please leave quickly." The security guards surrounded them with unfriendly faces. Gao Ximin crossed her arms across her chest, looking extremely cold. She would never leave before Lin Fan came. She also noticed that Gao Lenny seemed to have some grudge against Lin Fan and must have been treated badly by him. She was almost losing her mind, but she was not afraid of such a person. However, the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen have changed beyond recognition. "Boss Gao, this is their trump card after all, let's not try to be brave, it's useless." "Yeah, you see, those security guards are serious. If they get pushed into a corner, they will definitely take action, and we will definitely be the ones who suffer. Why not wait for Mr. Lin to come over? He will definitely have a solution." Seeing these frightened employees, Gao Ximin was also very angry. After all, weren't they coming to Julin restaurant today to vent their anger on these employees? But in the end, she was the only one who bore the pressure of Julin restaurant throughout the whole process, and was slapped in the face, and not one of these people helped her at all. They all hid behind her and said discouraging words at the critical moment. "If I really leave now, what's the point of waiting for Mr. Lin to come? Is it just giving air a vent?" However, Gao Ximin can understand the employees' feelings. After all, the huge restaurant was basically reduced to ruins at noon, which left a big shadow in their hearts. It was natural for them to be afraid. "But Mr. Lin will be here soon, right?" "No, that's not right. It's useless even if Mr. Lin comes. The key is to make these employees regain their confidence." At this time, Gao Ximin realized something from Lin Fan's previous words. She said no more, broke free from everyone's pull, and went straight to Gao Lenny. "Who do you think you are to drive away the employees of our Haizhou Private Kitchen?" Bang! After saying that, Gao Ximin slapped him. The sound is clear and loud, yet powerful. Even Gao Lenny's mask was removed, revealing a face wrapped in bandages and covered in blood. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 78. They also have dignity. After a while, Gao Lenny came to her senses and rushed over with her fangs bared. "You are worthy of hitting me? Bug, I'm going to kill you." His emotions were out of control, and he had injuries from the beating Lin Fan had inflicted not long ago. Even though Gao Lenny exploded, she didn't cause much damage to Gao Ximin, and she was knocked to the ground again soon. Gao Ximin looked down at him and said coldly, "You insulted our Haizhou Private Kitchen employees. This time I beat you up as a punishment. If you do it again, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." "What are you talking about, you bug? What qualifications do you have? Aren't you just a stinky bitch with tens of millions of assets? Do you know who I am? How dare you act so arrogant in front of me?" Gao Lenny still couldn't believe it. Not to mention that she is Wei Tianrui's fiancée and the future mistress of the Wei family. Just taking into account her identity as the eldest daughter of the Gao family, she is far better than Gao Ximin. In contrast, according to the information she investigated, Gao Ximin started from scratch and her assets are only tens of millions, which she might have earned by sleeping with men. Is such a person qualified to shout in front of her? Yes, I am not qualified, but I am working for Mr. Lin. With Mr. Lin as my backer, I am qualified. Gao Ximin released all the fierce aura that she had cultivated over the years, displaying a domineering aura, which, combined with the strong means she had just demonstrated, stunned everyone. Even Gao Lenny showed a look of horror for a moment. Gao Ximin continued, "Not only me, but every employee of our Haizhou Private Kitchen has their own dignity, and they don't need to bow to anyone. Even if Mr. Lin is not here and we are bullied, as long as Mr. Lin is here, he will definitely get it back for us tenfold or 100-fold. After hearing these words, the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen suddenly felt tears welling up in their eyes. They were so excited that they even wanted to shout loudly. Tell those high and mighty people in the Wei family that they, the Haizhou private chef, cannot be bullied at will. Just like Gao Ximin did just now, just vent out any anger you have. If they are bullied, they can just wait for Mr. Lin to come and support them. That's enough. Do you really take yourselves seriously? Gao Lenny could no longer bear it and yelled at the security guard. "What are you still standing there for? Get all these rubbish out of here, leave no one behind. Especially that stinky woman, go and smash her face for me, I feel upset just looking at her." The security guards recovered from the shock of Gao Lenny being beaten and rushed into action. In less than 3 seconds, Gao Ximin was caught and a security guard was about to hit her in the face. But, "Stop it, who dares to hit our President Gao? Roll." A male chef grabbed the security guard's hand and then punched him in the face, saving Gao Ximin. At the same time, more than 100 employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen also became angry and started fighting with the security guards. But unfortunately, although there are more than 100 of them, 80% of them are waitresses. Even the 2 or 3 male chefs cannot be a match for these trained security guards. The scene was almost one-sided. Seeing that all the male chefs had been controlled, the security guards extended their claws to the waiters. There were not enough security guards on the scene, so Gao Lenny called over 50 security guards from the hotel, and there was basically no suspense now. Looking at the people who were controlled, Gao Lenny said coldly, "You are a bunch of stinky bugs. Give me a lesson for the men and beat up the faces of the women. I wonder if these rubbish dare to disgust me again in the future." The security guards were shocked and attacked more than 100 people. If this matter got out of hand, it would be very serious. Even the celebrities around were shocked. No one expected Gao Lenny to be so vicious. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that the Gao family is not completely unable to do this. Those who came here today are all upper-class people in Haizhou City. They are afraid of offending the Gao family and the Wei family, so they pretended not to see this scene. At the same time, this is the Gao family's territory. They can easily destroy all the evidence after taking action. Even if Gao Ximin and others report to the police in the future, it will be useless. In general, the people at Haizhou Private Chef are going to suffer a big loss today. Of course, some people are worried. They are the owners of various restaurants in the 2 nearby streets that Haizhou Private Chef contacted today. An old man in a suit spoke first. "Everyone, didn't we agree to cooperate with the owner of Haizhou Private Kitchen? Now we can't not help Haizhou Private Kitchen at all, right? Someone come with me and stop this. President, forget it. Look how angry the Gao family is. If we leave now, it means that the Gao family will become our enemy." That's right. Although the benefits that Lin Fan promised are very tempting, what's the point if he doesn't come? Is he expecting us to work for him just by writing a blank check? The restaurant owners who were originally called by Gao Ximin were somewhat interested in Lin Fan's proposal, but now they were all disappointed. "I thought Haizhou Private Chef had some special abilities, but I didn't expect it to be just this." The old man who was called the president frowned, but in the end he said nothing, and he couldn't say anything. After all, no one agreed. He was too weak to face the Gao family as the president alone. "You bunch of losers, why are you hesitating? If anything goes wrong, my Gao and Wei families will take care of it. Take action immediately, or don't blame me for being rude to you losers." Seeing the security guards pause for a long time, Gao Lenny became angry and cursed. After coming to their senses, the security guards did not dare to disobey Gao Lenny's words and prepared to take action. Laugh. At this moment, a beast-like roar came from far away, and then a gorgeous Lamborghini Veneno stopped in front of everyone. The one coming down from above was Lin Fan. "Let's see who dares to touch my people today." After getting out of the car, Lin Fan glanced around. Under his cold aura, everyone stopped what they were doing. He looked at Gao Lenny. "It's you again. You didn't learn your lesson even after I smashed your face. You even want to attack my employees. I wonder if you don't even want to live anymore." Hiss. Everyone gasped. Before, when Gao Lenny's mask was removed, everyone saw her face wrapped in bandages and wondered who was bold enough to touch the eldest daughter of the Gao family. Unexpectedly, it was the owner of Haizhou Private Kitchen. "Mr. Lin." When Gao Ximin saw Lin Fan, she was so excited that she almost cried. In order to support the people of Haizhou Private Chef and fulfill Lin Fan's goal, she had been trying to show off her strength. After beating Gao Lenny, she had a constant feeling of unreality. Later, she was caught by the security guard, which brought her back to reality, but also made her fall into hell and despair in an instant. One can imagine how she felt when she saw Lin Fan at the critical moment. "Don't worry, now that I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Not only you, but all the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen will be the same. With me, Lin Fan, here, no one dares to touch you." Swish, swish, swish. When Lin Fan finished saying this, 7 or 8 black Hummers stopped on the side of the road. Those coming down from above were all elite bodyguards wearing suits and sunglasses. Chapter 79, Crazy Revenge. Although there were only 30 people, they exuded a strong aura of murderousness. Celebrities who were used to big scenes were shocked all of a sudden, and many of them even hid themselves. Under Lin Fan's command, 30 elite bodyguards stepped forward, and the hundreds of security guards retreated in fear like frightened rabbits. Gao Lenny said angrily. You useless people, who told you to let go? Can't 100 of you deal with 30 people? You are a bunch of useless people, why should I support you? But no matter how Gao Lenny scolded, the security guards did not continue to take action. They have been trained, so they are more aware of the horror of these bodyguards. It doesn't even take 30 of them. Just 3 people joining forces can probably sweep away these ordinary security guards. Suddenly, someone recognized me. Hey, look, aren't these the elite bodyguards of Tianbao Group? I know many of them, number 17, number 21, and number 28. My dad hired them. Are you talking about the elite bodyguards of Tianbao Group, the number 1 security company in Haizhou City? That's impossible. I heard that hiring one person costs tens of millions, and this one costs more than 300. That's right, especially the muscular man at the back. He is number 1. Last time the deputy head of the African country came to inspect our company, he was the bodyguard. I remember it very clearly. Looking closely, it seems that these people are all elite bodyguards of Tianbao Group. Is this true or false? All of a sudden, some of the celebrities who were knowledgeable at the scene panicked. There are 30 elite bodyguards. The base price for the first 5 is 100 million, and the average price for the rest is over 10 million. If we hire all of them at once, that would be around 700 million. 700 million in cash, few people in Haizhou City can afford it except the 4 major families. Companies with assets of tens or hundreds of billions generally do not have that much actual liquidity. Not to mention, so much money is spent just to hire bodyguards. Even the life of the African chief who inspected the work that year was not so precious. What is Lin Fan doing? Is he crazy? Everyone, these bodyguards were specially hired by me for the safety of our Haizhou private kitchen. With them here, I promise that our Haizhou private kitchen will never be smashed again like today. You don't have to worry anymore. Even now, you can probably hold your chest high and say outside, I am an employee of Haizhou private chef. Lin Fan glanced at the Haizhou private kitchen employees present, and everyone looked at him with dull eyes. They didn't understand what Tianbao Group, elite bodyguards, and number 1 were, but the celebrities around them said that it would cost 700 million to hire these 30 bodyguards, and they understood it clearly. All the employees were dumbfounded. They spent 700 million to hire top bodyguards to protect the safety of their employees. I don't think a 3-year-old would say such a thing. Their boss did it. And there was no warning, no hesitation. It was just like when the restaurant was smashed at noon, and Lin Fan casually spent 70,000 or 80,000 yuan to hire some security guards in the afternoon to maintain the safety of the company. But the fact is obviously not so. It's not 10,000, it's 100 million. The annual turnover of their Haizhou private kitchen is not that much. They really couldn't figure out what Lin Fan's purpose was in doing this. Everyone, I know you still think this is a dream, it doesn't matter, time will make you sober. In addition, I will use my actions to prove that I, Lin Fan, can protect you. Lin Fan was not very surprised by the expressions of the crowd. Anyway, today's fun has just begun, and he has plenty of time for these employees to digest and accept it. Lin Fan, don't be so proud. Isn't it just spending 700 million or 800 million to hire some bodyguards? Whether it's my Gao family or the Wei family, this is nothing. On the other side, Cao Lenny also calmed down and understood the situation a little, but she was not afraid at all, and what she said was all true. Today we smashed your Haizhou private kitchen. This is just the beginning. Next, we will drive you out of Haizhou. If you still have some shame, get out now. Ha, not only did you smash my Haizhou private kitchen, you also wanted to expel me from Haizhou City? I have to say, your plan is quite beautiful, but unfortunately, it will always be just a dream of yours. Lin Fan sneered. If the Wei family and the Gao family had not joined forces to play a shady trick today, Haizhou private kitchen would never have been smashed. Even so, he suffered no substantial harm. If he hadn't considered his employees, he wouldn't even bother responding to the 2 companies' innocuous attacks. To all the restaurant owners present here, regarding my proposal to provide you with funds for high-quality ingredients, I intend to invest 10 billion, and it will be completely free of charge, just to improve the quality of your restaurants. Bosses who are interested in cooperating can now stand up and express their views. What? A free investment of 10 billion, what is going on? All of a sudden, the celebrities who had not heard the news were stunned, and Gao Lenny was also dumbfounded. 10 billion, that's about the total assets of the Gao family. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the restaurant owners who had received the news earlier were now stunned. Boss Lin, are you serious? Are you really going to invest 10 billion in the supply of raw materials for our restaurants, and it's free? A middle-aged fat man walked out tremblingly, his voice a little stuttering. But no one would laugh at him, because anyone who heard such a thing would find it unbelievable. Lin Fan nodded to him seriously. Yes, it is a 10 billion investment. Although I said before that this was to improve the level of catering on our street, I believe everyone can see that I am specifically suppressing the Wei family. The Wei family took advantage of my absence today and used the excuse that there was something wrong with our Haizhou Private Kitchen's food to smash and destroy our Haizhou Private Kitchen. They also opened a Zhulin restaurant across the street, using the excuse of improving Haizhou's catering services to drive me, Lin Fan, away. Okay, doesn't the Wei family want to become a benchmark in the industry? Then I will upgrade all the restaurants around the Bamboo Forest restaurant opened by the Wei family to a level that his Wei family can never reach. I don't know where he can put his face. Crazy, crazy. After hearing these words, all the celebrities present had the same thought. Zhulin restaurant was built by the Wei family as a 3-star hotel according to the highest standards, and they invest 10 million yuan here every month. If Lin Fan wants all the restaurants around to surpass the Wei family, he will have to invest at least 10 million in each restaurant. There are hundreds of restaurants on this street, with a total sales of 1 billion. Spending 1 billion every month for free just to vent his anger, is Lin Fan crazy? But unfortunately, no one could question Lin Fan's decision because he had already said that he would really pay 10 billion. And in order to guard against the Wei family, they even hired bodyguards worth 700 million a month. In comparison, 10 billion a month doesn't seem like much. Chapter 80 The Lion Opens His Mouth. This scene was also seen by Wei Tianrui, who was sitting in the Zhulin restaurant. His face was frighteningly gloomy, his fists were clenched tightly, and his bones were blue-black, as if they were about to break through the skin and burst out. In fact, he had been observing the situation below. At the beginning, only Gao Ximin brought some employees to cause trouble. He was too disdainful to show up in person and asked Gao Lenny to handle it. Although Gao Lenny was slapped in the face, which was a bit unexpected for him, the restaurant's security guard came over and there was no big problem. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan came out right after that, and shocked all the celebrities in the audience with his lightning speed, and even made a bold statement of investing 10 billion for free. In an instant, his Bamboo Forest restaurant lost its advantage. Moreover, under the pressure of 10 billion, Wei Tianrui didn't know how to deal with it. Although the Wei family can come up with 10 billion, they cannot give it away for free. Otherwise, if Lin Fan wins in the end, the Wei family will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Who is this guy? Does he really not regard money as money? Master, what should we do? Miss Gao can no longer handle this situation. An old man nearby said worriedly. Wei Tianrui did not answer because he could not come up with any good solution at the moment, and if he went down he would only be humiliated by Lin Fan. You, stop bluffing. What 10 billion? I think you are just planning to get something for nothing. After being shocked, Gao Lenny quickly came to her senses, glared at Lin Fan, and explained to the people around her. Everyone, don't be fooled by this guy. In my opinion, he is just fooling you in order to put pressure on us. Once we drive our Zhulin restaurant away and our goal is achieved, he will forget everything he said just now. It's free anyway, so you can't hold him accountable for anything. By comparison, spending 700 million or 800 million to hire some elite bodyguards to shock everyone, this investment is not that much, right? You better think carefully and don't let this kid use you as a gun. Gao Lenny's words made some people feel shaken. Although Lin Fan did this in order to suppress the Wei family, the pie he gave them was too big, making everyone feel unreal. If they were to join Lin Fan's team now, they would offend the Wei family and the Gao family, which would end up being more trouble than gain. Therefore, even if Lin Fan was giving them free pie, they would not dare to eat it. Lin Fan disagreed. He winked at Gao Ximin, who took out a thick stack of documents from her briefcase and distributed them to the restaurant owners. Everyone, this is the document Mr. Lin asked me to prepare. Please take a look and sign it if there is no problem. In the next year, our Haijo private chef will prepare the highest quality food ingredients for you every month. This. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Lin Fan would be so straightforward. After reading the contract, hundreds of experienced bosses on the scene failed to find any traps. It was completely like giving them money for free. According to the capabilities of their respective restaurants, Lin Fan will provide them with the world's best raw materials every month, without them having to spend a penny. The total amount is 10 billion, and it will be spent until it is all spent. And in order to reassure everyone, Lin Fan also mortgaged Haijo Private Kitchen. If in the future there is no supplier of raw materials due to Lin Fan's fault, causing losses to everyone, Haijo Private Kitchen will be auctioned off as compensation. After reading the contract, everyone no longer had any doubts. Instead, they all looked crazy and enthusiastic and quickly signed their names on the contract. I was afraid that if I took a step late, this great benefit would disappear. Of course, there are exceptions. Damn it, is this Lin Fan crazy? He spent such a huge sum of money just to suppress the Wei family and vent his anger? An old man in the crowd almost had tears in his eyes. The president next to him comforted him. Okay, Lao Wang, don't be angry anymore. Whether it was the scene just now at Tianbao Group or now, it has proved that he is extraordinary. You can't beat him, so take this opportunity to apologize to him. I understand. After hesitating for a moment, Lao Wang sighed deeply. The man called Lao Wang was none other than Wang Songxiang, who had recently had a conflict with Lin Fan at Tianbao Group. He is the boss of Haichang Food Group. He controls a large share of the supply of high-end ingredients in Haijo and has a high status in Haijo's catering industry. Wei's restaurant opened today, so he was naturally qualified to attend. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Fan here again. Thinking about how he had targeted Lin Fan not long ago and was severely slapped in the face, he was still very unhappy. But what made him even more jealous was that this kid Lin Fan was so generous. Not only did he spend 10 billion to get Tianbao Group's Purple Diamond members, but now he was spending another 10 billion to give money to everyone. He really hated himself for not opening a restaurant near Haijo Private Kitchen. Just when he was about to talk to Lin Fan and apologize for what happened before, his phone rang. After he hung up, Wang Songxiang suddenly grinned and his face became distorted. Zhang Guoxue saw that he looked unwell and asked worriedly, "Old Wang, are you okay?" Wang Songxiang said to himself, "Lao Zhang, the food supply for 100 restaurants is not a small amount. There are not many food companies in the whole Haijo that can supply it. What do you think will happen if I use my ability to hinder it? Are you crazy?" Zhang Guoxue immediately thought of something. That phone call just now was from the Wei family, right? Lao Wang, I advise you not to be impulsive. Lin Fan just spent 10 billion to get a card, and he took another 10 billion to vent his anger. He is obviously not an ordinary person. The Wei family may not be able to deal with him in the end. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, but I can definitely make some money from the conflict between the two of them. Wang Songxiang said disapprovingly. He had already decided that after making this money, he would sell all his properties in Haijo. Then he traveled around the world and enjoyed his life, and no one could take revenge on him. After saying that, he walked towards Lin Fan. It was too late for Zhang Guoxue to say anything else. "Mr. Lin, how about we discuss a business deal?" When Wang Songxiang came in front of Lin Fan, he spoke directly. Lin Fan didn't expect to meet Wang Songxiang again, and that he would come to discuss business with him. He said with great interest, "Tell me about it." Wang Songxiang licked his lips and said slowly, "You need to provide raw materials for hundreds of companies. There are very few companies in Haijo that can meet such a huge food supply. And my Haicheng Food Group can be said to be a first-class food company, and it can also meet your needs. Would you not consider cooperating with me?" Let's not talk about whether I am willing or not. Are you willing, Mr. Wang? Lin Fan said playfully. He had just made Wang Songxiang very angry at Tianbao Group. He didn't believe that this old guy was really that kind. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Wang Songxiang held up 2 fingers. 20 billion, 100 restaurants, and half a year's supply of food ingredients. Chapter 81. I'm behind you. Are you planning on robbing? Even though Lin Fan was mentally prepared, he was still amazed when he heard this. According to Gao Ximin's previous estimate, if 100 restaurants were supplied with the highest quality food in the country, the annual revenue would only be 10 billion. When it came to this old guy's mouth, not only did the price double, but the supply time was also shortened by half. In other words, this old guy shamelessly raised the price fourfold. Although Lin Fan really wanted to spend the money quickly, he felt it was not worth it to spend such rubbish at a low price. Lin Fan sneered, "Boss Wang, you were so angry at Tianbao Group that you became neurotic, right? Who gave you the face to make 20 billion in half a year? Just because the Wei family contacted me just now." Wang Songxiang had expected this scene a long time ago, and he was not annoyed, but pointed to the call records. "Mr. Wei just said that if I can cut off your food supply, he will help my Haicheng Food Group become the #1 food supply company in Haizhou. Based on this alone, I think you are qualified to offer double the price." Lin Fan nodded. If the Wei family intervened, he would be in trouble. What about the second point? Tianbao Group, you have embarrassed me, that's the second point. Wang Songxiang sneered. Lin Fan nodded. To put it bluntly, this old fellow Wang Songxiang is still resentful about what happened before, and relying on the support of the Wei family, he demands an exorbitant amount of money from me. This old thing. Think carefully. My Haicheng Food Group is also one of the top food supply companies in Haizhou. We are fully capable of disrupting the entire market. With your demand, you will not be able to survive if you offend me. Lin Fan was silent for a moment. "Boss Wang, you also know that I have a large demand, so you should also understand how much loss your company will suffer if you lose a big customer like me, right?" I'll just lose some money at most, but you'll lose not only money but also your face," Wang Songxiang said indifferently. He was not afraid at all that Lin Fan would not agree. He knew very well that someone like Lin Fan, who had a super background, must care a lot about his own face. Besides, Lin Fan's real opponent is the Wei family, and there is not that much hatred between him and Lin Fan. He believes that in order to deal with the Wei family, Lin Fan will submit to him. After making all the money, Wang Songxiang planned to flee far away. He would not have to worry about revenge from Lin Fan or the Wang family afterwards. "Okay, in that case, I won't bother Mr. Wang anymore," Lin Fan said calmly, then waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Wang Songxiang, who was still dreaming, suddenly froze and his eyes widened instantly, as if he had heard some huge joke. "Hey, are you sure? Do you really want to break up with me? Do you know that once I cooperate with the Wei family, you will be the one who makes a fool of yourself in 3 days? Then you don't have to worry about it." Having seen through the old man's true colors, Lin Fan no longer had any interest in him. He waved his hand and asked the bodyguards to chase him away. "Several people have noticed the situation here," Lin Fan said to them. "Don't worry about the food supply. If I delay your restaurant's normal business, I will compensate you with Haizhou private kitchen later." Although everyone didn't understand where Lin Fan got his confidence from, since he said so, no one had any objection. Anyway, their business has been delayed. When the Haizhou private kitchen is divided up, everyone can get 100 million in compensation, which is a huge profit anyway. Next, these bosses began to discuss where to use the saved raw material supply costs and how to improve the level of their restaurants. Lin Fan returned to the employees. "Everyone, a lot of things happened today. You may not be able to react, but you just need to remember one thing. That means I'm standing behind you. I can't guarantee that I can protect you 24 hours a day, but as long as you are bullied, I will definitely pay those people back double. So, from now on, you all should hold your chests high. If anyone dares to bully you, you must fight back. If you really can't solve it, let me do it. I will vent your anger 10-fold or 100-fold. After hearing this, the employees clenched their fists and were extremely excited. They all believed that meeting such a good boss is the happiest thing in their lives. "Okay, today's work is done, everyone go back home. I will have someone come to clean up the restaurant tomorrow, and everyone will probably be able to return to work in a week at most." "Mr. Lin, what about Wei Tianrui?" Gao Xining was stunned. "Such a big fuss today, but it's over before even getting through the door?" She is still a little confused now. Lin Fan said sarcastically, "What's the point of continuing to bully Wei Tianrui, a rubbish who doesn't even dare to show his face? As for the Bamboo Grove restaurant, do you think it can still be open after what happened tonight?" Under the pressure of Lin Fan's 10 billion funds, 100 restaurants are now leaning on him, and the original purpose of establishing Zhulin Restaurant has failed. As for whether keeping Zhulin Restaurant open will affect Haizhou private chef's business, Lin Fan didn't care about this. In the beginning, Lin Fan bought Haizhou private chef simply because he thought the food there was delicious. He didn't plan to make money from it, and he didn't need to make money anyway. "We're making such a big fuss today just to vent our anger." Having achieved his goal, he didn't want to stay any longer. Second floor. Why? Why is Lin Fan not injured? What about Gao Jianxiong? Is he just a decoration? Watching Lin Fan leave, Wei Tianrui couldn't bear it any longer and overturned the table. In order to deal with Lin Fan, he invited Gao Jianxiong, and at the same time spent a huge amount of money to buy Haizhou Private Chef and promoted it extensively. Just to see Lin Fan lying on the hospital bed, looking furious. But in the end, the most crucial step went wrong, and Lin Fan appeared in front of him intact, causing his plan to completely collapse. At the same time, he also took out 10 billion yuan to buy over all the restaurants around Zhulin Restaurant. With the 30 elite bodyguards that Lin Fan brought with him, he didn't even dare to go downstairs. Now he has become a complete joke. He really couldn't understand why Gao Jianxiong, the number one man in Haizhou, would fail and didn't even tell him the key point. It would have been fine if Gao Jianxiong didn't say anything, but even Gao Lenny didn't say a word. If he had known this would happen, he would not have held a party tonight and humiliated himself. Brother Tianrui, I'm sorry. My brother failed in dealing with Lin Fan, and he didn't let me tell you because he thought it was too embarrassing. Gao Lenny came back and saw Wei Tianrui standing weakly aside with a crazy look on his face. I thought that failure wouldn't have much of an impact, but I didn't expect. Seeing that Wei Tianrui's face was becoming increasingly ugly, she quickly changed the subject. The most urgent task right now is how to deal with Lin Fan. Now that guy has won over a lot of bosses, it's already difficult to deal with him. Or should we just let that guy go? How is that possible? Chapter 82, the official website of the Yangtze River Association. After calming down a bit, Wei Tianrui reorganized his thoughts. It's okay. Although Lin Fan was a bit flamboyant tonight, what he did is not a threat to me. Especially the 10 billion he spent on 100 restaurant owners was actually free of charge. He couldn't ask those people to deal with me. At most, he could improve the quality of the surrounding restaurants and make it difficult for my Bamboo Grove restaurant to continue operating. Wei Tianrui doesn't care much about the business of Zhulin Restaurant. Anyway, the property here belongs to their Wei family, so they won't lose money if they don't do business. It's just a bit embarrassing. After all, he said in the video today that he wanted to make Zhulin Restaurant a benchmark in the industry, but now it is definitely not possible. Well, let's talk to the owners of the restaurants around here and see how many of them are willing to join forces with me to take down Lin Fan. Wei Tianrui thought about it and realized that since the strong one couldn't come, he should just keep his feet on the ground. Joining forces with surrounding hotels is the best option. Before, Lin Fan was giving money to those restaurants for free, so there was no need for the restaurant owners to give face to Lin Fan. In comparison, the Wei family is wealthy and powerful, and has more prestige, so those restaurant owners will definitely choose the Wei family if they have to choose. However, Wei Tianrui felt that this was not enough. Joining forces with those restaurant owners would at most interfere with Haizhou Private Chef's business. Judging from Lin Fan's heroic deeds over the past 2 days, this method has no effect on him at all. What Lin Fan cares about are the employees of Haizhou Private Kitchen. If you really want to attack Lin Fan, you have to start with Haizhou Private Kitchen. Master Wei, I have considered your previous suggestion. I can organize all food suppliers to cut off Lin Fan's supply of raw materials. At this time, Wang Songxiang walked into the room. However, in terms of funding. When Wei Tianrui heard his words, he immediately slammed the table and said, "Okay, I'm relieved that Uncle Wang is willing to help. The funding issue is easy to talk about. Just give me a number." Wang Songxiang smiled and said, "I calculated that Lin Fan would need to spend a total of 10 billion to purchase raw materials, so our supplier's profit would only be around 3 billion. We definitely cannot afford to lose this amount of money. Young Master Wei, spend another 1 billion, and I'll take care of those people, a total of 4 billion. Give me 2 more days, and Lin Fan's 10 billion will be gone in no time." 4 billion? Wei Tianrui frowned. He is not Lin Fan, and such a large sum of cash is still a bit stressful for their Wei family. Besides, this was just cutting off the food supply, which would at most invalidate Lin Fan's previous promise, but would not cause any substantial harm. Wang Songxiang followed up with, "Mr. Wei, have you forgotten? If Lin Fan's momentum is suppressed in this matter, those restaurant owners will definitely look down on Lin Fan. If you win over the owners of the restaurants on this street at that time, you can directly impose a monopoly on Lin Fan. By then, Lin Fan will become the object of ridicule by everyone in Haizhou. Will he be able to survive?" Wei Tianrui thought about it and felt that what Wang Songxiang said made sense. Lin Fan can make tens of billions or even hundreds of billions with just a wave of his hand, and the hidden family behind him may have actual assets of hundreds of billions. It's really worth spending billions to get this guy. Okay, I'll give you 4 billion right now, and you'll start doing this tomorrow. After it's done, as we said before, My Wei family will help you become the boss of Haijia's food supplier. After hearing this, Wang Songxiang smiled inconspicuously. In fact, with his power, he can already guide the direction of 40% of the goods within the food supply circle. In addition, he has accumulated some connections in recent years and can control 20%. According to his calculations, if he spent another billion to connect several large companies, his total control would be up to 80%. The remaining vendors and small merchants could not provide Lin Fan with enough food. Therefore, by suppressing Lin Fan this time, he will surely make 3 billion. However, when Wang Songxiang thought of Lin Fan's squandering of hundreds of billions, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He secretly made up his mind that if he helped Wei Tianruo successfully suppress Lin Fan and force that guy into a desperate situation, he would definitely try to make a big profit from that guy. Young people are always a little arrogant, and the conflict between Lin Fan and the Wei family has developed to this point. He doesn't believe that guy will always be arrogant. Mr. Lin, although we have vented our anger tonight, the food supply is not easy to solve. With the power of the Wei family, it is easy for them to intervene. On the way back, Gao Xining became worried. Lin Fan said calmly, "It's okay, I'll find someone to help with this, I believe it won't be a big problem." As he said that, he took out his cell phone and called Shui Jigang. With Shui Jigang's ability in the Yangtze River Association, there should be a way. When the call was connected, he briefly stated the requirements for food supply. Shui Jigang sounded a little embarrassed after hearing this. "Brother Lin, I can easily talk to you about other matters, but the food supply market is not big, and the profit is just that little. I have never done business in that area, really. It's okay. If Brother Shui is in trouble, I'll ask other people in the association." Last time he upgraded to a senior member in one go and left contact information for a lot of people. He believed that someone would have such channels, but he just wasn't very familiar with those people. Shui Jigang thought of something and said, "By the way, Brother Lin, if you don't mind the price, you can spend some money to post a support post on the official website of our Yangtze River Association. Friends who have connections in this area will see it and help you directly." Official website, support post? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, he didn't know about this. Shui Jigang immediately explained. The essence of the Yangtze River Association is still a resource-sharing platform. Since there are so many people in the association and their members are spread all over the country, a website was created to facilitate communication among everyone. All members can log in, communicate with each other and promote relationships. If they encounter problems, it is also convenient to seek help. Because it is a meeting, and with the surveillance above, there are basically no traps here, so this function is also very popular among people. However, the price of solving the problem will be higher than the normal price. Part of it is because the other party wants to make some profit, and part of it is because they will take a cut. Generally speaking, it is only 20% more expensive. Of course, when faced with a truly urgent matter, no one will care about this premium. On the contrary, without this relationship, it is very likely that even if you lose everything you have, the problem will not be solved. In comparison, this premium is actually a good deal. Following Shui Jigang's instruction, Lin Fan quickly logged into the website and posted this support post. In less than 3 minutes, the post was accepted by someone, and Lin Fan received a private message at the same time. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Manager Wang of Han Hai Transportation Group, Wang Jicheng. I have accepted your mission. It just so happens that our Han Hai Transportation Group has recently expanded its business and also provides food supplies. We can also meet your needs. When is it convenient for us to discuss it?" Chapter 83 Lu Zhezhou's fiancé? So fast? Lin Fan was a little surprised. The quantity he requested was for 100 restaurants, which was a huge amount. Among them, star-rated hotels account for 1/5, and they also require a lot of high-end ingredients. Looking across Haizhou, it is not certain that any company can swallow it all. However, this person did not hesitate at all. "And, Manager Wang?" The people Lin Fan met at the Changjiang meeting last time were all shareholders, chairmen, and some even own several companies. He has never seen anyone who works there being a member. After checking the information, I found out that Manager Wang is actually an intermediate member, the same level as Shui Jigang. "Boss Gao, do you know what kind of company Han Hai Transport Group is?" Lin Fan asked Gao Xining out of curiosity. Han Hai Transport Group? Gao Ximin's voice rose 2 degrees, with a hint of excitement in his voice. This is one of the top transport companies in the country. They specialize in transporting large cargoes and their business is well known around the world. Of course, people who are not in this industry may not know much about it. Simply put, their status in transporting large goods is equivalent to that of Dongfeng Express and Jinggo Express, the largest logistics companies in China. Now that you mention it, it seems really amazing. Lin Fan pinched his chin and felt a little more confident. So I talked to Wang Jicheng and quickly reached a 1-year business agreement and then paid a 20% deposit. As for when the transportation will start, it mainly depends on when the bosses of the 100 companies will give him the list of food they need. Wang Jicheng told him that since their company had just started the food supply business and did not have many customers, he could prepare everything in one day just by giving him the list. Haizhou City also has their own shipyard, so if nothing goes wrong, it can be delivered the next day. This speed can be said to be quite amazing. You have to know that even Dongfeng and Jinggo Express may not have such speed, and Han Hai Transport Group is engaged in large-scale cargo transportation. Han Hai Transport Group is so helpful that it saves Lin Fan from having to worry about it later. He is still very satisfied. At this moment, on a luxury cruise ship, a middle-aged man was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the evening sea breeze and the services of 2 senior masseurs. He is Wang Jicheng, who was chatting with Lin Fan just now. When he saw the payment information for the 2 billion deposit in the account, he was a little surprised. In fact, given his status, a transaction of 10 billion per year is nothing. If the company had not just expanded its food supply business and attached great importance to it, it would not have been the turn of him, the Chinese general manager, to be personally responsible for it. But 10 billion tons of food supply is not something that an ordinary restaurant can handle. Even for suppliers, it is not cost-effective because the platform costs 20% higher. In addition, Lin Fan was also a senior member, so he was a little curious. So he asked his assistant to do some research on Lin Fan's situation. In less than 10 minutes, he had a general understanding of Lin Fan's situation. The major shareholder of Haizhou Private Kitchen and the major shareholder of Donghao International Investment Group. These two are nothing to Wang Jicheng, but the key is Lin Fan's personal information, which is mediocre, even a little pitiful. Plus, he was still a college student, and in his opinion, it was impossible for someone with that status to achieve such success at such an age. He is even so generous that he doesn't care about more than 10 billion yuan. He spends it casually like loose change just to vent his anger. Based on the above contradictory information, Wang Jicheng came to a terrible conclusion. A disciple of a hidden family. His face turned grim. If he is a disciple of a secluded family, it is normal that he cannot find the real information. Not only that, with the power behind the other party, they might have noticed his little move. This made Wang Jicheng a little anxious. With his identity, he has also come into contact with some disciples from hidden families, so he knows very well that he cannot afford to offend people at that level. Since the other party has concealed his identity, it means that he does not want others to investigate him. If he checked, he would offend the other party, and he couldn't afford to offend such people. So Wang Jicheng quickly stood up and called his assistant. Help me modify my schedule. I'm going to Haizhou in 2 days. It will take about 2 days. The assistant was shocked. Manager, this is inappropriate, isn't it? Aren't you going to meet with the Koreans in 2 days to discuss a 50 billion business deal? They're just a Korean country. We can just ask the deputy manager to deal with it. Do you think they dare to give us a hard time? Wang Jicheng replied forcefully. The assistant was shocked. She knew that her manager was very arrogant, but he never showed it on his face. Even if the other person was a beggar, he would treat him gently and courteously, let alone being as strong as he is now. Something big must have happened, so she didn't dare to delay and quickly changed her itinerary. At the same time, she was thinking. Haizhou City, a third-rate little place, doesn't seem to have any big shots, right? By the way, I'm going to make amends this time. Please prepare a group of top chefs and food for me. Ah? The assistant was completely stunned. Lin Fan didn't know that manager Wang had been frightened by him and was going to apologize. At this moment, he had just returned to the villa and was in a good mood. Because he received a text message from Lu Jiejia. Lu Jiejia, Lin Fan, I heard from Xiana that something happened in the hotel. What's the situation? Do you need me to go back? Lin Fan, it's okay, it has just been resolved, the employees are all cheered up, and we will be able to reopen soon. Lu Jia, that's great. When I heard that Haijiu private kitchen was smashed, my heart almost stopped. I didn't expect you to solve it in just one afternoon. You're amazing. Lin Fan, let us not talk about this anymore. You've been back to the Lu family for a day. How do you feel? Has anyone bullied you? Lu Jia, it's okay, my parents and grandpa are all very nice to me. Especially grandpa said that he wants me to take over the family company. I will go to the company tomorrow to get familiar with the environment first. Lin Fan, really? To be honest, Lin Fan has always had some prejudice against Lu Jia's parents. He believed that they had abandoned Lu Jia for more than 20 years and had been waiting for her to become successful in her career before suddenly appearing and taking her back. There must be some intention, so I secretly asked Gao Ximin to investigate. Now it seems that I was too worried. He felt relieved. Lu Jia, of course, I am their daughter who has been missing for more than 20 years, how can they not treat me well? Don't worry. Lu Jia, oh no, my fiancé came to see me again, I have to go deal with him first. Lin Fan, fiancé? Lu Jia, ah. Don't get me wrong, it seems like I had an engagement with him when I was a child, but we didn't know each other, there was no emotional foundation, and it would not work out. Besides, I already have you in my heart, so how can there be room for someone else? He and I will just go through the process and talk it out with my family later. My parents and grandparents love me so much and they won't force me. Lin Fan, I see. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. After hearing Lu Jia's explanation, Lin Fan felt relieved. Chapter 84 Tan Qingyun wants to confess. Inside a villa. After an afternoon of thinking, Tan Qingyun figured it out. She did fall in love with the boy who was a few years younger than her and was also her student. As for the teacher-student relationship, Tan Qingyun still has some reservations. So she decided that if she really wanted to be with Lin Fan, she had to at least wait until Lin Fan finished school. Tan Qingyun planned to tell Lin Fan the truth about this matter, so that people would not misunderstand that she was deliberately keeping him hanging. However, when Lin Fan came back in the evening, she was surprised to find that Gao Ximin had also followed him. Not only that, she also saw Lin Fan holding Gao Ximin's hand. You should stay here tonight. No, not only tonight, but you should live with me from now on. This way I can feel more at ease. Ah? What is going on? Tan Qingyun was completely stunned. The more he listened to the tone, the more it sounded like Lin Fan was confessing his love. Moreover, on the first day after the confession, he let the girl live in his house. This. For a moment, the traditional Tan Qingyun felt that his brain was not enough. Isn't it a bit bad? Gao Ximin hesitated. Although she was happy that Lin Fan invited her to stay, she keenly noticed that something was wrong with Tan Qingyun's expression. What's wrong? What happened this afternoon? How dangerous is it for you to go back alone now? Lin Fan frowned. Tan Qingyun was attacked in the afternoon, and he has learned his lesson. He is afraid that Wei Tianrui will do something desperate to Gao Ximin again. Although he could easily arrange a few bodyguards for Gao Ximin, those bodyguards were all men. It's not very convenient for Gao Ximin to stay with them, so it's better for her to stay here. Gao Ximin secretly glanced at the embarrassed Tan Qingyun and whispered, No, Mr. Lin, Miss Tan, does she mind if I stay? Of course I don't mind. Teacher Tan is not that kind of person. Lin Fan smiled. He was protecting Gao Ximin and doing a good thing. Given Teacher Tan's personality, she should be very happy. Gao Ximin was just thinking too much. However, in order to reassure Gao Ximin, he also asked for Tan Qingyun's opinion. Teacher Tan, what do you think? Tan Qingyun had not yet recovered from the shock and was a little flustered when suddenly asked. What do you mean I don't mind? I mind very much. Don't you like me? Then what's the meaning of letting this woman live in here? Lin Fan, have you become a bad person now? Are you going to follow those rich guys and keep several mistresses? However, Tan Qingyun couldn't say these words. After all, she was only Lin Fan's teacher on the surface, and it was not easy for her to interfere in someone else's private life. There was no choice but to nod reluctantly. Look, Teacher Tan has agreed, so you can stay here without any worries. By the way, just stay in the room next to mine. It's more convenient. Lin Fan thought about it and thought that what happened today might have had a big impact on Gao Ximin. Letting her live closer to him could increase her sense of security. However, when Tan Qingyun heard this, it took a different meaning. What do you mean by more convenient? It means that it is more convenient for men and women to be close to each other, that's the thing, right? Tan Qingyun blushed in an instant, and she said without thinking, no, Gao Ximin can't live next door to you. Why? Lin Fan asked puzzledly. Why? Of course it's for your health. Tan Qingyun suddenly felt a severe pain in her chest. After realizing her feelings for Lin Fan, she knew she was jealous. What healthy or unhealthy, that's just her excuse. But even though she understood it, she still had to stop Lin Fan and Gao Ximin from doing that. Maybe this is the selfishness of women. Healthy? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. Now he and the Wei family have completely broken off relations. The Wei family has a group of warriors, and given their strength, they could really launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night. What Teacher Tan meant was that he was afraid that Gao Ximin would be in danger and something might happen to her while he was protecting her. But even if there is danger, I can't just ignore it, right? Lin Fan was a little helpless. Just when she was about to say something, Tan Qingyun had already forcefully grabbed Gao Ximin. Anyway, it's fine for Miss Gao to live next to me. I'll take care of her if anything happens. As for Lin Fan, you have been busy today, you must be tired, right? If you are tired, go to sleep quickly. Tan Qingyun hurriedly pushed Lin Fan back to the room. Gao Ximin was also very tired today, so she didn't think too much and went to rest. Now only Tan Qingyun is left. She thought about it carefully and felt that what she had just done was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. If this continues, Lin Fan will be with Gao Ximin sooner or later. As for the fundamental solution, Tan Qingyun thought about it and could only think of one thing, which was to confess to Lin Fan. She believed that Lin Fan also liked her. If she confessed her feelings and they confirmed their relationship, she believed that with Lin Fan's qualities, he would become a good man again. But what stands in Tan Qingyun's way now is still the relationship between teacher and student. After thinking for a long time, Tan Qingyun made up his mind. A confession is still necessary, but it can only be made implicitly, and they can only be officially together after Lin Fan graduates. Thinking of this, Tan Qingyun came to Lin Fan's room. Lin Fan, are you asleep? I have something I want to talk to you about. Teacher Tan, I'm taking a bath, but you can talk through the door. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, Lin Fan went to the bathhouse as soon as he returned to his room, intending to absorb the remaining holy water essence before going to bed. How can you confess something through a door? Tan Qingyun suddenly felt embarrassed. Ahem, I mean our department has been invited to watch the performance of the art department of Haizhou Communication University tomorrow. It will be quite lively then. Do you want to come? After thinking about it, Tan Qingyun thought that tomorrow would be a good opportunity. After participating in the performance of the Art Department of Communication University, when she and Lin Fan were both happy, she made a subtle confession to Lin Fan. In the bathtub, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he had accepted Li Sueki's invitation to participate in their school's performance. By the way, isn't Li Sueki from the Art Department of Communication University? Since both Teacher Tan and Li Sueki have invited me, I might as well go. So Lin Fan agreed. After getting the answer, Tan Qingyun felt much better. She secretly made up her mind that she must find a chance to explain things to Lin Fan tomorrow. Then let Lin Fan focus on school so that he won't be surrounded by so many people all day long. This is also for the sake of his health. After taking a bath, Lin Fan sent a text message to Li Sueki to tell her about this matter. After all, didn't he give her a clear answer last time? Then he checked the system again. This afternoon, he first spent 10 billion to apply for a Purple Diamond membership at Tianbao Group, and then paid a deposit of 2 billion to Wang Ji for food issues. Correspondingly, a total of 120 Shinhao points were earned. Adding the original 108 points, he now has a total of 228 godly rich points. Considering that he will be attending the performance of the art department tomorrow, he is struggling with whether or not to improve his charisma. After all, it takes 10 godly points to increase the charm value a little bit, which is not very cost-effective. Chapter 85 I Am His New Girlfriend. Early the next morning, Lin Fan first called Lu Chang to ask him about Du Bin's situation. After all, Du Bin holds a top position in the Tianbao Group's headquarters and has many brilliant achievements. It's possible that his strength is even greater than his own. Such a talent is worth his attention. But unfortunately, Lu Chang stayed at Tianbao Group for a whole night and did not meet Du Bin. But it's not completely hopeless. Relying on his previous connections, Lu Chang got in touch with the lobby security guard of Tianbao Group. After asking, he learned that Du Bin went to the company once a week. Just wait a few days and you will definitely meet Du Bin. Since there is hope, Lin Fan doesn't mind waiting for a few days. The visit to Haizhou University of the Arts was at noon, so before that Lin Fan had to go back to school and meet up with his classmates and go together. When he arrived at the classroom, Lin Fan's jaw almost dropped. Ahem, everyone, am I mistaken? Am I not going to attend a performance at Haizhou University of Media today, but some high-end banquet? In the classroom, the male students were all wearing suits and ties, while the female students were wearing long skirts and putting on exquisite makeup. Even Lin Fan's best friends Wu Weiji and Peng Hani, who were relatively poor, picked out the best clothes. After washing them, they looked very energetic and sunny. I believe they could also win the hearts of many girls. Oh my god, Lin Fan, why are you dressed like this? Don't you know what day it is today? Peng Hani and Wu Weiji walked over with surprise on their faces and looked at Lin Fan as if they saw a rare animal. Lin Fan said unhappily, I was just wondering, even if it's Chinese New Year, you guys shouldn't all dress up like this, right? Peng Hani suppressed his excitement and whispered. Hey, aren't we going to Haizhou University of Communication today? You don't know, the art department there has good relationships with many big names in the entertainment industry, and half of the students who graduate every year can directly enter the industry. So, the students there, both male and female, are the best of the best. If you just find a date, you can make a lot of money. Peng Hani pulled Lin Fan over again and said, you should also change your clothes quickly. You are the most handsome among the three of us. Maybe you are just lucky. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to make it so tiring, forget it, there's no need. What do you mean unnecessary? The two brothers became anxious when they heard it. Peng Hani secretly glanced at Yang Qianqian in the corner. Because Yang Qianqian dumped Lin Fan some time ago, they were quite worried, so they always wanted Lin Fan to find a girlfriend again to recover from the previous blow. This time the opportunity is good. The girls in the art department of Communication University are generally highly qualified, and any one of them is no worse than Yang Qianqian. If Lin Fan can find another girlfriend among these people, he should be able to cheer up. Just as the two were about to explain, and an opportune voice came. Ha, he really doesn't need to. Even the girls from our school don't like him and kicked him out. How could the girls from the Communication University like him? Wang Jun, what are you talking about? Peng Hani left angrily. The boy who spoke was handsome, wearing an anima suit, and with his condescending attitude, it was obvious that he had a background. His name is Wang Jun. He is indeed a rich second generation. When Lu Chao is not around, he is the big brother in the class. Moreover, he likes Tan Qingyun. Since Lin Fan and Tan Qingyun have a good relationship, he will cause trouble for Lin Fan whenever he has the chance. Lin Fan was also used to this guy's roar and stopped Peng Hani. Forget it, it's just a dog. If he barks at you, you can't bite him back, right? Fuck, Lin Fan, who the hell do you say I am? Wang Jun slammed the table and stood up abruptly, ready to rush over. Peng Hani and Wu Jiwei stood up at once. Brother Wang, calm down. We still have to go to Haizhou Communication University to pick up girls later. It's not worth getting angry with this guy and getting your clothes dirty. A younger brother quickly stopped him. Wang Jun calmed down a bit, but still mocked Lin Fan, that's right, you can't even keep a woman. Even if you have a girlfriend, it's just a waste of time. This tour is really unnecessary for you. These words immediately caused a burst of laughter in the class. Peng Hani and the other man were so angry that their faces were distorted. If Lin Fan hadn't stopped them, they would have attacked directly. But to be honest, Lin Fan felt that he was almost out of control. If Wang Jun went too far, he would probably take action. But Wang Jun was really asking for trouble and asked Yang Qianqian, who was in the corner again. Sister-in-law, don't you think so? Yang Qianqian's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Others may not know, but she knows it very well. Ever since Lin Fan became the boss of Donghao International Investment Group, Lu Chao's father lost his job and his family left Haizhou City overnight. But her family had no power, so she would have to drop out of school if she wanted to leave Haizhou. In order to graduate safely, she has decided to avoid Lin Fan next time she sees him. Unexpectedly, Wang Jun pushed her out again. Just when Yang Qianqian was about to apologize to Lin Fan and quickly leave this dangerous place, Zhang Liao came to Lin Fan and took his arm. What do you mean Lin Fan is just a useless person and there is no need for him to attend any exchange meeting? I'm telling you, that's because he already has me, so there's no need for him to have more contact with other girls, understand? Captain Jiang, there's no need for you to make such a joke, right? The laughter stopped abruptly, and Wang Jun's face became even more gloomy and frightening. Zhang Liu is not only the beauty in their class, but also the school beauty of Haizhou University. Her appearance and beauty are unquestionable, and she is not inferior to the school beauty of Haizhou Communication University. Moreover, she is a very strong person and no pursuit from any rich second generation can sway her. There are also rumors that one time after school, a Rolls-Royce stopped beside her, and an old man dressed as a butler got out and respectfully invited her into the car. Zhang Liu is not only beautiful and elegant, but she may also be an invisible rich second generation, so ordinary rich second generations are not in her eyes at all. Even his pursuit with Lu Chao ended in failure. Seeing Zhang Liu throwing herself into the arms of Lin Fan, the man he regarded as waste and good-for-nothing trash. The anger in Wang Jun's heart was about to overflow. You don't believe it, right? Well, let me prove it to you. Zhang Liu glared at him fiercely, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Fan on the face with a pop. For a moment, the hearts of all the male classmates were broken. Wang Jun was completely dumbfounded. He still couldn't accept it, so he hurriedly said to young Qianshan, "Sister-in-law, didn't you say Lin Fan was a complete loser? How could he possibly be Zhang Liu's boyfriend? Besides, he just broke up with you 2 days ago, right? It's fake, it must be fake, right? Say something and expose them." Every word Wang Jun said was like a thorn in young Qianshan's chest. She knew that with Lin Fan's current excellence, all this might not be false. Instead, it was she who actually abandoned such an excellent man like Lin Fan, which was like her head being caught in a door. Yang Qianshan didn't know what to say, so she could only quickly leave the classroom and leave a message. "Don't call me sister-in-law anymore. Lu Chao and I have broken up." Chapter 86, Straight Man Lin Fan. After everything was ready, everyone took the school bus to Haizhou University of Communication. Along the way, Zhang Liu sat next to Lin Fan and held his arm. The two looked like a sweet couple. Wang Jun was so angry. When they arrived at the destination, he was the first to get off the car. Several brothers came over quickly and kept comforting him. "Brother Wang, forget it. What can Lin Fan do? Maybe Zhang Liu is just playing around with him and will abandon him when she gets tired of him. Yeah, instead of getting angry with that kid, why not go after Teacher Tan? Even if Teacher Tan doesn't give you face, let's go around Communication University. With your capital, what if you can hook up with a campus beauty? She's no worse than Zhang Liu." I see. At this time, Wang Jun was much calmer, but he still couldn't swallow this anger. "Okay, I'll contact 2 of my friends here and ask them to help me beat up this guy. We can just have fun today." After finishing the call, Wang Jun turned around and glared at Lin Fan before leaving for the time being. The annoying fly left, and Lin Fan didn't need Zhang Liu to act with him anymore, so he took the initiative to push her away. "Captain Jiang, thank you for what you did just now. Those guys have already left. I won't bother you anymore." Zhang Liu was stunned. Although she took the initiative to help, she never thought that Lin Fan would be the first to push her away. She is very confident about her looks, and many men in school dream of being with her, including some wealthy second-generation men. Although she knew that Lin Fan was not as simple as he seemed, he was at least a man, right? However, Lin Fan not only pushed him away, but also left without hesitation. "Wait a moment. What? Is there something else?" Lin Fan asked puzzledly. Zhang Liu called him, actually with a hint of shame and anger in her voice. She just wanted to ask if Lin Fan was still a man. But the calm look in Lin Fan's eyes when he turned around made her calm down, and she naturally couldn't say the rest of the words. She quickly made an excuse. "Ahem, what I mean is that your 2 friends have left, and there's not much people around me, so why don't we go out together? It'll be more lively with someone around." Zhang Liu had taken the initiative to find Lin Fan before, and Peng Hongyi and Wu Weizi really thought that the 2 were together. "In order not to disturb them, I left on my own after getting off the bus. Sorry, I have an appointment." Lin Fan shook his head. After he contacted Li Sueki last night, Li Sueki was very happy. Said he would be shown around the school in person, and he was going to keep the appointment next. "Girl?" Zhang Liu frowned. "How do you know?" Lin Fan looked confused. He didn't remember telling Zhang Liyao about this. Zhang Liyao's face was almost turning black. Isn't this nonsense? If you reject a girl's invitation and go on a date with someone else, there is only one answer: the other person is also a girl and she is not bad looking. Zhang Liyao was a little angry. Although she is not a vain girl in daily life, she feels uncomfortable when being rejected by a boy in person, especially when the other party is going on a date with another girl. Lin Fan immediately responded and smiled, "If you have nothing to do, you can come alone. It will be more lively with more people. Zhang Liyao must be bored alone and wants me to accompany her." "Oh, no need, I can go by myself." Watching Zhang Liyao stride away, Lin Fan felt a little depressed. Doesn't she usually work as a salesperson part-time? You should have a cheerful personality. Why did you become shy all of a sudden? In Lin Fan's opinion, Zhang Liyao and he were not related in any way, and they had had good contact before, so Zhang Liyao should not get angry with him easily. The only reason for refusing to go with him could only be due to shyness or something like that. Lin Fan didn't think much about this matter. He contacted Li Sueki. Li Sueki told him about the direction of the art department and said that she would wait for him at the door. Zhang Liyao had not walked for long when a voice called her. "Student Jiang, wait a moment." She turned around and saw that it was Teacher Tan, and was a little confused. "Teacher Tan, do you want to ask me something?" Teacher Tan subconsciously glanced in the direction where Lin Fan had just left, and then coughed lightly as if to hide something. Are you really dating Lin Fan?" Zhang Liyao felt a little dizzy and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Regardless of whether this is true or not, they are not middle school students anymore. They are free to date whomever they want. There is no reason for the teachers to interfere, right? Ahem, isn't it that Lin Fan just broke up? I'm afraid he hasn't recovered from the blow yet, and he's still blindly together with you. I'm afraid this will hurt you, so I want to understand the situation. Tan Xingyun also felt that what she had said just now was not very good, so she quickly found an excuse. Zhang Liyao and Tan Xingyun had a good relationship and did not have any doubts. Then he said, "Teacher Tan, you misunderstood. I just couldn't stand Wang Jun and his men humiliating Lin Fan, so I pretended to help. There's nothing between us." "Is that so?" Tan Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt a little scared. She could understand that Lin Fan had Gao Ximin, but if he had any relationship with other girls at the same time, she really didn't know what to do. However, Zhang Liao's next words scared her again. "However, Lin Fan just told me that he has an appointment with someone from the communication university. The other person is a girl, maybe her new girlfriend." "What?" This sentence almost made Tan Xingyun explode. Her reaction was even greater than when she mistakenly thought that Lin Fan was with Zhang Liyao. Zhang Liyao was startled. "Teacher Tan, are you okay?" "It's okay, no, this is not the time to talk about this. What exactly is going on between Lin Fan and the girl from the School of Media? Can you tell me in detail?" "What do you mean it's okay?" Tan Xingyun's heart is about to jump out of her chest. Lin Fan is going too far. If he was with Zhang Liyao, she could still understand it. After all, they were in the same class. Lin Fan was good-looking and a nice person, so Zhang Liyao was not without a chance. But what about the girls from Communication University? No matter what Tan Xingyun thought, she felt that Lin Fan had become bad after becoming rich and was spending money to find some questionable people. Zhang Liyao is not a fool either. If Tan Xingyun cares about her students, it is understandable that she keeps asking questions. But he always shows such exaggerated reactions, which is obviously beyond the reaction of an ordinary teacher, right? Out of curiosity, she slowly asked. "Teacher Tan, I ask, you don't like Lin Fan, do you?" A few minutes later, Lin Fan saw Li Sueki. She wore light makeup and a white princess dress. She was already very beautiful, and at this moment she looked even more radiant and dazzling like a princess. I don't know how many male compatriots passing by were stunned. Lin Fan was inevitably stunned for a moment. Chapter 87: Li Sueki wants to debut. "Brother Lin Fan, this way." In the crowd, Li Sueki called out sweetly and waved to Lin Fan. In an instant, hundreds of male compatriots around turned to Lin Fan at the same time, and the murderous intent in their eyes made people shiver. "So what? It was just a girl calling out to you, is it necessary to react so big?" Lin Fan complained in his heart, but still couldn't help but shrink his neck. There's no way, those cannibalistic eyes are just too scary. Under tremendous pressure, Lin Fan finally came to Li Sueki and cleared his throat. Ahem, I think your outfit is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Do you want to go back and change? I'm afraid if I go with you, I don't know when someone will stab me in the back. Lisweki already has outstanding looks, and now wearing this princess outfit, there is no doubt that she will get 100% attention on the street. Ha, I didn't expect you could joke. Lisweki smiled. She was quite happy in her heart and took Lin Fan's hand actively. Actually, I don't want to dress so ostentatiously, but didn't I tell you? Our art department is performing tonight, and I have to go on stage. This is my performance outfit, and I can't change it. Dressed like this? Are you playing a princess? Lin Fan teased. Sing. Lisweki explained. I haven't told you yet, have I? Actually, I participated in the audition for The Voice of China yesterday. I was planning to make my official debut through this program, but unfortunately I was late and the registration was closed. However, due to my sincerity, the director decided to give me another chance. He asked me to sing my own song on the stage of our school. If the response was good, he would make an exception and admit me. So soon? Lin Fan was a little surprised. Last time he heard that Lisweki's dream was to make her debut, he was planning to talk to Guanxili and ask that big star for help. Unexpectedly, before I could say anything, Lisweki was already ready. After thinking about it, Lin Fan didn't mention it anymore. It's good that Lisweki made her debut on her own, and he has been listening to Lisweki's songs and believes that Lisweki can make a successful debut through her own efforts. Well, I plan to do a live broadcast at that time and ask the fans in the live broadcast room to help. Oh, by the way, the director will also watch my singing in the live broadcast room. Lisweki added. Live broadcast? Then you have to show your face, right? At the school concert, Lisweki couldn't disguise her appearance like she usually did. Once exposed, you can never be the anchor you used to be. It can be seen that she has given it her all this time. Just as Lin Fan thought, Lisweki nodded seriously after listening. Yes, but it doesn't matter. If you make your official debut, you won't have to hide it anymore. Moved by her determination, Lin Fan couldn't help but bow and said, "It's this momentum. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely succeed. I congratulate you in advance." Nothing has been finalized yet, so it's a bit early to congratulate her. Although she said that, Lisweki was already very happy in her heart. She pulled Lin Fan and turned a corner. Let's not talk about that. You are here to have fun today. Our art department has opened many temporary stalls to entertain foreign guests. I will treat you to our school's specialties. In the front, there are 4 or 5 rows of shops of all kinds, including foreign vendors and stalls run by students, with a wide variety of food on display. At first glance, it is a food street. It is also the most crowded and lively place. I strolled around with Lisweki for a while and had something to eat. We both had a pretty good time along the way. After playing, the two came to the concert hall. There were also a lot of people here, but most of them were students from the school, who were busy preparing for the performance that would take place soon. Lisweki, why did you come just now? Did you forget that you have to rehearse later? As soon as she entered the concert hall, a man wearing glasses stood in front of Lisweki. He looked ferocious, which made people feel very disgusted. Lisweki was about to explain something when the man with glasses noticed Lin Fan and his expression suddenly became even gloomier. Who is this guy? Okay, you weren't here just now, did you go on a date with him without telling me? What do you mean by carrying you on your back? Don't say such harsh words, as if you and I have anything to do with each other. Lisweki couldn't stand the attitude of the man with glasses, so she grabbed Lin Fan and prepared to leave. Stop. If you don't make things clear today, not only will you not be able to leave, you won't be able to attend the concert either. The man with glasses blocked Lisweki's way with a very strong attitude. My friend, who are you to Lisweki? What does it have to do with you? Lin Fan didn't want to get involved, but this man kept trying to stop him with such an overbearing attitude that he couldn't stand it anymore. You don't know me? The man with glasses was a little surprised. He looked Lin Fan up and down and said coldly. Remember, my name is Zhang Liang, Lisweki's boyfriend. Given our relationship, I should be able to take care of her affairs, right? But you, who are you? Zhang Liang, stop talking nonsense. When did you become my boyfriend? Lisweki was so angry that her cheeks turned red. Zhang Liang crossed his arms and said, even if it's not now, it will definitely be in the future. I've spent more than $1 million on you. Do you think I can still let you go? Lee Sweki said angrily, I didn't ask you to spend the more than 1 million yuan. It was you who came to my live broadcast room without permission to give me the reward. And I've told you so many times that I have no feelings for you, and I've also told you to stop that boring behavior. Why do you think I should be your girlfriend just because you rewarded me? Get out of my way. I don't want to say another word to you. Oof, bitch, you opened a live broadcast room just to make money, right? I gave you a reward, so you have to be my woman. I don't care if you agree or not. Zhang Liang was also very angry and he grabbed Lee Sweki. However, halfway through, his hand was grabbed by someone. Based on what you said, you are even less qualified to be Lee Sweki's girlfriend. Lin Fan sneered. What did you say? Zhang Liang's expression turned cold. Although he generally didn't like to use violence, he had the talent and background, and he was also the top figure in the art department. Even if you make him angry, he can still call some people over. Especially the boy in front of him seemed to have a good relationship with Lee Sweki, which made Zhang Liang even more intolerable. Lin Fan said slowly. Because compared to spending money on Lee Sweki, I definitely spend more than you. Are you kidding me? Zhang Liang was stunned for a moment. He had spent more than 1 million yuan on Lee Sweki. How could an ordinary student have so much money? At this time, Lee Sweki said. He didn't lie to you, because he is the number one on my live broadcast room, brother Lin Fan. Chapter 88, Support Preparation Activities. What, you? Moment. Zhang Liang's face became ferocious and his neck stretched forward involuntarily, causing his glasses to turn, reflecting a captivating cold light. He has been pursuing Lee Sweki since college. In order to make Lee Sweki happy, he spent 1 million in her live broadcast room. Together with some other miscellaneous things, he spent almost 2 million. Although Lee Sweki had always ignored him, he believed that true love would be revealed over time and that his actions would move her sooner or later. Besides, there is no one in this department who is more handsome and more outstanding than him. In addition, Lee Sweki's dream is to debut as a singing star, and Zhang Liang's father happens to be a well-known agent in the circle and can help Lee Sweki with this matter. I believe that when the time comes, given her own conditions, Lee Sweki will choose him no matter what. But everything started to change a few days ago when a wealthy man suddenly appeared in Lee Sweki's live broadcast room and spent money like crazy, pulling him off the top of the list. After that, when Zhang Liang went to see Lee Sweki again, Lee Sweki's attitude became very clear. She directly refused and didn't even say a few words to him. So secretly, Zhang Liang hated the number one on the list so much. Now seeing the real person appear in front of him, hand in hand with the woman he loved, his anger suddenly rose up. Zhang Liang, what do you want to do? Seeing that Zhang Liang looked strange, Lee Sweki quickly stepped in front of him. And warned, in public, do you want to hit someone? Get out of the way. It's none of your business what happens between me and him. Zhang Liang reached out to grab Lee Sweki, but Lee Sweki refused to stop him. He was cornered and yelled at Lin Fan, you little bastard, are you still a man? If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Get out of the way, it's okay, I can handle it. Lin Fan put his hand on Lee Sweki's shoulder. But Lee Sweki looked embarrassed. She was not actually afraid that anything would happen to Lin Fan. She had witnessed Lin Fan's strength last time and knew that Zhang Liang's mediocre skills would not be able to do anything to him. So, what she was really afraid of was that Zhang Liang would commit suicide and be beaten up by Lin Fan. And Zhang Liang's mother is a professor in the department. If the matter gets out of hand, they will all be in trouble. Don't worry, I will show mercy. And you see, this guy has gone crazy. He won't calm down unless he's taught a lesson. Although Lin Fan didn't know why Zhang Liang was so angry, he didn't mind teaching the mad dog a lesson. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Lee Sweki slowly moved aside. Just as Zhang Liang was about to rush forward, Lin Fan was about to take action. A stern rebuke immediately came from behind the crowd. Stop! Who gave you permission to touch him? Who are you and how dare you meddle in my business? Zhang Liang looked over and saw that it was a woman scolding him. His face immediately turned ugly. Because his mother is a professor in the department and his father is a well-known agent in the entertainment industry. Every year, Haizhou University of Communication has students entering the entertainment industry, and his family has a lot of say, so the school principal is always polite to them. Who among ordinary people dares to meddle in his affairs? I am his teacher and the representative of Haizhou University this time. If you dare to touch my students, I guarantee that even your president will not be able to protect you. Tan Xingyun is imposing and her words are sharp. Looking at her expression, everyone had no doubt that if someone hit Lin Fan, the matter would become a big deal. Even Zhang Liang was frightened and took a step back. Haizhou University, with his background, he can't do anything about it. And if the incident of his beating was really exposed, and if another school put pressure on him, it would be difficult for the principal to protect him. But he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't beat that kid up. For a moment, Zhang Liang stood there stiffly, not knowing whether to fight or not to fight, and felt very embarrassed. In the end, it was Li Sueki who spoke up and resolved the situation. She said to Lin Fan, "How about this, I'll go prepare for the rehearsal first, you just sit here for a while. I'll be here to keep you company in a bit. If you want to walk around some more, she can also keep you company." After saying that, she glared at Zhang Liang and said, "You should stop at the right time. It's just a rehearsal, right? Can I go with you now?" After taking Li Sueki away from Lin Fan, Zhang Liang's expression improved a little and he didn't say anything more. But before leaving, he glared at Lin Fan fiercely, as if to warn him that this matter was not over yet. Lin Fan didn't take this little threat seriously. After they left, he asked Tan Xingyun in confusion, "Teacher Tan, why are you here?" "Oh, and here's the class monitor." As he was speaking, he saw Jiang Liao coming. Tan Xingyun's face turned red. The reason she was here was because she learned from Jiang Liao that Lin Fan seemed to be dating another girl, and she was worried about him, so she followed him secretly. As for why Jiang Liao was there too, it was because Jiang Liao saw that she liked Lin Fan. Then, I don't know what Jiang Liao was thinking, but she said she came over to help her. But she couldn't explain it to Lin Fan like this, right? Just when Tan Xingyun was at a loss, Jiang Liao said, just passing by, "There aren't that many requirements for visiting Communication University today. Mr. Tan happened to be free, so we came over together and saw what happened just now. Come to think of it, what happened? That guy looked like he wanted to eat you. Did you steal his girlfriend?" "That's right, Lin Fan, you need to answer this question properly." When it came to business, Tan Xingyun also frowned. Putting aside the fact that she personally doesn't want Lin Fan to have any messy relationships between men and women. Even from the perspective of a teacher, knowing that Lin Fan had an ambiguous relationship with that woman named Gao Ximin, she didn't want Lin Fan to contact other women. Have the best of both worlds. This is really immoral. It's nothing, just the relationship between a fan and a host. Lin Fan briefly explained the situation between him and Li Sueki. It turns out it's that simple. That's good. That's good. After listening to this, Tan Xingyun was obviously relieved, then she chatted for a few words and planned to leave. Lin Fan called her at this time. "Wait a minute, Mr. Tan, monitor, since you are here, why don't you stay and take a look together? Just consider it as doing me a favor. Today's performance is very important to Li Sueki. It would be good to have one more person to cheer her on, so he wanted the two of them to stay." Tan Xingyun naturally agreed, and Zhang Liao also stayed. Several people found a seat in the hall and sat down. Zhang Liao thought of something and said, "Oh, by the way, since this matter is very important to Li Sueki, how about I tell everyone in our class and ask them to come and show their support?" "That's a good idea." Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he took out his cell phone, wanting to talk about it in the class group, when a call came in. "Hello, is this Brother Lin? I'm Li Sueki's best friend. She asked me to stay with you for a while. Where are you now?" Chapter 89. He is Lin Fan. Because of this phone call, Lin Fan gave the task of notifying his classmates to Zhang Liao, and then went outside the concert hall to wait for the girl who had just called him. After a while, a rough voice came from the side. "Lin Fan, are you Lin Fan?" Lin Fan turned his head and was immediately shocked. A man came up to him quietly. He is 1.9 meters tall, much taller than him, with a scar on his face, and looks ferocious. Plus, there were the words bully on the other person's clothes. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly widened. Holy shit, is this his best friend? It's not that Lin Fan judges people by appearance, but he looks so thick. Bah, what do you mean by rude? This guy is obviously a man, okay? And he looks like this, what's the point of playing? Who are you? Do you have something to do with Lin Fan? Suppressing the nausea in his heart, Lin Fan hid his identity and asked with some caution. What? Aren't you Lin Fan? I think you look like him. Then where is Lin Fan? The sturdy man frowned, took out his mobile phone, opened a picture, compared Lin Fan with the photo, but still couldn't tell them apart. Any photos? Lin Fan was a little surprised and leaned over to take a look. The person in the photo is undoubtedly him, but it is a side profile photo. But even so, this strong man wouldn't be unable to recognize it, right? Besides, what does he want from me? Just when Lin Fan was wondering where to ask, the burly man took the phone from him. Damn, there are too many people in this school today. I tripped over something on the way here, and my glasses fell into the manhole cover. I can't see clearly. Brother, help me see where the boy in the photo is. I see. Lin Fan felt relieved. It turned out that this guy was really blind. As he took the phone, he asked, Brother, I see that you are quite nearsighted. You are still working so hard even though you lost your glasses. Could the guy in the photo be your long-missing brother? The sturdy man said coldly, Bah, what brother? A brother gave me 50,000 yuan to teach this kid a lesson. Why? I don't think there's anything special about this guy. Lin Fan remembered that he hadn't offended many people, and people like Wei Tianrui and Gao Lenny knew how powerful he was, so it was impossible for them to let such a young man come. As if he felt that Lin Fan was helping him, the sturdy man liked him and said a little more. It seems that this Lin Fan kid is just too lucky, and was kept by the most beautiful girl in their class, so my brother got jealous and asked me to teach him a lesson. Damn, sometimes I really don't understand these rich second generations. What's there to be jealous of when someone keeps you? Do all rich people like this? After the sturdy man said this, a name popped up in Lin Fan's mind. Wang Jun. The only one who would think that he was kept by the squad leader and could afford to pay 50,000 yuan to punish him was that guy. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. It was Jiang Liu who came forward before, and he was too lazy to compete with Wang Jun, so he ignored that guy. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the other party, I became easy to bully. Brother, have you ever seen this guy? Damn it, if it doesn't work, I'll go to the optical shop to get a pair of glasses first. It's too damn uncomfortable. The strong man cursed. Lin Fan glanced at him, and an image of a ferocious face emerged in his mind. With a pair of glasses on it, he looked somewhat funny. Ahem, now that you mention it, I remember that just now a boy in gorgeous clothes followed a beautiful woman into the room. By the way, it seems they are going to rehearse and perform something. Look. Lin Fan dragged the burly man into the concert hall. Zhang Liang is the top student in the art department and is very famous, so he will be the host of today's performance, and he is also responsible for the corresponding rehearsals. However, when rehearsing with Li Sueki, he deliberately made things difficult for her and delayed the process for a long time. The purpose was to have more contact with Li Sueki, and to save Li Sueki from having to look for Lin Fan during her rest time. Lin Fan pointed at Zhang Liang, who was wearing a white suit, and said, See? That guy next to the beautiful woman. He's the guy in your photo. If you can't see clearly, just look for the white suit. White suit. The sturdy man thought for a moment and nodded. I see. Since he's supported by a rich woman, of course he dresses very handsomely. Okay, thanks, brother. If you need to deal with someone next time, you can come to me. I'll give you a 10% discount. By the way, big brother, remember not to attack in front of beautiful women. It won't look good. Lin Fan was afraid that the strong man would hurt Li Sueki by mistake, so he reminded him. Don't worry. I'm a grown man. How can I do that in front of a beautiful woman? It would be so bad to scare her. After hearing what the strong man said, Lin Fan felt relieved. He looked around again and found that there were no other girls nearby, and wondered in his mind. Li Sueki's best friend should not have arrived yet, right? Of course, Lin Fan thought this not because he had any bad intentions. It's just that I just mistook the burly guy for Li Sueki's best friend, and I felt a little scared, but now I can't stand the scare. Ahem, you're looking so hard, are you looking for me? Just as Lin Fan was looking around, a light cough was heard next to him, and the owner of the voice spoke very nicely. Lin Fan looked to the side and saw a pretty girl. She put on a little makeup on her face, which added a touch of maturity to her already delicate appearance. Coupled with the black dress she wore, I believe most men would be unable to resist her charm. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, but he was not bewitched by the beauty, he was just suddenly healed by her. Until the beauty said coquettishly, Hey, how long are you going to stare at me? Ha? Ahem, sorry. Coming back to his senses, Lin Fan quickly straightened his posture and said, I am Lin Fan. Are you Li Sueki's best friend? My name is Amy Yip. Lee Sweki is busy with a performance this afternoon and won't be able to spare much time. She asked me to show you around, but... Having said this, Amy Yip looked Lin Fan up and down with a vigilant look, as if she was guarding against some bad guy. Lin Fan also realized that his previous actions had frightened the other party, and he quickly apologized. Ms. Yi, I just thought you looked a bit like my sister, so I was shocked. That's all. I don't mean anything else. As he spoke, Lin Fan silently apologized to Zhang Li in his heart. Really? Yi Yuqing looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Of course, it's all because you guys are so cute that I admitted my mistake. Miss Yi, please don't mind. Lin Fan originally wanted to say beautiful, but when he realized that it was inappropriate to use his sister as an excuse to praise a woman's beauty, he quickly changed his words. Yi Yuqing, however, suppressed the twitching of her lips. She was still very confident in her appearance, and she was not surprised that Lin Fan would praise her. But today she deliberately dressed maturely and sexy. What was this guy thinking to use the adjective cute? Is this guy really the genius who played the piano at a master level last time? Are you sure? Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Fan, can you do me a favor? Chapter 90, A Small Request. No problem, go ahead. With a sense of apology and the mentality of making friends with the beauty, Lin Fan agreed readily. Amy Yip half smiled and took out a list. It says Performance Application Form. What is this? Lin Fan cast a puzzled look. Since you have a good relationship with Lee Sweki, you must be good at art, right? Yi Yuqing's eyes lit up and she looked expectant of Lin Fan's performance. This. Lin Fan wanted to do something for Amy Yip because of what happened just now, but he came here today to watch Lee Sweki's performance and was not in the mood to perform himself. Besides, what if I accidentally stole Lee Sweki's limelight and delayed her debut performance? After all, the professional abilities exchanged from the system are so strong that they can easily attract attention. Didn't you agree just now? Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to agree, Yi Yuqing became anxious. Lin Fan could only use the excuse that he didn't want to affect Lee Sweki's debut performance to refuse. Amy Yip had thought of this a long time ago. Don't worry, I'll help you. I'll arrange your performance after Sweki's. It won't affect her. Lin Fan was still in a difficult situation. Even if he was placed behind Lee Sweki, he didn't want to perform. After all, it was too troublesome. Yi Yuqing gritted her teeth, took the initiative to move in front of Lin Fan, and rubbed his arm with the big body in front of her. And whispered the devil, if you are willing to perform, I can fulfill a small wish of yours. Lin Fan's body froze. Being held hostage by Yi Yuqing, he dared not move. A small wish? He couldn't help but look at the abyss below him. Gurgle. He swallowed. This doesn't seem like a small wish, does it? So, should I agree to it? Just when Lin Fan was suffering from physical and mental torture, Amy Yip thought that he still didn't want to go, so she took out her last trump card. She opened a photo on her phone, which showed Lee Sweki in pajamas. Lee Sweki looked like she had just woken up, her hair was a little messy, her eyes were sleepy, and she looked sloppy. But under her perfect and cute face without any makeup, these shortcomings seemed to have become cute points, highlighting her cuteness. Hey, what do you think? If you are willing to help me, I can package these more than 1,000 photos and send them to you. As she said that, Amy Yip marked a few more photos, all of which were private photos of Lee Sweki. These photos record Lee Sweki's truest appearance, including various cute images, as well as some embarrassing photos. How is it? Not bad, right? Yi Yuqing vowed. In her opinion, Lin Fan was willing to spend millions to hurt Lee Sweki. Then he must like Lee Sweki and naturally cannot resist such temptation. As for Lee Sweki. In fact, Lee Sweki had told her before that Lin Fan was a nice person. Not only did he not do anything to her on their last date, he even helped her drive away a suitor. After comprehensive consideration, Amy Yip felt that Lin Fan was worthy of her entrusting her best friend to someone else. Using these photos as temptation is also to promote the relationship between the two. I'm sorry, Lee Sweki and I are just ordinary friends, and I don't have any talents. Lin Fan was greatly disappointed and turned away. Hey, what's going on? Don't go. Amy Yip hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Doesn't Lin Fan like Lee Sweki? Then this move should obviously be a good one. Don't pretend. I heard it the other day. Your piano playing is quite impressive, at the master level. There was no other way. Amy Yip had her reasons for having Lin Fan in the role, so she could only confess. What do you want? Lin Fan was a little unhappy. He didn't care that Yi Yuqing knew about his affairs. But when the other party said this, he felt like he was being threatened. Fortunately, Amy Yip knew when to advance and retreat, and immediately lowered her posture. Please, there is a foreign piano master visiting our department for a performance this time. He insulted our department and said that everything we teach is rubbish, so I had a conflict with him. I've heard your performance. With your level, you can beat that pianist, not to mention helping us vent our anger. I've already said harsh words to people, it's so embarrassing that I can't do it. Look, Sweki and I are best friends, can you help me? Lin Fan is soft-hearted and does not respond to harsh treatment. What's more, it was a beautiful woman's plea. But when he got the registration form, he thought of something else. After all, I'm not a student of your school. Is this okay? Yi Yuqing urged Lin Fan to sign quickly, and then said with a satisfied look, it's okay, I can help you with this little thing, it's not a formal performance anyway, there are not so many rules. There was not much time left before the performance started, and Amy Yip had to submit her application form. She sent Lin Fan back to his seat in the concert hall, noted their seats, and then left in a hurry. Seeing another very good-looking girl walking in with Lin Fan, Tan Xingyun's expression became more and more strange. Lin Fan, I never thought you'd be so lucky in love. For some reason, Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine after hearing this. He quickly said, what kind of luck with women? Yi Yuqing is Li Sweki's best friend. I just met her and we're not familiar with each other. Tan Xingyun glanced at him dimly. Even though we weren't familiar with each other yet, we just walked together, talking and laughing. Then wait until it's cooked, why don't you do everything you need to do? Thinking of this, Tan Xingyun's previous thoughts became firmer. Today is a good opportunity. She must find some time to talk to Lin Fan alone and tell him her thoughts. She must not let this guy attract so many women anymore. Let's not talk about this, monitor, have you contacted anyone in the class? Lin Fan always felt that teacher Tan's gaze was not very friendly, so he quickly turned the topic to Zhang Liyao. I told you, don't worry, as soon as they heard there was a performance by the art department, they all agreed to come. I just reserved 30 seats with the teacher in charge. Oh, right. As she spoke, Zhang Liyao took out a QR code sign. She explained, just now the teacher here told me that we can scan this QR code and give scores to the students who have performed. In the end, the first place will be selected based on the scores and will be rewarded. You said before that this performance is very important to Li Sweki's classmate. I think it would be better if we all help to rate it. Captain Jiang, thank you for your concern. Lin Fan's eyes lit up and he immediately took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code. At the same time, he remembered that Li Sweki said that this concert would be broadcast live. So after scanning the QR code, he opened the live broadcast room. Sure enough, the live broadcast had already begun. Li Sweki was not in the live broadcast room, but her fans did not mind. On the contrary, they were even more excited. Because everyone knows that Li Sweki will show up soon. In her debut performance. Chapter 91, Live Broadcast Room Bombing. It's been more than 2 years, Xue Qier finally made her debut, I can't wait to see her. Xue Qier has a solid foundation, better than many first-tier anchors. She has been overlooked in the live broadcast industry. I was also attracted by the anchor's singing voice. Not to mention those first-tier anchors, many professional singers can beat her. Brothers, does anyone know where the anchor is? I want 100 or 80 signatures in advance, and I will pay you next year. You're really humorous. But seriously, I want an autograph too. Are there any of the anchor's friends here? Ask the same question. +1. +1. Swish, swish, swish. Just at this moment, a large number of rockets appeared in the live broadcast room, and the gorgeous special effects covered all the barrages. Everyone can only deduct 666 like crazy. One rocket cost $1,000, and the rich dad brought 66 rockets in less than a moment, which amounted to $66,000. In the live broadcast interface of a less famous anchor, such a scene is almost impossible to see. Ordinary people who watch the show can only get a 6% deduction. After a while, an eye-catching barrage appeared at the top and everyone was attracted to it. It was sent by a rich dad. Swekier's heart, if you want an autograph, you can leave me a message and I will get it for you in real life. In reality? Everyone understood immediately. Damn, Brother XIN is so awesome. When did he get the anchor? We don't even have any news about it. Wow, my wife is gone. I'm so heartbroken. Brother XIN, how is the anchor? Is she half as pretty as Chile? Don't talk nonsense upstairs, Brother XIN has already met the anchor. If she's not pretty, she can continue to brush. Fuck, she's a great singer, she's pretty, and she's going to be a broadcaster, isn't she bound to be a big hit? I envy you, brother. Your celebrity wife is a foregone conclusion. The live broadcast room was filled with comments of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Swekier's thoughts, everyone, stop chatting. Everyone knows how important this matter is to Swekier. Everyone should try to show their support. I will create a celebrity fan group later. Friends who have contributed today can join. Everyone who joins this group is guaranteed to have a hand-signed autograph from Swekier. Woo woo, so the matter between Brother XIN and Swekier has been settled. Heartbroken. I'm fine. I came here just for the host's songs. Me too. Even if the anchor has a boyfriend, I will still support her. Brothers, for Swekier, follow Brother XIN and charge forward together. Does he deserve it? At this time, a bright red top barrage appeared, which was very conspicuous and immediately attracted the attention of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. This kind of special effects barrage is usually only posted by big shots. For a small anchor like Swekier who only has tens of thousands of fans, it is lucky enough to have Swekier's heart. Another one appears, who is he? While everyone was still thinking about this issue, Ordinary and Unusual presents the anchor Swekier Universe Star X666. Ordinary and Unusual presents the anchor Swekier Universe Star X999. Ordinary and Unusual gives the anchor Swekier the Universe Star X1314. A series of gifts stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. This is a star in the universe, more precious than a rocket, and the highest specification gift on the Douyin platform. One costs 2,888 renminbi, nearly 3 times the price of a rocket. Who among ordinary people would dare to do this? Pingyuan Jishin, he is Pingyuan Jishin, the super rich man who gave Swekier a lot of gifts last time. Ordinary Heart, is that the big guy who gave the anchor 10 million in less than half an hour? Oh my god, is he crazy? He spent 10 million last time and beat Brother XIN by a mile. He's doing it again this time? What's his intention? That is to say, isn't the anchor already together with Brother XIN? Why is Pingfan Jishin still doing this? Isn't this looking for trouble? The audience was no longer calm, and they were posting comments crazily with all kinds of speculations in their words. As a result, Lee Sweki has not even made her debut yet, but she is already like a big star and is the subject of all kinds of gossip. In a short while, Ordinary Heart had earned 6,000 cosmic stars, which now totaled 20 million. Even for top anchors, it is rare to receive so many gifts in a month. Seeing Pingfan Zixin making money crazily again and again, Swekier couldn't help herself. Shuichier's thoughts, asshole, I just spared you once, but you come looking for trouble again. Are you really tired of living? Ordinary Heart, Shuichier said it very clearly, he has no interest in you. I hope you can be more rational and stop being an annoying fly. Shuichier's thoughts, shut up. How long have I known her? Do you need to care about me? Don't think you are great just because you have a lot of money. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Ordinary Heart, I don't think that having a lot of money can do everything. Giving these gifts is purely to boost one's popularity. There is no other meaning. If you don't like it, you don't have to read it. Ordinary Heart, everyone, it seems that our number 2 brother is about to explode with anger, so I will set up the fan group. After it is set up, I will let Shuichier post an announcement, and everyone can join at will. Ordinary Heart, okay, that's all for the warm-up. I'll do it again when Swekier performs. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Shuichier's thoughts, just wait, I'm coming to find you now. Seeing the two gods fighting, the onlookers in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. Damn, it turns out that both bosses know the anchor in real life, and they are jealous of each other. I just don't know who will win the anchor's heart. The guy above, isn't that nonsense? Look at Brother Fan's attitude, and then look at Brother XIN. They are at the same level. Are they comparable? The anchor must be with Brother Fan. Last time, Brother Fan gave the anchor 10 million. If the anchor is not interested, can Brother Fan continue this time? Think about it carefully. I feel really sorry for Xin. He is also an old fan of the anchor. He has been following the anchor for 2 years and has given him a lot of gifts. I didn't expect that. By the way, it seems that Brother Xin and the anchor also met in real life. I wonder how they are doing now. Lounge. Zhang Liang was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, his hands were clenched into fists, and he almost smashed his cell phone. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the break to organize the fans in Li Shueqi's live broadcast room to gain some popularity for her, so as to improve her image in Li Shueqi's mind. Everything was going well, and everyone in the group recognized him as Li Shueqi's boyfriend. Who knew that the bastard from before would rush out again? He gave tens of millions of gifts in one go, not to mention stealing all his popularity. Now, in everyone's eyes, the goddess he had been thinking about had actually become that bastard's. The most hateful thing was that when he went to question Lin Fan, the other party acted as if he didn't take him seriously. This time Zhang Liang couldn't stand it anymore. You bastard, you are asking for death. After calming down his anger a little, Zhang Liang took out his cell phone and prepared to contact a few people to give Lin Fan a tough time today. But at this moment, a strong man came over and slapped him in the face. Fuck it, I finally caught you, you made me waste so much time, today I'm going to beat you up so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. Chapter 92, Unlucky Zhang Liang. Bang! Before Zhang Liang could say anything, the sturdy man's 2 fists came down on his carefully dressed face. He was in so much pain that his eyes were bloodshot. But he couldn't care less about the pain now, as he was the host of today's concert. Being beaten was a small matter, but being embarrassed in front of the audience was something he couldn't accept. Fuck you! A fierce force surged up in him, and Zhang Liang found the right moment to throw an uppercut at the sturdy man's jaw. There was a bang, but the expected scream of the strong man was not heard. Instead, a hideous laugh of ha 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 was heard. That's it? Didn't you have lunch? Or was he fucking drained by a woman? Give me some strength. Bang! Zhang Liang felt dizzy, especially a burning sensation on his cheeks, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He knew this wouldn't work. He was definitely no match for this strong man. If he pushed the man into a corner, the man would hit him twice more and his face would be completely ruined. There was no choice but to give in. Brother, I don't know you. Did you find the wrong person? Wrong person? The sturdy man grabbed Zhang Liang and moved closer. He squinted his eyes and looked at him carefully for 2 seconds. He sneered and said, "Let me ask you, are you called Lin Fan?" No, my name is Zhang Liang. Brother, you must have found the wrong person. Zhang Liang said quickly and felt relieved. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Even though I got punched twice and slapped on the face, I think it will be covered up now if I apply some ice and powder. But at the same time, he silently recited a name in his heart. Lin Fan? Damn, when I think about it carefully, isn't this the kid that Li Shueqi brought? Did that kid offend someone? Damn, the guy who was looking for revenge actually hit me in the face. That guy is so fucking weird. Then he thought about what happened in the live broadcast room just now. It was that bastard Lin Fan who stole all the limelight from him. It also exposed the relationship between him and Li Shueqi that he had fabricated without permission, making him a complete joke. Zhang Liang couldn't help but feel resentful in his heart. He wished that the strong man would go find Lin Fan and beat that idiot up. However, the sturdy man laughed sinisterly and punched Zhang Liang in the face again. Zhang Liang instantly forgot the pain and looked at the sturdy man in confusion. Didn't I tell you my name is Zhang Liang? Why are you hitting me? Oh, do you think I'm stupid? I beat you up, and you said that the person I'm going to beat up today is Lin Fan. Then you will definitely deny it. Isn't this equivalent to admitting that you are the one? If I don't beat you, who else should I beat? Damn, are you sick? Zhang Liang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. According to your logic, if I admit that I am Lin Fan, I will definitely be beaten. Denying it would be a disguised admission. How can I answer your question? Do you have a pig brain? Stupid, so I didn't even plan to ask you to answer. Looking at the sturdy man's caring eyes for the mentally retarded guy, Zhang Liang understood. It turned out that this guy had been playing with him from the beginning. Thinking about how he had foolishly believed the other party, he was so angry that he spat out blood. The sturdy man didn't waste any time talking to him after that. He just beat Zhang Liang up so badly that his face was completely disfigured. Before leaving, I looked at him to confirm. He's a gigolo. I beat his face to pieces. That brother should be satisfied. Lin Fan. For a moment, this name was deeply engraved in Zhang Liang's heart. All this is thanks to that bastard. He felt that if he didn't find Lin Fan to vent his anger today, he would probably have nightmares about that guy at night. By the way, there was another idiot who hired a thug who was like a mentally retarded person. He didn't even recognize him and mistook him for Lin Fan and beat him up like this. Given the current situation, his face won't be healed for at least 10 days or half a month. And such swelling cannot be concealed by makeup. It was destined that he would be embarrassed at today's concert, before it even started. Lin Fan. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and repeated the name again. He swore in his heart that he would teach that guy a lesson today no matter what. Hey, Mr. Zhang, why are you lying on the ground? At this moment, a surprised voice came from the door, interrupting Zhang Liang's anger, and he quickly turned around to cover his face. If anyone saw him like this, he would rather die. Yi Yuqing? Do you have something to talk to me about? Zhang Liang's voice was very cold. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was in a bad mood, and if he knew what was good for him, he would turn around and leave. But because Zhang Liang had been harassingly sweaty, Amy Yip never gave him face, and with her background she was not afraid of Zhang Liang's revenge. Veronica Yip shook the form in her hand, and there was a sound of folding paper. I want to add someone to the concert temporarily. Here is the application form. Humph, don't you know that the registration time has passed? Take it away quickly. The resentment in his heart made Zhang Liang extremely impatient. After saying that, he didn't want to waste time with Amy Yip anymore, so he turned around and was about to leave. Now he doesn't have the face to host a concert, so he has to solve this problem quickly. Really? Are you sure? I heard Amy Yip's joking voice from behind, accompanied by 2 click sounds of shutter clicks. Zhang Liang's body seemed to be pierced by nails and stopped in place. What are you doing? There was a hint of fear in Zhang Liang's annoyed voice, and he tried his best to cover his face with his hands. I asked myself, that woman shouldn't have seen it, right? Yi Yuqing smiled and said, don't block it. The swelling on your face is bigger than you think. I can see it even from behind. If you don't believe me, I have photos here. I can post them on the campus website and let all the teachers and students in the school take a look for you. What on earth do you want to do? Zhang Liang was completely furious. He didn't even want Amy Yip to see his miserable state, let alone let the whole school see it. Then, he will become the laughingstock of the whole school. What do you think? The sound of folding application forms came from behind again. That's enough, bring it here. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Liang snatched the application form and went to the drawer to find a pen. During this time, he warned, you delete that photo for me, understand? Of course, this isn't the first day we've known each other, so we still have some tacit understanding. Yi Yuqing asked again in confusion, but what's wrong with your face? Even if you poked a hornet's nest, it wouldn't be as exaggerated as you are, right? Of course Zhang Liang would never tell anyone about such an embarrassing thing as getting beaten up. He doesn't have a good impression of Amy Yip either. When he was pursuingly sweaty and asked Amy Yip for help, this woman obstructed him in every way and caused him a lot of trouble. Later, I finally persuaded her and could ask her for help occasionally. But the cost of hiring her every time was enough to make me suffer for several months, and the results were not very good in the end. Zhang Liang suspected many times that Amy Yip was deliberately making trouble for him. But firstly, he had no evidence, and secondly, he couldn't afford to offend this woman, so he just swallowed his anger. In response to Yi Yuqing's doubts, he simply snorted coldly and didn't intend to pay any attention to her at all. After finding the pen and preparing to sign, he was stunned when he saw the performers. Lin Fan? Chapter 93, Attitude Reversal. Damn, why is he everywhere? Looking at this piece of paper, Zhang Liang wanted to tear it into pieces as if it were Lin Fan. And you're helping him and letting him participate in the performance. Are you kidding me? No, wait. Suddenly, Zhang Liang had an idea. He thought this might be an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Fan. An idea slowly emerged in his mind, and he quickly signed his name. Lin Fan, the piano player, will be the last one to go on stage. I'll have someone arrange props for him later. When the time comes, he will naturally go on stage. Remember to make sure he is well prepared. After finishing this matter, Amy Yip returned to the hall with a smile. From a distance, she waved at Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan did not see her, but was attracted by the classmates around him. Lin Fan, why are you here? After Zhang Liao sent out the group notification, more than 20 people came to the class soon, including Wang Jun. One can imagine how surprised Wang Jun was when he saw Lin Fan. Because not long ago he had just found a friend nearby and spent 50,000 yuan to ask the other party to help teach this kid a lesson. Just now, the other party also replied, vowing that the matter had been settled, and that Lin Fan had been beaten into a pig's head, to the point that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. But now, he saw Lin Fan sitting in front of him intact. Is this guy a ghost? Lin Fan smiled and said, why, is there something wrong with me being here? Or in your opinion, where should I be? Hee, nothing much. I'm just curious why you came to the concert. Aren't people who understand music the ones who come? Wang Jun's words were filled with strong gunpowder. After a brief moment of distraction, he calmed down. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that he would teach that bastard a lesson for taking his money and treating him so perfunctorily. Brother Wang, how come Lin Fan is okay? Didn't you contact him before? Wang Jun figured it out, but the younger brothers around him were still very confused. Because before entering the concert hall, Wang Jun received a phone call telling them that Lin Fan had been taught a lesson. He also said very arrogantly that this would be the result if you went against him. However, before everyone could get over the aftermath, this slap in the face came. The speed was so fast that everyone was stunned. Wang Jun's expression became even uglier. Captain Zhang, where is your friend who you said was going to participate in the show? She said that if we get first place, she can introduce us to some girls. Is this true? He cursed the person who spoke in his heart, then looked at Zhang Liao and changed the subject. Zhang Liao corrected him immediately, I just said it's possible, but there is a high probability that it will happen. After all, there are more than 30 people in our class, and if we add them together, the vote share is still quite high. When it comes to girls, all the boys in the class become interested. Jiang Ban, is that girl pretty? Does she have many girlfriends? After the concert, can we have dinner together tonight? What type of boys does she like? Faced with a series of questions from everyone, Zhang Liao felt like she couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Tan Qingyun helplessly, asking for help. Tan Qingyun shrugged. Everyone came out to have fun today. Although she was a teacher, she couldn't say much. There was no other way, Zhang Liao could only push all the blame back onto Lin Fan. To be honest, I don't know much about it. That girl is Lin Fan's friend. It was Lin Fan who told me about it, so I sent a notice to tell everyone. What? When they heard that it was Lin Fan's friend, everyone's expressions became subtle. Especially Wang Jun, he had finally managed to divert the topic away from Lin Fan, but now he was back to talking about it. And it is very likely that Lin Fan will become the center of attention. How can he bear this? He sneered immediately. Ha, it turns out to be Lin Fan. Then there's no need to expect anything. With a guy like him, how can he need a pretty girl? Everyone was also very disappointed. They obviously didn't believe that a poor guy like Lin Fan could meet any beautiful girl. Let's go. I'm still waiting and wasting my feelings. A gigolo is nothing more than a pig. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Wu Weiji and Peng Hongyi stood up for Lin Fan. How can you talk like that? Lin Fan at least knows students from the acting department, how about you? That's right. How can you be so arrogant? Besides, Lin Fan is not a gigolo. He is. Peng Hongyi was just about to tell everyone about the last time Lin Fan got rich and treated everyone to a big dinner, to tell everyone that Lin Fan had become rich. At this time Wu Weiji immediately patted him on the shoulder and gave him a wink. Lin Fan told them last time that there was no need to brag about this kind of thing. Peng Hongyi remembered this and shut his mouth, but he still felt unhappy. When everyone saw that the two of them stopped talking, they thought they had nothing to say, and their faces were filled with sarcasm. Okay, if they don't believe it, there's no need to say anything more to them. Let's watch the show here. I'll treat you to dinner after it's over. Lin Fan comforted the two of them. Although asking classmates for help can increase Li Shueqi's chances of winning, it is just icing on the cake. He believed that Li Shueqi's own abilities were enough. In this case, there is no need to try hard to please others. After comforting the two of them, Lin Fan didn't really care. Just as I sat down, I saw Amy Yip coming over. Lin Fan, are these your friends? Yi Yuqing was a little surprised. There were more than 30 people, so Lin Fan had quite a lot of friends. However, as a friend of Lin Fan, Amy Yip couldn't ignore them and quickly greeted everyone. Hello, my name is Yi Yuqing, and I'm a student in the art department, majoring in piano. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. The classmates who were about to leave saw Amy Yip and their eyes widened. Especially since Amy Yip deliberately dressed more maturely today, this style is generally not available to students in school, so the impact it caused to them was even greater. After Amy Yip took the initiative to greet everyone, the 30 or so people at the scene, including Wang Jun, felt a little reserved for a moment, not knowing how to respond. It was Lin Fan who explained, "You don't have to pay attention to them. These people are just in the same class as me, and we don't have a very good relationship. They are about to leave." Everyone was suddenly startled. It is true that they were going to leave, but that was before. Now, after meeting someone as stunning as Amy Yip, who would want to leave? Immediately, a shameless boy came up and hugged Lin Fan's neck, laughing and saying, "Brother Lin, what are you talking about? We have been brothers for 3 years, how can we say our relationship is just average?" "Yes, Lin Fan, you forgot, last time you said you were short of money, I lent you 200 without hesitation. Now you say that our relationship is just average, that really hurts the brothers' feelings. Lin Fan, the brothers were just discussing voting. Now we have unanimously decided to stay and help your friend, but you must not forget your brothers afterwards." Chapter 94, Excitement. Didn't everyone agree before that we would work together to target Lin Fan? Looking at these bastards who forget their friends for the sake of beauty, Wang Jun wanted to curse them. However, he could only think about this idea in his mind. After all, he is not Lu Chao. He does not have the same background as Lu Chao, nor does he have such a high prestige in the class. He can only be considered to have a little money in his family. The reason he can become a leader today is that one of his relatives opened a good restaurant near Communication University of China. He said he would treat everyone to dinner in the evening, so everyone was polite to him. Compared to a meal, beautiful women are obviously more tempting. What Wang Jun couldn't understand was how Lin Fan knew this level of. In order to test whether Amy Yip was an actor invited by Lin Fan, he cleared his throat and said, "Student Yi, look at how enthusiastic the people in our class are. Why don't you invite some art students tonight and I'll treat everyone to dinner so we can promote friendship?" Yes, brother Wang's relatives opened a good restaurant near the Communication University. "Student Yi, you can invite more friends to come." The students next to him followed suit. "Lin Fan, do you want to have dinner together tonight?" Amy Yip looked at Lin Fan's classmates and frowned. She planned to add Li Sueki and the three of them would have dinner together. And if everything goes well, she has something to say to Lin Fan in the evening. It's not convenient for so many people to come together. However, in Wang Jun's eyes, this sentence seemed to be resistance from Amy Yip. "We are all out here to have fun today, and friends generally won't refuse, unless the person is an actor." Wang Jun sneered in his heart and was about to expose the two men. At this time, Amy Yip waved to the distance. "Sueki, this way. Brother Lin Fan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Li Sueki had just finished rehearsal and came jogging over. Her little face was flushed and sweaty, and she looked extremely attractive. Plus that dazzling princess dress. The boys around held their breath. Lin Fan pointed to the seat next to him and said, "It's okay. There's no need to be so anxious. Take a rest first." Li Sueki sat down next to him, but she couldn't calm down. Because the first thing she did after the rehearsal was to check out the live broadcast room, and she discovered that Lin Fan had given her tens of millions of gifts. Because of this wave of bombardment, not only did her live broadcast room dominate the entire platform, but the influx of viewers to discuss it also brought her huge traffic. The most important thing is that with Lin Fan's reward, she also earned several million, plus the amount of Lin Fan's reward. Next month, she will be a multi-millionaire. And she is still a college student and hasn't even made her debut. Thinking of this, how could Li Sueki calm down? "By the way, these are my classmates. I told them about your performance and they will help vote later," Lin Fan said. "Classmate?" Li Sueki was a little surprised, just like Yi Yuqing before. She didn't expect that a successful person like Lin Fan was still in school. However, why do brother Lin Fan's classmates all look so strange, standing there motionless and in a daze, like statues? Although she thought so, since it was related to Lin Fan after all, she still greeted everyone politely. "Hello, my name is Li Sueki. These two are Wu Jiwei and Peng Hongyi. Lin Fan introduced the two stunned people and said, Sweki, if it's convenient, after the performance, how about you invite some classmates to organize a social gathering with our class? These guys have been single for a long time, and they all have some problems. I want to help them so that they don't go crazy all day. No problem. The department is organizing an activity today and everyone wants to join in. I and Yuqing Yi are both popular, so it's no problem to invite 20 or 30 classmates. Li Sweki patted her chest and promised. After hearing her words, more than 30 male students in the class almost howled like wolves. It is said that there are many beautiful girls in the art department of Communication University. Today, two top beauties, Li Sweki and Yi Yuqing, are here to help make the contact, so the overall quality of the girls we found is definitely beyond doubt. All of a sudden, everyone expressed their gratitude to Lin Fan. The eyes of several maternal solos directly emitted green light. If there weren't so many people at the scene, they probably wouldn't be able to help but hug Lin Fan and kiss him. Among them, Wu Jiwei and Peng Hongyi were also extremely excited. They are also among the few virgin soloists in the class. By the way, brother Lin Fan, I heard that you are going to perform on stage, is this true? After talking about the social gathering, Li Sweki looked at Lin Fan with shining eyes. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually go on stage. After listening to Lin Fan's performance last time, she still felt a little unsatisfied. She didn't expect that she could enjoy it again this time. Lin Fan said helplessly, Don't be so excited, I will just go up and play it casually and then come down. Today is your debut day after all, I won't steal your limelight. No, what I mean is that I'm looking forward to brother Lin Fan's performance. Li Sweki saw that Lin Fan had misunderstood and hurried to explain. Oh, there's one more thing. Li Sweki quickly took out her mobile phone, which displayed her live broadcast room. She was so busy greeting Lin Fan's friends that she forgot about the main business. Of course, it's not about Lin Fan giving a reward of tens of millions, and there is nothing to say about this matter in front of the original owner. She pointed at an anchor who was connected to the microphone during the live broadcast. He said, This is Director Jiang from The Voice. He has arrived. Director Jiang just told me that fame is the most important thing in the entertainment industry. My fame has far exceeded his expectations, so he lowered his expectations for me. For the following performances, I don't have to get first place. As long as my performance is just about acceptable, I will pass the test. There was an excitement in Li Sweki's eyes that could not be concealed. That's great. Lin Fan smiled. He was worried that Li Sweki might make mistakes due to nervousness on her first stage and affect her score, causing her to miss the opportunity. Now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Li Sweki continued, Brother Lin Fan, to thank you for your help this time, I will treat you to a meal after the performance. Okay. Lin Fan agreed with a smile. He was also very happy that Li Sweki was able to successfully enter the entertainment industry. The two chatted for a while, and as the concert hall was gradually filled with people, Li Sweki had to go back and prepare to perform. Of course, since Lin Fan had also signed up for this performance, he greeted everyone and went behind the scenes to prepare. Because Amy Yip was responsible for holding Li Sweki's phone to record the performance, she also ran over. The only people left at the scene were those in the class and Tan Qingyun, who looked worried. Previously, Lin Fan explained that he and Li Sweki were just ordinary fans and anchors, so Tan Qingyun didn't think much about it. But seeing that the two were chatting so happily just now, she didn't even have a chance to interrupt. This made her feel a sense of crisis instantly. Even if they are just ordinary friends now. But if things slow down, won't their relationship go further? At this time, Zhang Liao, who had been playing with her mobile phone, discovered something and handed the phone to Tan Qingyun. Teacher Tan, look, this is Li Sweki's live broadcast room. Chapter 95. The performance begins. Oh my god, 1 million followers? After taking a quick look, Tan Qingyun exclaimed. Although she doesn't often play Douyin or the like, she knows how powerful it is to have a streamer with 1 million fans. I heard that these people can easily earn 100,000 yuan a month. In comparison, she is just an ordinary counselor with a monthly salary of less than 10,000 yuan. Not long ago, her father fell seriously ill and she had to sell her house to raise money for surgery. As the image of Li Sweki dressed as a princess appeared in her mind, she couldn't help but feel inferior. Teacher Tan, you see, the audience said that Li Sweki was a small anchor with only 30,000 fans not long ago. Just now, a super rich man gave her tens of millions of gifts, which increased her exposure. Zhang Liao quickly discovered something and pointed at the phone and said to Tan Qingyun. He immediately added that super rich man is called Pingfan Jishin. In order to support the anchor, he gave tens of millions of gifts in one go. That's why Lee Sweki gained millions of fans in just half an hour. A gift worth tens of millions? Are you kidding me? Who is so crazy? They simply don't take money seriously. Tan Xingyun exclaimed. She couldn't imagine who was so crazy and she didn't believe that someone would do such a thing. Ordinary heart, Teacher Tan, do you think it could be Lin Fan? Jiang Liao suddenly said. This. Tan Xingyun instinctively wanted to refute, because spending tens of millions to reward a host was too crazy and unbelievable in her opinion. Even billionaires wouldn't act so recklessly. What about Lin Fan? However, at this moment, something suddenly occurred to her mind. Didn't Lin Fan spend 200 or 300 million to buy a villa not long ago just to vent his anger on her? In comparison, a reward of tens of millions doesn't seem impossible? She hesitated, feeling very conflicted. If this speculation is true, then what is the relationship between Lin Fan and Lee Sweki? Even if Lin Fan didn't have so many thoughts, could Lee Sweki not be blinded by the huge sum of money and do something to Lin Fan? Teacher Tan? Seeing that Tan Xingyun didn't reply to him for a long time, and frowned from time to time, his eyes were very serious. It seemed that he was thinking about some troublesome problem, and Zhang Liao also became nervous. However, compared to Tan Xingyun, she was more curious about Lin Fan's real background. First, he went on a buying spree for luxury cars, and then spent billions of dollars to buy the Haizhou bomb license plate. He also acquired Haizhou private kitchen, and even her father indirectly suggested that she befriend Lin Fan. So Zhang Liao couldn't help but want to study Lin Fan more thoroughly. Teacher Tan, don't think about that. The performance is about to begin. Didn't you say that you would find an opportunity to confess to Lin Fan after the performance? Then you have to seize the time and recuperate now. Zhang Liao patted Tan Xingyun. This trick really worked. Tan Xingyun immediately regrouped. No matter what, Lin Fan was willing to give her a villa worth 200 or 300 million yuan to live in, and even ran back to save her in a critical moment. There is no doubt about his feelings for her. With this as a guarantee, Tan Xingyun believed that he would not lose. Hello everyone, I am the host Mimi. Today is the 13th art department competition. The performance is about to begin. Please relax, enjoy, and appreciate it. The host came on stage and his sweet voice reached the ears of every audience member through the loudspeaker. The students in the class were all full of energy. The impact Lee Sweki brought to them was so strong that to them she was like a princess in a fairy tale. They are looking forward to Snow White's performance today. Only Wang Jun looked unhappy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Impossible, there must be something wrong. How could Lin Fan find these beauties one after another? Besides, isn't he already kept by Jiang Liao? How can he find women casually without Jiang Liao taking care of him? Wang Jun looked at Jiang Liao's back suspiciously, but the performance had already begun, so he didn't dare to ask anything. He took out his phone again and looked at it, frowning. Brother Lu is the same. I called him several times before, but he didn't answer any of them and didn't reply to my messages. Yang Chanxian's attitude is also weird. What happened? The series of events today made Wang Jun feel very unhappy. What is even more frustrating is that the incident was happening right under his nose, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. After thinking for a while, he felt like his head was about to explode. Finally, he gritted his teeth and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Humph, never mind him. There is no way that Lin Fan is having an affair with Lee Sweki. Aren't we all going to have dinner together tonight? When the time comes, I will perform well. I don't believe that I will be no match for that guy. Then Lee Sweki will still be mine. It's finally started. Lin Fan, you won't be able to laugh anymore soon. Security room. Through monitoring, you can see a person lying on the elevated platform above the concert stage. He was wearing a mask and holding a glass bottle filled with sulfuric acid. He was the person Zhang Liang specially brought in to take revenge on Lin Fan. When Lin Fan started to perform on stage, the man poured the sulfuric acid in his hand at Lin Fan, ruining his performance and him as a person. As for what happens afterwards, everything will be easy if that person can escape. Zhang Liang was not worried even though he couldn't escape, because he had no shortage of money anyway. When the time comes, just spend some money and let that person take the blame for all the crimes. Zhang Liang was watching in the monitoring room, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. In the display. Soon, the show began. Under the host's beautiful and sweet voice, the atmosphere on the scene was quite high. When students from the Department of Performance took to the stage, they also tried their best to show all their abilities. The wonderful performances, one after another, intensely stimulated the audience's hormones, causing the audience to scream and some even dance. After all, the Art Department of Communication University is the best in the city, and the department has many connections in the circle. Therefore, half of their acting department graduates go directly into the entertainment industry every year. Those who are lucky enough will become famous before they graduate, and may even star in several blockbuster films and become well known. Therefore, the performances of students from the art department are of very high quality. If we spend more time on the decoration, get a professional camera, and broadcast the footage on TV, saying that this is a certain large-scale concert, I believe no audience will question it. About 15 minutes later. Today's concert reached its climax, and the host made an impassioned voice. Next, please welcome contestant number 4, Senior Liswecki. As Senior Liswecki, who has been praised many times by the dean for having an angelic voice, I believe I don't need to introduce her in detail. Next, please enjoy Senior Sister Liswecki's song, Thank You for Coming. Chapter 96 Disfigurement. I'm really looking forward to it. After Liswecki finished singing, the next one was Lin Fan. Zhang Liang was watching in the monitoring room and couldn't wait any longer. He began to imagine the unlucky look on that boy's face. In front of thousands of spectators, he was splashed with sulfuric acid and even disfigured. It's exciting just to think about it. In the live broadcast room, the fans finally saw Liswecki's true face and they were all very excited. Wow, I didn't expect Sweckier to be so pretty. I love her. Sweckier's temperament is already very good, and now with the princess dress, she is really no worse than those first-line big stars. And our host Sweckier's singing voice is at a professional level. When she opens her voice later, just imagine the scene, wow. All the old fans are full of expectations. But new fans attracted by the huge rewards thought this was too fake. This anchor looks like he's still a student. Excuse me, what can you learn in school? She's a professional singer, isn't that too fake? That's right. I think it's obvious that she is being kept by some rich man. A bunch of ignorant people were frightened by the rich man and thought that this anchor really has some talent. Look at my brother Foam. He has graduated for 10 years and he works hard every day to sing. Now he has finally become a professional singer. A female student at school, why? What the hell are you doing? Are you insulting our Sweckier? That's right, you don't have a brain and you can't even watch the recording. Are you stupid? And I want to tell you that Brother Fan gave the money because he was attracted by Sweckier's singing and appreciated her talent. It's not your fault that you are a frog in a well, but it's wrong for you to complain. Oh, that's fine. I'll just look forward to the host's performance next. To be honest, I work for an agency, and I really don't see any students singing that's good enough for me. Two groups of fans were fighting with each other in the live broadcast room. And under the expectant gaze of the students on the scene, Liswecki came on stage and bowed slightly to everyone. Hello everyone, I am. However, just when Liswecki was about to make her introduction, the person hiding on the stage scaffold poured sulfuric acid down. In an instant, Liswecki's screams resounded throughout the venue. The harsh sound is expanded and distorted by the microphone, forming an extremely harsh and catchy sound. It directly impacted everyone's soul, making them feel like they were almost dying. Oh no! Liswecki is injured. Quick! Someone come! The host's sister was closest to Liswecki and was the first to discover that Liswecki's skin was beginning to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. The meat inside rolled out, but was immediately burnt by an unknown force. In just the time it took to speak, half of Liswecki's face was completely disfigured, as if it had been branded with iron. This was Mimia's first time as a formal host, and it was also her first time to encounter such a thing. Seeing this horrible and weird scene, he was so scared that he fell on the stage. He also completely forgot how Liswecki was taken away by the medical team. Liswecki, how are you? Lin Fan was the first to rush forward when he saw something was wrong. He saw that half of Liswecki's face was burnt and there were even traces of burning. He immediately gasped. Without hesitation, he called an ambulance. What's going on, Swecki? Why did your face suddenly become like this? Amy Yip came later and was also shocked when she saw Liswecki's appearance. But more of it is still unbelievable. At the same time, the live broadcast room also exploded. Oh my god, what just happened? Was it a terrorist attack? What's Swekier's situation now? I'm so worried. Are there any brothers here? Please let me know. Everyone, I checked the video and it seems that something fell from the roof and hit the anchor. No way, so unlucky? I don't know if the host can hold on. This may determine whether she can make her debut today. Yeah, I hope it's not too much of a problem. Forget it. I don't have much talent anyway. Singing would just be embarrassing. This is better. What did you say? In less than 10 minutes, the paramedics arrived and took Lee Sweki into the ambulance. Lin Fan wanted to go with her, but Lee Sweki seemed to have been upset and refused to see him no matter what. In the end, only Amy Yip accompanied her. As he watched the ambulance go farther and farther away, Lin Fan's face became even uglier. As a fan of Lee Sweki for 2 or 3 years, he knew better than anyone how important today's performance was to her. Recalling the desperate look on Lee Sweki's face just now, he clenched his fists and wished he could tear down the entire concert hall. How so? Seeing such a big thing happen, Zhang Liang rushed over immediately. After much pestering, he learned from a medical staff that Lee Sweki seemed to have been disfigured. His face turned pale, and he immediately took out his cell phone and called the person who had come over. Fuck, what the hell is wrong with you? Who told you to throw sulfuric acid at Lee Sweki? The person on the other end of the phone said innocently, Brother Zhang, didn't you tell me to splash the last performer at the concert? That Lee Sweki is the last performer. Fuck, what the hell are you talking about? The last performer was obviously. Zhang Liang was about to start cursing, but suddenly he remembered something and shut his mouth. That's right, normally speaking, Lee Sweki would be the last one to appear on stage today as the finale. But the problem is that before, Amy Yip took an application form and asked Lin Fan to join temporarily, and now Lin Fan is the last performer. But because they were in such a rush, they didn't have time to print Lin Fan's name on the list. According to the original list, Lee Sweki was indeed the last one. Grass. Thinking of this, Zhang Liang punched the wall hard. He actually disfigured the woman he loved. Inside the venue. Inside the concert hall, the audience was also confused and were discussing Lee Sweki's injury. Everyone was shocked and all kinds of comments were heard. The most common comment was that Lee Sweki seemed to be disfigured. Not only does today's competition have to be cancelled, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance to enter the entertainment industry in the future. While Lin Fan's classmates were regretting the failure of tonight's social gathering, they were also sympathizing with Lee Sweki. After all, Lee Sweki was so beautiful, but her future was ruined because of this accident. It's such a pity. Because of such a big mess, the concert had to be stopped and the teachers in charge of public security began the evacuation work. But everyone, wait a minute, I have something to say. At this time, a man appeared on the stage, holding a microphone, and his voice was clearly heard by everyone. He looked around and said seriously, I want to help Lee Sweki finish her performance. Chapter 97 Lin Fan's performance. Just now, Lin Fan made a decision. Complete this performance for Lee Sweki, for her dream of becoming a star. Even though he knew that doing so would not really help Lee Sweki, he still wanted to try it. At least, Lee Sweki will feel better. Everyone, I have always been a fan of Lee Sweki. I have listened to every song of hers and have also quietly learned from her live broadcast room. Although I can't 100% reproduce the effect of Lee Sweki singing, I still want to try even if it's only 1/10 of it. Because for today's performance, Lee Sweki also contacted the director of The Voice of China. Today is her debut day. If we mess it up, it will probably have a lifelong impact on her. Stop messing around. Why do you think you can replace Lee Sweki? Let me tell you, Senior Lee has always been a genius in the field of singing in our art department. What she sings is not just a song, it is also art. Do you think you are qualified just because you can imitate her in the live broadcast room? Don't even mention you. None of us professional students are qualified. Who are you? Get out of here now. Don't insult Senior Lee's singing voice. As expected, when Lin Fan finished saying these words, the students in the audience became angry. They pointed at his nose and started cursing. Lin Fan was not annoyed, because he knew Lee Sweki is highly respected in the art department and is also the hope of many professors. Everyone believes that as long as she is given enough time to grow, she will create a new world in the field of music. These classmates were also very sad about Lee Swecky's accident. But Lin Fan refused to give up unless he did something. Everyone, no matter what, please trust me this time. While saying this seriously, Lin Fan silently activated the system in his mind. He used 10 godly points to redeem the basic singing skill, and then spent 100 godly points to upgrade it to the advanced level. Then, put all the remaining rich points into charm in the attribute column. Because charm is a special attribute, the exchange ratio for the super rich is 10-1, so the remaining 108 super rich points were only successfully exchanged for 10 points of charm. But even so, when he had these 10 points of charm, Lin Fan clearly felt that the controversy around him decreased a lot. After a brief moment of distraction, the female students all lowered their heads, blushed, and started discussing with each other. Hey, have you noticed that this boy is quite handsome when he gets serious? Yes. Even though his actions were a bit extreme, his original intention was for Senior Lee. I like boys with a sense of responsibility like this the most. Oh, such a handsome guy, why didn't I notice him before? Does anyone know which department he is from? Tisk, stop dreaming. Senior Lee is probably already someone else's girlfriend. How can she still like you? I can still try to win her over. Lin Fan looked at 1/3 of the female classmates present, who were discussing him shyly, and was amazed for a moment. With only 10 points of charm, he actually made 200 or 300 girls like him. Isn't this too scary? However, now is not the time to feel sentimental. Taking advantage of everyone's brief moment of distraction, he quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, then please enjoy. Thank you for coming. Although the charm value of 10 points attracted the favor of 200 or 300 girls, it also made the remaining 500 or 600 boys hate Lin Fan even more. Lin Fan didn't dare to delay, as he was afraid that all the boys would go crazy and attack him. The song began in a powerful, low, and slightly hoarse voice. How have you been lately? The one in my story. There is no snow in Hainan in winter. But it doesn't stop him from blooming. It was just the beginning, without any music, but after Lin Fan opened his mouth, everyone in the hall fell silent. Listening quietly, in that slightly vicissitudes of life voice, they seemed to see the past 20 years of their lives. Who hasn't had a love affair over the years? But how many people actually walked together? Just like in the lyrics. When I recall him, he seems just like in the story, very close, yet very far away. I wanted to calm down and forget him, but my feelings for him were too deep. Sadness emerged in everyone's heart. Several men and women who had experienced a wonderful first love were already affected by the song and had tears in their eyes. You are my life. The most unforgettable level. I'm holding my guitar. Injured by the heavy rain. Go downstairs to your house. Wandering around for you. I made one. A fool who can only sing. The singing continued, and those who had done stupid things for their first love seemed to have returned to the past and burst into tears at this moment. It wasn't just the girls who were affected by Lin Fan's charm, but more boys were the ones who cried out loud. Because in boys' hearts, first love is always the most profound and unforgettable, and it is also the one they put the most effort into. At this moment, thousands of students in the concert hall were listening attentively. Immersed in Lin Fan's voice, which had no accompaniment but was full of emotion. Even Tan Qing-yun had red eyes. She knew that this was wrong as a teacher, but she thought of Lin Fan being hurt by his first love Yang Qianqian. She couldn't help but feel hatred towards Yang Qianqian in her heart. Jiang Liao also had dazed eyes. She originally thought that Lin Fan was just a rich young master with a peculiar personality who liked to keep a low profile, but she didn't expect that he also had such rich emotions. Even this feeling made Jiang Liao unable to hold back her heartbeat. She wanted to explore it in detail and learn more about Lin Fan's past and Lin Fan as a person. Live broadcast room. There was a barrage of comments here, as well as various luxurious gifts such as airplanes and rockets. They did not stop after Lin Fan opened his mouth. Fuck, this guy really touched my heart. Today is my 26th birthday, but I still have every bit of memory of her. I'm in my 30s now, and I'm only just reaching maturity as a man. Even so, I thought relationships between men and women would no longer affect me, but after listening to this brotherly song, I realized how naive I was. I have been with my first love till now, but after listening to my eldest brother's song, I was still moved and I wanted to hold my wife in my arms right now. Old fans were moved but also a little surprised. Fuck, this guy sang for Shuiqi, is he just an ordinary person? I didn't expect him to be so talented in singing. Yeah, to be honest, I feel like he's even better than Shuiqi. At least I've never cried as much as I did today when I listened to Swekier's songs. No more talking, brothers, let's go and give gifts, and help the anchor get through this difficult time together with Brother Fan. Before I knew it, the concert was over. Looking at the audience who were still in tears, Lin Fan said nothing more and left silently. After all, Lee Sweki is still in the hospital. It is not the audience in the audience who truly controls Lee Sweki's fate. Chapter 98, Challenge Letter. After leaving the concert, Lin Fan originally wanted to go and see how Lee Sweki was doing. But when I called Veronica Yip, she said that Lee Sweki's face was disfigured by sulfuric acid. She is in a very bad condition now, and she especially doesn't want Lin Fan to see her appearance. There was no other choice, Lin Fan could only go back to Haijo private kitchen first. On the desk, he saw an envelope. I had no interest in paying attention to it, but there were 3 big words written on it, challenge letter. Knowing that Lin Fan had come to the company, Gao Ximin came over immediately and explained. Mr. Lin, this was just sent by Wei Tianrui. It is said that you defeated Gao Jianxiong, the number 1 man in Haijo. The masters of the Wei family admire you very much and want to challenge you to a duel. Wei family? Does he deserve it? Lin Fan was upset when he learned that Lee Sweki was disfigured, so he had no time to care about the Wei family. But after calming down a little, he knew that he couldn't just leave the Wei family alone. Otherwise, this guy smashed his own Haijo private kitchen yesterday, and maybe he would arrogantly smash the investment group today. Call number 1 over here. Lin Fan gave some instructions. After a while, Gao Ximin brought the elite bodyguard number 1. Lin Fan placed the challenge letter in front of number 1. How about it, do you have the confidence to deal with this person from the Gao family? The number 1 of Tianbao Group is called Huang Feicheng. It is said that he is a descendant of Huang Feihong and is very powerful. He has carried out 245 missions in his career, including 360 times of being in danger, and has never caused the death of a person he was protecting. However, when Huang Feicheng received the challenge letter, his eyes changed. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, this person is a master of internal strength. If I am asked to protect Mr. Lin under him, then based on my experience, there will be absolutely no problem. But a one-on-one fight, that's... Lin Fan frowned, feeling a little more annoyed. I didn't expect that the elite bodyguards hired at a cost of hundreds of millions couldn't even deal with a dog from the Wei family. As if sensing Lin Fan's anger, Huang Feihong obediently stepped aside. Then, Lin Fan called Lu Chang again. Xiao Lu, have you seen number 2? Tell him that if he agrees to work for me, I will directly pay him to get him in touch with the International Medical Organization. Mr. Lin, I haven't seen number 2 yet, but manager Luo helped me secretly. He said he would call number 2 to the company this afternoon, and then I'll have a chance to talk to him. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan didn't feel any joy at all. After all, there is no one around him who can be of use now. Even if he is in a bad mood, he has to solve the Wei family's affairs personally. I opened the challenge letter and took a look. The time is tomorrow at noon, just opposite at the Julin restaurant. Wei Tianrui also said that he would invite hundreds of bosses around to come and watch, implying that he wanted to make Lin Fan look bad in public. Speaking of those restaurant owners, Lin Fan asked Gao Ximin, by the way, have those restaurants prepared a list of food? I have even paid the deposit to the supplier, so I am just waiting for them. It's almost done. The owners of all the major restaurants are preparing for this today. Gao Ximin said. By the way, Mr. Lin, those bosses contacted me this morning. They said that because of you, the 100 restaurants on our 2 streets have joined forces, so they want to set up a committee or something to manage it together. Committee? Lin Fan frowned. He didn't mind setting up a committee, but he didn't have many people around him right now. He has his own things to do and is a bit overwhelmed. The same goes for Gao Ximin. She is now dealing with the affairs of Haijo Private Kitchen and the investment group at the same time, and she is a bit overwhelmed. A feeling of fatigue came over him, and Lin Fan couldn't help but think of Lu Jiajia again. If Lu Jiajia were here, there shouldn't be any problem with leaving Haijo Private Kitchen to her alone. Tell them that this matter can wait a little longer. Lin Fan chose to avoid the question temporarily. Reply to Wei Tianrui. I have accepted his challenge. It will be tomorrow at noon. Huang Feicheng was very surprised. Even he didn't dare to accept the challenge. He didn't expect Lin Fan to agree to it without thinking. He was about to remind him, but he saw Lin Fan's eyes accidentally meet his. An indescribable chill suddenly enveloped his whole body. He shuddered and had no intention of speaking. Also, how is the progress with the investment group? If possible, I hope they can deal a heavy blow to the Wei family by tomorrow at noon. Lin Fan's voice was a little cold. This Wei family has been haunting him these past 2 days, causing trouble for him one after another. He is already a little annoyed. Boss Lin, I was just about to tell you about this. With 30 billion in investment, things are progressing faster than expected. We have already established the connections to deal with the Wei family. As long as the funds are in place, we can start. To deal with the Wei family, we will initially need 50 billion in funds. The main reason is that the Wei family is negotiating a 20 billion project with Xingtai Enterprise, a boss who took our money. He can introduce us to the high-level executives of Xingtai Enterprise, and then snatch the Wei family's project at a price of 30 billion. The Wei family has already spent 15 billion on this project. If this project fails, it will be a heavy blow to the Wei family. Good. Upon hearing that the Wei family could suffer a loss of 15 billion, Lin Fan immediately became more excited and directly transferred 50 billion to the investment group. Gao Ximin smiled and said, Mr. Lin, then I will make an appointment with the chairman of Xingtai Enterprise. How about setting it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? After getting Lin Fan's consent, Gao Ximin immediately got to work. Not long after, he got in touch with Xingtai Enterprise. When she came back, she had an electronic record sheet in her hand. Mr. Lin, this is the food that the restaurant owners summarized. Afterwards, Lin Fan contacted Wang Jiqing and sent the record sheet to his email address. Wang Jiqing immediately replied to him, saying that it could be shipped to Haizhou tomorrow afternoon and then delivered to their hotel. While Lin Fan was impressed by the efficiency of Hanhai Transportation Group, he asked Gao Ximin, how long will it take for the renovation of Haizhou Private Kitchen to take? I hired the most capable renovation company, and without considering the cost, they gave me a maximum of 3 days. Now there are only 2 days left. Gao Ximin smiled. She felt that after following Lin Fan for so long, she had gradually gotten used to being like Lin Fan. I only choose the best of everything and don't consider money at all. Very good, this is how you should handle things from now on. Efficiency should be the top priority, and don't think about saving money. Lin Fan smiled. Calculating the time, it's almost time to meet with the chairman of Xingtai Enterprise. The two got up and left the company. Oh, right. Lin Fan thought of something else, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Please help me find out how Li Sueki from Haizhou University of Communication got injured. Lin Fan had no idea what to do at the time, but later during the live broadcast, based on the comments sent by fans, he discovered that there seemed to be someone on the elevated platform of the concert. He suspected that Li Sueki was being targeted. Chapter 99, The Man Behind the Scenes. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Fan met with Zhao Juanhao, the former owner of Haizhou Private Kitchen, and Mr. Kong, the major shareholder of Xingtai Enterprise, for a discussion. The reason why Zhao Juanhao is here is because he also owns part of the shares of Xingtai Enterprise, and he is also the one who pulls the strings of Xingtai. The price has been agreed upon. 30 billion. This is a unanimous decision made by all shareholders of Xingtai Enterprise. As long as Lin Fan offers this price, they will cancel their cooperation with the Wei family. Lin Fan doesn't care about this money. But there is another problem. After Xingtai Enterprise cancelled its cooperation with the Wei family, their project still needed to be taken over by other companies. In the entire Haizhou city, there are only a few companies that can take over projects of this level. Chairman Kong made a request that Lin Fan had to help them find a company to take over before they would cancel the cooperation with the Wei family. Otherwise, if the project is delayed, the 50 billion given by Lin Fan will not be able to compensate. At the same time, it is also a huge blow to the reputation of their Xingtai Enterprise. This kind of thing seems difficult in the eyes of others, and even if it can be done, it will cost huge manpower and financial resources. Now, Lin Fan has both of these conditions. Mr. Kong, please wait for me for an hour. I will go buy a company that can take over your company's project, and this matter will be resolved. Lin Fan replied indifferently. Mr. Kong and others were shocked by Lin Fan's words. The total value of such a company is probably hundreds of billions, and the most important thing is that they may not sell it even if you spend money. In the eyes of Mr. Kong and others, it was ridiculous to get it done in an hour. According to their plan, they also wanted to introduce Lin Fan to an important person, and then let Lin Fan talk to that person, and then spend some more money, and the problem would be solved. however, listening to Lin Fan's bragging. Instead, Mr. Kong developed a somewhat playful attitude. He was not in a hurry to talk about this matter, but wanted to see first to what extent Lin Fan could do. Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Lin for an hour. How is it? Is everything okay? Lin Fan looked at Gao Ximin. No problem. Gao Ximin's cheeks flushed and she was still a little nervous. After all, one project plus the acquisition of a company, the two businesses combined can amount to tens of billions. Today, driven by Lin Fan's investment of 30 billion yuan, Donghao International Investment Group's network of contacts has reached a terrifying level. Even the Wei family has never spent more than 30 billion on building their network of contacts. With this powerful network of contacts and the strength of Donghao International Investment Group, it is really possible to find a suitable company and acquire it. At most, there is some negotiation on the price. At the same time, Haizhou Hospital. Li Suiqi's medical examination report is out. The right side of his face to his neck was completely corroded by sulfuric acid and there was no possibility of treatment. After hearing the result, Li Suiqi couldn't even cry due to the facial injuries. She was filled with despair. Amy Yip was also extremely sad, but she still gritted her teeth and comforted her. Suiqi, don't despair so quickly. The doctor just said that we can use plastic surgery to recover. And the doctor said that the injury is early and the chances of success of surgery are high. After we complete the cosmetic surgery, you can restore your previous appearance. You will definitely have a chance to debut. Really? Hearing the news, Li Suiqi barely perked up a little. But when you think about how young she is, and how she hasn't even finished college, she has to rely on plastic surgery to survive. All of a sudden, she felt even more sad. Who is it? Who is harming me? Li Suiqi's voice couldn't help but carry a hint of resentment. At first she thought it was a normal accident, that some parts from the stage fell and hit her. But when I heard the report, it turned out to be sulfuric acid. There is no need to think about how there could be sulfuric acid on the stage platform. It is 100% man-made. Although she didn't know who the other person was, Li Suiqi hated him at this moment. The school has already started investigating this matter, and I have also contacted my father. He said he would put pressure on the school to ensure that the matter is resolved as soon as possible and give you an explanation, said Amy Yip. Oh, right, how about asking Lin Fan for help? He is not a simple person, and it will definitely be faster with his help. No. Li Suiqi's voice suddenly became shrill, like a duck with a broken throat, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Amy Yip was also startled. The two words Lin Fan stimulated Li Suiqi. She covered her face, feeling like her brain was about to explode. How could she let Lin Fan see her in this state? Not to mention asking him for help. I beg you, don't tell Lin Fan about this, and don't let him come. I'm only afraid of seeing him now. Li Suiqi's body was shaking. Really? He helped me so much and gave me tens of millions to help me debut, but I ended up like this. I really don't know how to face him. By the way, you can also take the money Lin Fan gave me as a reward. As long as I can find the guy who hurt me, I am willing to pay any price. Li Suiqi's eyes were filled with resentment, hatred, and anger. It's no wonder. She hasn't even graduated from college yet and is in the prime of her life. But she was sprayed with sulfuric acid and completely disfigured. Let alone her, how many girls in the world can accept such an outcome? Even Li Suiqi is considered strong. If it were someone else, they might have committed suicide by now. Well, alright, take care of yourself first. At Li Suiqi's strong request, Amy Yip did not stay any longer. After calling the nurse in, they started investigating the sulfuric acid incident. As soon as she went out, she received a call. Hey, Dad, how's the matter I asked you to do going? Have you found out who is harming Suiqi? That? I guess so. The murderer who threw sulfuric acid has been arrested, and he took all the blame on himself. What do you mean by taking all the responsibility on himself? Does it mean there is someone behind him? When Yi Yuqing thought of Li Suiqi's previous appearance, she became furious. However, she also understood her father, and since the other party did not say it clearly, it meant that the matter was very complicated. At least the person behind the criminal cannot be easily touched. Dad, Suiqi is willing to pay 10 million. Will we still not be able to catch the person behind this? 10 million? The voice on the other end was a little surprised, but it immediately turned into a wry smile. I'm afraid not. That person paid 100 million and bought off all the connections. 10 million is not enough. Besides, even if Sweki can come up with more than 100 million, I don't recommend her to do so, because the power of the person behind her is far more than that. Come to think of it, you know this person, Zhang Liang. You should understand that Sweki can't deal with Zhang Liang in her condition. You should discuss this matter with Sweki. If she can calm down, I can act as a middleman and ask Zhang Liang's father to compensate her with another sum. This money will be enough for her to have plastic surgery. Chapter 100, Obstruction. An hour passed quickly. Just as Mr. Kong guessed, Lin Fan did not buy a company that could accept their project. Mr. Kong was a little disappointed. He thought Lin Fan could really turn the tide and cover the sky with one hand. He overestimated Lin Fan. Of course, cooperation is not impossible. The company that rejected Lin Fan's acquisition was actually very willing to accept Mr. Kang's project. The chairman of their company has agreed to discuss the matter in detail tomorrow morning. Mr. Kong didn't want to waste any more time. Boss Lin, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. He stood up and planned to leave, and declined Lin Fan's handshake. After leaving the hotel, he called his assistant. Okay, let your subordinates carry out the project as usual. But, Mr. Kong, don't you still have to talk to Mr. Lin tomorrow morning? If we proceed as usual, the project will be officially handed over to the Wei family. The assistant was puzzled. Xingtai Enterprises project is at the stage of handover with the Wei family. Once the handover is completed, if Xingtai Enterprise wants to refuse again, they will have to pay a huge sum of money to the Wei family. Mr. Kang's order was tantamount to a refusal to cooperate with Lin Fan. Mr. Kong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, who told Lin Fan that he only has this much ability? I know the company they are looking for. The chairman of the company, Chen Wanwei, is an out-and-out villain. Lin Fan has been so aggressive recently. Given Chen Wanwei's personality, he will definitely blackmail that guy in the cooperation. His disgusting level is comparable to that of the Wei family. Young people are all arrogant. Lin Fan will not cooperate with that kind of people. This will not work. After saying that, Mr. Kong was still thinking about whether he should meet with the Wei family in the evening. Tell them about Lin Fan's little tricks and do them a favor. But when he thought that although Lin Fan was a little young, he might have the support of a hidden family, he should not mess with such a force, so he gave up the idea. Ahem, Lin Fan, Lao Kong is just like that. Don't bother with him. After Mr. Kong left, Zhao Juanhao saw that Lin Fan's hand was still half extended, so he quickly rescued him. Fine. Lin Fan shook his head. He was not angry about such a thing. Only. What's going on with that Qian? Their company is worth 80 billion, but they won't sell it to me even though I offered 100 billion. Besides, we actually want to discuss the cooperation again. Isn't that too insincere? Lin Fan was very dissatisfied with Qian Wanwei. He knew that Mr. Kang's subsequent indifference was due to Qian Wanwei's attitude. In order to continue cooperating with Mr. Kong, he must solve Qian Wanwei's troubles. Boss, this is the information the company just received. Qian Wanwei is a greedy person with no bottom line. I'm afraid he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price and rip us off. Is Qian Wanwei more powerful than the Wei family? Isn't he afraid of my revenge? Lin Fan sneered. After hearing the news, Lin Fan said very unhappily. Originally, the project of Xingtai Enterprise was very valuable, and the profit after completion might be 20 billion. He helped Qian Wanwei to make connections for free and gave him this 20 billion project, but the other party actually wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune from him. Lin Fan was disgusted. If there was no other company in Haizhou capable of taking over Xingtai Enterprises project, he would definitely not look for this person. Suppress your anger. Lin Fan said, use all intelligence resources to thoroughly investigate Qian Wanwei. Be sure to find his fatal weakness by tomorrow morning. I just don't believe that I can't deal with Qian Wanwei. Understood. Gao Ximin immediately gave orders to the subordinates of the investment group. In the past 2 days, they spent all 30 billion on building personal connections. With huge investment, the intelligence department of their Donghao International Investment Group is no weaker than any of the 4 major families. Although Qian Wanwei's ability is among the best in the entire Haizhou, even big families like the Wei family dare not provoke him easily. But Lin Fan still has a way to deal with him. After leaving the hotel, Lin Fan contacted Amy Yip. He was still worried about Li Sueki and wanted to go to the hospital to check her out. Yi Yuqing's voice was unpleasant and the situation seemed not optimistic, but she still agreed to Lin Fan's request. However, as soon as Lin Fan arrived downstairs of the hotel, he was stopped by someone. "Mr. Lin, I finally found you." The person who stopped Lin Fan was an old man, who was originally supported by 2 bodyguards. However, when he saw Lin Fan, the old man immediately ran over. "Who are you?" Lin Fan's eyes were filled with confusion, and he immediately remembered. "This is the person who was with Wang Songxiang at Tianbao Group yesterday, but his attitude is much better than Zhang Xuegwa's." Later, at the Bamboo Forest restaurant, Lin Fan remembered that he also appeared there. "Mr. Lin, this is the president of the Food Safety Association, Zhang Xuegwa." Gao Ximin reminded from the side. Besides that, he is also the chairman of this 5-star hotel. It was Director Zhang who proposed to set up the committee. Lin Fan had a preliminary impression of Zhang Xuegwa. Other restaurant owners were taking advantage of his free investment to suck his blood and reap as much benefit as possible. However, Zhang Xuegwa took the initiative to propose setting up a committee to improve the management of surrounding hotels. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Zhang Xuegwa did not treat him as a fool, and he also wanted to do something seriously. "Boss Lin, I'm really sorry for what happened at Tianbao Group yesterday. We old guys are old, so it's inevitable that we have a bit of a weird temper. Old Wang said some excessive words to you, and it's my fault that I didn't stop him." Zhang Xuegwa bowed slightly. Lin Fan had no conflicts with Zhang Xuegwa, and since the other party was so nice, he naturally greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, you don't have to. The conflict between Wang Songxiang and I is between us. You don't have to apologize." Lin Fan quickly helped Zhang Xuegwa up. "By the way, Mr. Zhang, you look like you came all the way to see me. Is there anything I can help you with?" "That's right. Didn't Mr. Lin invest 10 billion yesterday to upgrade the quality of all our Yongfu restaurants? I think Mr. Lin invested so much but didn't want any profit. This is really a big loss for you. Of course, I understand that Mr. Lin did this for many reasons. Since you are investing in our restaurants for free, you will definitely not ask for any benefits from us. So, I came up with a compromise solution, which is to set up a health committee. Mr. Lin, you are the president. From now on, all the restaurants on Yangfu Road will have to obey you in terms of safety and hygiene. This will also improve your reputation and status, and won't make the 10 billion go to waste. What do you think?" Committee. Lin Fan has no interest in this thing. However, Zhang Xuegwa's actions were clearly an active attempt to show goodwill. Zhang Xuegwa owns a 5-star hotel, is worth over 10 billion yuan, and is also the president of the Haizhou Food Safety Association. Looking at the entire Haizhou, its status is also very high. Lin Fan was very happy to make friends with such people. Chapter 101: Establishment of the Committee. Seeing that Lin Fan agreed to set up the committee, Zhang Xuegwa took advantage of the victory and pushed the position of chairman to Lin Fan. He said, "Boss Lin, I suggest we gather those restaurant owners today. We will not invest in anyone who does not agree to join the committee. Those who join us will have to follow the rules we set, and then they will become a force for you." By doing this, Zhang Xuegwa was simply helping Lin Fan. It was not only because he liked Lin Fan, but more importantly, Zhang Xuegwa believed that Lin Fan was very likely a disciple of a hidden family. He needs to climb this line so that he can deal with some things later. No. After hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head decisively. "We already agreed yesterday that the 10 billion will be invested for free. Now using the investment issue to blackmail others into joining the committee, isn't this cheating?" A mere 10 billion yuan was nothing in Lin Fan's eyes. It's not worth it to give yourself a bad reputation because of this. No, Mr. Lin, in fact, the power of 10 billion is far greater than you think. It's just a small requirement for joining the club. No boss will refuse it, and won't even have too many complaints. Zhang Xuegwa quickly explained. Lin Fan was resolute. He could accept it if they just set up a committee to monitor the food hygiene conditions in those restaurants. After all, he said when he invested that his intention was to improve the quality of all restaurants, so as an investor he naturally has the right to monitor. But he would definitely not agree to use some tricks to control other restaurants. Zhang Xuegwa became anxious. The key point is that you don't know that those restaurant owners are still calling you stupid behind your back, and some even plan to use your benefits to help the Wei family. Why do you have to give so many rules to these people? He heard these words with his own ears from the discussions among the restaurant owners in groups of 3 or 5 after Lin Fan left last night. Zhang Shuigua, who is full of righteousness, naturally despises those people's actions. So that night I thought of creating a committee to control them. It's just that he told Gao Ximin about this plan last night, but she hasn't responded until today. He was a little anxious, so he came here in person. After all, within a day, hundreds of company restaurants have prepared a list of food to buy. Once Lin Fan starts investing money to help them buy raw materials, it will be inappropriate to talk about this matter anymore. Boss Lin, these people are really going too far. I agree with Boss Zhang. Gao Ximin said from the side, her face slightly flushed with anger, because she had received similar rumors this morning. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Indeed, he may not care about 10 billion, but he feels disgusted to throw it to a group of ungrateful and disloyal beasts. Think for a while. Lin Fan said slowly, how about this, the committee will still be established, but don't use this incident to force them to join. Let's just say that I, Lin Fan, want to build some truly world-class restaurants. Anyone who joins our committee will be eligible to receive my investment once again. From decoration to publicity, we are enhancing the strength of their hotel in all aspects. Of course, this cooperation will no longer be free, and they will also need to pay a certain percentage of their shares. As for the investment amount, it will be calculated based on the value of their hotel. If it is a high-end hotel, we can discuss it later. Lin Fan thinks this approach is reasonable. On the one hand, you can spend some more money and earn some extra points. After all, he had just used up all his rich points in order to make the performance a success, and now he only had a pitiful 8 points left. He really needed to earn some money quickly, just in case. While spending money, he can also obtain a portion of the shares of those restaurants, thereby truly controlling them to deal with the Wei family's bamboo forest restaurant. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Very good. This is fine. Zhang Shuigua still felt a little painful. After all, we were able to accomplish this with the previous 10 billion yuan, and now we have to spend more money, and it is not a small amount. But at least Lin Fan is going to take action against those restaurants, which is always a good thing. After saying goodbye to Zhang Shuigua, Lin Fan finally found time to come to the hospital. Amy Yip was waiting for him in a seat in the corridor. What's going on? Lin Fan sat next to her. It's very bad. The doctor said that Sweki's face cannot be saved and can only be repaired through plastic surgery. Amy Yip looked very depressed. Plastic surgery? Although Lin Fan expected that the injury from being splashed with sulfuric acid would be serious, he did not expect it to require plastic surgery. A young girl with both talent and beauty, who is about to make her debut, it is only a matter of time before she becomes a big star with her talent. At this time, during this important debut performance, she was splashed with water and her face was disfigured. It destroyed her dreams and her pride as a woman. How painful it must be for a little girl who didn't even finish her school. Yi Yuqing, do you know who was responsible for the sulfuric acid incident? In an instant, Lin Fan stood up, clenching his fists. He wished he could tear the murderer into pieces. Yi Yuqing opened her mouth, hesitating whether to tell him about Zhang Liang. After all, Zhang Liang's father was not an ordinary person and not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. But if you think about it carefully, Lin Fan didn't even frown when receiving tens of millions in tips, so it is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. It's Zhang Liang. I heard that he bribed someone to hide on the elevated platform of the concert hall, preparing to throw sulfuric acid on the last performer, you. But because Zhang Liang didn't explain clearly, the man mistakenly thought that the last performer was Li Sueki, so he threw sulfuric acid at her. That guy is going to deal with me. However, Li Sueki was accidentally injured because of me? Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt even more painful, angry, and regretful. Lin Fan, let me be frank. Li Sueki suffered for you, so you must seek justice for her, understand? Yi Yuqing grabbed Lin Fan. She didn't want to say this. Because putting all the blame on Lin Fan is really despicable. But she couldn't bear the thought of her best friend becoming like that. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter. No matter what Zhang Liang's background is, I will make him pay the price. Even without Amy Yip telling him, Lin Fan was planning the same thing. However, what we need to do now is not to seek revenge. Where's Li Sueki? How is she now? Can I go see her? Compared to how to deal with Zhang Liang, Lin Fan is now more worried about Li Sueki's condition. When Amy Yip saw that he wanted to enter the ward, she quickly stopped him. No, you can't go in no matter what. Lee Sweki is in a very bad condition right now. Especially since she doesn't want to face you. She'll go crazy if you go in there. Lin Fan frowned, a little confused. Why is he special? Come to think of it, the two of them have only met twice in total. Is their relationship that good? But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Fan understood. It was probably because of their ordinary relationship that Lee Sweki didn't want him to see her disfigured. However, Lin Fan had to meet Lee Sweki, and he thought of a way that might be able to save Lee Sweki's appearance. Chapter 102, Correct Use of Charm Points. There is another problem at hand. So how to get the resolute Amy Yip to give in? Thought about it for a long time. Lin Fan showed an affectionate look and pinched Yi Yuqing. Yi Yuqing, do you think I'm handsome? Ah. Amy Yip was struck by lightning and just stood there in a daze. What do you mean you are handsome? Are you pretending? Could you please consider the occasion? Now Lee Sweki had just been seriously injured and her entire face was disfigured, and Amy Yip was so annoyed that she wanted to hammer the wall. Hearing Lin Fan say this at this moment, although I don't know the reason, but... Oh, wait. It's so strange, why am I not angry? Yi Yuqing, who was about to explode, found it strange that she couldn't get angry under Lin Fan's gentle, affectionate, and even slightly sad eyes. Not only that, a sadness gradually emerged in her heart, and she wanted to comfort the man in front of her. You, what are you doing? Let me go. Suppressing the urge to pity Lin Fan, Yi Yuqing thought of her best friend in the room and forced herself to calm down. Bang! She slapped Lin Fan's hand away. Lin Fan was not angry but happy. Efficient. The reason why Amy Yip couldn't get angry with him was because Lin Fan had added 10 points of charm before. Charm is particularly powerful for women. According to the system, when the charm value reaches a certain level, even women who have only met him once can fall in love with him at first sight. The solution Lin Fan thought of was to use his charm to calm down Amy Yip and persuade her to let him into the ward. It seems to be working very well now. Lin Fan pursued the victory. Yi Yuqing, this may embarrass you, but I really have to go see Lee Sweki now. It's not that I don't know my limits and am rubbing salt into her wounds at this moment, but I have a way that may be able to save her beauty. As for what method, I can't explain it to you right now. I just ask you to give me a chance and let me in, okay? I really have no other choice but to beg you now. After hearing these heartfelt words, Amy Yip almost cried as she answered him. Okay, I'll agree to whatever you want to do, and I'll trust you unconditionally. But please, don't make that expression, okay? I don't know why, but seeing you like this makes me feel heartbroken. Lin Fan was startled by Yi Yuqing's red eyes. Although he knew the power of charm, he had never imagined that the effect would be so terrifying. After all, he and Amy Yip had only met a few times. Moreover, the two of them had less than 20 sentences in total, and they didn't know much about each other. Just because of the bonus of 10 points of charm, Lin Fan imitated the tone of the male protagonist in Korean dramas and almost moved the other person to tears. Really? Lin Fan, please go in quickly. But remember, you must be careful after you go in. If you find that Lee Sweki is not in a good state, call me. I'll go in and comfort her, okay? Amy Yip rubbed her eyes, trying her best to calm the pain in her heart and not let any tears fall. Lin Fan patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. After saying that, he opened the door of the ward and walked in. At this moment, Lee Sweki was picking up a mirror. Slowly, carefully, and cautiously, he aimed it at his face bit by bit. Then, a hideous, ugly, and horrible scar appeared. It was not an illusion or a nightmare, but a real existence. As Lee Sweki looked upwards, she even felt a stream of hot molten lava flowing out of her eyes. Why? Bang! She almost collapsed and threw the mirror against the wall. The mirror broke into pieces, forming a garbage dump of lenses on the ground. She is still a young girl, she has talent and ability, and she is determined to make her debut. With Lin Fan's rewards, she has gained popularity that many celebrities would envy. But at this moment, she was disfigured. Her face was still unrecognizable and even the big hospitals couldn't help, so she had to have plastic surgery. At this moment, she really wanted to pick up a piece of mirror residue, wipe it across her neck, and turn everything in front of her into a nightmare. Now, she would rather die than let others, or herself, see the hideous, horrible scars on her face. Lee Sweki! At this time, a low voice came from the entrance. Lee Sweki shuddered and looked up. She felt that she was really in hell at this moment. Lin Fan, why is he here? No. Did he see my face? Ah. Before Li Sueki could scream in pain, Lin Fan took 2 steps forward and covered her mouth. Li Sueki, calm down. I'm here to help you. I have a way to heal the wound on your face, so just calm down and listen to me, okay? With the help of Lin Fan's 10 points of charm, Li Sueki's condition recovered unexpectedly quickly. She nodded immediately and had no intention of screaming. Okay. Lin Fan let go of his hand and took out a small bottle from his pocket. Listen to me, this is a special medicine I made. It can cure all injuries. As long as you dilute it in the bathtub and soak in it for 2 hours, I guarantee that the scars on your face will heal. The solution Lin Fan thought of was the healing item that the system had recently given him, the holy water essence. According to the system's introduction, holy water essence can heal all injuries. The last time Lin Fan fought with Cao Jinxiong and the others, he suffered a lot of external injuries. After using the holy water essence, he was completely recovered in 10 minutes without any trace left. Li Sueki's condition was hundreds of times more serious. But he believes the system will not let him down. Really? Li Sueki looked over with a dull look. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after trying it. Come here, put your face closer. Lin Fan pulled Li Sueki over, opened the medicine bottle, and dripped the holy water essence on her wound. In fact, according to the system description, holy water essence is concentrated holy water and needs to be diluted in water when used. But Li Sueki's condition was very serious, and Lin Fan could not guarantee that the holy water would still be effective after dilution. A drop fell. Li Sueki was surprised to find that her cheek, which had just been anesthetized, actually felt cool and refreshing. The dull stinging pain also disappeared, replaced by a slight tenderness. It's like waking up in the morning, opening the window and feeling the gentle, refreshing breeze blowing across your cheek. Immediately afterwards, Li Sueki felt an itchy sensation deep in her cheek. In a moment, she felt as if her face had a consciousness of its own and began to move. This feeling lasted for a minute. After stopping completely, Li Sueki no longer felt anything unusual. She looked at Lin Fan, who smiled and handed her a piece of the debris. Li Sueki looked at herself in the mirror cautiously. Chapter 103 Miraculous Treatment. Oh my god, is this really me? Looking in the mirror, there was a flawless, smooth, white face without a trace of blemish. Li Sueki just felt like she was dreaming. When she woke up from the dream, her tears rolled down like a dam bursting. She hugged Lin Fan tightly. Lin Fan, thank you, you gave me a second life. Really, I don't know how to thank you. Okay, I'm your fan. It's my duty to protect you and help you realize your dreams. Lin Fan smiled and touched Li Sueki's head. In Lin Fan's opinion, this might just be a special medicine for Li Sueki. But for Li Sueki, this is her life. How desperate she was when she was disfigured before. Now, she is very grateful to Lin Fan. To the point that gratitude alone was not enough to express her inner thoughts. At this moment, Li Sueki even had an idea. From now on, I will perform for Lin Fan alone. Lin Fan, if you don't mind, in the future. After venting, Li Sueki was ready to speak. She wanted to repay Lin Fan with her whole life, even if it meant sacrificing her own dreams. After all, it was Lin Fan who gave her the motivation to live. But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan revealed a boiling murderous aura. Don't worry, I will definitely punish the murderer who hurt you this time. I guarantee that he will kneel down and apologize to you, or even regret living in this world. So, Li Sueki, you also have to cheer up and continue to hold on to your dream. Lin Fan was afraid that this incident would have too much of an impact on Li Sueki, so he encouraged her. Li Sueki stared at Lin Fan blankly, and the words she had prepared were stuck in her throat. Her heart was filled with emotion at this moment. It's a pity that I can't repay Lin Fan with my whole life. But Lin Fan continued to give her opportunities to fulfill her dream, which made her very happy. And if you think about it carefully, this is also what Lin Fan wants to see. So even if it's just for Lin Fan, she has to cheer up. Lin Fan, thank you. I understand. I will definitely pick myself up and head back into the entertainment industry, for myself and for you. Just figure it out. Lin Fan smiled with relief. This was the optimistic Li Sueki he liked. When he was at the lowest point in his life, he watched Li Sueki's live broadcast and was silently encouraged by her, which enabled him to survive the difficult journey of life. Now that he has turned things around, he hopes that the anchor who once gave him motivation can realize his dream. It feels like helping a spiritual friend whom you have known for a long time. Although, the spiritual friend is only one-sided to Lin Fan. Naturally, Lee Swecky's injuries were also told to Amy Yip. When Veronica Yip came in and saw Veronica Yip had recovered, he was stunned for more than half a minute. When he came to his senses, he threw himself on Lee Swecky like a madman and burst into tears. Lin Fan, on the other hand, couldn't help but ponder over the holy water essence. This thing is far more powerful than he thought. The cheek burn caused by sulfuric acid was such a serious problem that even the doctor had clearly stated that it could not be healed by normal surgery and that the only option was plastic surgery. The holy water essence cured it easily. It healed Lee Swecky's injuries without even taking a minute. Not to mention the effect. For a moment, Lin Fan was full of interest in the holy water essence. If it is true as the system says, the holy water essence can heal any injury. So can we say that this thing is equivalent to unlimited resurrection coins? In addition, can it prolong the life of elderly people who are approaching their death? Some even suffered fatal injuries, such as missing arms and legs, or losing their heads. As long as there is holy water essence, these injuries can be healed. If that's the case, then it's really horrible. In order to verify this, Lin Fan was almost eager to find a terminally ill patient to try it out. Boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the ward, and then a neatly dressed middle-aged woman came in, holding several medical supplies. "Excuse me, is the patient Lee Swecky in this ward?" the middle-aged woman asked. She was the nurse hired by Amy Yip. Now Lee Swecky's injuries have fully recovered and she is no longer needed. Yi Yuqing hurried over. "Sorry, Aunt Wang, my friend's illness has recovered. But don't worry, I will pay you your wages anyway." "So soon?" Aunt Wang was very surprised. It was the first time she heard that a patient who needed care could recover on the first day. However, after accumulating a certain amount of experience, she immediately understood. It may be that the patient has found more appropriate care and no longer needs her. She didn't say anything and prepared to take today's money and leave. However, when he saw Lin Fan, he exclaimed in surprise. "Lin Fan? Auntie Wang?" Lin Fan also reacted immediately. This middle-aged woman who works as a caregiver is Tan Qingyun's mother, Wang Wanfeng. Lin Fan still didn't understand why Wang Wanfeng came to work as a nurse. Wang Wanfeng, who was the first to notice something, quickly came over and pulled him aside. "Lin Fan, why are you here? Are these two girls your friends?" Wang Wanfeng's heart suddenly became nervous. With her woman's intuition, she clearly felt that there was something unusual between Lin Fan and these two girls. Although Wang Wanfeng appears to be carefree on the surface, she actually cares about Tan Qingyun in private. She knew that Tan Qingyun liked Lin Fan. For the sake of her daughter, she had to get to the bottom of this matter no matter what. "Yes, we are friends, but not what you think, Aunt Wang. I am a fan of Lee Swecky. I heard that she was in the hospital, so I came to see her." Lin Fan was being careless, deliberately speaking as if it had nothing to do with Lee Swecky. In fact, this is indeed the case with him and Lee Swecky. But for some reason, under Aunt Wang's sharp gaze, Lin Fan felt guilty and couldn't help but want to cover it up. "Have you finished visiting?" Wang Wanfeng glanced at the two girls. "If you're done, come over with Aunt Wang. I have something to talk to you about." It's over. We can leave now." Lin Fan responded repeatedly, then said hello to the two girls and followed Wang Wanfeng out. What's the relationship between Aunt Wang and Lin Fan? The two girls who were left behind were confused. The two immediately came to another ward. After coming in, Lin Fan saw a patient lying on the bed, still sleeping. In order not to wake the other person up, Lin Fan deliberately slowed down his movements. Wang Wanfeng said, "Don't worry about her. She is in a vegetative state now and has no feeling. If you have anything to say, just say it directly." In the scene just now, although Lin Fan denied that relationship and stated that they were just ordinary friends. But based on Wang Wanfeng's womanly intuition, this must be something complicated. So Wang Wanfeng had already made up her mind. For her daughter's happiness, she had to make things clear today. She didn't hide anything and asked directly. "Lin Fan, let me be frank. What do you think of Tan Qingyun?" Chapter 104, Seriously Ill Woman. "What do you see?" Lin Fan was a little confused. But speaking of Tan Qingyun, she is his mentor. Lin Fan has always been grateful to her and respects her very much in his heart. What does Aunt Wang mean by asking this question? Looking at such a serious look, is he suspecting that I have any improper thoughts about Teacher Tan? Lin Fan, do you understand? My daughter is already 26, but she hasn't gotten married yet. At her age, she can't afford to delay. Wang Wanfang said this earnestly, staring straight at Lin Fan. After looking at Li Sueki and the other daughter, Wang Wanfang's sense of crisis increased sharply. She had to tell this boy about her daughter's feelings. Really? After hearing these words, Lin Fan's inner speculation intensified. Aunt Wang must think that I am interfering with her daughter's marriage. But there was one thing Lin Fan couldn't figure out, which was that he had neither harassed nor had he had any ambiguous relationship with Teacher Tan that would arouse suspicion among others. Teacher Tan has not found a suitable partner yet. Maybe it's because Teacher Tan hasn't met someone he likes yet. However, Aunt Wang blamed Lin Fan for the fact that Teacher Tan couldn't find a partner, which made Lin Fan feel very aggrieved. Ahem, regarding this matter, I think there is also some subjective opinion from Teacher Tan involved. It can't be entirely blamed on me, right? Lin Fan raised his thoughts carefully, as if he was meeting his mother-in-law. What do you mean it can't be blamed on you? My daughter is thinking about you every day. It's obvious that you bear a large part of the responsibility. Am I wrong to say that? Aunt Wang was so angry. Wang Wanfang originally thought that Lin Fan was unaware that Tan Qingyun liked him. But after hearing this answer, she thought that Lin Fan not only knew about it, but also had no such thoughts about her daughter and did not want to deepen the relationship. In Aunt Wang's mind, it's not impossible for Lin Fan to reject her daughter, but he should at least be honest with Tan Qingyun, right? What's the point of keeping her daughter hanging like this? No, Aunt Wang, you misunderstood. I'm not shirking my responsibility. Well, forget it. Since you said that, how about I talk to her later and make things clear? There was no choice under Aunt Wang's pressure. Lin Fan chose to surrender. He decided to urge Teacher Tan to find a suitable man as soon as possible and not to make her parents worry anymore. Really? You're not kidding me? Wang Wanfang's eyes lit up. Could it be that this kid has a change of heart? Seeing Lin Fan nodding continuously, she finally relaxed her tense muscles with satisfaction. His former kindness and gentleness reappeared on his face. By the way, you don't have any special relationship with the two girls in the ward just now, right? No, just ordinary friends. I came to visit them when I saw they were in trouble. Lin Fan explained. Seeing that Wang Wanfanglin's complexion had returned to normal, he breathed a sigh of relief and observed the woman on the bed. The woman looked to be around 30, sexy and mature. Even now as he sleeps soundly on the hospital bed, he still exudes an aura of nobility that cannot be desecrated. Lin Fan guessed that this woman must be of great importance. Lin Fan had never seen such a temperament in anyone. Whether it is Wei Jianan, the head of the Wei family, or those senior members of the Yangtze River Association. Compared with this, there are several levels behind. Then Lin Fan and Wang Wanfang chatted for a while. It turned out that Wang Wanfang's job had always been nursing, and because Tan Qingyun's father fell ill some time ago, she went back temporarily to take care of the old man. Now that the old man has emerged from the hospital and the family still has a lot of foreign debts, Wang Wanfang has gone out to work. The patient on the bed is the one she is going to take care of this time. According to Wang Wanfang, this woman seems to be suffering from some terminal illness. Now it has entered the late stage and she has to take a lot of expensive medicine every day to maintain her resistance to the virus. In a day of 24 hours, I am only awake for 2 or 3 hours, and my life is very painful. Moreover, the time of awakening is gradually decreasing. I believe it won't be long before I fall into eternal sleep. Is it cancer? Lin Fan asked. Wang Wanfang shook her head. No, I heard it's more terrible than cancer. Just 2 doses of the special injection every day would cost hundreds of thousands, but even so she doesn't have much time left. These words made Lin Fan feel excited. He was just wondering how powerful the effect of the holy water essence was. Can it make people immortal, save people from viruses, etc.? In order to verify those speculations, he was also worried about where to find some people to experiment with. Now it seems that the girl on the hospital bed is the most suitable candidate. The question now is how to let this girl soak in the holy water. Lin Fan, it's almost time. I have to wipe the patient's body next. You can leave first. Looking at the time, Wang Wanfang was about to start work. Wipe your body? This sentence gave Lin Fan an idea. He could apply holy water essence on the towel that Aunt Wan was going to use. When Aunt Wang was wiping the patient's body, the medicine seeped into the body little by little. Washing your body, right? Aunt Wang, wait a moment. With this in mind, Lin Fan quickly went to the bathroom, exchanged his points for a bottle of holy water essence, and planned to take action secretly. However, there were several towels hanging in the bathroom, and he was not sure which one Aunt Wang would use. So I helped to fill a large basin with warm water and poured the holy water essence into it. When he brought it to Wang Wanfang, he noticed the strange look in her eyes. Why did this boy become so enthusiastic when he heard that he was going to wipe the body of a female patient? Could it be that he wanted to do something bad? Ahem, Aunt Wang, don't get me wrong, I just want you to finish your work as soon as possible. Then come with me to the 4S store. I want to give you a car so that you can commute to get off work in the future. Lin Fan quickly found an excuse. Give me a car? Wang Wanfang was surprised by the sudden gift. Lin Fan immediately added, this can be considered as my apology for what happened to Teacher Tan. Please don't refuse it. Oh, is that so? Fine then. I'll leave when I finish my work here. Wang Wanfang felt happy. This boy is so thoughtful, it seems he has ideas about his daughter too. Lin Fan waited at the door for about 20 minutes, and Wang Wanfang came out after finishing her work. The absorption of the medicinal effects of the holy water essence requires a process, and Lin Fan wants to stay and observe the changes during this period. So he made an excuse to Wang Wanfang. By the way, Aunt Wang, let's all leave. Isn't it a bad idea to leave the patient alone? How about this? I have an acquaintance at the 4S store. You can just go there and pick a car and drive it back. I'll help you take care of the patient here. No. Didn't I tell you? This patient is only awake for 3 or 4 hours a day. Other than wiping your body regularly and clearing your muscles and bones, there's nothing else to do. It won't delay you from going out for 2 or 3 hours. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for a second job at the same time, right? Wang Wanfang looked very happy. Lin Fan couldn't find any other suitable excuse, so he had no choice but to go alone. Chapter 105, The Powerful Du Bin. Lin Fan is already an old acquaintance of the 4S store. Even if Gao Ximin is not there, many salesmen will rush to provide him with the highest level of service. It's a pity that I didn't see Jiang Liyao today. Jiang Liyao must have taken a day off for the school activities today. Under the sweet words of the salesman, Wang Wanfang liked every car. I kept walking around the car showroom, unable to make up my mind. Lin Fan watched, feeling extremely tormented. After all, he was still concerned about the efficacy of the medicine and wanted to go back to check the situation. At this time, Lu Chang called and his voice was very excited. Hello, Mr. Lin? I met Du Bin. Are you free to come over now? Oh, so soon? Lin Fan was surprised. Du Bin, also known as Number 2. He is a legendary figure in the elite bodyguard group of Tianbao Group, and even Number 1 Huang Feiqing is inferior to him. Now that the war has begun with the Wei family, Lin Fan is constantly surrounded by many troubles. Not to mention anything else, just the challenge letter sent by the Wei family. The elite bodyguards that Lin Fan had hired at a cost of 700 to 800 million were all helpless, and Lin Fan had to take action himself, which made Lin Fan very upset. Therefore, for Lin Fan, it is crucial to recruit a helper who can really help him. Considering Du Bin's importance, Lin Fan said hello to Wang Wanfang and immediately rushed to Tianbao Group. Now, the general manager's office of Tianbao Group. A man with sunglasses and a poker face was sitting on the sofa. He checked the time and stretched out 3 fingers lifelessly. 3 minutes. Anything longer than this is off the table. What, 3 minutes? Lu Chang was stunned. He hurriedly said, Brother Du, our CEO Lin is not at Tianbao Group, how can he get here in 3 minutes? However, Du Bin's face remained expressionless. It seems that once he makes a decision, he won't care what others think. Lu Chang became anxious. He just called Lin Fan, and the other party said that he was still at the 4S store and it would take at least 10 minutes for him to get over. In order to keep Du Bin and complete the task, Lu Chang looked at Luo Zhou with a pleading look. Luo Zhou had to say a few words because of Lin Fan's status as a Purple Diamond member. Du Bin, Mr. Lin is a Purple Diamond member and a distinguished guest at the headquarters. Can't you give him some face? Du Bin was still a little polite to Luo Zhou and said a few more words to him. Manager Luo, I am already giving you face by staying here to give him a chance. I won't waste even one more second, 3 minutes. You. Luo Zhou was also a little angry at Du Bin's attitude. But there was nothing he could do. Although Du Bin is nominally his employee, he is a super elite in the headquarters and is fawned over by a number of senior leaders. If Du Bin gets angry, he will definitely be the one in trouble. There was no way, he shrugged helplessly at Lu Chang. He has done his best in this matter. Lu Chang gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do. 3 minutes passed in a flash. Lin Fan hasn't arrived yet. Du Bin stood up and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Brother Du, please consider it as a plea from me. Can you give Mr. Lin a little more time? There was no choice but Lu Chang gritted his teeth and stood in front. Although Du Bin didn't say anything, his warning eyes penetrated through his sunglasses and went straight into Lu Chang's heart, causing him a huge shock. Lu Chang knew that if he didn't move out of the way, the consequences would be serious. Am I going to fail in this way the first task that Mr. Lin assigned to me? No. In his heart, Mr. Lin was like an idol, and he was impressed by his strength. Lu Chang's dream is to become a strong man like Lin Fan. If he couldn't even complete the first task given by Lin Fan, what qualifications did he have to chase Lin Fan? Lu Chang immediately made a choice in his heart and assumed a fighting stance. He said in a low voice, "Since Brother Du doesn't give me face, let me use my fists to keep you here." He. Du Bin just sneered disdainfully at Lu Chang's determination. Lu Chang didn't have time to get angry. Call. A strong breeze blew on my cheek. It took Lu Chang a long time to react. He only remembered a fist rushing towards his face, and then his brain crashed. What happened? Was I killed instantly? Lu Chang is quite clear about his own strength. There was no way he could be Du Bin's opponent, so being knocked out instantly with one punch didn't seem impossible. But, what happened after being killed in seconds? Why is he still conscious now? No, he didn't hit me at all. Soon, Lu Chang reacted. He was not killed instantly by Du Bin's punch, but was frightened by the momentum brought by Du Bin's punch. Realizing this, Lu Chang's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. After all, he had learned all sorts of things for a period of time. How terrifying must this man be to be able to scare his brain into a state of shutdown just with the strong wind generated by his fist? At this moment, Lu Chang only felt that the person passing by him was not just one person. It was a glimpse of a mountain, like Mount Everest, that could never be conquered. Even most people don't even have the qualifications to look up to him. If you try to climb up by force, you will just become an insignificant piece of dry bone in the vast snow. Lu Chang had completely lost his fighting spirit. It wasn't until a playful voice sounded from behind him that he came to his senses. "Ha, you're so impatient, you don't look like an elite bodyguard of Tianbao Group." Lu Chang turned around and saw that it was Lin Fan who came. But Du Bin still didn't give Lin Fan face and walked around to leave. Lin Fan stopped him. "Wait a minute, I still have something to say." "Get out of the way." Along with the growl, Lu Chang saw the fist again. It was a terrifying punch that brought him a sense of death and caused his body's instincts to shut down. At this moment, such a fist was rushing towards Lin Fan's chest. It seems that Du Bin has been irritated by the repeated interceptions and has started to take real action. Gurgle. Lu Chang swallowed his saliva, and his heart immediately rose in his throat. The fear that Du Bin's punch brought to him was so intense that he didn't think that even Lin Fan could take the punch. However, bang! Lin Fan actually grabbed Du Bin's fist firmly. "Didn't Lu Chang tell you? If possible, I would invest 100 billion to connect with international medical organizations. Ask them to save your fiancé. Don't you even care about your own fiancé?" When mentioning his fiancé, Du Bin's face twitched noticeably. After a while, he slowly took off his glasses, revealing a look like a dead fish. "Okay, let's talk about it. But, only 3 minutes. Good." Lin Fan gestured for Du Bin to come back to the office. Du Bin went straight to the point. 100 billion is not enough. 200 billion, and my life, I can give it to you. Chapter 106 please. 200 billion? Hearing this, Lu Chang and Luo Zhou both gasped at the same time. This appetite is really too big. Especially as Luo Zhou knows more. In fact, there are still some mercenaries of Du Bin's level all over the world. The total assets of those people are estimated to be only 20 to 30 billion. 200 billion is almost enough to buy 10 Du Bins. Luo Zhou couldn't imagine where Du Bin got the courage to offer such a price. Even Lin Fan frowned. He didn't care about the cost of 200 billion. Instead, he was eager to spend the money quickly in exchange for some super rich points. But what he cares about is the trouble behind the 200 billion. It seems that the enemies Dubin provoked are far more powerful than he thought. Tell me your reasons first. Dubin was a little surprised that Lin Fan did not refuse directly, but he did not show it. He glanced at Luo Zhou and Lu Chang, and the two of them tactfully retreated. Dubin sat back on the sofa and let out a long breath, as if venting all his fatigue. He spoke slowly. Hell's Gate, this is the organization I offended in the past. Their overall strength ranks among the top 3 in the world, excluding countries. I killed their second in command and made them lose face. Gate of Hell? Just hearing the name, Lin Fan frowned. Even though he didn't know much about foreign supernatural forces, he could feel the horror and ferocity of this organization just from the name. This Dubin is also a pervert. He actually killed someone's second in command. Lin Fan became more interested in Dubin. Dubin continued speaking. Of course, competition among such a transcendent force as Hell's Gate is very fierce. Apart from the leader, the second in command and the fallen angels are constantly changing. To be honest, it wouldn't be a big deal if we only killed one of their second in commands. The problem is, this second in command is the eldest in command's younger brother. The current head of Hellgate has been in this position for 30 years, so he is deeply rooted. It is not something that can be pried open by anyone using any means. He alone represents the entire Hellgate. I killed his brother, and he was furious. It cost him hundreds of billions just to gain access to our Chinese territory. Not to mention the subsequent series of layouts. I roughly estimated that they may have spent no less than 300 billion during this period. So, the determination of the Hellgate boss is unshakable. 100 billion can solve my problem. This is just the analysis of an uninformed person. In fact, this is not a matter of money at all. If Hell's Gate is pushed to the limit, they will even destroy all the world's top medical organizations. 200 billion is the price I paid to an old friend of mine to get access to his vast network of connections. He will be able to give me an antidote when the time comes. The power of the Hellgate is extremely terrifying. According to Dubin, if the Tianbao group had not been protecting him behind the scenes, the people from Hellgate would have already come to China to seek revenge on him. However, in order to block the large force at the Hellgate, the Tianbao group has spent a huge price and also cooperated with some special departments. Dubin did not want to let Tianbao group and Hellgate fight to a mutual defeat. Moreover, if a real fight breaks out, Tianbao group may not be a match. I'm done, what's your answer? Dubin looked at Lin Fan calmly. In his heart, he didn't think that Lin Fan would help him. Helping him and paying 200 billion is not worth it in Dubin's opinion. Not to mention, once Hell's Gate knew about this, Lin Fan would be in big trouble. If 200 billion were used to recruit people internationally, he could hire several experts with the same strength as him. If Lin Fan had not been a Purple Diamond member of Tianbao Group and was willing to invest 100 billion, he would not have bothered to say it. I really can't help you with 200 billion like this. Lin Fan shook his head. After hearing this, Dubin sighed secretly, but he didn't say anything else. He stood up and prepared to leave. However, Lin Fan stopped him again. I can't help you with money, but if you don't mind, I can find a way to help you treat your fiancé's injuries. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out a holy water essence that he had just exchanged. What do you mean? Dubin frowned. Lin Fan didn't explain and smashed the glass ashtray on the coffee table, scratching his skin with a sharp scratch. Blood gushed out rapidly. Dubin's eyes were full of surprise. Is this guy crazy? Then, Lin Fan poured the holy water essence in the small bottle into a paper cup and added water to dilute it. Fall on the arm. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 seconds, Lin Fan's wound healed miraculously. What is going on? Dubin was stunned. He had used a lot of special medicines when he was on missions before, some of which could quickly suppress injuries. However, no matter how special the medicine is, it can only suppress the injury or increase the speed of recovery. It is impossible to restore the injury directly as it is happening now. And it only took less than 5 seconds. He had never even heard of such a terrifying special medicine. This is a special medicine I made. I won't tell you how it works, but it can cure all injuries in the world. After all, Lin Fan didn't know the principle. You have seen the effect. It is incomparable to any drug on the market. If you are willing, I can use it to try to save your wife. This. Dubin was so shocked by the scene before him that he felt complicated. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But when he calmed down, the excitement in his eyes subsided a lot. The injury to his fiancée was not just an injury, but a special kind of poison, which was very terrifying. Even the most advanced medical methods in the country are useless. The only thing that could save her fiancé, besides the antidote held by the Hell's Gate, was a heart transplant. The medicine Lin Fan took out was good, but whether it could cure his wife was another matter. Can you give it a try for me? Suddenly, Dubin thought of something. He lifted up a corner of his clothes, revealing a hideous, twisted wound on his abdomen. It was completely black and looked very scary. It was an injury that no human could survive. Lin Fan understood what he wanted to do and handed him the cup. Dubin sprinkled water on his abdomen. Then, an itchy and hot feeling came over me. Still at a speed visible to the naked eye, his hideous wound, which looked like a devil's flower, miraculously relaxed and stretched out. As if returning to normal. There was a hole at the stamen and black sticky liquid flowed out of it. A foul smell followed. It stings the nose, penetrates the soul and makes people sick. Lin Fan couldn't help but step aside. But Dubin was so excited that tears almost flashed in his eyes. Yes, this thing really has a detoxifying effect. It will surely save my wife's life, too. Thump! The next second, Dubin knelt on Lin Fan's ground. Please, as long as you can save my life will be yours. Chapter 107, A Ruthless Woman. Lin Fan did not agree directly, but gave Dubin a task. After all, there are too many things involved behind Dubin. If something goes wrong, Lin Fan himself will be in danger. Therefore, Dubin must demonstrate his value that is worth the risk before Lin Fan will choose to help him. After reaching an agreement with Dubin went to carry out the task he was assigned. Then, Lin Fan made some arrangements for Lu Chang, asking him to go to Haizhou Private Kitchen and serve as the deputy captain of the security department. Lu Chang was stunned after hearing this. He was almost traumatized by Dubin's punch just now, and now he has deeply realized his own weakness. How could I have the confidence to command a group of elite bodyguards? But when he came to his senses, he found that Lin Fan had left. What the hell is this? Lu Chang looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. After dealing with things here, Lin Fan should have gone back to find Wang Wanfeng. But he was more curious about the efficacy of the holy water essence on the terminally ill woman, so he went straight back to the hospital. Entering the ward, Lin Fan saw that the woman on the bed had woken up. Who are you? The look the woman gave him was unusually cold and contained a condescending attitude. Coupled with those eyes that seemed to be extremely noble since birth. Lin Fan felt as if he had met a princess from some country and almost lowered his head out of shame. However, when I think about the fact that I am also a person with a system, and the richest man in the world. Lin Fan then gathered his courage again and walked forward with his head held high. Your savior. The woman heard it but had no reaction. You should be aware of your illness. Apart from some special medicine, you will not be able to wake up in your current state. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out another portion of holy water essence. Including this one, he has redeemed 3 today, spending a total of 3 godly points. There were only a pitiful 5 godly points left in his balance. This is the special medicine I used on you. Seeing that you are in good condition, I will give you this bottle as well. The best way to take it is to dissolve the medicine in water and soak it. I just scratched my arm with glass, so I dripped holy water on the wound. Lin Fan felt a tearing sensation as the wound healed. That's probably a side effect of the drug being too strong due to not being diluted. As soon as he finished his reminder, the woman over there smashed the glass bottle of holy water onto the ground with a bang. The pitiful 2 or 3 drops of medicine in it evaporated in an instant. Roll. She spat out a word coldly. The woman's name was Zhang Hanqing. She had an extraordinary aura that could only be cultivated by a top family. She was half believing and half doubting what Lin Fan said. But she didn't believe in Lin Fan at all. Under such a contradictory situation, Lin Fan became even more suspicious in Zhang Hanqing's eyes, so he simply smashed the things Lin Fan gave him. Just ignore it, this is the most effective way to avoid being deceived. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. The indifferent expression displayed by Zhang Hanqing was already obvious, and he didn't need to confirm it again. But Lin Fan has a charm value of 10 points. Even if Lin Fan felt that he was being a bit deliberate, he didn't need to be targeted like this in front of a woman, right? You have to know that before in the concert hall, more than 300 women looked at him with hostility at the same time. But when he added 10 points of charm, the women's eyes changed. When it came to Zhang Hanqing, it had no effect at all. This made Lin Fan suspect for a moment that he had lost his charm. To confirm, he quickly opened the system's personal panel and took a look. No problem, the charm value is still 10. That's strange. System, what's going on? Why is my charm useless to this woman? Is there something wrong? After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fan became a little nervous, thinking that the system had failed, and hurriedly asked. Replying to the host, the charm value can only play the role of enhancing favorability. If the other party hates you from the bottom of their heart and excludes you, then no matter how strong the increase is, it will be useless. Lin Fan understood. Simply put, charm is an amplifier that increases women's favorability towards him. If there is no favorability in the first place, there is no point in expanding it. I'm serious. I help you without any bad intentions, and I won't ask anything of you afterwards. If you can calm down, we can talk some more. Zhang Hanqing is suffering from a terminal illness and is an extremely high-quality experimental subject for Lin Fan. Even though he knew that Zhang Hanqing's favorability towards him was negative, he still wanted to try to communicate with her again. Zhang Hanqing looked over coldly. I don't care who you are, what you want to do, or who you want to deal with. In short, don't expect me to help you with anything. If you want to use force, I will bite my tongue and kill myself the moment you take a step forward. Zhang Hanqing's eyes are very sharp. The first time she saw Lin Fan, she could sense that this young man was not simple. Even though her strength was pretty good, she couldn't be sure that she could deal with Lin Fan in her current state. Therefore, if Lin Fan made any move, she would commit suicide without hesitation. Although she was reluctant, she no longer wanted to add any more burden to that person. Okay, I won't say anything more. Don't be so excited. If you don't want to see me, then I'll leave now. Please don't think too much about it. Seeing this woman talking about suicide all the time, Lin Fan also became afraid. He just wanted to find an experimental subject. If the woman disagrees, he can just spend some time looking for some people with cancer. There is no need to make things so awkward with her. If anything else happens, Lin Fan will be upset. Oh, this is the medicine I gave you before. Since you are not afraid of death, why not take the risk and try it again? Before leaving, Lin Fan left 2 bottles of holy water essence for the woman. There was no other reason, he just hoped that he could impress Zhang Hanqing. I can let her be a guinea pig again and provide me with some information. In this way, when he used the holy water essence to treat Du Bin's fiancé not long after, he would have some peace of mind. After doing all this, Lin Fan didn't stay any longer and quickly left the ward. Zhang Hanqing was a little confused when she saw Lin Fan leave so decisively. Is this person really not from that side, or from the family? If she was from one of these 2 parties, the other party would never let her go even if she committed suicide and left a corpse. So, Zhang Hanqing was a little shaken. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the 3 small bottles that Lin Fan had thrown to her before leaving. Can this thing really cure her illness? Thinking of this, Zhang Hanqing waved his arms and felt the condition of his body. Her condition recovered by 30%. This is her self-judgment. It seems that this medicine is really good, even better than those special medicines that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars per injection. How about giving it a try? If Lin Fan knew what the woman Zhang Hanqing was thinking, he would be shocked. Because a drop of holy water essence can heal the special injury on Du Bin's lower abdomen in just a few seconds. But in Zhang Hanqing's case, only 30% of the disease was cured. How terrible is her disease? Chapter 108, Help Teacher Tan Find a Boyfriend. Lin Fan didn't know what Zhang Hanqing was thinking afterwards. After leaving the ward, he visited Li Sueki. At this moment, all the senior executives and top doctors in the hospital were sitting together, observing Li Sueki in various ways, and they all showed an incredible look. They were really curious about what kind of magic medicine Li Sueki used to restore her burned face to its original state. Although Li Sueki didn't understand medicine, she understood the preciousness of the medicine that Lin Fan took out. In order not to cause trouble for Lin Fan, she kept silent no matter how the doctors asked. There was no other way, and finally the doctors could only use the examination as an excuse to keep Li Sueki in the hospital for 2 days for observation. Lin Fan greeted Li Sueki. When I got home, it was already late. Wang Wanfang called again just now and complained a few words about Lin Fan not coming back to the forest store to find her, but her complaint was immediately overwhelmed by the joy of getting a new car. She said enthusiastically that she would go find Tan Xingyun first to try to persuade her, and when she returned, she would let him and Tan Xingyun talk it out. The entrance of the villa. Wang Wanfang, who was happy to get a new car, went to school to pick up Tan Xingyun and has now returned. Mom, this Mercedes-Benz is worth more than 1 million, right? Why are you asking Lin Fan for such an expensive gift? After getting out of the car, Tan Xingyun walked around the car and said angrily. She is a strong-willed woman who always spends according to her ability and never takes advantage of others. Even though she lived in Lin Fan's luxury villa worth hundreds of millions, she did not act at all pretentious and still rode an electric bike to and from get off work every day. The meals we eat every day are made from the most common vegetables which cost only a few cents per piece. She insisted on doing this because she didn't want to owe Lin Fan more. But in the blink of an eye, her own mother took away Lin Fan's luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan, and she didn't know how to face Lin Fan. My daughter, look at what you said. Am I the kind of vain person? Lin Fan must have taken the initiative to send me this car. I have explained it to you so many times along the way, why don't you believe it? Wang Wanfang rolled her eyes at Tan Xingyun. She was very unhappy about being described like that by her daughter. Tan Xingyun was so angry that her eyes were sore and she almost shed tears. Then you can't take it. Lin Fan's money belongs to him. We can spend as much as we have. You asked for such an expensive person. People who don't know would think you sold your daughter to someone else. How can I go out and meet people in the future? Hey, what do you mean by selling? You and Lin Fan are in love with each other, and you will become a rich lady soon. What's wrong with my future son-in-law and I accepting some gifts in advance? Wang Wanfang was so annoyed that she finally exploded. After saying this, she suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth. Tan Xingyun noticed something quickly and grabbed Wang Wanfang's hand. He glared and said, Mom, what do you mean Lin Fan is your future son-in-law? What did you say to Lin Fan? This. Wang Wanfang hesitated and avoided eye contact. Tan Xingyun said forcefully, if you don't explain it to me clearly, I will leave now and never see Lin Fan again. No. Wang Wanfang had no choice but to confess. I told you the truth. I ran into Lin Fan by chance in the hospital today. I just couldn't bear to see you two being so annoying, so I explained your situation to Lin Fan. It just so happens that Lin Fan also has feelings for you, and he said he would confess to you tonight. Well, I think you two are willing to be together soon. We will be a family from now on, so when Lin Fan offered to give me a car, didn't I agree? Why, my future son-in-law is a billionaire, and I want $1 million car from him. Is that too much? Besides, it's not me who's forcing him to do that, right? Wang Wanfang became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and in the end she was basically scolding Tan Xingyun. Wang Wanfang was not a shrewd old lady at all. Instead, she was very kind, gentle, and considerate. She was also a teacher back then. Although I later resigned from the school due to some circumstances, as a teacher, my quality is still far superior to many people. She was furious at what her daughter said. Tan Xingyun remained silent despite being scolded, as if she was seriously reflecting on herself. But in fact, she was just shocked by Wang Wanfang's words and didn't come back to her senses. In the afternoon, she was still thinking about how to confess to Lin Fan. But she didn't expect an accident to happen in the concert hall. Lin Fan left and she missed the best opportunity. Now I'm home in the blink of an eye. But she heard that Lin Fan knew about her and was planning to confess to her. How should she face him? Happiness comes too suddenly. She didn't even know how she got into the house and sat in front of Lin Fan. Okay, it's not good for an old woman like me to get involved in your affairs. I'll go cook first, you guys chat. After bringing her daughter over, Wang Wanfang left with a smile. Although she was not a vain person, she was still very happy that her daughter could marry a rich man who loved her. Ahem, Mr. Tan, I heard about your situation from Aunt Wang. I didn't expect you to be in such a difficult situation. After Wang Wanfang left, Lin Fan, as a grown man, took responsibility and took the initiative to speak. How about this? Tell me in detail what's on your mind, and I'll try my best to help you. Lin Fan had already made up his mind. No matter what kind of man Tan Xingyun likes, he will try his best to help her find him. Tan Xingyun was a little confused. Aren't you going to confess to me? Why should I tell you what's in my mind? But after thinking about it, Tan Qingyun expressed his inner thoughts during this period. Well, Lin Fan, although I don't reject you, you are still in school after all, right? If possible, can this matter be kept until after you graduate? Of course not. Lin Fan said very seriously. Teacher Tan, Aunt Wang said before that you are 26 too. You can't delay any longer at this age, and the reason why you haven't found one has something to do with me. So, I must take responsibility and help you find a suitable boyfriend. You, what did you say? After hearing this, Tan Qingyun thought she had misheard for a moment. The person I like wants to help me find a boyfriend? Lin Fan, wait, did you misunderstand something? Tan Qingyun felt that something was wrong and quickly stopped him. However, Lin Fan held Tan Qingyun's hand very seriously and comforted her. No misunderstanding, Aunt Wang told me everything, and now I understand. You don't have a boyfriend because of me. Since I have a great responsibility in this matter, I have to take responsibility no matter what. How about this, let's go to the matchmaking agency tomorrow and help you, Mr. Tan, find a suitable partner. Lin Fan even thought about buying 2 matchmaking companies if that didn't work out. It would be more reliable if there were dedicated people to handle this matter. However, these words were like bombs that penetrated into Tan Qingyun's heart and exploded. That's enough. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore, interrupted Lin Fan angrily, and left. Chapter 109, Gao Jianxiong, Ready for Revenge. Strange, did I say something wrong? Watching Tan Qingyun leave, Lin Fan was still confused. After thinking about it, he could only blame himself for meddling in other people's affairs. After all, dating is a rather private matter. Especially for older single women like Teacher Tan, they probably care about this kind of thing more than the average person. It is indeed a bit shameful to be persuaded by my own students. After reflecting on it, Lin Fan had a headache again. For the future happiness of Teacher Tan, what should he do? Royal KTV, Supreme Room. More than 30 men gathered together. Most of them looked extremely fierce and muscular, and each of them looked extremely terrifying. At this moment, anger was bursting from the eyes of these people. They looked at the man in the middle. Brother, that brat actually dared to attack you and even disfigured me. He deserves to die. The brothers have discussed and decided to grab their weapons and kill that guy. That's right. Our brothers in the Julong Society haven't taken action for a long time. I'm afraid many people in Haizhou have forgotten us. Some scumbags dare to spread rumors about us. They must be tired of living. Sitting in the middle is Haizhou's top man, Gao Jianxiong. The fact that he was punished by Lin Fan yesterday was exposed when Lin Fan smashed the Julin restaurant last night. Now, this top man in Haizhou has become a joke in the upper-class circle. He was a big brother with 3 or 4 brothers, but he was beaten by a young man. He couldn't even protect his sister. When the brothers of Julong Society heard about this, they were all so angry that their blood boiled and murderous intent surged. After some discussion today, they took machetes and went to find Gao Jianxiong, intending to retaliate. In response, Gao Jianxiong's eyes flashed coldly. Of course. Tomorrow the Wei family will prepare an internal strength master and invite Lin Fan to compete. We will take action when the time comes. The brothers of Zhelongui were furious, and Gao Jianxiong was even more angry. Internal force master? To deal with that kid, we need an internal force master, a brother exclaimed. The others also showed surprise. The Julong Society was founded by Gao Jianxiong. The people here are his old subordinates, and they were all powerful generals back then. Similarly, these old subordinates also know things that many people don't know. One of the more important ones is the Master of Internal Strength. These people inherited ancient martial arts and had special training methods, which formed a force of energy in their bodies during the practice. With this energy alone, his strength is enough to crush 99% of ordinary people. With a little more training, learning some moves and accumulating some fighting experience, he would become a super master picked out from thousands. To tell you how powerful these internal force masters are. At the beginning, they had offended an internal force master in the Julong Club. The man was only 25 years old and had just started to learn internal force. But even so, the opponent still defeated more than 10 elite members of their Julong Club by himself. Later, Gao Jianxiong spent 100 million to ask Yi San to step in, and the matter was finally resolved. No one had expected that this Lin Fan would actually force the Wei family to invite out an internal strength master. As if he saw the worry in everyone's hearts, Gao Jianxiong snorted coldly. Humph, the Wei family's internal energy master has been famous for a long time and is well known throughout the circle. No matter how talented a newcomer is, he can never be his opponent. When Lin Fan is defeated tomorrow, we will go up and get our revenge. What are you afraid of? Ha, Brother Gao, you are joking. The brothers are not afraid at all. Aren't we just a little surprised to hear that there is an internal force master? Everyone came to their senses and quickly made excuses to cover up their embarrassment. Yes, and the internal energy master is also from the Wei family. Who knows if that Lin Fan is it? I think without the Wei family's intervention, we can easily deal with that kid. That's right, big brother, don't worry, our brother's butcher knives have been thirsty for a long time. It would be good if that kid is beaten down by the Wei family tomorrow, otherwise the brothers will rush over and hack him to death. Snort! Gao Jianxiong snorted coldly, said nothing more to these people, waved his hand, and sent them away. In fact, he had already seen it. Ever since their Julong society went from being a secret organization to a public one a few years ago, everyone has been doing legitimate business and there has been less fighting and killing. The edges and corners in their hearts were also gradually smoothed out. Nowadays, these people, at most, just go to various places with knives to scare people. Even if they are really forced to work hard, it is not completely impossible. But without the passion they had back then, they would most likely end up dying if they fought to the death. This time, if Gao Jianxiong hadn't really lost face, he wouldn't have called these people out. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Gao Jianxiong made a phone call. Hello? Uncle Wu? When will the goods I want arrive? What, you want to add another 100 million? What are you doing? I've already spent 300 million, okay? You know, that thing is precious, but to put it bluntly, it's just a pile of paper. How much would it cost to copy 100 copies? You mean the secret book is ready, but the special medicine needed to practice the secret book needs to be purchased separately? Gao Jianxiong looked very unhappy, he felt like he had been fooled. I spent 300 million to buy a very thin ancient secret book. After he bought it, the person told him that practicing this thing requires the use of special potions, otherwise practicing blindly will only ruin himself. The key point is that this potion was not included in the 300 million he spent before, and he needed to purchase it separately. Shit, so he spent 300 million just to buy a few pieces of useless paper? Taking a deep breath, Gao Jianxiong suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, he had spent 300 million. If he said he didn't want to buy it now, there was no way he could get his money back. Moreover, the pressure he felt from Lin Fan also made him eager to improve his strength. Uncle Wu, I have been filial to you over the years, you can't cheat me again and again, right? I'll ask you one last time, is this 100 million the final payment? Okay, I'll punch your card in a moment. With the guarantee from his fifth uncle, Gao Jianxiong was willing to give it a try. After all, his fifth uncle was also a master of internal strength. When he first started out, his fifth uncle had already become famous. But later on, some things happened and these masters of the older generation all retired from the world. But even though a person is gone, his power remains. What's more, a master of internal strength will only become more powerful with the accumulation of years. He believed that someone of his uncle's level would not lie to him. It's nothing more than paying a little more price. After finishing this task, Gao Jianxiong couldn't help but become excited. He seemed to have seen Lin Fan, who had humiliated him severely in the past, crawling at his feet. Too much joy leads to sorrow. At this moment, a hand silently pressed on Gao Jianxiong's head. Don't move, or I can't guarantee that your head won't move. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill anyone today. I'm here to chat with you. Chapter 110 Night Raid. You, who are you? In an instant, all the excitement in Gao Jianxiong's heart was suppressed, followed by sweat pouring down from the forehead, neck, back and other parts. Royal KTV is his property, and this supreme room was specially customized by him. Even the entire room is equipped with anti-bombing features. The staff here are the brothers who worked with him all the way, and they are all tough guys. Even if he hasn't picked up a knife for a few years, he can still deal with 3 or 5 ordinary people without any problem. How did the person behind him get to his room among hundreds of elite followers? It's terrifying when you think about it. Then tell me what you want to talk about. Gao Jianxiong tried his best to remain calm, but his voice was still a little trembling. How about we just talk about Mr. Lin? Were you sent by Lin Fan? Gao Jianxiong perked up. He listened carefully and it was obvious that the person speaking behind was a woman. The voice is long and beautiful, as if it has been professionally practiced. He carefully recalled Lin Fan's information, wondering which woman around him this voice matched. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. According to the information he had collected, the women around Lin Fan were all ordinary people. The information is also very detailed and does not seem to be forged. So, this person is? The female voice behind him half-jokingly said, "Smart, then let's get to the point. I am very dissatisfied with what you did to Mr. Lin before. But Mr. Lin told me not to kill anyone, but I'm holding my breath. Can you tell me what to do about this? How about I go and apologize to Lin Fan?" Gao Jianxiong was a very sensible person. He immediately understood what the other party meant. Well, that's a good plan. So how do you plan to apologize? The female voice at the back sounded again, and it sounded as elegant, calm, and lazy as before. There was no trace of anger in their words, it was as if they were just chatting about daily life. But Gao Jianxiong could sense a hint of coldness in the other person's voice. He was definitely a monster who had killed countless people and treated human life as worthless. Gao Jianxiong had seen this kind of temperament in his fifth uncle before, so he knew it very well. Faced with such a person, he knew he couldn't try any tricks. 500 million, and I'll personally apologize to Mr. Lin, how about that? Okay, tomorrow morning, when Mr. Lin competes with the Wei family, you go and apologize. The corners of Gao Jianxiong's mouth twitched violently. In tomorrow's competition, the Wei family relied on the internal strength master they invited and found a large group of people to watch. If he apologized at that time, wouldn't Gao Jianxiong lose all face? However, I felt the devilish slap on my head. He had no doubt that if he refused, the other party would twist his head off. Having been in the underworld for so long, forbearance is also one of Gao Jianxiong's compulsory courses. He took a deep breath and nodded, okay. I just felt a light breeze blowing past, and the oppressive feeling behind me disappeared without a trace. Gao Jianxiong turned around suddenly and looked, but there was no sign of a ghost. He knew that the other party was really gone. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. But before long, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Forbearance is not for the sake of survival, but for the sake of gaining time to improve oneself, and then retaliate against the opponent 100 times or 1,000 times. At this moment, Gao Jianxiong's desire for strength had reached an unparalleled level, and he swore in his heart. After he got the secret book from his fifth uncle and became a master of internal strength, the first thing he did was to settle this account. Mr. Lin, it's done. Gao Jianxiong will apologize to you tomorrow, and I haven't exposed myself. After leaving the Royal KTV, Dubin contacted Lin Fan while driving. The task that Lin Fan assigned to him before was to beat up Gao Jianxiong without revealing his identity. So, tonight Dubin found Gao Jianxiong. In order not to be exposed, he deliberately spoke to the other party in a female voice. And he is very confident in his voice-changing ability. Even many professional equipment cannot distinguish his original voice, let alone a third-rate small boss. Okay, I'll give you the medicine tomorrow when I see your results. After hanging up the phone, Dubin suppressed his excitement and drove to the hospital. In the ward was his fiancée. Half a year ago, he was ambushed by the people from Hell's Gate and became seriously poisoned. Under the influence of the toxin, her heart became weaker and weaker. No matter what antidote or inhibitor is used, it is only a temporary solution and will only make the situation worse. By now, her fiancé's heart was basically dead. Even if you sleep 20 hours a day, your heart is still overloaded. According to the doctor's report, his fiancé's symptoms had reached the late stage and she might only have a week to live. Therefore, Du Bin was determined to get the magic potion given by Lin Fan. Sister Ching, I'm coming in. After knocking on the door, Du Bin walked into the ward. On the contrary, when he saw the scene in the ward, he instantly became filled with murderous intent and rage, and he wished he could tear down the entire hospital. Who is it? Who kidnapped my woman? The fiancé who was supposed to be lying on the hospital bed was gone. Then there is only one answer, his fiancé was kidnapped. Because in recent days, his fiancé couldn't even get out of bed, and the 4 hours she was awake every day were very weak, and she could only talk at best. Later, in order to take care of his fiancée, he hired a caregiver. There was no way her fiancée would leave on her own in such a weakened state. So, Xiaobin, you're here? Just as Du Bin was about to go look for someone, the bathroom door opened. A woman wrapped in a bath towel, smelling of bath fragrance, poked her head out. Even though the woman had just washed up and was still without makeup, her stunning appearance was enough to stun countless men. Du Bin was also stunned. But he was stunned. Qing, Sister Qing, how can you move freely? Not good. Suddenly thinking of something, Du Bin came up, hugged Zhang Hanqing, and quickly took her back to bed. Xiaobin, actually. Zhang Hanqing was about to say something, but she saw Du Bin holding her hand tightly, and tears actually fell from the corners of his eyes. Sister Qing, don't worry, even though you have already reached the stage of last breath. I just contacted a master. His medicine is very special and will definitely save you. Hold on a little longer, don't be afraid, wait for me, okay? A last gasp, Du Bin couldn't think of any other possible reason except this one. Zhang Hanqing originally wanted to explain that a strange young man came to her ward today and gave her some special medicine. It was only after she took those medicines that her body slowly recovered. But seeing Du Bin's current state, she swallowed back her previous words. He smiled and said, Xiaobin, I know my body doesn't have much time left, so I want to ask you for one last thing. What are you talking about? I will definitely. Du Bin stood up excitedly when he heard it. But when he saw Zhang Hanqing's calm yet smiling face, he stopped talking. Lin Fan's medicine was indeed special, but he couldn't guarantee it. If he missed the opportunity to listen to Zhang Hanqing's request, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Go ahead. Do you remember when you were little? You said you wanted to be my knight when you grew up and protect me like hay, but then Dad sent you away. Now that you are back, can you fulfill your original promise? Xiao Hei? Du Bin's brain worked rapidly and he soon figured it out. Is it the dog that Zhang Hanqing raised when he was a child? Du Bin has not forgotten that promise, but isn't he protecting Zhang Hanqing now? Zhang Hanqing looked at the moon outside the window, his face full of memories. Chapter 111 The Imperial Chef Sent. The food list was handed over to Wang Ziqing yesterday. He said that it has been prepared for transportation and will arrive at Haizhou port at 8 o'clock this morning. So after getting up in the morning, Lin Fan brought the hotel staff to check the goods. In less than half an hour, the chefs checked all the food. Mr. Lin, everything is the freshest, there is no problem at all. The chef came over and reported to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, okay, then you arrange a transportation company and ask them to transport the food to the restaurants. Wait a minute, Mr. Lin, we are a transportation company, so just leave this matter to us. Seeing Wang Ziqing coming over, he volunteered. Lin Fan was a little surprised. Although Han Hai Transport Group is indeed a transportation company, Lin Fan only purchased food from them and did not choose the transportation service. They transported the food to Haizhou port and completed their mission. Seeing Lin Fan's confusion, Wang Ziqing explained with a smile. Mr. Lin, please don't mind. This is a personal gift from me. It can be considered a free service. Not only this time, but from now on, all the things Mr. Lin purchases will be delivered to his door by our Han Hai Transportation Group. I promise not to give Mr. Lin any unnecessary worries. Free service every time? How can I feel comfortable with that? Lin Fan was a little surprised, but still declined. He purchases a year's supply at a time and also has to ensure the freshness of the ingredients, so Han Hai Transportation Group makes a trip almost every week. The cost of transporting from the port to the hotel each time may be tens of thousands. A little bit adds up to a lot, and that would be tens of millions. He was embarrassed to let Wang Ziqing pay for it out of his own pocket. Boss Wang, let's do this. I want to buy your service. Just tell me how much it costs and I'll transfer it to you right now. No, absolutely not. Wang Ziqing was determined and a little anxious. He had previously investigated Lin Fan's information privately, which must have caused the other parties dissatisfaction. He came to Haizhou in person today just to apologize to Lin Fan. Saying that he would undertake Lin Fan's expenses was also a token of his appreciation. If the other party did not accept it, he would feel bad. He knew very well that the disciples of these hidden wealthy families all looked ordinary on the surface. But once they become ruthless, each of them can become a terrifying existence that can affect the fortunes of the country. As the general manager of Huaxia, he is considered a top figure in the small place of Haizhou, but in front of the hidden wealthy families, he is far from enough. By the way, Mr. Lin, I heard that you also opened a restaurant in Haizhou, and it is being renovated recently. Look, to show my appreciation, I've even brought a team of chefs for you. Master Zhang. Wang Ziqing shouted to the back. Immediately, a fat man in a white chef's uniform came over. With a kind smile on his face, he bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Wang Jiqing immediately explained, "Mr. Lin, this is the head chef of Dingcheng Yulingiyuan. His ancestors have been chefs for the royal family for 5 generations. I think there is no need to say more about his cooking skills. Mr. Lin's restaurant will be even better with Chef Zhang. I guarantee that your Haizhou private kitchen will become the best restaurant in Haizhou." Royal chef? Lin Fan was truly stunned. What's wrong with Wang Jicheng? He was given such a big gift when we just met for the first time. Although Lin Fan knew nothing about the imperial chef, he understood that such a chef could not be hired just by having money. Not to mention, this is a whole team of chefs. Looking to the side, Lin Fan saw the shocked expression on his head chef's face, which made him more certain of his guess. "Manager Wang, what do you mean by this? The delivery service is fine, but you must have spent a huge amount of money to hire such a team of chefs, right? How can I accept this?" No, you should take it back." Wang Jiqing was very excited. "What do you mean by take it back? Doesn't it mean that my apology is not enough?" Wang Jiqing was anxious. In order to pry the chef away from Yulingiyuan, he had already used up all his connections over the past few years and even owed a lot of favors. If Lin Fan still refuses to forgive him, then he really doesn't know how to apologize. Mr. Lin, do you really want to let this chef go back?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's head chef next to him showed deep reluctance. This is Master Zhang, a legend in the chef world. The chef is also one of his fans. In addition, Master Zhang has mastered many imperial recipes and is an expert at making imperial dishes. It is so delicious that one would be willing to die if they could taste it once. If such a chef could enter their Haizhou private kitchen, it would not only become the #1 restaurant in Haizhou, but would also be among the top in the country. The head chef explained it to Lin Fan. When Lin Fan found out that Master Zhang was so amazing, he hesitated for a moment. Apart from anything else, he was extremely curious about the imperial meal that only Master Zhang could make. After all, that thing is not something you can eat just by having money. It must be a great enjoyment to be able to taste it once. Only. "Boss Wang, how about this? Just name a price. I really can't afford you giving me such a big gift for nothing." After hesitating for a long time, Lin Fan said. Wang Jiqing's emotional intelligence is definitely high enough to become Huaxia's general agent. This time, he did not force it on Lin Fan, but found an excuse and said, "Mr. Lin, I actually sent Master Zhang to you to ask for your help. To be honest, Master Zhang offended some people some time ago and was fired from his original restaurant. Isn't this unemployed? He asked me to find a connection. I heard that Mr. Lin's welfare benefits are the best in Haizhou, so I brought him here. In this way, you can keep Master Zhang and get a top chef, and Master Zhang can also solve his unemployment problem. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Really? Lin Fan was still skeptical. Wang Jicheng gave Master Zhang a wink, and Master Zhang nodded stiffly despite the condemnation of his conscience. Lin Fan then nodded slowly. "Okay, in that case, Master Zhang will come to work for me starting today. Boss Wang, thank you for introducing such a talented person. If you don't mind, how about we have lunch together at noon when I'm done? It's really my honor." Wang Jicheng's eyes lit up. He knew that Lin Fan had forgiven him. Next. Lin Fan did not stay here for long. He also made an appointment with Mr. Kong and Qian Wanwei to discuss the cooperation in detail. The success or failure of this matter is related to whether the Wei family can be effectively hit, so it is very important. After contacting the two, Lin Fan asked Gao Ximin on the way to the hotel. Gao Ximin said confidently, "Mr. Lin, don't worry. I have checked all the information about Qian Wanwei. I guarantee that he will obey me today." Chapter 112 Extremely Shameless. According to the information, Qian Wanwei is a person with no bottom line. When I first started my business, I borrowed money for various investments, and after I made money, I didn't pay back my friends. Instead, in order to avoid future troubles, they spent money to secretly persecute their former benefactors. After all, it is impossible to collect debts from the dead. Later, as the company grew bigger, it also became notorious in the circle. They would cheat people if they could, and would default on their payments if they couldn't. Then they do all kinds of tricks to make some small profits. People like this should have been targeted by people in the circle and driven out of business and bankruptcy long ago. But Qian Wanwei's ability to flatter his superiors is directly proportional to his ability to bully his subordinates. He was so popular with all the four major families and flattered them in various ways that no one in the entire Haizhou dared to touch him. With the help of the relationship with the four major families, Qian Wanwei expanded his business beyond the province, covering a very wide range. Now the situation is no longer something that can be dealt with by a dozen small local companies in Haizhou joining forces. Wan Yuan Hotel. Lin Fan and Gao Ximin had been waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Not to mention Qian Wanwei, even Mr. Kong didn't come. One can imagine Lin Fan's expression after being stood up by both of them. This was the first time he was looked down upon like this after awakening the godly rich system. Even the Wei family didn't dare to do this. Mr. Lin, do you want me to call them to urge them? Gao Ximin also noticed that something was wrong with Lin Fan and asked cautiously. Don't waste time. I'll give them one last minute. If they can't come, they won't have to come forever. Lin Fan replied coldly. Originally, he could have contacted Mr. Yi San to deal with the Wei family. As long as he pays enough, he can definitely deal with the Wei family with the Yi family's connections. However, he enjoyed doing things himself more, which was why he needed to join forces with Qian Wanwei and Mr. Kong. If they don't give him face, Lin Fan doesn't want to waste any more time. Time passes by every second. A minute is almost a blink of an eye. Just as the time was about to come, the door of the private room opened and a fat man walked in with a smile. Oh, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I was stuck in traffic and was delayed for a while. I hope you won't mind, right? The pig-like man who came in was Qian Wanwei. Lin Fan had seen his appearance from the information. However, when he saw him in person, Lin Fan was still shocked. With this physique, he must weigh at least 400 pounds. Even a pig wouldn't be as fat as him, right? Just thinking about the pressure that such a fat pig would put on the car, it might indeed cause it to slow down. Lin Fan's anger also subsided a lot. Mr. Qian, I've heard a lot about you. Please take a seat. Lin Fan pointed to the seat opposite and said calmly. After Qian Wanwei sat down, Lin Fan got straight to the point. Mr. Qian, yesterday my proposal to buy your company for 10 million was rejected. You said you were reluctant to give up the company, which I understand. But I paid you 20 billion to take over the project of Xingtai Enterprise, but you said the price was too low. Then may I ask, how much do you think is an appropriate price? Hey, well. Qian Wanwei obviously didn't take Lin Fan seriously, but instead looked at Gao Ximin carefully with his small eyes under the wrinkles. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and from time to time a slurping sound was made. Gao Ximin felt a chill in her heart when he stared at her. She suddenly felt nauseous and almost vomited. Qian Wanwei, our Mr. Lin is asking you a question. Bang! Unable to bear it any longer, Gao Ximin slammed her palm heavily on the table, making a crisp sound. I know. Qian Wanwei retracted his expression and said to Lin Fan with amusement. Boss Lin, you should know this, right? This is not just about money. I, Qian Wanwei, was able to climb to where I am today thanks to the support of the four major families. The business you brought me, on the surface, is to make me money, but in reality it is like asking me to repay kindness with enmity. How can I easily agree to something like this? So, if you really want my help, you have to pay more. Based on my relationship with the Wei family, at least 50 billion. 50 billion, what a big appetite. Lin Fan just laughed. The total value of Wanwei Company is only 80 billion. The project that I gave him had a profit of 20 billion, plus 50 billion in cash, which was almost equal to his entire net worth. This guy actually wanted to double his wealth by fighting with the Wei family. He is just as greedy as the rumors say. Qian Wanwei, if I can deal with the Wei family, I can naturally deal with you as well. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from such a big appetite? Lin Fan's eyes were already filled with a hint of coldness. Qian Wanwei patted his round belly. Mr. Lin, you've seen it too. With my body shape, I can only eat half the meal of 10 people in one go. Every time, the minimum order is 30 people. Why would I be afraid of being stuffed to death? Seeing his proud look, Lin Fan was speechless. He didn't want to waste any more time talking, so he winked at Gao Ximin and asked her to bring out her trump card. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, the 50 billion I mentioned just now is just the base price. I have an additional condition. Qian Wanwei looked at Gao Ximin with lustful eyes again and rubbed his two greasy hands together. Hey, as a secretary, you have to let her stay with me for one night. If you can serve me well, then we can talk about this matter. Otherwise. Bang! Lin Fan slapped his palm, and a crack appeared on the mahogany dining table. The loud noise startled even Qian Wanwei. After coming to his senses, Qian Wanwei took out a button with a cold expression. Although he is a bad person, he knows his own limitations. Every time he goes out, he arranges dozens of bodyguards to follow him. However, seeing that Lin Fan had no intention of continuing, he did not press it. Give the information to this fat guy. Lin Fan calmed down his anger and gave orders to Gao Ximin. Gao Ximin quickly took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and started reading one of them. Qian Wanwei, you were targeted by more than a dozen companies in Haizhou back then. He was about to go bankrupt, but he was able to escape the disaster because he married the third daughter of the Han family and was protected by the Han family, right? You have been able to thrive in the past few years, all thanks to the support of the Han family. To be more precise, it is Miss Han 3 who is helping you. But how many times have you cheated on me over the years? Are you worthy of Miss Han-san? You said I was going to tell the Han family about this. What do you think will happen? Stinky boy, where did you get this information? Qian Wanwei's face was distorted, and even his breathing became rapid for a moment. It is true that he has led a rather dissolute private life over the years, but because he is mean and cruel, no one dares to offend him. So no one dared to tell his wife about this. In Miss Han-san's heart, he is still a good man who was a bit disgusting but at least responsible. Therefore, every time he got into trouble, Miss Han would ask the Han family to clean up the mess for him. If this matter comes to light. Chapter 113 Low Price Purchase. Tell me, what do you want? Qian Wanwei sat down on the chair like a deflated ball, his eyes empty and a look of resignation. However, just when Lin Fan was about to say something, Qian Wanwei burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You didn't really think I would say that, did you? What's wrong with me cheating? How can a successful person like me with a net worth of tens of billions only have one woman by his side? Don't talk about me. My wife was born to his father's concubine. Do you really think telling her about this will have much impact on our relationship? It's ridiculous. At this moment, Qian Wanwei really thought of Lin Fan as a fool in his heart. He originally thought that the person who could force the Wei family to this point must be very powerful. After all, he is just a little kid, thinking that such a naive method can deal with him. At the same time, Qian Wanwei also changed his plan in his mind. Originally, he did intend to extort a huge sum of money from Lin Fan, even if it meant offending the Wei family. Now, he gave up the idea. Instead of asking Lin Fan to give him money, it would be better to join forces with the Wei family to deal with this little trash. At that time, we can squeeze him dry and at the same time establish a good relationship with the Wei family. Kill two birds with one stone. After thinking about it, Qian Wanwei couldn't wait to find the Wei family. But just got up. He saw Lin Fan's indifferent eyes, and a bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. I knew that given your shamelessness, this little bit of evidence wouldn't be a big blow to you, so I prepared a big gift for you. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling Gao Ximin to continue reading. Gao Ximin glanced at Qian Wanwei with disdain in her eyes. This made Qian Wanwei even more anxious, and he couldn't help but sit down again. Qian Wanwei, you have had relationships with a total of 73 women in the past 5 years. Among them, there were 11 people who had established relationships, but only one of them gave birth to a child for you, and it was a boy. Because Miss Han-san's physique is the same as yours, both of them have difficulty in fertility due to being too fat. So you've been married for 5 years and you don't have a child. Let alone Miss Han, given your physical condition, it would be extremely difficult for you to have a child with an ordinary woman. So when your lover gave birth to a child for you, and it was a boy, you were particularly happy, right? But while you are happy, you also have a problem. That is, the fact that you have an illegitimate child cannot be exposed, otherwise. That's enough. Where did you get this information? Hearing this, Qian Wanwei's face finally became completely gloomy. Just as Gao Ximin had informed him, due to his physical condition, the possibility of him having children was very low. When one of his lovers gave birth to a son, he almost flew with joy. However, this matter had to be kept secret from the Han family. After all, he is the son-in-law of the Han family. If he only has relationships with some women behind the scenes, the Han family would just turn a blind eye, but having a child would be like a slap in their faces. The Han family will not let him go. In fact, the person who wanted to kill him the most was his wife. Miss Han-san, like Qian Wanwei, suffers from obesity and is abnormally large in size. According to the report given by the doctor, she has been unable to have children all her life. As for the fact that she can tolerate a despicable person like Chen Wanwei, Miss Han herself has an extremely extreme and selfish character. She couldn't have children herself, and she wouldn't allow other women to have children for Chen Wanwei. Once this matter is discovered, given Miss Han's personality, she will definitely kill the child and even take crazy revenge on Chen Wanwei. What Chen Wanwei couldn't understand was that very few people knew about this, and he had arranged for his lover to go to Hawaii when she was pregnant. For 3 years, he and his lover had never met each other and only contacted each other by phone. Moreover, the process of making phone calls is encrypted in various ways and ordinary people cannot check it at all. Even if they could find out, the money spent would be an astronomical sum, and it would offend him to death. Who would be crazy enough to do such a thing? Chen Wanwei, tell me, if I hand these photos over to the Han family, what will be the result? Lin Fan presented several photos of the moves to Chen Wanwei. The photo shows a beautiful woman in a bikini and a little fat boy playing at the beach. That little fat guy looks 90% like Chen Wanwei. At the same time, there is a paternity test report next to the photo. There is no reason for this. If such strong evidence is sent to the Han family, Chen Wanwei will not have any chance to explain himself. What on earth do you want? This time, Chen Wanwei was completely lost. Not to mention how terrifying the Han family is, just the fact that there is solid evidence that he cheated on his wife. If Miss Han divorces him, he will have to leave the house with nothing. Once he was out of money, given what he had done, countless people he had cheated would secretly want to take revenge on him. By then, he will surely die without a burial place. Under this pressure, Chen Wanwei compromised. I understand. Don't you just want me to help you deal with the Wei family? Okay, I accept the project from Xingtai Enterprise. I don't want a penny from you. I will also give you all the profits from this project. Is that okay? Lin Fan smiled. Mr. Qian has a very good plan. He doesn't want to take my money, but he will take the profit from this project. So you want to solve this matter without losing a dime? Then what do you want? Qian Wanwei got angry. He has been in the business for so many years, and he has always been the one sucking other people's blood and cheating others. When has he ever suffered a loss? Giving up such a huge profit is already an unprecedented thing for him. If he is made to lose money again, it would be better to kill him. It looks like Mr. Qian doesn't want to talk to us anymore, so let's not waste time and go. Lin Fan didn't waste any words with Chen Wanwei. He called Gao Ximin and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, we haven't finished talking yet, why are you leaving? Chen Wanwei suddenly became anxious and shouted quickly. However, Lin Fan had no interest in staying at all. Okay, I get it. I'll just do as you say, okay? How much money do you want? 10 billion, 20 billion, I'll give it all to you, okay? Hearing this, Lin Fan finally stopped. Gao Ximin took out a document and placed it in front of Chen Wanwei. Chen Wanwei read it once and his pupils shrank. Fuck, you want to buy my company for 20 billion, are you crazy? Looking at the company share transfer document in front of him, Chen Wanwei almost vomited blood. He thought that giving Lin Fan 10 or 20 billion in compensation was completely enough. Who would have thought that Lin Fan was even more ruthless and directly reduced his company worth 80 billion to 20 billion, causing him to lose 60 billion? But after thinking it over carefully, Chen Wanwei gritted his teeth and signed it. Lin Fan didn't waste any time and transferred the money to him, then tore up all the documents in front of him. After Lin Fan left, Chen Wanwei spoke word by word with a look as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. Lin Fan, I swear, I will not be a human being until I turn your bones into ashes. Chapter 114, Mr. Kong's Attitude. Ha, Mr. Lin, you are so cruel. I could hear the pig growling through the door just now. After leaving the private room, Gao Ximin couldn't stop smiling. Lin Fan snorted coldly. This disgusting thing actually said those words to you. To be honest, I don't even want to give him 20 billion. Gao Ximin was stunned. Didn't Mr. Lin already deal with the other party? Why is he still so angry? Could it be because of me? Did Mr. Lin finally have feelings for me? Gao Ximin had been waiting for this day for a long time and she was extremely excited. Just as I was about to say something, I heard Lin Fan say again. By the way, you contacted the owner of the information and told him that we have finished the matter on our side and he can do whatever he wants. Gao Ximin felt a little disappointed when her confession was interrupted. But when she thought of Qian Wanwei's fate, she couldn't help laughing again. because the person who gave them this information was an enemy of Qian Wanwei. The other party had cooperated with Qian Wanwei once before, and was cheated and went bankrupt. At the same time, in order to prevent him from causing trouble, Qian Wanwei threatened his wife and children. Because of a mistake, his wife and children were killed by Qian Wanwei's men. With this deep blood feud, the man has been lurking ever since. Then he conducted a secret investigation and spent several years before finding the information that could kill Qian Wanwei. Originally, the other party was going to send it to the Han family yesterday to deal with Qian Wanwei, but Gao Ximing found the upper side through his connections. He spent 100 million to buy the backup file and asked the original owner to take revenge after 2 days. Now, Qian Wanwei spent the price of a company, thinking that everything would be fine if he destroyed the information in Lin Fan's hands. Little did he know that what he destroyed was only a backup document. After Gao Ximing communicated with the other side, Qian Wanwei still would not have a good ending. By then, Qian Wanwei would not only have no chance of revenge, but it would even be a problem whether he could leave the Han family alive. While Gao Ximing was contacting that person, Lin Fan also checked the interface. Host, Lin Fan. Monthly balance, 999,980,360,000,000 yuan. Currently the monthly balance is 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, and the amount can be increased randomly. Physical fitness, 100 limit. Spirit, 100 limit. Charisma, 10 average. Skills, God level car driving skills, 36 immortal martial arts, master level piano playing, advanced singing skills. Super rich points, 203 for every 100 million spent, the bonus super rich points +1. Looking at the 203 points of wealth, Lin Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in order to help Li Sueki complete her performance smoothly at the concert last time, he spent all of his more than 200 godly rich points. Even holy water essence can't be exchanged for a few bottles. And if things go well today, he will have to give Du Bin some holy water essence. In order to enable normal exchange, Lin Fan had spent 20 billion to acquire Qian Wanwei's company. Otherwise, considering how disgusting that fat man was, Lin Fan would never give him a penny more. Fortunately, just wait for the Han family to get furious. In addition, the Han family has evidence of Qian Wanwei's cheating, so Qian Wanwei will have to leave the house with nothing. By the way, Mr. Kong hasn't arrived yet, right? Recovering his composure, Lin Fan asked. Although Qian Wanwei's problem has been resolved, the key still lies in Xingtai Enterprise. After all, they were the ones who had direct contact with the Wei family. If you want to effectively attack the Wei family, you must convince Mr. Kong of Xingtai Enterprise. I just contacted Mr. Kong, but he still didn't answer the phone. After hesitating for a moment, Gao Ximing said slowly. Lin Fan checked the time. Originally, he was going to have a talk with Mr. Kong and Qian Wanwei today. But now he had finished talking with Qian Wanwei, and Mr. Kong had not arrived yet. There is no doubt that he was stood up by Mr. Kong. Okay, help me contact Mr. Yi San. No matter why Mr. Kong let him go, since this line didn't work, he can only look for Mr. Yi San next. With the power behind the Yi family, as long as Lin Fan gives enough money, he can still get rid of the Wei family. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late. Just as Gao Ximing was about to make a phone call, Mr. Kong, who had just arrived in the distance, saw them and came over to say hello. Lin Fan's face looked very ugly. 20 minutes have passed since the agreed time. During this period, Mr. Kong did not answer any calls, so it was obviously not just a traffic jam. Lin Fan even suspected that the other party had joined forces with the Wei family. Mr. Kong, you are so late. Your sincerity and cooperation is too low, isn't it? At this moment, Lin Fan's tone was impolite. Mr. Kang's expression changed slightly, then he recovered immediately. He smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, isn't there a traffic jam on the road? Besides, I was talking to a boss in the car and didn't pay attention to you. But I believe that Mr. Lin is so magnanimous that he will not care about such a small matter. Let's not talk about that. Where is Mr. Qian? How did your talk with him go? If Mr. Qian doesn't agree to take over our company's project, then I'm sorry, but I won't be able to help you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Kong appeared to be polite, but he actually disagreed in his heart. In his opinion, given Lin Fan's arrogance, it would be impossible for him to reach an agreement with Qian Wanwei. In this case, cooperation between them is impossible. So what if I'm a little late? If it weren't for Lin Fan's impressive background, he wouldn't even bother to come today. And the reason he didn't answer the phone before was, as he explained, because he was talking business with someone else. But the person they were talking about was the Wei family. After failing to reach an agreement with Lin Fan yesterday, he went to the Wei family. He has also discussed the content of the cooperation with the Wei family in detail and formally signed the contract. Lin Fan glanced at Mr. Kong and said calmly, "Don't worry, I said I would take care of Qian Wanwei, and I will definitely do it. This is the document Qian Wanwei and I just signed. Mr. Kong, you can take a look at it too." "What is this? The company share transfer document? And it's all shares?" After taking the document and taking a look at it, Mr. Kong was completely stunned. How is this possible? According to his speculation, given Qian Wanwei's personality, even if he would cooperate with Lin Fan, he would definitely extort a large sum of money from him. Then, given Lin Fan's youthful arrogance, he would definitely refuse, and there would be no way the two of them would be able to come to an agreement. Even if Lin Fan used the background behind him to oppress Qian Wanwei, the Han family was also standing behind him. Plus, he had a good relationship with the other three families, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Fan at all. But what about now? Lin Fan really bought Qian Wanwei's company. And if you look closely, you will find that the acquisition price was 20 billion, which caused Qian Wanwei to lose 60 billion. Given Qian Wanwei's personality, how is this possible? Boss Kong, now that I have met your requirements, shall we formally discuss cooperation? In an instant, Mr. Kang's face became extremely ugly. He handed the project over to the Wei family. There is nothing left to talk about with Lin Fan. If he insisted on canceling the contract with the Wei family, he would face 50 billion in compensation, which he could not accept. Chapter 115. Something bad happened. Boss Kong, Boss Kong? Under Lin Fan's constant urging, Mr. Kong became more and more impatient. After thinking about it, he also became angry. That's enough, Lin Fan, do you really think I'm going to discuss this project with you? To tell you the truth, I gave the project to the Wei family yesterday. As an old family in Haizhou, the strength of the Wei family is unquestionable. There is no way I will give up cooperating with the Wei family. If you continue to go against the Wei family, don't blame us for being rude. I hope you will take care of yourself. So, you were kidding me when you said you wanted to talk to me yesterday? Lin Fan's expression gradually turned cold. President Kong took a deep breath. Even though he didn't think so, things had come to this point and he couldn't turn against the Wei family. Although Lin Fan has such financial resources at a young age, his background must be extraordinary. But Haizhou is the territory of the Wei family. No matter how powerful Lin Fan is, he is still a strong dragon that cannot defeat a local snake. What's more, there are people behind Xingtai Enterprise. It's your freedom to interpret it that way. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Goodbye. After saying that, Mr. Kong turned his back to Lin Fan and left. Mr. Kong refused to cooperate with Lin Fan, so it was meaningless for Lin Fan to deal with Qian Wanwei before. After being played around by Mr. Kong, Lin Fan took out his cell phone this time and planned to contact Mr. Yi San. He had even decided that if Mr. Yi San could not resolve the matter quickly, he would find a way to become a core member of the Yangtze River Club. By leveraging the power of the Yangtze River Club, we will definitely be able to deal with Xingtai Enterprise. Isn't this Mr. Lin? At this time, a surprised voice came from the side. Lin Fan turned his head and saw that it was Wang Jicheng. Wang Jicheng sent a top chef, and Lin Fan had a very good impression of him. It's Mr. Wang, why are you here? Wang Jicheng smiled and said, Mr. Lin, have you forgotten? We agreed to have lunch together at noon. I'm here to book a room, right? But you, Mr. Lin, look so angry. Did something happen to you? Lin Fan thought about it and realized that Wang Jicheng was also a member of the Yangtze River Club. He joined early and knew a lot. Maybe he knows how to become a core member. So, Lin Fan briefly explained what had just happened and proposed that he would become a core member of the club. After hearing this, Wang Jicheng shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Lin, I do have some information about how to become a core member, but the price to pay for it is too high. Besides money, other things are also needed. This cannot be accomplished in a short period of time. Besides, it's a waste to spend money to become a core member just to clean up a small Xingtai Enterprise. How about this? I happen to know someone at the Xingtai Enterprise headquarters. How about you let me handle this matter? Lin Fan thought about it. Okay, then Mr. Wang, let me ask first. If this matter is done, I will consider it as a favor to you. After a while, Wang Jiqing finished the call and said to Lin Fan with a smile, "Everything went well. My friend said he would contact the chairman of Xingtai Enterprise right away. I believe there will be no problem with this matter." Lin Fan still found it a little unbelievable. After all, the matter was handled too simply and quickly. He knew that Han Hai Transportation Group was powerful and well known all over the world. As the general manager in China, Wang Jicheng also has a high status and position. But Xingtai Enterprise is not weak either, at least it stands shoulder to shoulder with the Wei family. It's too scary to deal with Mr. Kong with just one phone call, right? In less than 3 minutes, Mr. Kong, who had given Lin Fan a cold look before, turned around and left. At this moment he hurried back, sweating profusely and his face pale. If you don't know, you might think he ate something wrong and is now looking for the toilet. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. In the lobby, Mr. Kong looked for Lin Fan for a long time and finally saw him on the sofa in the lounge area. So he ran over in a hurry. "Mr. Lin, I am sorry for what happened before. I apologize to you. I will agree to any conditions you offer. Please have mercy on me and give me a chance. Don't let the headquarters lay me off, okay? Can say this." It can be seen that Mr. Kong is really anxious. Lin Fan was very curious about what Mr. Kang's boss had said to him to scare him like this. But now, he doesn't have much time. After dealing with Mr. Kang's affairs, he will go to Julin Restaurant to deal with the issue of the challenge letter sent to him by Wei Tianrui. "Boss Kong, you know my purpose very well. I just want to ask you, is there any problem with that matter now?" No problem, no problem. As long as Mr. Lin is satisfied, I will cancel all cooperation with the Wei family, but... Speaking of this, Mr. Kong was about to cry. Lin Fan frowned. "Okay, you're a grown man, what's the point of making such an expression? And don't worry, I'm only dealing with the Wei family. As long as you're sincere enough, I promise that this matter will be forgotten." His words not only failed to comfort Mr. Kong, but made him look even uglier, as if he had lost his parents. But there is no way, what is coming will come. After taking 2 deep breaths, Mr. Kong said, "Mr. Lin, to be honest, I signed a contract with the Wei family yesterday, and if you violate the contract, I need to pay 50 billion in compensation. Of course, with our Xingtai Enterprise being in business for so many years, we can come up with this amount of money if we grit our teeth. The problem is..." Having said this, Mr. Kong didn't dare to continue. As for Lin Fan, his expression was extremely gloomy, and he almost slapped Mr. Kong in the face. Why did he contact Mr. Kong to cut off cooperation with the Wei family? Wasn't his purpose to destroy the Wei family's capital chain? Once the Wei family's capital chain is destroyed, Donghao International Investment Group will target the Wei family's various industries. If all hostile companies invest, the Wei family can only passively bear the blow. I believe that within a week, the Wei family will be forced to declare bankruptcy. His revenge on the Wei family was over. And if Mr. Kong were to pay the Wei family 50 billion at this time, with the Wei family's many years of connections in Haizhou, they could at least use this money to deal with him for another 2 or 3 months. How could Lin Fan tolerate this? "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry." Mr. Kong had more or less figured out what Lin Fan was thinking. He was well aware of how much trouble his actions had caused the other party, and now he kept apologizing. Looking at Mr. Kang's expression, Lin Fan didn't know what to say to him. After thinking for a while, he had to give up the idea of using Xingtai Enterprise to deal with the Wei family. Of course, he did not ask President Kong to cancel the cooperation with the Wei family. After all, compensating the Wei family with 50 billion would only strengthen the Wei family. On the contrary, if the Wei family takes over the project of Xingtai Enterprise, they will have to invest a lot of manpower and funds. This can also indirectly weaken some of the Wei family's power in the short term. After saying hello to Wang Jicheng, Lin Fan went to Julin Restaurant first. Chapter 116 Master Lan. Julin Restaurant has been hosting a grand banquet since the morning, inviting many celebrities from Haizhou, and it is very lively. Everyone was very excited when they learned that the Wei family had actually invited a master of internal strength. An internal strength master is one of those people in the movies who can fly over eaves and walls, pick leaves and flowers? I have never seen one in my life. What you said is still the lightest. I have seen an internal force master pierce a Sanda champion's abdomen with a single knife strike. It was almost impossible to save him. According to what you said, internal energy masters are even more powerful than those shown in the movies. I love watching martial arts movies, I'm really looking forward to it. The master of internal strength is a big gimmick in itself. Moreover, Haijiu was in great chaos in the past 10 to 20 years, with various schools of thought running rampant in the market, causing great suffering to the people. But it has attracted countless passionate young people's yearning and longing. At that time, we often heard that a certain expert went alone into a dangerous place. He single-handedly defeated the entire force, leaving not a single soldier behind. She achieved fame and was an idol for almost every male at that time. In fact, all those masters who became famous at that time were basically masters of internal strength. These people were all the rage at first, but as management improved, they gradually faded from the stage. But to people who are a little older, these masters of internal strength are still legends. Since the Wei family can bring out these legends, it is worth their flattery. Master Wei, it's been 10 years. I didn't expect you could still contact Master Lan. Your Wei family is really amazing. I remember that Master Lan defeated the two Nanmen King Kong brothers with just one move of Iron Sand Palm. Now that so many years have passed, his inner strength has improved, and his strength must be even more terrifying. I heard before that Master Lan joined the martial arts school in the provincial capital and became a professor. He trained several international Sanda champions. Surrounded by the envious and jealous eyes of everyone, Wei Tianrui's vanity was greatly satisfied. At the same time, the feeling of frustration that had accumulated in his heart after being slapped in the face several times by Lin Fan some time ago also dissipated a lot at this moment. He is in a good mood. My Wei family is a long-established family in Haijiu. When Master Lan became famous, he received a lot of help from my Wei family. Now that my Wei family is in need, Master Lan will naturally come to help. Well, since you all admire Master Lan so much and want to see his heroic figure, I will invite Master Lan to show off his skills now. When everyone heard this, their eyes sparkled with dazzling light. Less than a moment after Wei Tianrui left, he invited a man wearing a Zhongshan suit and a mustache. The man had a strong face, sharp edges, and a pair of awe-inspiring eagle eyes. He came out and looked around, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt heavy and had cold sweat on their heads. At this moment, they felt like they were being stared at by a falcon and were very nervous. I've been away for 10 years, and Haijiu is full of scoundrels. Don't you have any acquaintances left? Lan Tianhao withdrew his gaze, his tone seeming very disdainful. Celebrities, rich people, and huge fortunes are all bullshit in Lan Tianhao's eyes. In their time, if you didn't have a strong fist, you were not qualified to do business. Anyone with a strong fist can easily have assets worth over 100 million. He is much stronger than the current billionaires. Later, due to regulatory issues, these old people had to retire from the business. But with the first pot of gold they earned, they went to the provincial capital to develop and easily multiplied their assets by an unknown amount. Let us not talk about anything else, just take Lan Tianhai himself as an example. When he left Haijiu with 10 million yuan and worked as a professor in the provincial capital, he also opened a company. After 10 years, the company's value has reached 50 billion. Looking at the entire Haijiu, there are not many people who can compare with him in terms of assets. Needless to say, he has been highly valued by the provincial capital for coaching many national Sanda champions over the years. Apart from business, he has great power. When he came to Haijiu, his status was slightly higher than that of Wei Tianrui's father, the head of the Wei family. If he hadn't owed the Wei family a favor, he would not have bothered to come given the Wei family's status. Wei Tianrui was also very cautious towards this heavyweight figure. Master Lan, after you left, Uncle Wu, Jin Peng, and the sea turtle also left one after another. There really aren't many elderly people in Haijiu now. However, that kid named Lin Fan is particularly arrogant. I told you before, my brother-in-law is now the #1 man in Haijiu. His strength is outstanding among ordinary people, but he was defeated by Lin Fan in seconds last time when he brought a few brothers with him. I believe you will be satisfied with this Lin Fan. You want to satisfy me? It seems that you are also a frog in the well. Lan Tianhe sneered. Wei Tianrui's face suddenly became very ugly, but in front of this master, he didn't dare to refute anything. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became depressing. Lan Tianhe took a quick look around and came to the mahogany statue in the center of the hall. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and thrust out 3 fingers. Then 3 finger holes appeared on the mahogany statue. Hiss! Everyone at the scene gasped. That's mahogany, the hardest of all woods. Even bricks are harder than it. Many experts on the internet can break bricks with the palm of their hands, which is already the limit, but it is basically impossible to split redwood with one palm. Not only did Lan Tianhe do it, but he also didn't blush or get nervous, and his expression didn't change much after doing it. Obviously, this was just a move he showed casually. If he goes all out. No one dared to think about it anymore. Good. Seeing this scene, Wei Tianrui's negative emotions disappeared in an instant. Because he seemed to have seen that brat Lin Fan being frightened by Master Lan and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. But speaking of which, why hasn't Lin Fan arrived yet? Wei Tianrui looked at the time and saw that there were still 2 minutes left until the agreed competition time. Could it be that the guy was scared and ran away? However, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. If Lin Fan doesn't come today, he will tear down the entire building of Haizhou Private Kitchen and force Lin Fan out. If he doesn't come out, this kid won't have any use staying in Haizhou in the future. Just as the agreed time was approaching, 3 people came into the gate of Julin restaurant. They were Lin Fan and his friends. What a big scene! After entering the restaurant, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by the crowded scene. After all, last night, he had just smashed Wei Tianrui's place in front of a group of restaurant owners at the door of Julin restaurant. In the blink of an eye, the other party is so confident. It seems that the internal force master is not simple. How about it, are you confident? Lin Fan asked Du Bin next to him. Du Bin's expression was quite calm. He crossed his arms over his chest and glanced at the blue sky and river in the center of the field, not really caring. No problem. As he spoke, his eyes swept through the crowd again and immediately caught sight of a person who was obviously afraid of Lin Fan and was hiding in a corner. That is Gao Jianxiong. Chapter 117, add some bonus, 50 billion. Gao Jianxiong was very conflicted. The mysterious woman had already given him a warning last night. According to the content, he should go and apologize to Lin Fan now. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it in front of so many people. The most important thing was that he had just witnessed Master Lan's abilities. He thought that there was no way Lin Fan would win in this competition. Feeling lucky, Gao Jianxiong did not come out immediately. Du Bin had met so many people that he only glanced at Gao Jianxiong's expression and guessed what the other person was thinking. He was fully confident that he could deal with Lan Tianhe. When he defeats Lan Tianhe, Gao Jianxiong will naturally be scared when he sees it, and then he will fulfill his agreement and apologize to Lin Fan. However, Du Bin is a very particular person, he told Gao Jianxiong as much yesterday. Gao Jianxiong was asked to apologize to Lin Fan during the competition between Lin Fan and the Wei family, instead of apologizing after the competition. If he let Gao Jianxiong drag on, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. Heh, you came so late, I thought you were scared and ran away. When Wei Tianrui saw Lin Fan, he was in a good mood and immediately started to mock him. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Strange, why don't I see your fiancée today? Is her face still not healed? That shouldn't be the case. She's so thick-skinned. She only got slapped a few times by me. She shouldn't be so fragile, right? Lin Fan, do you want to die so soon?" Wei Tianrui's face suddenly turned gloomy. His legs were broken by Lin Fan, and his fiancée was also disfigured by the guy. I don't know how much shame these two things have caused him. Even when he thought that Lin Fan would be crushed to ashes by Master Lan in the near future, he still couldn't swallow this anger. Lin Fan ignored Wei Tianrui. He looked around and saw a familiar figure and greeted him. "Morning, Director Zhang. You look good. I think you have finished yesterday's work, right? What do the bosses say?" Behind Zhang Xuegua are the owners of 100 restaurants on Yangfu Road. Yesterday, Lin Fan asked Zhang Xuegua to help set up a committee and invite these bosses to join. He will increase his investment at that time, and he doesn't know what these bosses think. Zhang Xuegua shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Lin, time is short, I haven't finished talking to you about this matter yet. I'm afraid it will be after today's competition." Really? Lin Fan smiled playfully. He looked at the bosses, all of whom had expressionless and calm faces. I wasn't at all surprised by the committee. Lin Fan then understood that it was not that Zhang Xuegua did not say it, but that these people did not take it seriously at all. Especially today, in front of the Wei family, they were unwilling to say a word in order to draw a clear line between themselves and them. Zhang Xuegua coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, then trotted over to Lin Fan and whispered, "You were a little impulsive in today's competition. That Lan Tianhe was a famous master in our Haizhou 10 years ago. Now he has accumulated another 10 years of experience. His strength is unfathomable. You definitely can't deal with him easily. Listen to my advice. Just admit defeat in today's competition. It's not shameful to admit defeat to an old senior anyway. As he spoke, Zhang Shuegwa winked at Gao Ximin. Gao Ximin, feeling uneasy, also pulled at Lin Fan's sleeve. Mr. Lin, I also think that Mr. Zhang is right. Sometimes it is not shameful to admit defeat. Besides, Lan Tianhai is so old, there's nothing to brag about if he wins. And. At this point, Gao Ximin hesitated for a moment, but after a moment she spoke out her inner thoughts. Mr. Lin, the conflict between you and Wei Tianrui was caused by me. I'm already very satisfied that you helped me teach Wei Tianrui a lesson before. If I hurt you again, I would feel bad. Before, because Lin Fan had always been doing well, Gao Ximin didn't say these words. But now, the Wei family has even found Lan Tianha, and she is really worried about Lin Fan's safety. Don't worry, it wasn't me who attacked this time, how could I get hurt? Looking at Gao Ximin's adorable appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Gao Ximin didn't care about the warmth in Lin Fan's palm. She thought of the man named Du Bin whom she met at the door just now. Is he the one Mr. Lin is talking about? But what about Du Bin? She was about to say something when Lin Fan also discovered that Du Bin was missing. Then he thought of something and looked towards a corner of the crowd. Over there, Gao Jianxiong was also missing. Lin Fan seemed to be thinking about something, and after thinking for a moment, he said to Wei Tianrui, I see you've gone to so much trouble to invite experts here, and to organize so many people to watch. I don't think you'll gain anything just by defeating me. How about this, how about we add some spice to it? Oh, you are so arrogant. You know I have spent so much effort to deal with you, but you are still so bold. Wei Tianrui sneered, but didn't really care. In his opinion, this kid Lin Fan was probably scared silly by the commotion he had caused, and was now throwing away all hope. After all, Lan Tianha is a master of internal strength. Right now, there is no one in the entire Haizhou who can be his opponent. Tell me about it. Lin Fanping was giving him benefits for free, so Wei Tianrui had no reason to refuse. Lin Fan held up 5 fingers and said with a smile, let's make a bet, 50 billion, how about that? 50 billion? Even though he knew that Lin Fan was giving him money, Wei Tianrui was still shocked when he heard it. 50 billion is equivalent to half of the Wei family's assets. This boy is really brave. Not only Wei Tianrui, but all the bosses present and the celebrities invited by Wei Tianrui also gasped. A competition. 50 billion. Even for those bosses who have seen many big scenes, this was the first time they had seen it. No, they had never even heard of such a thing before. Who is so crazy that he can make 50 billion for a fight? Humph, 50 billion, Lin Fan, are you giving me money in disguise and begging for mercy? Wei Tianrui clenched his fists, his eyes were gloomy and his face was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking about. But no matter what, he was already frightened by Lin Fan's 50 billion. Even though he looked down on Lin Fan, he began to waver at the sky-high price of 50 billion. Lin Fan was about to say something when he noticed that Du Bin had returned to his side. At the same time, a figure staggered out from the crowd and came in front of him. With a plop, he knelt down. Lin Fan, I'm here to apologize to you. It was my fault for attacking your friend last time. To show my sincerity, there is 500 million in this card. It is my compensation to you. I hope you can forgive me. After Gao Jianxiong finished speaking, he held up the bank card with both hands and lowered his head deeply. This humble look shocked the people at the scene so much that they forgot to react for a moment. Chapter 118 Kneeling in Public. Taking Gao Jianxiong's card, Lin Fan nodded. Okay, I think you are sincere enough, so let's just forget about what happened last time. You can go now. Yes. Gao Jianxiong had a look of relief on his face and secretly glanced at Du Bin who was next to Lin Fan. Then, like a mouse seeing a cat, he trembled with fear, and regardless of the cold sweat on his head, he quickly got up and ran away. Wei Tianrui grabbed him. He didn't care that Gao Jianxiong was the boss in Haizhou and started scolding him. Fuck, Gao, you're fucking colluding with Lin Fan to play with me, right? I don't care if you embarrass yourself, but you are in my Wei family's territory, so kowtow and apologize to my Wei family's enemies. What do you mean? Do you look down on my Wei family? Besides, you are my brother-in-law, Wei Tianrui. You actually did such a thing. I really want to slap you to death. Roll. Gao Jianxiong growled and pushed Wei Tianrui away. He is extremely upset now. Not only was he threatened by a mysterious woman last night, Today, because he almost broke his promise, he was poisoned by the man next to Lin Fan. If he didn't kneel down and apologize to Lin Fan, he would surely die without a burial place once the drug took effect today. Under the threat of death, he didn't care about anything else. Even if Master Lan defeated Lin Fan in the end, what if Lin Fan was stubborn and refused to hand over the antidote? Or if it was a day later, he would have been dead. Cao Jianxiong would not allow his own life to be controlled by others. The best option to survive right now is to apologize to Lin Fan. You still have the nerve? Seeing that Gao Jianxiong was still giving him a bad look, Wei Tianrui was so angry that his mouth was twisted. Whether I have the face or not is none of your business. If you keep talking nonsense, you will see. As he spoke, Gao Jianxiong raised his fist. Although Gao Jianxiong knelt today, as the number one man in Haizhou, he was more than enough to deal with a playboy like Wei Tianrui. Wei Tianrui was so frightened that he shuddered, and his leg, which had just had the bandage removed, began to tremble. Just as he was about to kneel down, a big hand supported him from behind, and a cold and disdainful voice was heard. Haha, is this the current situation in Haizhou? If this kind of rubbish had been here 10 years ago, he wouldn't even have had the chance to be the top dog, let alone a bug. Gao Jianxiong's face turned blue and purple. As Lan Tianhe made his move, the people around him became more and more emotional, pointing at him and making fun of him. Gao Jianxiong wished he could grind the old man to dust immediately, but he still knew his own limitations. He didn't say anything to Lan Tianhe. He gritted his teeth, walked around and planned to leave for the time being. But in his heart, he secretly swore that he would succeed in his practice after his fifth uncle's secret book was delivered to him. Whether it's that kid Lin Fan or that damn Lan Tianhe, he won't let them go. Gao Jianxiong, listen to me carefully. Wei Tianrui took a breath and shouted at Gao Jianxiong's back. You are a loser, and your Gao family is also full of losers, a bunch of losers, and you still want to curry favor with my Wei family? Dream on. Go back and tell that bitch Gao Lenny that my engagement with her is over. She's such a jerk. She should just go back and find a pig. Stop disgusting me. Hearing this, Gao Jianxiong's face kept twisting. Gao Jianxiong gave up his identity as the eldest son of the Gao family and started to make a living, which shows that he is very loyal, not only to his brothers, but also to his family. Wei Tianrui actually divorced his sister in front of her, which undoubtedly touched his bottom line. If Lan Tianhe hadn't been behind him, he would have gone back and destroyed Wei Tianrui. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger, but in his heart, he had already sentenced Wei Tianrui to death. Lan Tianhe can protect the Wei family for a while, but he cannot protect them forever. Soon after Lan Tianhe left, he became a master of internal strength, and it was not impossible for him to take down the Wei family. Let's keep this grudge in mind for now. Watching Gao Jianxiong leave in disgrace, Wei Tianrui had no idea that he had gotten himself into big trouble again. On the contrary, he felt that even Gao Jianxiong, the number one man in Haizhou, didn't dare to show off in front of him, let alone Lin Fan. Okay, you want to gamble, right? Then I'll accompany you. But 50 billion is impossible. Our Wei family doesn't have that much cash. The maximum is 20 billion. Do you dare? There is no shame in reducing 50 billion to 20 billion. On the contrary, the fact that the Wei family was able to come up with 20 billion in one go proved how wealthy they were. After all, none of these top celebrities at the scene can come up with 20 billion. Ha, Wei family kid, how can you refuse this kid's free gift? Since your Wei family can't come up with 50 billion, I'll make up the remaining 30 billion. Lan Tianhe said at this time. No one really cares if Lan Tianhe wants to get involved. If Lan Tianhe didn't have the confidence to win, he wouldn't be standing here now. What no one expected was that Lan Tianhe was so wealthy. 30 billion in one go, more than what the Wei family has paid out. It seems that his combined power in the provincial capital is probably even stronger than that of the Wei family. Sure enough, those older generations who were famous in Haizhou were not ordinary. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to the competition between Lin Fan and Lan Tianhe. On this side, Lin Fan saw that the other party agreed to the competition and also winked at Du Bin. He nodded, then walked to the center of the field and hooked his finger at Lan Tianhe. Quick and decisive, don't waste time. Humph, arrogant. Lan Tianhe then came on stage. As people of the older generation, they are more concerned about face and will not take the initiative to attack a younger person. But Du Bin was so arrogant that he didn't need to care about these things. He rushed over as soon as he appeared on the scene and used a killing move at the same time. Iron Sand Palm. When he got close to Du Bin, his 5 fingers formed into claws and he grabbed him like a falcon. Seeing this, Du Bin suddenly dodged to the side, but was unable to avoid it. His forearm was grabbed, and his clothes and skin were torn off, and blood immediately flowed out. That's it? Lan Tianhe laughed. He thought that since Du Bin was so arrogant, he must have some ability. Now it seems so disappointing. The expectations on the faces of the audience around them all disappeared at this moment, and they all looked listless and dissatisfied. Only Lin Fan had a look of doubt in his eyes. If others didn't see it, it's because the angle was not good or they just didn't have the eyesight. But he, whose body had been transformed by the system, clearly captured it. When Lan Tianhe stretched out his claw towards Du Bin's left hand instantly made 3 counterattack gestures. But halfway through, he forced himself to cancel it. This process is very physically demanding, and for this reason, Du Bin did not dodge at the critical moment and was scratched instead. Lin Fan didn't understand why Du Bin went to so much trouble. But he knew that if Du Bin counterattacked directly, he would probably kill Lan Tianhe in one move. Chapter 119, Seconds. Du Bin is feeling very uncomfortable now. Because this is not East Africa, and Lan Tianhe is not his target. If he really killed someone in public, both he and Lin Fan would be in huge trouble. But the problem is that all his abilities are ways to kill people. He was not good at fighting to the point of being restrained, not to mention that Lan Tianhe was quite strong, so he had to be serious. In the eyes of others, this was a sign of his weakness. Boy, is this all you have? Lan Tianhe rushed forward with deep disdain and stretched out his claws towards Du Bin. By this time Du Bin had gradually gotten used to it and no longer gave Lan Tianhe the chance to hurt him. But after a series of attacks from Lan Tianhe, he still looked very embarrassed. Here, Lin Fan observed for a while. Because I have exchanged for the 36 styles of immortal martial arts before, I have some understanding of the moves. So he discovered that it was not that Du Bin did not have the ability to fight back, but that he seemed to be deliberately not fighting back. Is this guy teasing his opponent? This was the only answer Lin Fan could think of. That's enough. You keep hiding. You're a man. Can you just be quick? There were 2 people chasing each other in the field. After 2 minutes, Lan Tianhe's patience had been worn out. You know, for masters at Lan Tianhe's level, the outcome of a fight is usually decided within 3 moves. Only a very small number of people with equal strength will fight dozens or even hundreds of moves. Because everyone's level is high, every attack is a killing move, and if it drags on for too long, they will only be exhausted and fall to the ground. Chasing from one scene to another like in the movies, and fighting back even when injured. In reality, it is impossible. 2 minutes is almost the limit of Lan Tian River. But the boy in front of him kept running away, and he was angry. But at the same time, I became alert. Du Bin's physical strength is too good. If the fight continues, he will most likely be the loser. So he changed his strategy and stayed where he was, waiting for Du Bin to take the initiative. Du Bin was still thinking about how to defeat the opponent without killing Lan Tianhe, so he never took the initiative to attack. The people around watched and gradually became angry. Especially those who don't know much about the horror of Lan Tianhe's era have already started cursing. Fuck, are you guys going to fight or not? If you don't want to fight, just say so. Why are you running around playing all the time? That's right, what Master Lan? That's all he is capable of. Is that fake? That Lin Fan is even worse. What else can the person who yelled at him do except run? He's betting 50 billion. He's acting so convincing. Wei Tianrui's face looked very ugly. He also felt that this competition was really ridiculous. But he didn't dare to urge Lan Tianhe, so he could only stand there. Here, Lin Fan spoke with a dark face. Du Bin, stop hiding it and make a quick decision. He could understand why Du Bin wanted to curry favor with the holy water spirit and show off in front of him. But the part where he teased Lan Tianhe was so awkward, and it had the opposite effect. He didn't know what to say. Inside the venue, Du Bin, who had been struggling, received the order and could no longer delay. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed straight towards Lan Tianhe, punching him directly in the jaw. Humph, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lan Tianhe was not angry but happy when he saw this. The strength he had left was enough for him to use a killing move. He blocked Du Bin's fist with one hand and stretched out his other hand into a claw, reaching for Du Bin's neck. However, as soon as his hand touched Du Bin's fist, he had a different feeling. A feeling of palpitations that had not appeared in the past 10 years came over me. He instinctively wanted to retract the clawed hand to help block Du Bin's fist. But it's too late. Du Bin's punch was like a sledgehammer that pierced through Lan Tianhe's palm and landed heavily on his jaw. With a click sound, Lan Tianhe's jaw was smashed directly, and his whole body flew into the air. After leaving an arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. Afterwards, his eyes were closed tightly, black blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Flash sale. Although Du Bin hid for so long, the scene of him killing the opponent instantly with his first move still left a deep impression on everyone. That's more like it. Seeing this farce finally come to an end after so many twists and turns, Lin Fan was quite satisfied. Especially towards Du Bin, although this guy is a little crazy, he always teases his opponent in a speechless way. But his strength is still very good, otherwise he wouldn't be able to kill Lan Tianhe instantly. In his heart, Lin Fan had already decided to keep Du Bin. Now, he needs to deal with something else. Mr. Wei, you haven't forgotten the bet, right? 20 billion, do you want cash or credit card? 20 billion. These few words immediately irritated Wei Tianrui's nerves and made him shudder. When he came to his senses, Wei Tianrui felt his brain was congested, as if he was going to die suddenly in the next second. That is 20 billion, a huge sum of money that is enough to cause great pain to the Wei family. Not to mention, he still lost this money to Lin Fan, which made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. Why? The Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Haizhou, can't possibly refuse to pay even this little money, right? Seeing Wei Tianrui remain silent for a long time, Lin Fan spoke again. Everyone's mouth twitched. That's 20 billion. Many of them are not worth that much. How come it becomes just this little amount of money in Lin Fan's mouth? This guy. After repeated stimulation, Wei Tianrui immediately came to his senses. He wanted to deny it, but he looked at Du Bin's murderous eyes. He could only swallow his saliva and grit his teeth and said, "Of course not. How could my great Wei family owe you money? It's just that 20 billion is a huge amount, and my Wei family can't take it out all at once. Give me 2 days to prepare." Lin Fan shook his head. "No, 2 days is too long. What if your Wei family doesn't plan to repay and runs away halfway? I'll only give it to you for 1 day. I'll go to your Wei family tomorrow morning to ask for it. If you can't give it to me, hee. If the Wei family cheats at that time, he can ask Mr. Yisan to come forward to seek justice. Anyway, he is right in this matter, and the Wei family can't escape it. By taking the 20 billion from the Wei family, the hole in Xingtai Enterprise will be filled. Next, as long as he gives the investment group enough funds, the Wei family's enemy forces will develop. It won't be long before the Wei family goes bankrupt." When he thought of this, Lin Fan didn't even care about the 30 billion that Lan Tianhe lost to him. "Du Bin, let's go." So without paying any attention to Lan Tianhe on the ground, Lin Fan called Du Bin and Gao Ximin, and the 3 of them prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lin Fan thought of something and headed towards Zhang Shuegua. "By the way, Mr. Zhang, I would like you to count the people who want to join the committee. After that, let's have another meeting to discuss the next investment in detail." Chapter 120: The Boss's Choice. It was not until Lin Fan left that the audience and restaurant owners came to their senses. Then, all kinds of discussions exploded. Oh my god, am I seeing things right? Master Lan was killed instantly by Lin Fan's men? That's right. Although Lin Fan's men deliberately consumed Master Lan's physical strength at the beginning, their strength is unquestionable as they were able to kill Master Lan in one move. I never thought that this young man Lin Fan is so powerful. The men around him can even deal with the masters of the older generation. TSK, in fact, compared to the defeat of the older generation of masters, I am more curious about the bet now. 2 billion, even if the Wei family is wealthy, they will still suffer a lot after taking it out, right? And I heard that the Wei family has recently taken on a big project, and now is the time to invest money. Except for selling their property, it is impossible for them to come up with such a large sum of money. Lin Fan gave us a deadline of tomorrow morning. I really don't know how the Wei family is going to survive this crisis. Originally, the celebrities who came to watch this farce thought that the Wei family would be better. Even the 100 bosses were trying to curry favor with the Wei family and take advantage of Lin Fan's misfortune. Who would have thought that the situation would develop to this point? The bosses were momentarily distracted and immediately surrounded Zhang Shuegua. "Mr. Zhang, isn't Mr. Lin going to set up a committee?" "That's great, I was thinking the same thing. When can you help me with the formalities?" and me, and me. Mr. Lin is such a powerful man. He wants to set up a committee in our Yangfu Road. How can I not support him? Count me in too. All of a sudden, the restaurant owners who had originally planned to curry favor with Wei Tianrui and take advantage of Lin Fan's misfortune turned against him. He moved closer to Zhang Xuegua, trying to cling to Lin Fan's support. Zhang Xuegua was also shocked by the contrast between these people. What was more important was that too many people surrounded him at once, making him a little breathless for a while. Finally, he found an opportunity to speak. All right, stop pushing. Every one of you has a chance at this. But there is one thing I have to tell you in advance. Mr. Lin from the committee will not be so kind as to give you money for nothing this time. Anyone who wants to join the committee must first accept Mr. Lin's investment plan and then transfer the corresponding shares to Mr. Lin. People who can't accept this shouldn't waste their time. What? Lin Fan asked us to join the committee and he also wants our benefits? When they heard that this time it was not free and they had to pay with valuable company shares, the bosses immediately became unhappy. Several big bosses who were close to Zhang Xuegua complained immediately. Old Zhang, you have to have a good talk with this kid Lin Fan. What he did is too unkind. He created the committee, increased his power, and ultimately we have to pay for it. That's right, Lin Fan, isn't he planning to be the king of Yangfu Road? If he wants to do this, don't blame us for going against him. That's right. If that guy doesn't change the terms of the contract, no matter how strong his force is, he will never make us compromise. Suddenly, dozens of bosses joined forces, each with a look of indignation on their face, as if Lin Fan had taken great advantage of them. Zhang Xuegua was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. What are you guys talking about? What I just said was very clear. Mr. Lin will invest in you in proportion to the amount of shares you pay, and he won't take advantage of you. Besides, if you don't agree, you don't have to join. Mr. Lin won't force you. What's the point of you insulting Mr. Lin one by one now? In this matter, all the bosses also realized that what they did was indeed not very fair. However, they had already tasted the sweetness in the previous 2 days. Since they can get benefits from Lin Fan for free, why should they spend money? Is it because Lin Fan's rival, the Wei family, is in trouble now? Then these restaurant owners should unite. If Lin Fan doesn't compromise, then they will help the Wei family. Everyone tactfully told Zhang Xuegua this, and Zhang Xuegua could no longer tolerate the shamelessness of these people. He immediately waved his sleeves. Humph. If you want to repeat the mistakes of the Wei family, then do it. I have nothing to say to you guys. Now, let me ask one last time, is there anyone willing to join the committee founded by Mr. Lin? Registration time is only 1 day, no waiting after the deadline. Cut. Most of the more than 100 bosses at the scene folded their arms and sneered. They all run restaurants on the same street and have a tacit understanding with each other. They knew very well that no matter how powerful Lin Fan was, the law could not punish the masses. As long as they united, there was nothing to fear. Otherwise, if Lin Fan really spent a huge amount of money to clean up all the restaurants owned by these people, the result would only turn Yangfu Road into a ghost street. Without customers, Haizhou Private Kitchen will be finished. In 2 or 3 minutes, less than 10 people came to Zhang Xuegua. Most of these people are Zhang Xuegua's friends, and they did this to save his face. Zhang Xuegua took a last look at the people who had united together, and without saying anything more, he left with the dozen or so people. Wait a moment. At this time, Wei Tianrui came over and stopped Zhang Xuegua and others. He sneered and said, "Everyone, that's right, my Wei family did suffer a big loss today. But with the wealth that our Wei family has accumulated over the years, we can come up with 20 billion. On the contrary, do you really want to join Lin Fan in opposing my Wei family? Also, let me tell you something else. More than 70% of the food supply in the entire Haizhou is under my control. You are all smart people, so I don't need to explain too much, right?" Wei Tianrui meant that if these people followed Lin Fan, no one would provide them with food. Because the food channels were controlled by his Wei family. Lin Fan will not be able to fulfill his promise to provide food for these people. The end result was that as food supplies became scarce, they were forced to suspend operations or even close down. The losses at that time cannot be compensated by the 10 billion yuan. However, Zhang Xuegua's old friends were not too shaken. Because he is able to make friends with Zhang Xuegua, his own strength is extremely terrifying. Even if the entire Haizhou market cuts off their food supply, they can still purchase it from other channels. It's just a matter of spending a little more money. The main reason they chose to join Zhang Shuegua was that they saw the value of Lin Fan in the previous competition. So Wei Tianrui's threat did not convince them. Instead of wasting money here to monopolize the food supply, I advise you to think about how to pay Mr. Lin back first. Zhang Shuegua sneered, ignored Wei Tianrui, and left with these people. Chapter 121 Level 1 Alert. After Zhang Shuegua and others left, Wei Tianrui quickly called his father and told him about this. Wei Jianan was silent for a while on the phone. Then he said, "Okay, don't worry too much about this matter. Even though Lin Fan defeated Lan Tianhe, it doesn't mean that my Wei family has no tricks left. Next, my Wei family will enter the first level alert state. I will discuss with the other three major families, and they will provide us with some assistance. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, can he deal with our four major families at the same time? As for the bet, there's no need to blame that guy. He may have another giant behind him. If we push him too far, he'll lure the other party out, which won't be good. I'll contact someone first." After hanging up the phone, Wei Tianrui was not in a good mood. The joy of winning over more than 90 restaurant owners just now disappeared instantly. Level 1 Alert. This is the first time that Wei Tianrui's family has used this power since he was born. Using Level 1 Alert means that the Wei family will use all the favors accumulated over the past few decades. It is no exaggeration to say that by then the Wei family will be able to mobilize the power of half of Haizhou. At the same time, as one of the four major families, the Wei family was bullied, and the other three families could not sit idly by. They will unconditionally help the Wei family during this period. Although this favor needs to be repaid later. But in this special period, we can combine the strength accumulated by the Wei family over the years, plus the help of the three major families. This is definitely a terrifying force. It can be said that even if an extraordinary person from the provincial capital comes, he has to carefully consider his own abilities. However, there is a price to pay for using such a huge force, which is that after this period of time, their Wei family will fall into a particularly weak period. By then, any slightly stronger family might be able to destroy the Wei family. Not to mention, the other three families were only temporarily allied with the Wei family in terms of stance. When you and I are strong, everyone seems to be harmonious on the surface. Once the Wei family becomes so weak that it can be dealt with by any other family, the other three families will not mind getting involved. When considering the cost of using 10% of his strength, Wei Tianrui was naturally in a bad mood. But there was no way out. The conflict between the Wei family and Lin Fan had reached this point, and there was no turning back for anyone. The next thing to consider is how to preserve the strength of their Wei family as much as possible while solving the problem of Lin Fan, so as to get through the subsequent weak period. 5 minutes later, Wei Jianan called again. "I have already discussed the funding issue. I will sell the project with Xingtai Enterprise to Qian Wanwei for 15 billion. Combined with the cash from our Wei family, it is enough to compensate Lin Fan. But you can't let Lin Fan take this money easily. I'm going to call a family meeting to discuss this matter. You should come back as well." "Okay, Dad." After hanging up the phone, Wei Tianrui was not in the mood to talk anymore with the bosses in front of him. After simply instructing them to isolate Lin Fan first, he returned to the family. As for Lan Tianhe, he found someone to send him to the hospital. Before he was put in the ambulance, the nurse told him he was still breathing. People of this type have very strong physical fitness and will basically not die as long as they still have a breath left. As for Gao Jianxiong, he was not in the mood to care about her. No matter how powerful Gao Jianxiong is, he is just a rat in the alley and cannot be on the big stage. The Wei family is wealthy and powerful. If Gao Jianxiong dares to gather a large group of people to retaliate against them, the only one who will be in trouble will be Gao Jianxiong. Unless he breaks through and becomes a master of internal strength. Ordinary bodyguards are useless to masters of internal strength. If Gao Jianxiong really had this power, he could sneak into their Wei family and easily take revenge on him. However, this is simply impossible, because 10 years ago, all the elderly people in Haizhou passed away and dispersed, leaving no heritage behind. He didn't believe that Gao Jianxiong could become a master of internal strength by figuring it out on his own. Lin Fan just returned to Haizhou Private Kitchen. After 2 days of renovation, Haizhou Private House has almost been restored. It is estimated that it will be rebuilt tomorrow and resume business the day after tomorrow. He had planned to take this opportunity to say something to his employees and encourage everyone. But at this moment, Gao Xinin brought a piece of news, interrupting his thoughts. Mr. Lin, didn't you ask me to check Miss Lu's intelligence last time? Now the news has come out. It seems that Miss Lu has been forced into marriage by her family. It seems that the engagement party will be held tonight. Are you sure? Lin Fan frowned immediately. He remembered that the last time he texted with Lu Jia told her that the family didn't have much expectations for what would happen between her and her arranged fiancé. One reason is that Lu Jia was lost when she was young and had no feelings for her fiancé. Secondly, the family feels indebted to her and would not force her to do those things. Now, the Lu family has changed their mind. What's going on? Lin Fan was very angry. No matter what the reason was for the Lu family to change their mind, they could not treat Lu Jia like this. If for no other reason, simply because he liked Lu Jia, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Lin Fan's appearance immediately frightened Gao Ximin. He had never looked this angry, even when Haizhou private kitchen was smashed. Gao Ximin did not dare to delay and quickly replied, Mr. Lin, because this matter was decided internally by the Lu family. We haven't established a relationship with the Lu family yet, so we don't know the details. What about Lu Jia? What did she say? Lin Fan asked, but after thinking for a moment, he took out his cell phone. Forget it, I'll ask her myself. However, after several calls, Lu Jia did not answer. Lin Fan knew that given Lu Jia's feelings for him, she would definitely not ignore the call, especially since he had called so many times. The only explanation is that Lu Jia is unable to answer the phone now. She was placed under house arrest. Thinking of this, Lin Fan became even more furious, and he wished he could rush to the Lu family right now and destroy the entire family. However, before leaving, Lu Jia also made it clear that she still had feelings for the Lu family. He couldn't do anything too extreme before he confirmed what exactly happened. So he took a deep breath and said, So, isn't the Lu family's engagement party tonight? Help me prepare a gift worth 100 million yuan, and we will pay a visit in person. I want to see what tricks the Lu family is up to. Yes. Gao Ximin didn't dare to say more and took action immediately after receiving the order. Beside him, Du Bin's eyes flashed coldly. Mr. Lin, do you want me to go and find out? If you need, I can also bring Miss Lu out directly. Lin Fan glanced at him, threw him 2 bottles of holy water essence, and said, Forget it, I'll take care of this matter. Go report to the security department first. You will be the captain of the Haizhou private kitchen security department from now on. When you get there, focus on promoting Lu Chang. Chapter 122, The Inexplicable Impulse to Beat Someone Up. The reason why Lin Fan didn't let Du Bin participate was not because he didn't believe in his ability. However, he saw that Du Bin was a cold-looking guy but a hot-tempered one at heart, and he liked to tease his opponent during a fight. The key is that the method is so awkward, and he keeps running away like a clown. Lin Fan thought it was embarrassing to take this guy out, so he simply arranged for him to work in Haizhou private kitchen. Anyway, with his current maximum physical strength and mental strength, few people can be his match. After watching Lan Tianhe's moves today, although Lin Fan felt a lot of pressure from Lan Tianhe, he believed that he still had a chance to defeat him. After making plans. There is still some time before the Lu family's engagement party in the evening, so Lin Fan decided to go to the hospital to check on Li Suaki. Also, take a look at the indifferent woman in the next ward. I don't know whether that cold-hearted woman used his holy water essence. If she did, what was the effect? However, the woman's attitude was too cold, and even 10 points of charm were useless to her. So Lin Fan thought for a while, and spent another 100 points to add 10 points of charm. Then, he left Haizhou private kitchen. Strange, is this an illusion? Why do I have the urge to beat up Mr. Lin? After being driven to the security department by Lin Fan, Du Bin felt that something was wrong with his condition. As an elite player at the Tianbao Group headquarters, he has been carrying out missions overseas for decades and has encountered countless life and death crises. Du Bin believes that his concentration is already among the best in the world. The impulse to suddenly beat someone up shouldn't occur at all. He was very confused about this. Could it be that I'm underestimated? Du Bin had naturally seen countless people while carrying out various missions, and Lin Fan's intentions did not escape his eyes at all. However, Du Bin reflected on himself and realized that he was not a petty person. In fact, he was actually very cold. In fact, as long as Lin Fan's medicine can save his fiancée, he would kneel down expressionlessly even if he had to be a dog. Being looked down upon by Lin Fan is really nothing. He couldn't figure it out, and he became more and more confused. came to the security department of Haizhou Private Kitchen. Huang Feiqing, acting head of the security department, is training Lu Chang hard. Such as 100 sets of sit-ups, 100 sets of push-ups, 100 sets of boxing and so on. With this high-intensity training, Lu Chang seemed to have lost 10 pounds in just one day, and even fainted twice. But Huang Feiqing was very harsh and didn't even give Lu Chang a chance to fall into a coma. Every time, they would pour ice water directly on Lu Chang's face to wake him up by force. Not only Huang Feiqing, but also another 30 elite bodyguards were undergoing the same high-intensity training. In Huang Feiqing's words, in order to hire you, Mr. Lin spent tens of billions to get you diamond membership in our Tianbao group. If you don't have some strength, how can you be worthy of Mr. Lin? It just so happens that Mr. Lin has nothing to do these 2 days, so everyone will undergo special training. I want each of you to improve your strength by at least 5 more places. So when Du Bin came in, there was a scene where more than 30 strong men and women were sweating profusely. Huang Feiqing, who is number 1 and also the captain of the elite department of Tianbao Group, is constantly shouting. He issued one harsh order after another, causing the elite bodyguards to complain bitterly. It was not until he saw Du Bin come in that Huang Feiqing forced a smile onto his iron-like face. Brother Du, you really came. Mr. Lin is really capable, he actually managed to invite you. Huang Feiqing took the initiative to come over and say hello. Although his ranking in Tianbao Group is higher than Du Bin, he is also the captain of the elite department and his status is higher than Du Bin. But in front of Du Bin, Huang Feiqing never dared to be arrogant. If there wasn't such a big age gap between them, he would even be embarrassed to call Du Bin brother Du. Well, are they doing special training? Du Bin looked around. He actually didn't think much of these elite bodyguards from the Haizhou branch. But he also knew that the strength of these people was already very good in Haizhou. With a little more training, you will be at the top level and can basically handle all matters in Haizhou. Du Bin didn't mind giving these people some special training, so that if there was any problem in the future, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Finally, his eyes fell on Lu Chang. Du Bin did not forget that Lin Fan had told him to take special care of Lu Chang. But Lu Chang is not that powerful, and the other elite bodyguards are still just in the warm-up stage. The boy's face turned red and he looked like he was about to faint from exhaustion. Du Bin frowned slightly. Given this kid's physique and his age, there is not much room for improvement. Yes, all the elite bodyguards from the company have been hired by Mr. Lin. There is no one here now. If this continues for a long time, it will cause huge losses to the company. Huang Feiqing explained. So I thought about it and decided to help Mr. Lin train these people, and then I'll take number 3, 4, and 5 back first. Du Bin nodded. Well, your idea is quite good. Mr. Lin spent a huge amount of money to invite people like us, so it's also good to give us some extra business. Besides, it can also train us internally. Being praised by Du Bin, Huang Feiqing couldn't help but grin like a child. But Du Bin changed the subject and looked at Huang Feiqing. Huang Feiqing was startled when he was stared at, and a bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. Everyone is exercising, but Captain Huang, you wasted precious exercise time just to supervise everyone. It's such a pity. Fortunately, I am here now. So Captain Huang, your training mission will be changed to a free fight with me. Ah? Huang Feiqing was completely stunned. What is going on? I'm the captain, do I still need training? Besides, if I fight with you in front of so many subordinates and get beaten up by you, where will I keep my dignity as a captain in the future? No, absolutely not. Brother Du. Well, it's decided. It just so happens that Mr. Lin just said that my fighting skills were too poor and that I embarrassed him. Fighting with Captain Huang will also help me improve my strength. What? Huang Feiqing was about to explain something when he was dumbfounded again. Although he was not aware of Du Bin's international fame and glorious deeds. But he had once sparred with Du Bin, and he could still vividly remember the experience of being defeated in one move. In his opinion, people like Du Bin are the ceiling of human combat power. How is it possible that Lin Fan despises his strength? But before Huang Feiqing had time to think about this, Du Bin rushed up. Huang Feiqing was attacked with a chaotic barrage of punches and kicks. That's right, training and the like, these are all excuses Du Bin made. What he wanted to do was actually to vent the inexplicable impulse in his heart. Chapter 123 Li Sueki's changes. While Du Bin was venting, Lin Fan had already arrived at Li Sueki's ward. When I came in, I saw Li Sueki and Amy Yip were both there, talking and chatting with smiles on their faces. It seems that they have recovered from the shock of Lee Swecky's disfigurement. Lin Fan, you're here. As Lin Fan came out, the smile on Lee Swecky's face became even more intense. She even ran off the bed excitedly and came over to hug Lin Fan's arm. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed by her staring at him, and he pulled his arm away imperceptibly. Unfortunately, Lee Swecky held it too tightly, not giving him any chance to pull it out. Moreover, it is pushing a force. Ahem, Swecky, I'm a little out of breath, get up quickly. Lin Fan's breathing became heavier and it was indeed a bit difficult. Lee Swecky smiled sweetly and brought Lin Fan to her bedside. Lin Fan, if you feel uncomfortable, just lie on my bed and I will take care of you. Unconsciously, Lee Swecky had changed the way she addressed Lin Fan. Without the word brother, calling him by his name directly makes it more intimate. Looking at Lee Swecky's gentle eyes, if Lin Fan hadn't been thinking about Lu Zhejiao all the time, he would probably have fallen for her. Sure enough, gentle girls have the greatest lethality, especially since Lee Swecky has a strong liking for him. However, Lin Fan did not come here today to enjoy tenderness. I mean, I feel a little uncomfortable because you caught me. Woo, Lin Fan, do you hate me? Lee Swecky looked like she had been badly hurt and fell directly onto the bed. Beside him, Yi Yuqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Really? How can you talk to a girl like that? Lin Fan coughed twice again. He knew that what he said was not appropriate. But he was not in a good mood right now, so he spoke more directly. He didn't know what to explain, so he could only get straight to the point. Swecky, can you tell me the specific effects of my medicine after you took it yesterday? For example, your own feelings, recovery status, sequelae and so on. Lee Swecky tilted her head slightly, not quite understanding what Lin Fan meant. It's his own medicine, doesn't he know the effects? However, Lee Swecky thought about it and said carefully, the effect of the medicine is very good. My appearance has been completely restored. I didn't have any underlying disease, and even the doctor's test report showed nothing wrong. The doctor said it was a miracle. But if you insist on talking about sequelae or something. Maybe it was because the medicine was just dropped on my face, and it felt a little hot for about 10 minutes afterwards, just like applying a plaster. So, there's no big problem? After listening to Lee Swecky's feelings, Lin Fan summarized his own experience. Simply put, the best way to use holy water essence is to dissolve it in water and absorb it by taking a bath. If you use it directly without diluting it, it's not a problem, but it will cause a little pain. But this amount of pain is completely within an acceptable range. In other words, when you use holy water essence in the future, if you don't have the opportunity to take a bath, you can use it directly. And apart from the pain at the time, there are no other side effects, and the effect is not necessarily less than after dilution. Although Lin Fan had already vaguely known this information before, he felt a little relieved after the official conclusion was reached. Lin Fan, does your family sell this kind of special medicine? How much is it? Can you sell me some? Next to her, Amy Yip's eyes were shining brightly. She had seen with her own eyes yesterday how effective the holy water essence was. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing is, in a sense, a second life. Sorry, this thing is too scarce and we have no plans to sell it for the time being. Lin Fan declined. Just kidding, a bottle of holy water essence is cheap, only costing 1 godly rich point. But once the number increases, it will be terrifying, and he will not sell it. After all, spending hundreds of millions is still a painful thing. Amy Yip was a little disappointed when she heard this, but not very surprised. As a young lady from a large family, she is not without knowledge. The medicine that Lin Fan took out was simply a miracle drug. Even through her family's channels, no one had ever heard of it. It would be weird if such medicine could be bought easily. Similarly, Lee Swecky is not stupid. After realizing the preciousness of the medicine Lin Fan gave her, she felt even more touched. Immediately, he couldn't help himself and took the initiative to hug Lin Fan. Lin Fan, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you for such a great kindness. Okay, stop crying. I'm not helping you for anything in return. As I said before, I just simply like your singing, so I want to support you. As long as you can continue to sing good songs, it will be the greatest reward for me. Just, like this? Hearing this, Lee Swecky felt a sudden sense of loss. Just a fan. To be honest, she had thought about it before Lin Fan came. Lin Fan first rewarded her with tens of millions, and then gave her such precious medicine. Did he have any thoughts about her? Originally, as a pure and chaste girl, Li Sueki attached great importance to feelings. I really hate those rich second generations who want to get girls to sleep with them just by spending some money. If Lin Fan hadn't given her so much in tips before, she would never have asked Lin Fan out. But even when she later asked Lin Fan out, she still called him little brother Lin Fan. There is a lot of acting involved, just to satisfy the fans' fantasies. Lin Fan rewarded her with tens of millions, which was worth her effort. In fact, she had no plans to develop a deeper relationship with Lin Fan. However, after this incident and Lin Fan's treatment of her appearance, her heart slowly began to change. In her heart, Lin Fan seemed to be the only light in all her salvation. As long as Lin Fan likes it, she doesn't seem to care about anything else. With this mentality, Li Sueki deliberately took the initiative when Lin Fan came in just now. I just want to tell Lin Fan that I can give everything to repay him. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan refused so straightforwardly. Why? Am I unattractive? Or is it really like Lin Fan said, that he simply likes his own songs? Although there is nothing wrong with this, in fact, Lin Fan is so noble that Li Sueki even thinks highly of him. But now, Li Sueki just felt unhappy. Because Li Sueki's disappointment was so obvious, the atmosphere on the scene became awkward for a moment. Lin Fan thought he had said something wrong, but he didn't know what he had said wrong. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. It was Amy Yip who reacted first. Lin Fan, you don't know yet, do you? Sueki was not selected for the Voice of China this time. Chapter 124, Invitation from a Good Voice. Lost? This result was actually natural. After all, Li Sueki didn't even perform, so it was normal for her to be eliminated. But, the Voice of China wouldn't be so disrespectful, right? Later, Lin Fan took over Li Sueki's singing, and he was very confident in his singing skills. After all, it cost him 110 godly rich points to redeem the advanced singing. His level at that time was probably no worse than those music superstars, and the response on the scene was also good. In addition to his crazy rewards in the live broadcast room, people on the Voice of China should also know that there is someone behind Li Sueki, and they should give him some face. It is indeed not reasonable to be eliminated. At this time, Yi Yuqing looked at Lin Fan strangely and said, "But Lin Fan, you are selected." Ah? Lin Fan was confused. Veronica Yip continued to explain, "You sang so well at the time that you not only conquered all the people at the scene, but also impressed the directors of the Voice of China. They also said you might be the most talented young singer in China in the past decade. So, they want to make an exception and invite you to participate in this year's Voice of China." This. For a moment, Lin Fan was speechless. He also realized that he had sung really well at that time. But no matter what, there is no need to cause such a big sensation. The Voice of China actually broke such a big rule for him. Although he felt honored, Lin Fan still had no plans to participate. However, Amy Yip wasn't done yet. Besides, they said that as long as you can participate in this year's Voice of China, they will make another exception. For your sake, I will invite Li Sueki as well. This time, Lin Fan didn't know how to react. The Voice of China program is broadcast on radio stations across the country and has a deep background and huge influence. Logically speaking, it is only other singers who should ask for favors from them, and it is impossible for them to give way to singers again and again. What is the point of what we're doing now? Originally, Lin Fan wanted to refuse. He likes listening to music, but he thinks it's too much trouble to be a star and it's better to keep a low profile. Besides, he is already the richest man in the world and he doesn't need the money he earned from his debut. And if he becomes famous, he will buy a sports car and a villa. It's really annoying to have a bunch of fans around me scrambling for autographs. Maybe by then his identity as the world's richest man will be exposed, and he will become a globally famous figure, and he will have to bring dozens of bodyguards with him when he goes out. Lin Fan doesn't want that kind of life. Just when Lin Fan was about to refuse, he saw Li Sueki's face full of expectation, and the words he had prepared were stuck in his throat again. Indeed, this matter had no attraction for him. But for Li Sueki, that might be the only chance. Lin Fan, please, just think of it as Sueki sake, can you just agree to this? From the change in Lin Fan's expression just now, Yi Yuqing discovered that he didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about this matter. At this moment, for Li Sueki's sake, she came over and begged him. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Sueki came back to her senses. She felt conflicted. But after a moment, he came over and hugged Lin Fan's arm, saying softly, "Lin Fan, I know you have helped me enough, I don't have the face to beg you now. But I still want to ask you, not for anything else, just because you want me to debut. So even if I don't want this face, I still want to seize this opportunity. Two beautiful girls surrounded him and looked at him with pleading eyes. Even Lin Fan couldn't bear it. He almost agreed. Fortunately, when he was about to say something, he accidentally bit his tongue. The pain made him sober up a lot and he immediately changed the subject. No, if you ask me to debut and perform, I refuse. I have no interest in this and I will definitely not participate. But I can communicate with the voice and ask them to give you another chance, so don't worry too much about it. Real? Li Sueki heard that Lin Fan was willing to help, although she did not directly agree to the conditions of the Voice of China, but as long as Lin Fan had this intention, she was very happy. But Amy Yip is not as naive as her. The power behind the voice is complex and intricate. They are also the top power in the entire entertainment industry. Their decisions cannot be changed by ordinary people. What's more, they pay special attention to you. It's okay. No matter how good the voice is, I will definitely convince them. By the way, how long is left until the voice performance? Lin Fan didn't believe it, considering that he was currently the owner of Donghao International Investment Group and Haizhou Private Kitchen. Oh, by the way, he also acquired Xian Wanwei's company at a low price not long ago. Although he didn't remember what it was called, the company was worth 80 billion. Together with his two companies, he is now a true billionaire. Even if it's a good voice, you have to give it some face, right? The Voice of China will be officially aired in half a month, but the recording will start in a week. The subsequent promotion will use a lot of recorded content. If you don't show your face in the recording, you will be at a disadvantage in the subsequent live broadcast. A week? That's plenty of time. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. The situation on the Wei family's side has bin decided. Once the 20 billion is brought in tomorrow, the Wei family will be seriously damaged. By the time the backup plans he had made were used, the Wei family might go bankrupt in less than a week. The Lu family behind Lu Jejia is just a small family with total assets of only a few hundred million, so it is easy to deal with. After finishing these two things, he contacted Good Voice to discuss it. After making up his mind, Lin Fan didn't dare to stay in Li Sueki's ward any longer, and quickly found an excuse to leave. Sueki, do you think Lin Fan has no feelings for you at all? Seeing Lin Fan walking so fast, Yi Yuqing felt a little dissatisfied. You, what are you talking about? Li Sueki's face turned red. Yi Yuqing rolled her eyes at her and said, okay, stop pretending. You have such a lot of thoughts. Lin Fan can't see that he's a blockhead, so why can't I see it? And it's not necessarily that Lin Fan didn't see it, but he just didn't have any feelings for you. Didn't you notice in the concert hall last time? There was a beautiful lady sitting next to Lin Fan. If she dresses up a little, she's not inferior to you at all. And that teacher Tan, I noticed that the way she looked at Lin Fan wasn't right either. The most important thing is that those two people are from the same school as Lin Fan. The one who was close to the water gets the moon first, don't you understand? Hearing her say this, Li Sueki suddenly became anxious and immediately ignored her shyness. Then what should I do? Yi Yuqing thought about it for a while and smiled. It's okay, isn't my grandfather going to have a birthday party in a few days? I will invite Lin Fan to perform at my house then. You can come along too. I will create opportunities for you too. Speaking of this, Amy Yip looked annoyed. Because Lin Fan left so quickly, she forgot to mention this to Lin Fan. Chapter 125 Jiang Hanqing. Lin Fan came to Jiang Hanqing's room. Compared with yesterday, her condition was obviously much better. When Lin Fan came in, he saw her sitting in the rocking chair beside the bed, admiring the scenery of the small park below the hospital. Wang Wanfan doesn't seem to be here either. Seeing that she was in good condition, Lin Fan was very happy. This holy water essence is really powerful. It can even cure diseases more serious than cancer. Jiang Hanqing also noticed Lin Fan's arrival. She was not surprised at all, but turned around and walked over. You're here. As she walked, the sound of high heels tapping could be heard. Every time it touches the tiles on the ground, there is a heavy feedback sound. Coupled with her tall height of over 175 centimeters, her peerless appearance and noble temperament, any man will feel inferior in front of her. Even though it was not the first time that Lin Fan saw the other party, he still felt awe in his heart. Even stronger than the first time. At this time, he also realized more clearly that this woman must be of great importance. And the real identity may scare you. But Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. He saved the other person not for any purpose, but just to verify the efficacy of his medicine. And to be precise, he was the other party's savior, so there was no reason for him to bow his head in front of her. After encouraging himself in this way, Lin Fan regained his confidence and smiled at her. "Yeah, how is your body? Can you tell me how you feel?" However, the next second Jiang Hanqing acted superior again. The way he looked at Lin Fan was as if he was looking at one of the biggest pieces of trash in the world. Emotions such as disdain, contempt, nausea, disgust, and so on were fully displayed at this moment. She even issued orders from a superior position. "Stinky pig, kneel down." Ah. Lin Fan was confused, really confused. "What's going on? I saved you for no reason, and you repay me with evil. I can understand that. But what do you mean by making me kneel down and humiliating me like this? Why, isn't that what you meant?" Jiang Hanqing on the opposite side vaguely sensed something and gave an apologetic look. "I'm sorry." Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This woman doesn't seem to be crazy. Bang! Just when I breathed a sigh of relief, I suddenly heard a crisp sound of a whip. When he looked again, a whip had appeared in Jiang Hanqing's hand. Jiang Hanqing himself wore a black butterfly-shaped mask. This posture. Even though Lin Fan had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run, and he was speechless in an instant. So after all this time, this woman is an S? You are such a hopeless idiot. Don't think that you can breathe here just because you saved me. Your breath is a stain on my soul, which is more evil than killing me. However, since you have helped me a little, I can show mercy and purify your foolish soul. Okay, stop wasting time and kneel down. Bang! As he spoke, Jiang Hanqing whipped the tile floor hard with the whip again. Lin Fan looked at the black mark that appeared on the ground drill. He immediately realized that what the woman was holding might not be a prop, but a real whip. If he is hit, even with a physical strength of 100 points, his skin will be torn apart instantly. Look at that woman again, she looks like a queen. Lin Fan walked to the door silently and opened it. Hey, don't go. Behind him, Jiang Hanqing immediately came over and pressed on his shoulders. Lin Fan turned his head and showed an expression that looked like he was about to cry. "Big sister, please stop torturing me. We are really not gay, and I can't satisfy your hobbies. Can you let me go? Why, aren't you helping me just because you want me to beat you up?" Jiang Hanqing's voice sounded very nice when he was in his normal state. Combined with her noble temperament and gentle words, I believe that more than 99% of men in the world will like her. However, her abnormal behavior was too much for Lin Fan to bear. Especially that real whip. Lin Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Could it be that God couldn't stand her anymore and deliberately gave her a terminal illness that was more serious than cancer? Ahem, sorry, I've actually been ill for half a year and have tried many treatments but all have failed. So I know very well how precious the medicine you gave me is. I thought you paid such a high price because you wanted me to serve you. Now it seems that I misunderstood. Looking at Jiang Hanqing, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Thinking from a normal person's perspective, he really couldn't understand what kind of logical thinking this woman relied on to cause such a big misunderstanding. Ahem. Let me explain this to you first. There is another important reason why I saved you. That means I just developed this medicine, and I'm giving it to you just to test its efficacy. If you really want to repay me, just cooperate with me and answer a few questions for me. Of course. Please come in and sit down first. Jiang Hanqing has returned to normal and put away the whip and mask. However, Lin Fan saw that there were many other tools in the drawer that Jiang Hanqing pulled out. This woman is definitely a super S behind the scenes. And usually, I think he has a lot of fun. I just don't know who the person is who is tortured by her all day long. It's really pitiful. Lin Fan was not a professional doctor, so he just asked Jiang Hanqing about his experience using the product. Another thing is medical cases. After Jiang Hanqing's symptoms improved significantly, the doctor gave her a comprehensive examination this morning. According to Jiang Hanqing, although her illness has not been completely cured, her symptoms have returned to the same level as they were almost 3 months ago. And if you continue to take holy water essence, you can further suppress the condition. It is unlikely to completely eradicate it. It can't be eradicated. Why? Lin Fan was very curious when he heard it. Although he didn't know how effective the holy water essence really was, he had never been disappointed after using it for so long. Especially, even the disfigurement of Li Sueki, which doctors were unable to cure, was healed in a short time. I didn't expect that when it came to Zhang Hanqing, he could only suppress it. Zhang Hanqing's eyes became more serious. When she was serious, she looked like a queen high above everyone else. Lin Fan couldn't help but get nervous again. Maybe, because what I have is not a disease, but a poison. Poison? Lin Fan was surprised. But before he could ask any further questions, Zhang Hanqing changed the subject. That's all I can say. Let me tell you about you. You first used this medicine to save the disfigured girl, and then you helped me. I also asked about various conditions after taking the medicine. Why, do you want to make it in large quantities? How do you know about Li Sueki? Lin Fan frowned. Chapter 126 Hospital Plan. Zhang Hanqing investigated him. Lin Fan immediately thought of this and became alert. Although Zhang Hanqing doesn't look normal on the surface. But according to what Aunt Wang said before, her medical expenses alone for staying in this hospital are hundreds of thousands a day. To be able to afford this expense, her background must be extraordinary. Combined with the other party's temperament, Lin Fan suspected that she was from the so-called hidden family. Lin Fan has never come into contact with the hidden families. He has only heard that these forces are mysterious, powerful, and have many unknown powers. As an innocent man, he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Lin Fan has verified the efficacy of the holy water essence and also knows the true power of the holy water essence. He was worried that this thing would attract the attention of those so-called hidden families. Especially as for this woman Zhang Hanqing, under the threat of terminal illness, Lin Fan had no doubt that she would repay kindness with enmity. Besides, he didn't know Zhang Hanqing very well. For something like this, you guys are talking so loudly in the room, how can I not hear you? Facing Lin Fan's questioning, Zhang Hanqing smiled and pointed at the window. The window was not closed and I could vaguely hear the voices of some passers-by downstairs. Li Sueki's ward was just downstairs from Zhang Hanqing, much closer than passers-by in the park below, so there was no reason why she couldn't hear it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's expression immediately became much better. He knew that Zhang Hanqing was no simple person. It was good news for him that this woman did not take the initiative to investigate her. Zhang Hanqing didn't seem to realize that Lin Fan had thought so much in such a short period of time. She thought for a moment and continued. Since I started having health problems, I've been to many hospitals, so I have some understanding of this aspect. If you are planning to open a hospital, I can recommend you a few. The medical staff there are very excellent. It was only due to poor management and geographical location that it nearly went bankrupt. If we buy it directly, we can save you a lot of trouble. And with your medicine, you won't have to worry about lack of customers. What do you mean by that? To please me and get some more drugs from me? Lin Fan frowned. He was still a little worried about this woman. That's one reason. If possible, no one wants to die, right? Zhang Hanqing admitted it generously and then smiled. There's another reason. I don't know why I like you, so I want to chat with you for a while. To be honest, if Lin Fan had not seen this woman holding a whip, he would definitely have felt an inexplicable emotion at that moment. Then exchange all the godly rich points into holy water essence at once and give them all to the other party. He might even be stupid enough to spend tens of billions more to set up a medical team or something in order to completely cure this woman's illness. But fortunately, as the abnormal side of Zhang Hanqing emerged in his mind, he calmed down a little. He suppressed the shock that Zhang Hanqing's peerless beauty brought to him. After thinking about it carefully, he found that Zhang Hanqing's suggestion was actually not bad. In this world, from the beggar on the street to the richest man in the world listed in Forbes, there is no one who is not sick. In the upper-class society, the doctor-patient relationship is not tense. On the contrary, despite the huge investment of the rich, the doctors do their best, and the rich need the doctors to save their lives, so the relationship between them is still very strong. Lin Fan was thinking that he could build his own network by founding a hospital. This would expand his power, and if he encountered trash like the Wei family again in the future, he would be able to deal with them easily and quickly. At the same time, after establishing his own network, he can also obtain some investment through this circle and quickly convert the money into super rich points. Otherwise, he would just rely on what he has now, buying companies and cars. No matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to draw 100 billion. After figuring this out, Lin Fan said to Zhang Hanqing, "How about this, since you know something about hospitals, then you can help me with this. As a reward, I will provide you with this medicine to help you prolong your life." How about that? Let me help you with something? Zhang Hanqing was surprised. She had always been served by others since she was a child. This was the first time she was ordered around by someone. But after a little consideration, she agreed. Okay, after all, I don't want to die, so it's not impossible to help you with something. But you paid such a high price just to let me do a job for you, don't you think it's a loss? It's a loss, of course. After all, what is spent on holy water essence is not money, but rich points. Every time he redeems a piece of holy water essence, he needs to spend 100 million. However, it is worth hiring Zhang Hanqing at this price. First of all, Zhang Hanqing has a strong background. I saved her life, so I can ask her for help when I encounter any problems in the future. Secondly, it is Zhang Hanqing's network of contacts. Let Zhang Hanqing come to see the hospital. With her connections, she can easily find some wealthy people to visit his hospital. As long as he can quickly establish his network of relationships, it will be easier for him to spend money by asking for investments from wealthy people later on. All things considered, the pros outweigh the cons. After the negotiation, Lin Fan took out 5 bottles of holy water essence and gave them to Zhang Hanqing. As for when to open the company, Zhang Hanqing said that she would have to wait until her body recovered a little more, and it would be almost ready in 3 days. After the deal was settled, Lin Fan and Zhang Hanqing exchanged contact information, and he didn't stay long. After leaving the hospital, Lin Fan immediately contacted Wang Jicheng. He did not forget to make an appointment with Wang Jicheng to have lunch together at noon. In addition to Wang Jicheng, Lin Fan also contacted Zhang Xuegua. On the phone, Zhang Xuegua briefly talked about what happened in Julin restaurant after Lin Fan left, and told him that there are now 11 or 12 old friends willing to join their committee. After hearing this, Lin Fan asked Zhang Xuegua to bring those people to the hotel together. Mr. Wang, this is Zhang Xuegua, Mr. Zhang, who is also the chairman of this hotel. I recently set up a committee to manage food safety issues in all restaurants on Yangfu Road, and Mr. Zhang helped me a lot. These are currently considered associate members of our committee. After meeting Wang Jicheng, Lin Fan introduced these people to him. Later at the dinner, Lin Fan got to know these prospective members again. And I talked to them about my investment in their company. Since Lin Fan had no intention of taking advantage of these people, and he also bought them for a price that exceeded their hotel shares, no one had any objections. Besides, the reason why they stood on Lin Fan's side was not just for money. As for the shareholding, as soon as they finished their meal, they asked someone to prepare the documents and sign the contract directly with Lin Fan. Afterwards, Lin Fan carried out an overall upgrade of everyone's hotel according to the contract. It mainly includes exterior decoration and improving the taste of food. The decoration is simple, but the trouble is to improve the taste of the restaurant food. And this requires Wang Jicheng's help. Chapter 127, It's too difficult to spend money. After discussing the renovation for an entire afternoon, the bosses were still shocked. There were a total of 12 members present, including Zhang Xuegua, and 1/3 of them, or 4. Their property on Yangfu Road is a star-rated hotel that follows the international high-end route and is worth tens of billions. For these 4-star rated hotels, Lin Fan provided the highest standard decoration plan in the entire Haizhou. The renovation costs for just one restaurant would be as high as 2 billion. For 4 companies, that would be 8 billion. Including the mid to high-end restaurants owned by 8 other owners, the total renovation cost is almost 10 billion. However, the most shocking thing is that in order to improve efficiency and not affect the hotel business of the bosses, Lin Fan decided to buy the best decoration company in Haizhou. Then let this decoration company complete the decoration of the 12 hotels with the best service and the fastest speed. This decoration company is called Mount Everest Decoration Group, which means the decoration speed is as fast and efficient as the avalanche on Mount Everest. As for the effect, just look at Haizhou Private Chef. Now the decoration of Haizhou Private Kitchen is undertaken by Everest Decoration Group. In just 3 days, Haizhou Private Kitchen was reborn from being smashed and in a mess. Originally, tonight was supposed to be the celebration party for the reopening of Haizhou Private Kitchen. But because Lin Fan had to deal with Lu Zhezhe's matters, the celebration was scheduled for tomorrow. Back to the topic, Lin Fan spent another 20 billion to purchase Mount Everest Decoration Group, plus the 20 billion to purchase shares of major hotels. In just one afternoon, Lin Fan had already taken out 50 billion. Such a huge amount of money is beyond the reach of even the big bosses present here. Even an international celebrity like Wang Jicheng was shocked. It's not like Wang Jicheng hasn't worked on projects involving such large amounts of money before. But projects at that level are all very important, so even he has to proceed step by step and be extremely careful. Unlike Lin Fan, who spent 50 billion just like eating and drinking water. After spending all the money, I still don't feel any pain at all. Finally, Mr. Wang, let me tell you about the food. Just tell me how much money you need and I'll transfer it to you directly. Oh, this. Because he was too shocked, it took Wang Jiqing a long time to come back to his senses after being called by Lin Fan. He thought carefully about what Lin Fan had just said. Because the quality of major hotels has improved, Lin Fan wants to purchase the world's best food for these hotels. So he asked Wang Jiqing to make a rough reference. If there is no problem, you can sign the contract and transfer the funds now. Because food supply is a new business of Han Hai Transportation Group, the company where Wang Jiqing works, he is not very familiar with it. After coming to his senses, he immediately contacted the company's chief executive to inquire. The final price given, calculated according to the highest standards, was that the monthly food supply costs for the 4 hotels were 400 million yuan, an average of 100 million yuan per hotel. A total of 4.8 billion a year. The other 8 mid-range hotels each have a monthly revenue of 30 million, totaling 2.88 billion a year. There is also Lin Fan's Haizhou private kitchen. Because they invited a royal chef like Master Zhang, every dish is the best of the best. They even asked Master Zhang, and found out that many vegetables are simply not available in the market. The rough estimate of the guaranteed price is 200 million per month, which is 2.4 billion per year. The final total cost was 10.08 billion. Gurgle. Mr. Lin, do you really want to purchase food according to this standard? Wang Jiqing couldn't help swallowing. This is 10 billion yuan, which is enough to build a luxurious 5-star hotel. However, for Lin Fan, it was only enough to cover the food supply for 1 year. Even though Wang Jiqing had a broad vision, he was still frightened at this moment. Of course, I have already promised all the bosses, how can I break the contract? Lin Fan frowned, very dissatisfied. Only 10 billion a year. 10 billion is only 100 super rich points. In other words, he worked hard for several days to set up this committee. In the end, it only brings me 100 portions of holy water essence every year? Are you kidding me? Zhang Hanqing's body needs a portion of holy water essence every day. Is it so difficult to spend money? For a moment, Lin Fan became determined again and decided to hurry up and start the hospital. The speed at which money is spent on running a restaurant or something is still too slow. But what is worth being happy about is that, including the 10 billion yuan for food expenses, Lin Fan has already spent 60 billion yuan in one go today. Similarly, he also received 600 godly points, which was enough for him to use for a long time. Bite. At this moment, a system voice sounded in Lin Fan's brain. Host Lin Fan spends money like water, unlocking a hidden task, spend 100 billion within 24 hours, and then unlock a new item in the medical column. New products in the medical column? For a moment, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Currently, there is only one item in the medical column interface of his system, and that is holy water essence. Lin Fan has fully realized the magical effects of the holy water essence. He believes that the system will not let him down for other products. The only thing that bothered Lin Fan was that it was a bit difficult to spend 100 billion within 24 hours. If that doesn't work, how about donating 100 billion to the mountainous areas? When Lin Fan just had this thought, the majestic and cold voice of the system appeared in his brain. Warning: when executing system tasks, all the host's consumption must be justified. If you consume maliciously just to spend money, the task will be forcibly cancelled and the corresponding godly rich points will be deducted. Seeing the task prompt, Lin Fan had to give up his previous thoughts. At the same time, he sighed deeply. He might have to give up this mission. After all, today's 60 billion consumption has already cost him a lot of effort. He really had no idea how to spend 100 billion. Hint: the 60 billion currently spent by the host is also within the 100 billion amount. Hearing this reminder, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. If there were only 40 billion left for consumption, he believed he was still able to give it a try. 40 billion, for example, it would be enough to buy another large group. Moreover, it takes 24 hours, it doesn't have to be done today. Lin Fan looked at the time. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That means he almost has another day tomorrow. After thinking it through, Lin Fan was no longer so anxious. He discussed some final details with the bosses and then left. Next, he would go to attend the Liu family's engagement party. At this time, Gao Ximin ran over with a document. Mr. Lin, I found out that Miss Lu was abandoned because of her uncle, Lu Qinhai. Because Miss Lu was betrothed to Tan Zhiqing by the old man of the Lu family. The value of the Tan family was over 10 billion back then. Lu Qinhai is worried that Miss Lu's status will rise in the future after this marriage. It would threaten his son's position as heir, so he secretly abandoned Miss Lu. Chapter 128 Accepting Fate. Lu family. The two servants had just finished dressing up Lu Jia. She was now wearing a snow-white wedding dress with a long train at the back. Lu Jia heard from the servants that when she walked on the soft carpet at the engagement banquet, the long train would gradually unfold, 2 meters wide and 30 meters long. Coupled with the various expensive jewelry she was wearing. There is no doubt that she is the most shining woman in the audience tonight. All the guests looked at her with envy and jealousy. These people are all well known and influential, with a net worth of at least tens of millions, and many of them even come for the Tan family's reputation. His background is much more powerful than that of their Lu family, and he is the one that their Lu family needs to curry favor with on a daily basis. But today, all these people want to send their blessings to Lu Jia. However, at this moment, 2 tear marks slid down Lu Jia's cheeks. Crystal clear and very sparkling. Why does it have to be me? Being a young lady or a famous lady is not my wish at all. Compared to these, I would rather stay with Mr. Lin. Even if I could be a secretary who served him tea and water, maybe, but... Lu Jia covered her face in pain, but the tears still flowed out from between her fingers. Like a burst dam, nothing can stop it. Now she has no choice at all. Lu Jia also thought about contacting Lin Fan and asking Lin Fan to come and pick her up. Even if because of her willfulness, the Lu family will fall into a serious crisis. But in such heart-wrenching pain, she couldn't care less. But the problem is that the Lu family seemed to see through her little thoughts. Since she was placed under house arrest yesterday, all communication devices on her have been confiscated. At the same time, even her only parents who she could rely on. Jia, the guests are arriving one after another, how are your preparations going? At this moment, the door of the room opened. A middle-aged couple frowned and leaned their heads in worriedly. The one who spoke was the middle-aged woman. When they saw that Lu Jia had changed her clothes, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingfei then urged, "Come out when you are ready, and quickly get engaged to Mr. Tan. Your grandfather is still in the hospital waiting for help." Just yesterday, the old man of the Lu family suddenly suffered a cerebral infarction. After rescue, he was sent to the ICU and has been in a coma ever since. According to the doctor, Mr. Lu is old and his symptoms are too severe to perform surgery given the medical level of their hospital. If we want to save the old man, we have to invite Professor Wang from the provincial capital who has outstanding achievements in neurology. The problem is that the normal appointment to see Professor Wang would have to be scheduled half a year later, and given Mr. Lu's condition, he definitely won't be able to last until then. The only one who could help make an appointment in advance at this time was the Tan family, who had certain connections in the provincial capital. In order to win over the Tan family, Lu Jia must marry into their family. Why was it that after being abandoned by you for more than 10 years, you didn't even make it up to me when I came back, but instead used me as a tool to marry someone else? Are you really my parents? Lu Jia questioned her parents. Even though saving my grandfather is my responsibility as a younger generation. Lu Jia also understood, but she had only been back home for a few days? She didn't even recognize the faces of her relatives. The Lu family promised to compensate her and let her be the president of the company, but she hasn't even gotten the chance yet. There were servants talking secretly around. It was said that Lu Jia secretly pretended to be the missing Miss Lu in order to enjoy the wealth and glory of the Lu family, and deceived Lu Qingfei and his wife. After all, even her last name is different from the Lu family. Since the day she returned to the Lu family, Lu Jia has been suffering. If she hadn't kept telling herself that her parents and her family were here. But she longed for family affection, otherwise she would have left long ago. But now. Jia, don't say that. He is your grandfather after all. If your grandfather hadn't existed, how could there be your father, and how could there be you? Seeing her daughter crying bitterly, Lu's mother felt bad too. She came over and wiped Lu Jia's tears. Lu Jia slapped Lu's mother's hand away. That's enough. Stop being so hypocritical here. I should have seen it earlier. The reason you took me back was actually to use me as a tool to get me into marriage with the Tan family. Don't disgust me by using the excuse of family or something. If you are family, why didn't you look for me in the past 10 years? Even if something happened to Grandpa, you wouldn't think of any other way but to sacrifice me. Do you have any shame? Asshole, what are you talking about? Bang! Lu Qingfei, who had been silent in the back, could no longer bear it and slapped Lu Jejia in the face. At the same time, he angrily scolded, "Unfilial daughter, I tell you, no matter what, that is your grandfather. You have to save him whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Husband, why are you hitting our daughter?" Mother Lu quickly stopped Lu Qingfei, her voice choked with sobs. Jia, hasn't she just returned and hasn't integrated yet? We can't blame her entirely for this kind of thing. Lu Qingfei ignored his wife and called in 2 maids. Deal with the young lady and bring her to the lobby in 10 minutes. After saying that, he didn't even look at Lu Jejia again and dragged his wife away. Lu Jejia sat down on the chair dejectedly, resigned to her fate. She completely saw through these so-called family members and was heartbroken. If God gave her another chance, she would definitely stay with Lin Fan and not go anywhere else. Unfortunately, Lu Jejia looked out the window and saw guests arriving one after another at the hotel below, with all kinds of luxury cars and celebrities, which was very dazzling. She also fantasized whether Lin Fan was also in there, and if he saw her, could he rescue her? But she soon gave up the idea. Apart from this matter, she didn't even inform Lin Fan. And according to his father, not only is the Tan family extremely powerful, it is also connected to the 4 major families. Although Lin Fan's Haizhou private kitchen is worth more than 10 billion, it is not enough in front of the Tan family. After calming down, she still didn't want Lin Fan to come. If you have to say it, this is her fate and she accepts it. Stop. No entry without an invitation. At the entrance of the Lu family banquet, the security guard stopped a man and a woman in front of them. Although they are dressed luxuriously and have an elegant temperament, it is obvious at first glance that they are not ordinary people. But today, thanks to the Tan family's connections, there are many visitors of status and ability. The Lu family really doesn't care about someone who can't even get an invitation. I'm a friend of the protagonist of today's banquet. Are you sure you want to stop me? The man said calmly. The security guard sneered and was about to say something. The parking lot security guard who was driving the car for the man rushed over and quickly covered the mouth of the security guard at the door. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Please invite Mr. Lin to come in." Mr. Lin sent a gift of 50 million in cash. Worth 38.88 million, a copy of Tang Bohu's painting of ladies, a pair of pure gold dolls with the Chinese zodiac of a happy marriage, and some jewelry. Total value, 108 million. Chapter 129 Lu Qinhai. After Lu Qingfei left Lu Jejia's room, he met his elder brother in the corridor. Lu Qinhai. How is it going? Have you dealt with the matter with Lu Jejia? Lu Qinhai asked coldly. Lu Qingfei lowered his head in front of him and said weakly, "Brother, don't worry. Even if Jejia disagrees with this matter, it is not up to her. Besides, I have instructed my men to keep an eye on her, so nothing will happen to her. But just take care of it. As for the shares, don't worry. I have already prepared the contract. As long as tonight's engagement party goes smoothly, 10% of the company's shares will belong to you." Lu Qinhai still had a blank expression on his face. "Of course, if you want to leave the Lu family, I can also exchange these shares for cash and let you take them away." Lu Qingfei looked at his elder brother and hesitated for a moment. He originally wanted to ask if he could discuss his daughter's matter further. Anyway, his daughter has been missing for so many years and few people know her. I have only met that Tan Jiqing once and don't have a very deep impression of him. If possible, he would like to find a young girl to replace her. Anyway, it's a political marriage, and what everyone cares about is face, and Mr. Tan doesn't have to marry his daughter. However, Lu Qingfei was still as afraid of his elder brother as ever. Just looking at the other person's cold eyes, I was so scared that all the words were choked in my throat. What? Is there anything else? Lu Qinhai frowned. Lu Qingfei lowered his head quickly. No. It's okay, big brother, you go ahead and do your work. After Lu Qingfei finished speaking, he was about to take his wife away, but Lu's mother was very angry at this time and she threw her sleeves. That's enough, Lu Qingfei, are you still a man? I just found my daughter who had been missing for more than 10 years, and you haven't made it up to her yet. Just because of a word from your eldest brother, you were so scared that you gave your daughter to marry someone she didn't like. What do you mean by you? If you're afraid, just shut up and let me tell you. Thinking of his daughter crying in the room just now, and the hateful look in her eyes towards them. Mother Lu's maternal love suddenly overflowed and she couldn't bear it any longer. She immediately pointed at Lu Qinhai's nose and cursed. Lu Qinhai, you idiot, do you think we haven't noticed it after all these years? It was you who deliberately threw away our Jia Jia. I'm afraid that our Jia Jia has an engagement with the Tan family, which will threaten your inheritance of the old man's property in the future. Now, you've noticed that the old man is in poor health, but he hasn't made any plans to distribute his inheritance yet. In order to prevent the old man from passing away and letting my Lu Qingfei inherit too much of the estate, you should reveal the news about my daughter to us. Let my husband and I find our daughter, and then use our daughter's marriage to the Tan family to contact the professor in the provincial capital and extend the old man's life. I'm telling you, my wife and I don't need the Lu family's property, but you have to cancel this damn engagement. Otherwise we will fight you, expose all the dirty deeds you have done over the years, and put you in jail. Are you done? Even after being scolded, Lu Qinhai's expression remained indifferent. Lu Qingfei quickly grabbed Lu's mother and said, "Are you crazy? How can you talk to your elder brother? Brother, calm down. Your sister-in-law is a woman. Don't bother with her." Lu Qingfei immediately pleaded for mercy. He knew his elder brother very well. He was cruel and profit-driven since his early years. In order to win the old man's favor, when he was still in elementary school, he dared to order the family bodyguards to put the family's business competitors in sacks and beat them half to death. Later, when he grew up a little, he made friends with all kinds of people in society and did whatever it took to achieve his goals. Everything he did was outrageous. If the security in Haizhou had not been so bad at that time and if the Lu family had not had considerable power, Lu Qinhai would have been in jail long ago. Although they have restrained themselves in recent years, it is only in terms of the means used their inherent ruthlessness and viciousness remain unchanged. If Lu Qinhai was really angered, Lu Qingfei had no doubt that he would do something to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. It was also because of this that no matter how Lu Qinhai bullied him over the years, Lu Qingfei was always timid and dared not say much. He was just afraid that this beast would do something excessive. "Ha, second brother, you know my temper best. Do you think I can forgive you with just 2 simple apologies?" Lu Qinhai sneered. "What? I am also a member of the Lu family. What can you do to me? Are you going to kill me?" Lu's mother had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and was still cursing. "I won't kill you, but I can still smash your stinky mouth." As he said that, Lu Qingfei opened a switchblade on his keychain, grabbed Lu's mother and was about to attack her. Lu's mother never imagined that her nominal elder brother would be so cruel and ruthless, and would resort to knife attack over a disagreement. She was so frightened that she couldn't utter a word. "Brother, you're going too far." Lu Qingfei was also startled, and he rushed over to stop it. But Lu Qinhai kicked Lu Qingfei to the ground with one kick. Then he pointed the switchblade at Lu's mother's mouth and was about to stab her. At this time, one of Lu Qinhai's men came running over and shouted hastily, "Master Lu, a distinguished guest has arrived at the banquet. He gave away gifts worth over 100 million yuan, go and take a look." More than 100 million? Even Lu Qinhai was shocked by this sentence. You have to know that after so many years of development, the Lu family's total assets are only 10 billion. This person brought gifts worth hundreds of millions just to attend the Lu family's engagement party. What kind of identity and background does he have? For a moment, Lu Qinhai could no longer care about Lu's mother. He let him go and said to the bodyguard, "Quick, take me to see. This distinguished guest must be Mr. Tan's friend. He's still a very strong person. We can't be careless. Uncle, please follow me." Watching Lu Qinhai leave, Lu's mother burst into tears. Lu Qingfei didn't know how to comfort her inside. "Okay, don't worry about your daughter. Although what we did was quite unfair to her, it was her blessing to be able to enter the Tan family." In the banquet hall, everyone was excited as Lin Fan entered. "Oh my god, which young master is this? He gave a gift of over 100 million yuan. Isn't that too arrogant? I don't know which family this young master belongs to, but he must have a very close relationship with young Master Tan, otherwise he wouldn't be so crazy and spend over 100 million on a gift. You think this person is a young master from one of the 4 great families? Otherwise, which family can withstand such behavior from him? The eldest son of the 4 major families? In the crowd, a man in a burgundy suit's eyes lit up, and he walked up with 2 glasses of red wine. "Big brother, can I get to know you? I'm Li Yu, and I've known Mr. Tan for several years." Chapter 130, A Beating. At this moment, Lin Fan held his breath. He felt unfair for Lu Jejia. According to the information, Lu Jejia's uncle was worried that her arranged marriage would affect his status, so he deliberately abandoned her. Now, something happened to the Lu family and Lu Jejia was needed, so Lu Qinhai arranged for her to return to the Lu family. In Lu Qinhai's eyes, Lu Jejia is just a tool. What made Lin Fan even more angry was Lu Jejia's biological father, Lu Qingfei. Not long after his daughter went missing, Lu Qingfei found out that the murderer was his eldest brother. But he was so weak that he didn't say a word in more than 10 years. Later, Lu Qingfei had actually secretly found out Lu Jejia's whereabouts. But he was afraid of Lu Qinhai's revenge, so he pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. Even now, Lu Jejia has returned to their Lu family. Once again, he watched his daughter being pushed into the fire pit, and once again chose to swallow his anger. Such a weak and incompetent bastard who seems to love Lu Jejia all the time but actually has never fulfilled his fatherly responsibilities. Lin Fan wanted to find that guy right now and punch him hard in the face. Therefore, Lin Fan was not in the mood at all for Li Yu's approach. But sometimes, when I want some peace and quiet, there are always mosquitoes around me. When Li Yu saw that he was being ignored, his body stiffened and he felt a little embarrassed. The young man was proud and arrogant. Even though he knew that Lin Fan could easily come up with a gift worth 100 million yuan, he definitely could not afford to provoke him. But Li Yu still grabbed Lin Fan with his backhand. "Friend, don't you hear me? I'm talking to you." Gao Ximin, who was familiar with Lin Fan, had already grabbed Li Yu's arm for him and slowly moved away from Li Yu. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin is busy right now. Could you please stop pestering me? I asked him twice, but the person in question ignored me and let a woman just deal with me." Li Yu could no longer hold back his anger. "Haha, what's the matter? Did this brother eat too many wolfberries and now he's in a hurry to take you to the toilet?" His words made Lin Fan's body tremble noticeably, and Gao Ximin's face instantly turned ugly. Gao Ximin didn't want to cause trouble, so she pulled Lin Fan away first. Li Yu, however, took advantage of the situation and grabbed Gao Ximin's hand. "TSK, beautiful lady, you are so beautiful and your skin is so good. If I were that brother, after eating some wolfberries and feeling irritated, I would definitely drag you to the toilet to relieve myself. How do you talk like that?" Gao Ximin, who originally didn't want to get involved, suddenly became angry. She pulled her hand away twice, but Li Yu showed no intention of letting go. Li Yu looked at Lin Fan. He was not afraid that this would make the other party unhappy. After all, he and Tan Zhicheng had a very close relationship. "Open." Finally, Lin Fan spoke, but his voice was frighteningly cold. And the face that turned around was so scary that it looked like it wanted to eat someone. Li Yu smiled. He just wanted to anger Lin Fan and teach him a lesson again to let him know the minimum respect. As for the other party's background, Li Yu didn't care. We are all young people, so it is normal to have some conflicts. As long as he was careful when making his move, the elders of the other family would not make a big fuss and attack a junior like him. Li Yu knows the rules of this circle very well. But unfortunately, Lin Fan is not a member of the circle. He is a first-generation rich man, and a super-rich first-generation rich man. Lin Fan had already turned around, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Why are you so fierce? We are all Brother Tan's friends. I just want to get to know you." Li Yu shrugged, but still let go of Gao Ximin's hand. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Li Yu, and my father owns a winery." Bang! Lin Fan didn't listen to all this nonsense. The moment Li Yu let go of his hand, he punched him in the face. With a heavy thud, Li Yu was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. That handsome face was now swollen and looked disheveled. "Fuck, you're attacking me by surprise?" Li Yu was angry. He was not prepared at all and this guy punched him. After realizing what was happening, Li Yu didn't want to be polite and prepared to fight back. However, just as he had this thought, Lin Fan prepared his fist again with incredible speed and brought it down hard on his face. "You bastard, you!" Li Yu was angry. He didn't want to hit someone in the face, let alone twice. But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan's fist hit him hard again. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive punches, Li Yu's face swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his nose and eye sockets collapsed one after another. The blood stained Lin Fan's hands red, and some of it spilled on the carpet around him. This was accompanied by Li Yu's wails of pain. "Brother, stop hitting me, I was wrong." Li Yu has already realized the difference in strength, and he is simply looking for trouble by looking for trouble with Lin Fan. It's a pity that Lin Fan couldn't hear anything he said now. Lin Fan just kept punching down, venting all the frustration and anger in his heart. Ah! Murder! All around, celebrity wives were horrified by the scene before them. They screamed and fled in panic, dragging their partners with them. Some of the calmer men have already gone to call security. "Mr. Lin, stop fighting. The security guards are coming soon. It will be bad if things get out of hand." Gao Ximin's face was full of worry, but no matter how she called out, Lin Fan seemed not to hear her. At this moment, Lin Fan completely regarded Li Yu as Lu Jiajia's father and uncle, and punched him hard to vent his anger. Gao Ximin saw that Lin Fan didn't listen to her at all, and she had no ability to stop Lin Fan, and the security of the banquet had already arrived. There was no other way. Gao Ximin could only go to the corner alone to avoid being harassed by the security guards. Of course, she didn't abandon Lin Fan, she was just looking for a convenient place, then took out her cell phone and called the security department of Haizhou Private Kitchen. After contacting Du Bin, he asked Du Bin to bring people over quickly. "That's almost enough, sir." 3 or 4 security guards pulled Lin Fan away, and Lin Fan slowly came to his senses. Looking at the cold eyes in front of him and Li Yu, who was beaten terribly on the ground by him, he didn't care much. "It's okay. I had a half-satisfied fight, but I have other things to do later, so let's leave it at that for now." "You!" The security guards were furious. "You beat someone so hard that his face was disfigured, and you didn't even show any apology, and yet you said nonchalantly that it was only half-satisfying? No matter how powerful your family is, isn't this too much?" What's more, Li Yu was dressed richly and looked like he was not an ordinary person. For a moment, the security guards clenched their fists. They might not go too far with Lin Fan, but they would definitely not let Lin Fan leave. This guy must bear the consequences for what he has done. The Lu family will not take the blame. What's going on? What happened here? At the same time, Lu Qinhai also arrived.